Chapter 881. Everyone thought Yu Yin was dead. The broken Lian jade furnace and the seriously injured Yu Yin could not withstand their attacks. The 7 life bases bombarded the Lian jade furnace, which was already full of cracks and holes. One by one, the life bases smashed the furnace wall along the cracks on the jade furnace, making the Lian jade furnace look like a broken sieve. The unparalleled jade pierced a big hole in the jade furnace and flew directly into it. Yu Langjie showed a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. This woman who made him feel extremely disgusted finally died. Although this was a trap set by Yu Langjie and his son for Yu Yin, it is undeniable that it was precisely because Yu Langjie himself was insufficient and could not take on the responsibility that Yu Yan's master had to prepare for the rainy day and come up with this bad plan. So even though Yu Yin had been used by them, Yu Langjie still felt that Yu Yin was disgusting. In his heart, he was jealous of Yu Yin. Useless thing, you can't even keep the evil way. It's a waste of our efforts on you. Yu Langjie's mouth was full of contempt, but his heart seemed to be much more relaxed. Suddenly, Yu Langjie felt something was wrong. The Wuxuang jade had flown in for a while, and he neither heard Yu Yan's screams nor saw the Wuxuang jade fly out of the broken Lian jade furnace. Yu Langjie felt something was wrong and ordered the Wuxuang jade to withdraw, but it seemed that the Wuxuang jade was trapped by some force and couldn't get out. Yu Langjie was shocked and quickly called on several people to attack the Lian jade furnace together, but they were all shocked to find that the life base bombarded on the Lian jade furnace could not be taken back. The heavenly refining jade furnace was like a powerful magnet, sucking them all in tightly. Boom! The sky-high flames rose from the jade furnace. This time, the flames not only burned in the jade furnace, but also enveloped the entire jade furnace. The flames were actually trying to refine the jade furnace. She was seriously injured, and her life base was about to be destroyed. This was her last struggle, a last hurdle. Let's kill her together. Yu Langjie roared, and used the terrifying power of the law to attack the burning heavenly refining jade furnace. The other immortals also desperately attacked the heavenly refining jade furnace, not because of Yu Langjie's words, but because they did not help the life base escape. If the life base was destroyed, it would be a huge blow to them, and would greatly reduce their strength. Their terrifying power continuously bombarded the heavenly refining jade furnace wrapped in flames, but it only made the flames rise higher, as if their power had added fuel to the flames. Their attacks were not only useless, but also added fuel to the fire, making the flames on the refining heaven jade furnace stronger and stronger, and at the same time rippling a different strange law ripple. Some people have already begun to retreat and want to escape. Yu Langjie has also become timid and wants to turn around and escape. Boom! After a loud bang, the 7 people almost simultaneously felt the blood boiling in their chests, and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. They could feel that their life base had been destroyed, and it would never come back. Yu Langjie looked at the refining heaven jade furnace with resentment, and couldn't understand why his life base and power could obviously restrain Yu Yin, but ended up like this, and his life base was destroyed instead. The flame on the jade furnace disappeared, and a huge jade furnace that was crystal clear and looked like white jade appeared in their sight. The top cover of the jade furnace opened, and a body wrapped in jade armor and emitting strange energy fluctuations slowly flew out of the jade furnace. You actually broke the no-fly restriction of Langjie Yudong Star. You broke through to the Tianfa realm. How is this possible? Yu Langjie couldn't believe that Yu Yin actually broke through to the Tianfa realm under such circumstances. Only immortals in the Tianfa realm can break the ban and fly freely in Langjie Yudong Star. He had been constantly attacking Yu Yin, almost knocking her self-esteem and beliefs into the dust. Why did such a Yu Yin break through to the Tianfa realm at this time? Did she not have any resentment or hatred in her heart after being treated like this? Wasn't her mentality shaken at all? Yu Langjie was jealous and crazy, but she didn't dare to look at Yu Yin again. She desperately dragged her injured body towards the direction of the boat, trying to escape from the island in the middle of the lake by boat. The other immortals had the same idea. Although they knew they couldn't escape, they were still struggling desperately. Before they ran to the boat, they felt an unmatched force pulling their bodies and dragging them into the huge jade furnace. Master, we were wrong. Please let us go. We are willing to be your slaves and follow your lead in the future. 2 immortals begged Yu Yin for mercy in the jade furnace. Yu Yin was not moved at all, but she did not use the Lian jade furnace to refine them immediately. Yu Langjie, can you tell me the truth now? Yu Yin looked through the air holes of the jade furnace and said to Yu Langjie inside. Yu Langjie knew that he would probably die today, staring at Yu Yin with resentment, and said, "What truth or lie? You are not moved at all. It seems that we have misjudged you. We thought you were a person who valued love and righteousness. It turns out that you are just righteous on the surface, but vicious in your heart. You have known our plan for a long time and hope that my master and I will die together. Don't think that others think that they are as dirty as you. Whether you believe it or not, I always believe that my master must not be what you said. The reason why I was able to break through to the realm of heavenly law is just because I want to live. Only by living can I prove that what you said is a lie, and my master can't be that kind of person. Yu Yin said calmly. So, I have to thank you. Thank you for letting me make up for the defects of the Liantian jade furnace, and also see myself clearly and cross the threshold in my heart. Don't be hypocritical there. If you really thank me, then let me go. Yu Langya shouted. Tell me the truth, I won't kill you. Yu Yin said. What truth? Yu Langya was slightly startled. Why do you know the flaw of the refining heaven jade furnace? And why is the star contract of the Langya jade cave star in your body? Yu Yin stared at Yu Langya with burning eyes. Yu Langya stared at Yu Yin in a daze. He didn't know whether Yu Yin was really stupid or pretending to be stupid. At this time, she still wanted to prove the innocence of her master. You want to know the truth, right? Yu Langya suddenly showed a sly smile at the corner of her mouth. Yes. Yu Yin nodded. Okay, I tell you the truth. Is behind you. Yu Langya suddenly said. Yu Yin thought Yu Langya was lying to her, but suddenly she felt a pain in her back. A weapon that looked like a sword but not a sword, like a mace and a three-edged military bayonet came out from her chest, and blood immediately flowed out along the weapon, like a red rose blooming on her chest. Yu Yin turned around with difficulty, but saw a familiar yet unfamiliar face. He called out with a complicated expression, Master. Master. Chapter 882. Yu Yin looked at the familiar face, but felt extremely strange. That was the man who saved her from the fire pit, sheltered her from the wind and rain, raised her up, and was like a father and a teacher to her. For Yu Yin, he was a person who could give her life, as long as that person said a word, even if she gave her life. Originally, Yu Yin thought that this person would never lie to her and would always be her support, but now when she saw this person, Yu Yin already knew that the person was no longer the person she imagined. The person who should have died. Now that he stood here, everything was very clear. Master, why? Yu Yin was surprisingly not angry, just looked at him calmly and asked. The Yu family needs a successor, and the evil way also needs a leader. Langya is not able to take on the responsibility, so I chose you. The man said lightly. Why? Yu Yin still said these three words. No matter how bad Langya is, he is my only blood. You shouldn't kill him. But it's not your fault, it's my fault that you have come to this point. The man continued. Yu Yin smiled bitterly and said, I thought you understood me, master. It seems that I was wrong. It's okay. I owe you this life. I will give it back to you now. Goodbye. The man pulled out the strange weapon, and the wound that pierced Yu Yin's heart immediately gushed blood. Yu Yin is an immortal body in the realm of heavenly law. The general wound should stop bleeding automatically soon, but the blood from this wound not only did not stop, but it flowed more and more. Yu Yin staggered, unable to stand steadily, and fell backwards into the jade refining mountain. Master, you are really not dead, Yu Langya said happily when he saw the man walking towards the refining heaven jade furnace. The habit of so many years made him call out the word master instead of a more intimate name. Yu Xuanji glanced at Yu Langya in the refining heaven jade furnace and sighed. After so many years, you still haven't made any progress. I gave you more than 10 times the resources of Yu Yin, and helped you so much, but you are still far inferior to Yu Yin, and you can't enter the heavenly law realm until now. This situation is also difficult for you. It's not your fault. It's all my fault that I didn't make you stronger. Father. Yu Langya lowered his head in shame. Yu Xuanji waved his hand, and the lid of the refining heaven jade furnace was actually opened by an invisible force, and Yu Langya and several other immortals trapped inside escaped. Master, it's great that you are still alive. We swear to follow you and revive the evil way with you. After several people came out, they hurriedly saluted Yu Xuanji. You have worked so hard these years. Yu Xuanji sighed. As long as we can follow you, master, we are willing to do anything. If it weren't for that bitch Yu Yin, we wouldn't leave the evil way. Now that you are back, it's great. Before one of them finished speaking, he saw a flash of cold light in front of him. The weapon in Yu Xuanji's hand, which was only 1 foot long and looked extremely strange, entered his left ear and came out from his right ear, killing him directly. After Yu Xuanji pulled out his weapon, the man's eyes spurted red and white, and he fell straight to the ground and died. Master, why are you doing this? If we have done anything wrong, We can make up for it. Several immortals retreated in horror. It's not your fault, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have let you see me, shouldn't have let you know that I'm still alive in this world. Everything is my fault, and it has nothing to do with you. You have done a good job. As Yu Xuanji spoke, his body moved slightly, and he was in front of an immortal, and the strange weapon in his hand pierced the immortal's head. Several immortals were extremely horrified and turned around and fled desperately. The immortal in the Earth Law realm was killed in front of him, and he didn't even have time to react. It was really terrifying. They wanted to escape, but how could they escape? Yu Xuanji was like an omnipresent ghost, appearing around the immortals who were desperately trying to escape. The strange weapon in his hand could hit their heads accurately every time, and just one hit would pierce their heads directly despite their immortal bodies and shells. The powerful immortals were like chickens and dogs in front of Yu Xuanji. No matter how they struggled or how hard they tried, they could not escape the fate of being killed by one blow. In a blink of an eye, 5 of the 6 immortals had their heads pierced and died on the spot. Only one was so frightened that he didn't even dare to escape. When he saw Yu Xuanji appearing in front of him, he knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Yu Xuanji, tears and snot streaming down his face. Master, please spare my life. I am Tsuyoshi. You trained me. I respect you like my father. I will kill whoever you tell me to kill. I will do whatever you tell me to do. Please spare my life. I will never tell anyone about what happened today. Yes, yes. I have never seen you. I really have never seen you. Yu Xuanji squatted down, reached out, and touched the man's head, sighed. Yoshi, I still remember when I brought you into the evil way, you were only a crystal-based level. So many years have passed, and even you have become immortal. If it weren't for the cultivation of the Taoist Master, I wouldn't have such a day. Everything I have is given by you, Taoist Master. You are like a father and a brother to me. In the future, I will respect you like Langia. Taoist Master, please treat me as your own son. Tsuyoshi said hurriedly after hearing this, with snot and tears still on his face, but he forced a smile. Yu Xuanji stretched out a finger to block his mouth. Don't say that. You can get to where you are today because of your own ability and pursuit. It has nothing to do with me. I am really sorry for you. With your talent and ability, if you can live a few more decades, you may have the opportunity to enter the realm of heavenly law in the future, which is much better than Langia. Master, spare my life. Please, spare my life. I really can do anything for you. I really. Tsuyoshi's face turned pale, and he was trembling with fear, but he didn't dare to fight with Yu Xuanji. He seemed to be twitching, and his body was shaking, but he didn't dare to move. Child. I'm sorry. Don't look. It will be fine in a moment. It will be over soon. There will be no pain. Yu Xuanji covered Tsuyoshi's eyes with his hands. Master. Please. Really. Don't kill me. I'm willing to do anything. After Tsuyoshi said the last word, his head was pierced by the strange weapon. His body stopped shaking immediately, and he fell straight to the ground with his eyes wide open. The red and white substance in the hole in his head sprayed all over the ground. Chapter 883. Master. Master. Yu Langia looked at Yu Xuanji and swallowed hard. Even though he was Yu Xuanji's son, he felt scared when he saw Yu Xuanji. It's not your fault. You didn't want to make things so bad. It's just that you are not capable enough and can't think so much. It's not your fault. Yu Xuanji came over, patted Yu Langia on the shoulder, and said gently. When Yu Xuanji patted his shoulder, Yu Langia had a moment of physical reaction and stiffened. I really didn't know you were still alive. If I knew, I would never bring anyone to Langia Yudong Star. Yu Langia explained. Don't worry, it's not your fault, but I, as a father, am not thoughtful enough. Don't take it to heart. Everything is over. You can stay here with me in the future. Yu Xuanji said with a smile. Yu Langia was secretly relieved when he heard this. Although he was Yu Xuanji's son, he still felt as if Yu Xuanji might kill him at any time. Now that Yu Xuanji asked him to accompany him in the future, Yu Langia's feeling faded a lot, and his mentality was also much more relaxed. Master. Father. Why did you fake your death and hide in Langia Yudong Star? Yu Langia asked. Because there is something in this Yulian mountain that may help me live forever. Yu Xuanji looked at the bright purple light in the mountain pass and squinted his eyes. Father, you are in the realm of heavenly law. Aren't you already immortal? Yu Langia asked hurriedly. Immortality is immortality, but it is not really indestructible, let alone immortality. Let alone others killing me. Even if no one kills me, it's just that the death that will come every once in a while is like a guillotine hanging over my head, which may take my life at any time. Yu Xuanji said. Although the death calamity is difficult to overcome, with your ability, father, there shouldn't be any death calamity that can do anything to you in the next few thousand years, right? Yu Langya's words seemed like flattery. For ordinary immortals, 1,000 years is already a big calamity, and those who can survive 1,000 years are all big shots of various tribes. Yu Xuanji smiled slightly. Whether it's 1,000 years or 10,000 years, it's not true immortality after all. If you want to live forever, the things in Yulian Mountain are an opportunity. What is so magical? Yu Langya's heart moved. If there really is such a benefit, maybe he could also get some benefits. After all, he is Yu Xuanji's only son. That is a piece of miscellaneous jade that has been nurtured in Yulian Mountain for billions of years. Yu Xuanji said, the jade energy of Yulian Mountain is very chaotic. Theoretically, it cannot be used for nirvana. Even if it is a reincarnation of immortals, nirvana in such a place will inevitably become a non-human. But things in the world often leave a little room. I don't know when a piece of miscellaneous jade was nurtured in Yulian Mountain. Because it was born from chaotic energy, its growth also feeds on chaotic energy. It does not touch the most orthodox yin and yang jade energy in Yulian Mountain at all. The miscellaneous jade has been constantly absorbing the energy in Yulian Mountain. The chaotic energy of Yulian Mountain has been absorbed by it for countless billions of years. Although there is still a lot of chaotic energy in Yulian Mountain, it can be used in the Nirvana plate with a special method. It was at that time that I brought Yu Yan here, and let her complete Nirvana here with Yin and Yang Jade Qi. The reason why I told you before is because I helped her during her Nirvana, so it left a shadow in her heart, making it easy for her to break through to the realm of heavenly law. In fact, it is not entirely a psychological shadow. In fact, the reason why she has difficulty in reaching the realm of heavenly law is because her body is affected by the miscellaneous jade. The most important reason why I let her achieve Nirvana here is to use her special bloodline and talent, to use her blood to nourish the miscellaneous jade, so that the miscellaneous jade can generate spiritual consciousness. Only in this way can the miscellaneous jade grow into a divine object that can make me immortal. The spirit of all laws. The miscellaneous jade has absorbed countless heterogeneous energies. After so many millions of years, the energy in its body has probably reached an unimaginable level. The mutated immortal energy it contains has countless properties. Once it can evolve its own laws and become an immortal object, then it must be that all things return to one, and become the spirit of all things with all the rules of all things. If I can devour and merge the divine object of the spirit of all things, what can the death do to me? Yu Xuanji looked at the purple light in Yulian Mountain, his eyes full of fanaticism. It's almost there. Now the alien energy in Yulian Mountain is almost being absorbed by the miscellaneous jade. If my calculation is correct, it won't take long for it to return to one and become an immortal divine object. You have contributed to the rapid growth of the miscellaneous jade. Yu Xuanji suddenly said to Yu Langya. My contribution? Yu Langya was slightly startled, not knowing what Yu Xuanji meant by this. He hadn't done anything. After Yu Xuanji kicked the bodies of the immortals into the crater, he watched them being swallowed by the purple light, and then said lightly, with the nourishment of Yu Yin and the bodies of these immortals, Za, you should be able to grow faster. Everything is Father's ingenious plan, otherwise I would not have helped Father by accident. Yu Langya said with a smile. But I think this is not fast enough, maybe it can be faster. Yu Xuanji looked at Yu Langya and said, narrowing his eyes and smiling. Father, what else do you have to say? Yu Langya's face became a little unnatural. Use your flesh and blood and laws to nourish the miscellaneous jade, the effect should be better. Yu Xuanji said lightly, as if he was talking about something very simple. I am your biological son. Yu Langya retreated in shock, looking at Yu Xuanji in disbelief. Since you are my son, isn't it right for you to pay something for your father's immortality? Yu Xuanji said lightly. If you kill me, the old Yu family will be extinct, Yu Langya said while retreating. If you live, the old Yu family will also be extinct, Yu Xuanji said casually. What do you mean? Yu Langya's heart skipped a beat. You don't have my blood in your body. Whether you live or not has nothing to do with the extinction of the old Yu family. Impossible. How could I not be? My mother clearly. You also gave me so many resources. Those resources are enough for you to raise 10 immortals. If I am not your biological son, why did you waste them on me? Yu Langya simply couldn't accept Yu Xuanji's statement. The reason why I gave you so many resources is because you, like Yu Yin, have very special blood and talents, which are of great help to the growth of miscellaneous jade into the spirit of all things. Do you know why your comprehension, talent, and ability are so poor? It's not your fault. It's just that I have been quietly drawing your blood essence to feed the blood jade. Yu Xuanji smiled slightly when he said this, As for your mother, it's not her fault either. Her mission has been completed. In order to avoid trouble, I can only send her away first. Yu Xuanji. I will kill you. Yu Langya's blood and qi are churning in his chest, his eyes are bloodshot, and his teeth are about to break. He could never have imagined that Yu Xuanji, whom he regarded as a father, was not only not his biological father, but was the murderer of his mother. Yu Langya knew that he was no match for Yu Xuanji, but he still tried his best to kill Yu Xuanji, even if he could bite off a piece of his flesh. Puff! Yu Langya's head was pierced by the strange weapon, and his body was kicked into the crater by Yu Xuanji. Child, it's really not your fault. This world is in the hands of the strong, and the weak can only be bullied. You have done a good job. Yu Xuanji looked at Yu Langya's body falling into Yulian Mountain, and muttered to himself. As Yu Langya's body fell into the liquid of Yulian Mountain, the liquid in Yulian Mountain suddenly boiled. Chapter 884. Lin Shan absorbed the cool energy in Yulian Mountain, but he was unable to enter the state of nirvana. He could only grit his teeth, take the strange thing in his hand, and start absorbing the chaotic heterogeneous energy. He didn't know that this was a miscellaneous jade that was nurtured by the heterogeneous energy in Yulian Mountain for billions of years, but he also knew that this thing must have absorbed the heterogeneous energy in Yulian Mountain. The difference is that Lin Shan thought that the heterogeneous energy in this thing was the amount that could nurture an immortal creature, but he didn't know how many billions of years the miscellaneous jade had absorbed heterogeneous energy. Yulian Mountain has nurtured one immortal creature after another, and it is unknown how many immortal creatures have walked out of here, but the miscellaneous jade has always been constantly absorbing heterogeneous energy in Yulian Mountain. The energy it gathers is so strong that it has far exceeded Lin Shan's expectations. Moreover, the heterogeneous energy in the miscellaneous jade is no longer as simple energy. The characteristics of the miscellaneous jade itself are very strange. No matter how many kinds of alien energy it absorbs, these alien energies will reach a balanced state in its body. In this state, although the miscellaneous jade itself contains terrifying energy, it is a stable structure, and the energy itself will not react violently. Yu Xuanji's method is actually to promote this stable structure to develop in a controllable direction, so that the miscellaneous jade itself can generate consciousness and control these alien energies, and finally unify these alien energies into a controllable law matrix. Except for the miscellaneous jade itself, other life bodies cannot complete this process at all. That's why Yu Xuanji will cultivate the miscellaneous jade instead of absorbing the huge alien energy in the miscellaneous jade. He only needs to wait for Xia to complete the law matrix, and then pick the fruit. After so many years of hard work, Xia has basically completed the law matrix, and only needs the final step to complete the final law outline, that is, a law that Xia itself breathes to control the law matrix. Lin Shan caught up with this time node, and absorbed the alien energy in Xia's body. If it were an ordinary nirvana, even if he absorbed some alien energy, it would have no effect on Xia, whose law matrix has been basically completed, because its energy is too huge. The energy required for nirvana by ordinary nirvana is not even a drop in the bucket for Xia, and it is impossible to affect the stable structure of Xia that has already taken shape. But Lin Shan's body is too strange. The energy required for nirvana is both diverse and numerous. A large amount of alien energy was absorbed into Lin Shan's body. At first, there was no effect, but as Lin Shan absorbed more and more, it was like an ant hole in the dam. When he first started absorbing, Lin Shan didn't feel anything wrong. As he continued to absorb, cracks appeared in the stable structure of the miscellaneous jade, and more alien energy rushed into Lin Shan's body. When Lin Shan found that there were too many alien energies, the alien energy had already broken through the dam, and poured into his body like a flood. It was too late for him to cut off the connection with the alien energy, and the terrifying energy rushed into Lin Shan's body uncontrollably. The miscellaneous jade was like a Pandora's box that had been opened. The alien energy from all over rushed into Lin Shan's body crazily. The miscellaneous jade was like transparent tape, wrapping Lin Shan's body, and inputting the alien energy into Lin Shan's body in all directions without dead ends. The gluey miscellaneous jade penetrated into Lin Shan's body. Lin Shan wanted to rush out of Yulian Mountain, but his body changed. He actually entered the state of nirvana at this time. Transparent crystal threads that were many times thinner than hair stretched out from his body. That was not light, but real silk threads. These silk threads were secreted from Lin Shan's body one by one, entangled and wrapped around his body, and soon his body was wrapped into a colorful crystal cocoon. From a distance, this crystal cocoon looked like a cocoon-shaped hair crystal, which was full of crystal threads flashing with colorful fluorescence. Lin Shan entered the state of nirvana. At this time, he was already riding a tiger, and could not get off. He could only continue to complete nirvana. However, these alien energies were too strong, causing his body to constantly transform. He felt that his flesh and bones seemed to be shattered, and various body tissues were newly born from the broken flesh and bones. This process was repeated over and over again. The body that could withstand the attack of immortal power was like being thrown into a grinder again and again, being shredded again and again, and growing again and again. The pain was indescribable. Lin Shan felt that he was no longer a person, but a plant. Plants grow, then wither and die, turning into fertilizer to nourish the earth, and the fertile earth prompts the seeds to sprout and grow again, forming a repeated cycle. Life and death are constantly alternating. If it can continue like this, Lin Shan can persist even if it is the pain of physical purgatory. But soon, he found that those terrifying alien energies not only wanted to destroy his body, but also his seeds of thought. There was a faint consciousness, as if waiting for his thought seed to be destroyed and replaced by a new life form. Zai wanted to turn Lin Shan's body into fertilizer and breed its own body on this basis. Lin Shan wanted to reverse this situation, but people in Nirvana, their bodies have been broken and reorganized, and it is difficult to use their own power. Countless particles were reorganized and arranged in the crystal fantasy cocoon, and Lin Shan's own particles were just a tiny particle among them. The other particles were heterogeneous energy particles from Zayu, and these heterogeneous energy particles wanted to arrange Lin Shan's particles together to form a strange array. Once Lin Shan's particles completely become part of the array, he will completely lose himself and become part of a new life. Although Lin Shan didn't know what was going on, he could feel that he couldn't let the situation continue to develop, otherwise the consequences would be terrible. Lin Shan tried his best to control his particles and wanted to stop the formation of the array, but the energy of the array was too terrifying, and the torrent formed by countless particles was not something he could resist. Although he knew that his power was not enough to compete with it, Lin Shan still tried his best and was unwilling to give up. Suddenly, a particle responded to Lin Shan and came near Lin Shan's particles, entangled with Lin Shan's own particles. Lin Shan was immediately delighted. He had encountered this situation when he was in Nirvana last time. This strange dual particle system appeared again. It was just that the special particle last time had merged with him and became a part of his own particles. The particles that appeared this time were different from the last time. Chapter 885. In just a moment, Lin Shan sensed what the particle that formed a binary system with his own particles was. D-Fire. Lin Shan sensed a familiar breath on the particle, which belonged to the particle of the D-Fire. Lin Shan was surprised and delighted. The last time the binary system helped him complete Nirvana, this time the D-Fire formed a binary system with him, and perhaps he could create a miracle again. Sure enough, the binary system formed by the D-Fire and Lin Shan formed an independent individual in the army of particles that was like a torrent. No matter how other particles impacted, it was difficult to pull them into it. Various particles were constantly arranged in various combinations, forming various complex and incomprehensible arrays. Only the particles of Lin Shan and the D-Fire were incompatible, hindering the formation of a perfect structure of the array. However, as time went on, the other particles were arranged more and more closely, and the structure became more and more perfect, which oppressed the space where the binary system could be active. The range of movement of the binary system became smaller and smaller, and there were faint signs of being separated. Lin Shan tried his best to activate the binary star system, hoping to gain some living space, but it was useless. In this almost formed particle array, the power of the binary star system was already difficult to compete with it. Lin Shan tried to pull the particles in the array together and absorb them into his binary star system. Last time, his binary star system helped him achieve Nirvana in this way. Unfortunately, it didn't work this time. The particles last time were loose and unorganized, like a mob of scattered sand, but this time, the particles were like a well-trained army with battle formations, and they couldn't absorb other particles like last time. Lin Shan kept trying to activate the binary star system, hoping to give it a try. Unexpectedly, a particle was actually sucked in by him and joined the dual system. Inheritance Fan. Lin Shan immediately sensed what the particle he had sucked in was. The power of the inheritance fan was not as strong as that of the reversal of fate. Without the protection of the light of reversing fate, it was dispersed by the torrent of particles early, and was constrained in the array. As the array operated, when the particles of the inheritance fan moved to the vicinity of the binary star system, they finally came into contact with the binary star system. With the help of its natural connection with Lin Shan, they forcibly broke away from the array and entered the binary star series. After the particles of the inheritance fan entered the binary star system, they were not absorbed by the binary star system like ordinary particles. Instead, they joined the binary star system. The three particles entangled with each other and rotated around each other, forming a more complex and incomprehensible three-star system. As the three-star system took shape, Lin Shan discovered that the particle array that had been oppressing him had actually loosened a little, and the nearby particles had actually shown some deviations, causing a flaw in the almost perfect array. Lin Shan was surprised and delighted, and he operated the three-star system with all his strength to disrupt the terrifying array. That consciousness seemed to have sensed the threat of the three-star system, and constantly mobilized the particle array to oppress Lin Shan's three-star system. The three-star system actually withstood the pressure of the particle array crack. Although its existence was very small, it seemed indestructible. No matter how the particle array oppressed it, it could not break the three-star system. The structure composed of three particles constantly weakened the pressure from the outside world. However, the three-star system also failed to absorb the particles in the array. For a while, the three-star system and the particle array were in a stalemate. At this time, Lin Shan sensed the changes that happened outside. His consciousness is now extremely clear, as if he has some kind of strange perception ability. In the absence of hearing and vision organs, he can perceive everything nearby more clearly. Lin Shan sensed everything that happened between Yu Yan, Yu Langjie, Yu Xuanji and others, but he could only sense these now, and could not do anything. Until Yu Yan was pushed into the Yulian mountain by Yu Xuanji, Yu Yan's body fell into the liquid, and the immortal blood gushed out of the wound and spread in the liquid. Yu Yan was pierced in the heart by Yu Xuanji, not in the head. This was done intentionally by Yu Xuanji. He wanted to let Yu Yan's immortal blood flow out as much as possible, and supply it to Za Yu, so that Za Yu could absorb Yu Yan's blood and nourish its spiritual consciousness. Zaya's spiritual consciousness was originally nourished by the special blood of Yu Yan and Yu Langjie. Both of their bloods have the special function of nurturing spiritual consciousness. The influx of immortal blood caused Zaya's spiritual consciousness to be a little confused for a while. Under normal circumstances, Yu Yan's immortal blood would only make Zaya's spiritual consciousness stronger and more complete. But now Zaya has merged into Lin Shan's body, merged with Lin Shan, and is fighting in the Nirvana cocoon. Yu Yan's immortal blood is on the outside of the Nirvana cocoon, and cannot enter the Nirvana cocoon, and there is no way to merge with Zaya's spiritual consciousness. Zaya's spiritual consciousness sensed the immortal blood, which is one of the origins of nurturing it. It wants to absorb this immortal blood to make its spiritual consciousness stronger. Zaya suddenly fell into a dilemma. By absorbing the immortal blood, he could strengthen his spiritual consciousness on his own. However, the battle with Lin Shan had reached a critical moment, and he could not give up. Just as Zaya's spiritual consciousness hesitated, the bodies of the immortals were thrown down, and a large amount of immortal blood and law power permeated the liquid. If Zaya followed Yu Xuanji's plan step by step, it could now rely on these immortal blood to complete its final transformation. Because Lin Shan absorbed Zaya's energy, Zaya fell into this complicated situation. Now there is no chance to absorb the immortal blood outside, and it can't destroy Lin Shan's three-star system inside. Until Yu Langjie's body was thrown down, with his special immortal blood added, Zaya's spiritual consciousness suddenly became impatient and wanted to get out of the Nirvana cocoon to absorb the immortal blood outside. For it is naturally more suitable than Lin Shan to nourish his bloodline. It can't stand this temptation, and wants to get out of the cocoon of Nirvana, return to the path it should have taken, and complete the final evolution. But when it retreated, the law matrix had problems. Lin Shan's three-star system actually sucked nearby particles into the three-star system. The entire law matrix is like a domino. One problem caused the entire array to collapse quickly. From point to surface, and then to the hole, the particle array collapsed in a very short time. A large number of particles were sucked into the three-star system, making the three-star series instantly become a galaxy, and countless particles revolved around the three-star system. As more and more particles were sucked into the system of the three-star system, the galaxy became larger and larger, like a small universe, with explosions constantly occurring inside. One particle after another was sucked into the three-star system, crushed by the three-star system, and turned into energy inside the three-star system, making the three-star system continue to grow. Chapter 886. Yu Xuanji stood at the crater, watching the liquid in Yulian Mountain boiling. His eyes became more and more scorching. The miscellaneous jade is finally going to evolve into the spirit of all things. Yu Xuanji watched the liquid below boiling more and more fiercely. His eyes became more and more fanatical. The entire Yulian Mountain shook, and the purple light became stronger and stronger, reflecting the entire sky into purple. Boom! The boiling liquid gushed out of Yulian Mountain, like a volcanic eruption. An endless high-temperature liquid rushed to the sky, forming a sea of magic colors covering the sky and the earth in the sky. Dreamlike raindrops fell from the sky, covering the entire planet, and the sound of ding ding dang became one. What fell was not real raindrops, nor was it a high-temperature solution, but a group of magic crystals like tadpoles. Langya Yudong star, unexpectedly, a rain of Rupert's tears covering the entire world fell. Dense tadpole-shaped crystals fell from the sky, smashing the Langya Jade Cave star into pieces. Yu Xuanji stood in the crystal rain. The strange light on his body blocked all the crystals outside, stretched out his fingers, pinched a crystal tadpole that fell from the sky, squeezed it hard, and was surprised to find that his fingers could not crush the crystal tadpole. My power can't crush it. This is not an ordinary Rupert's tear. Yu Xuanji looked at the volcanic fountain in front of him that was still gushing wildly. His eyes became brighter, and he pinched the little tail of Rupert's tear, and the tadpole-like colorful crystals suddenly shattered into slag. But the next second, Yu Xuanji was slightly startled, and he saw a figure walking out of the volcanic fountain that seemed to be a pillar supporting the sky. There are still people alive. Impossible. The wound caused by the blood demon spear is incurable. No one can survive such a wound. Yu Xuanji stared at the strange figure, and couldn't help but frown slightly. This situation was obviously beyond his calculation. He wanted to see clearly what the figure that came out of it was. The figure didn't look like a person. When he finally saw it clearly, he found that it was not a person. It was a person wearing a colorful armor, but if you look closely, you will find that the armor is actually a white background with black lines, just like an ink painting. But on the armor, like an ink painting, there is a magical color. Under different angles and light, you can see the changing halo. In the hands of this strange man, Yu Yan, whose chest was pierced, was still holding horizontally. Yu Yan's wound was no longer bleeding. This does not mean that the wound is healed, but because the immortal blood in Yu Yan's body has almost dried up. Yu Xuanji stared at the figure intently. Who are you? Yulian Mountain had stopped erupting, but he could no longer sense the miscellaneous jade aura inside. Instead, the illusionary colors on this person's body gave him a familiar yet unfamiliar feeling. It doesn't matter who I am. After all, I am just a passerby. I give myself to you, and how about we go our separate ways? Lin Shen glanced at Yu Yan, who had no breath in his arms, and said, You absorbed the miscellaneous jade? Yu Xuanji's eyes were still fixed on Lin Shen, and he had guessed what had happened. Lin Shen had already sensed what was happening outside, and he also knew that the thing that helped him achieve nirvana was called miscellaneous jade. I said I didn't mean it, and I'm willing to compensate you. Do you think it's feasible? Lin Shen sighed. The internal affairs of the evil sect had nothing to do with him. The relationship between him and Yu Yan was only that of employer and employee. If possible, he didn't want to become an enemy of Yu Xuanji. Yu Xuanji's various methods made Lin Shen feel creepy when he was down there. The most important thing was that Yu Yan, who had entered the realm of heavenly law, had no power to fight back in front of Yu Xuanji. If Yu Yan was attacked by surprise, then when he killed those immortals and Yu Langya, it was as simple as killing a chicken. The scheming and ability of this Yu Xuanji were extremely terrifying. Having such an enemy would probably make people sleepless. But Lin Shen also knew in his heart that the miscellaneous jade that Yu Xuanji had spent so much effort to make was taken away by him first. This matter might not be so easy to settle. Yes, of course. This is not your fault. It was my negligence. I didn't take good care of Yulian Mountain, which led to your coming here, causing problems with the miscellaneous jade. These are all my fault. Yu Xuanji's face suddenly became gentle, looking at Lin Shen and continuing softly. But after all, you took the miscellaneous jade that originally belonged to me, and compensation is also due. Yes, I am willing to compensate. How do you think I should compensate? Lin Shen narrowed his eyes, and looked at Yu Xuanji. The other party's gentle tone made him more vigilant. When Yu Xuanji killed Yu Langya and others before, he was also gentle, and took all the mistakes on himself. But he was wrong, but it was others who died. It's very simple. Since you have absorbed the miscellaneous jade, give me your body as compensation. Yu Xuanji said with a smile. You can refine the miscellaneous jade, so your body should have the same effect as the miscellaneous jade, maybe even better. As he said that, Yu Xuanji clenched the blood demon spear in his hand. It's called a gun, but the blood demon spear looks more like a weird spearhead, and a bit like a demon pestle. I'm sorry, I only have one life. If I give it to you, I will die. Lin Shen sighed, and suddenly exerted force on his hand, throwing Yu Yan in his arms up, and then while Yu Yan's body was still in the air, he pierced Yu Yan's chest with one finger. The place where Lin Shen's finger pierced was exactly the part where Yu Yan was pierced by the blood demon spear. The force of Lin Shen's finger made the wound on her chest bigger. Strangely, Yu Yan, whose wound became more serious, had a slight reaction, her body twitched, and she seemed to have a weak breath. Even more strangely, the wound was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Shan had already figured out that the reason why Yu Yan almost died after being injured was not because of her weak body. No matter how weak the body of an immortal is, it is not that the heart will be pierced and she will die immediately. It was just because the weapon that injured her had a strange power, so her wound could not heal or recover, and it also affected her body functions, which was the most serious. The wound caused by the blood demon spear could not be healed, so he injured Yu Yan more seriously, using the new wound to remove the old wound, just like a surgical operation, removing the wound caused by the blood demon spear and part of Yu Yan's body tissue. Now Yu Yan's injury is more serious, but the function of the immortal body can play a role, and the wound can recover quickly. Since it cannot be resolved peacefully, then the enemy of the enemy is a friend. Yu Yan, an immortal in the realm of heavenly law, should also be able to play a role, at least to share some pressure with Lin Shan. Chapter 887. Yu Xuanji watched Lin Shan do all this, but he had no intention of stopping him. Lin Shan's series of methods just let Yu Xuanji observe and judge his strength, so Yu Xuanji did not take action and let him do it. The older the immortals are, the more cautious they live. There is a death calamity hanging like a guillotine. The more death calamities they experience, the more they will cherish their lives. Although Yu Xuanji's strength is outstanding, there are not many people in the universe who can surpass him, but when facing people he does not understand, Yu Xuanji will still maintain enough patience and caution. There are not many people in the universe who can kill him, but the laws of the universe are countless, and no one knows how many kinds of law power can hurt him. For immortals, being injured is also a very dangerous thing. Anything that may affect Yu Xuanji's death calamity, Yu Xuanji will try his best to prevent it. Watching Lin Shan treat Yu Yan's injury, Yu Xuanji's eyes were a little surprised. It is not a rare thing to be able to come up with this method to break the wound of the blood demon spear, but it is enough to show that Lin Shan himself is experienced. Maybe he is not old, but he is definitely a veteran. What surprised Yu Xuanji was that Lin Shan should use the power of nirvana to treat the wound, not the power of law. After all, Yu Yan is an immortal in the realm of heavenly law. The immortal body cannot be damaged by a nirvana. Theoretically, Lin Shan can enlarge her wound cleanly, so he should be an immortal. However, Lin Shan did not use the power of law. In addition, Lin Shan came out from Yulian Mountain, which made Yu Xuanji come to an inference that even he himself could not believe. The person in front of him might be a nirvana. There is another important reason for this inference. The miscellaneous jade itself is an immortal product, and has formed a law matrix. If an immortal who already has the power of law refines and fuses the miscellaneous jade, it will inevitably produce impulses with his own laws. Yu Xuanji spent so much effort to cultivate Yu Lengia and Yu Yin. In addition to using their special blood to nourish the miscellaneous jade, he also wanted to let the law power of Yu Lengia and Yu Yin affect the miscellaneous jade, and their law power was designed by Yu Xuanji. The miscellaneous jade was born because of their power, so it naturally has a certain compatibility with their law power, which is what Yu Xuanji needs. This person fused and refined the miscellaneous jade, but there was no rejection phenomenon. The most reasonable explanation is that he himself has no law, that is, he is not immortal yet. But a person without immortality can easily break the immortal body, which seems to be impossible to explain. Yu Xuanji thought about it again, and felt that there was only one possibility, that this person was originally a nirvana, and he was brought here by Yu Yin, and he should want to use the power of Yu Linshan to achieve nirvana again, but because of the miscellaneous jade, he completed the evolution from nirvana to immortality. It must be said that although Yu Xuanji's speculation is not completely correct, it is very close to the fact. I was wrong again. Yu Xuanji sighed in his heart. In his final plan, Yu Yin did not appear, and it was enough for Yu Lengi to come here. But for some reason, Yu Yin unexpectedly appeared here by mistake, and brought a person, who merged with the miscellaneous jade, which was not in Yu Xuanji's plan. He had been arranging for Yu Lengi to come here, but he didn't expect that an accident would happen to Yu Yin. Yu Xuanji still had a little soft heart for Yu Yin, otherwise Yu Yin would not be missing from his final plan. Yu Yan's immortal body recovered its functions, and soon woke up. She was not dead just now, and her consciousness was clear. Knowing that it was Lin Shan who saved her, she stood beside Lin Shan, and wanted to fight Yu Xuanji with Lin Shan. Master, I have paid back my life that I owe you. Now my life is given by others. This is the last time I call you master. I will have nothing to do with you in the future. Yu Yin looked at Yu Xuanji and said resolutely. Yu Xuanji nodded slightly. You have indeed paid back what you owe me. You are not wrong. Yu Yin stretched out her hand, and the Liantian jade furnace automatically shrank and fell into her palm. Although her injuries have improved a lot, the immortal blood in her body has almost dried up, which has also had a great impact on her body. Now her combat effectiveness is far inferior to that of the Liantian jade furnace. You go first. I want to see who wins, Yu Yin said to Lin Shen beside him. If you can win, it doesn't matter if I don't leave. If you can't win, he won't let me go. What's the difference between leaving and not leaving? Lin Shen said calmly. That's true. Yu Yin said nothing more. He took a step forward. The heaven-refining jade furnace in his hand shone brightly. He raised his hand and threw it out. The heaven-refining jade furnace flew towards Yu Xuanji. It grew when it met the wind and turned into a giant furnace that swallowed the sky. The lid of the furnace opened automatically. The flames inside rolled towards Yu Xuanji like a real dragon, trying to roll Yu Xuanji into it. The flames like a real dragon approached him, but Yu Xuanji just waved his sleeves, and the flames rolled back into the heaven-refining jade furnace. The heaven-refining jade furnace was rolled up by an invisible force and flew towards Yu Xuanji uncontrollably. It kept shrinking in the air and finally fell into Yu Xuanji's palm. I taught you everything. Your methods are useless to me. Don't waste your energy on them. Yu Xuanji looked at Yu Yan and said. Yu Yan's face turned pale. She tried her best to take back the refining heaven jade furnace, but the refining heaven jade furnace kept vibrating in Yu Xuanji's palm, but she couldn't fly up, like a butterfly trapped in the Five Fingers Mountain. Seeing that Yu Yan still didn't give up, Yu Xuanji sighed and said, You can practice the Jade Law to such a level, and your talent is higher than mine. But I am the king of the Jade Law after all. Even if you enter the Heavenly Law realm, it will not work at all in front of me, the king of the same system. Why bother to do useless work? As he said that, Yu Xuanji raised the jade furnace in his hand, and the lid of the jade furnace opened automatically. The fire tornado inside rolled towards Lin Shen, and instantly rolled Lin Shen into the jade furnace. The jade furnace suddenly became bright with fire, as bright as a high-energy light bulb. The heavenly jade furnace in Yu Xuanji's hands was even more powerful than in Yu Yan's hands. We are kings of the same lineage, but that may not be the case. Yu Yan held onto his body, and the power in his body burst out. He turned into a crystal-clear jade statue, emitting strange fluctuations. As Yu Yan changed, the heavenly jade furnace in Yu Xuanji's hands struggled even more fiercely, and the fire inside dimmed. Yu Xuanji forcibly suppressed the heavenly jade furnace, but for a while, he couldn't completely suppress it. The fire inside flickered, and the furnace cover shook violently, opening a crack for a while, and then covering it again. The power of the two people continued to clash through the heavenly jade furnace. Good disciple, this jade furnace refining law has been practiced to the extreme by you. Although it is only a future law, there are not many people in the world who can defeat you. Yu Xuanji said, and the blood demon gun in his other hand stabbed Yu Yan through the air. The blood demon spear appeared in front of Yu Yan's head almost as if it teleported, and stabbed her head. Bang! The blood demon spear stabbed Yu Yan's head, but it didn't penetrate, and was bounced out. Refine the mind is to refine the body, jade is made into a tool, and the body is refined to be immortal. I will turn my body into a jade furnace, and refine myself, and I will be immortal and indestructible. Yu Yan said, Your talent is indeed stronger than mine back then. It is my honor to have a disciple like you. What a pity. Yu Xuanji's body glowed with a white light, and the power of the law actually flowed out from Yu Yan's jade body, and flowed to Yu Xuanji's body, making the jade light on his body stronger and stronger. Chapter 888. Yu Yan's jade refining body became obviously weaker, and the jade light on his body became weaker and weaker. The blood demon spear flew out of thin air and stabbed at Yu Yan's head again, but this time, the jade refining body failed to block the blood demon spear, and was stabbed into a part of it by the spear tip. As the jade light on Yu Fang's body weakened, the tip of the blood demon spear stabbed in little by little. I won't make the same mistake again, Yu Yan, go. Following Yu Xuanji's voice, the blood light on the blood demon spear shone brightly, and the blood law continued to vibrate, destroying Yu Yan's jade refining body little by little. Suddenly, Yu Xuanji frowned and looked at the Liantian jade furnace in his hand. Yu Yan was no longer able to compete with him for the control of the Liantian jade furnace. The Liantian jade furnace, which had already returned to calm, suddenly moved its lid. Looking at the flames burning in the jade furnace, Yu Xuanji's eyes were slightly puzzled. Suddenly, the lid of the jade furnace moved again, revealing a gap. Yu Xuanji watched the lid of the furnace rise little by little, and a hand with a magical color also appeared in his eyelids. The hand supported the lid of the furnace and rose little by little. No matter how Yu Xuanji strengthened the power of the jade furnace, He could not press the lid of the jade furnace down. Bang! The lid of the jade furnace rushed directly into the sky, and a figure rushed out of the jade furnace. From small to large, it restored Lin Shen's original form, and punched Yu Xuanji, who was holding the jade furnace. Yu Xuanji tilted his head slightly, allowing Lin Shen's punch to fall into the air, and his eyes showed a hint of joy. The law matrix of the miscellaneous jade is indeed mysterious. It can actually allow the immortal, who has just been promoted, to have the ability to break the jade furnace of the sky. Incredible. Yu Xuanji dodged slightly, and dodged Lin Shen's fist. It's a pity that you just became immortal, and you're still far from it. Bang. Yu Xuanji was talking when Lin Shen punched him in the face. Knocking him back, his nose was flattened, and blood flowed out. Yu Xuanji was hit by this punch, and the jade light on his body dimmed immediately. Yu Yan's jade light burst out, and he grabbed the blood demon gun that was stuck in her head, and pulled it out bit by bit. The blood demon gun kept struggling in Yu Yan's hand, but it couldn't get out of Yu Yan's control. Yu Xuanji ignored Yu Yan, staring at Lin Shen with a pair of eyes. His nose was still bleeding, but his face was full of smiles. Very good. Very good. You can actually hurt me. The power of the miscellaneous jade is stronger than I expected. This is very good. Lin Shen was not in the mood to listen to his nonsense, and swung his fist again. After the second nirvana, Lin Shen's physical strength increased again. The key is that he finally has the power of nirvana that can be released. No, to be precise, Lin Shen does not have the power of nirvana, but the power of law. He did not ascend to immortality, but the three-star system in his body, because it absorbed and controlled the law matrix of Zayu, gave Lin Shen the ability to use the law matrix. However, this kind of law power can only be used in the case of the three-star system. In other words, the reverser, the fan of inheritance, and Lin Shen's own particles must be integrated into a three-star system to control the use of the law matrix. In normal times, the law matrix is hidden in Lin Shen's body, and various particles in his body reach a delicate balance. Now Lin Shen's body, like the miscellaneous jade before, has become the container of the alien laws. Lin Shen's own power alone cannot control these alien laws. Only when the 3-in-1 state is in place, the three-star system can control the law matrix. Lin Shen uses the law matrix with his nirvana body, so it is no wonder that Yu Xuanji will misunderstand that he has been promoted to immortal. The law matrix is a law array composed of countless alien laws. When Lin Shen punches out, the law power contained is much more terrifying than that of ordinary immortals. Although these alien laws are not immortal laws, taking one out alone is far from being able to compete with Yu Xuanji's immortal law. But the advantage of the law array is that it brings together countless alien laws, and these alien laws are combined in an unimaginable order, and the power generated is more terrifying than Lin Shen imagined. Lin Shen has not yet adapted to the power of the law array, but as his fists are thrown again and again, he is becoming more and more proficient in using the law array. He found that he might have overestimated Yu Xuanji's ability, or underestimated the ability of the law array. If Yu Xuanji's immortal law is a powerful lion, then Lin Shen's law array is a perfectly coordinated wolf pack. Under the blessing of the law array, Lin Shen's speed continued to soar, and he was actually able to match Yu Xuanji, or even faster than Yu Xuanji. The blessing of various laws forcibly improved his speed and strength, making Lin Shen stronger and stronger. Bang bang. Bang bang. Lin Shen's fists broke through the limit again and again, hitting Yu Xuanji's body, and hitting Yu Xuanji back in the air. Yu Yan saw that Lin Shen was beating Yu Xuanji, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Yu Xuanji didn't know Lin Shen's identity, but Yu Fang knew it very well. Lin Shen was still at the nirvana level. Even if he was promoted to immortal in Yulian Mountain, he was just an immortal. How could he beat Yu Xuanji? But now Yu Xuanji was indeed being beaten by Lin Shen, and he was beaten without any power to fight back. Even the Liantian jade furnace in his hand was blown away. Yu Yan took the opportunity to take back the Liantian jade furnace, and used it to trap the blood demon spear. Boom! When Yu Yan finished all this, Yu Xuanji's body had been hit by Lin Shen and crashed into the earth like a meteor. The earth seemed to be hit by a star, and a huge pit burst out. The terrifying shock waves swept the world. Langya Yudong Star seemed to have ushered in the end of the world, with earthquakes and erupting volcanoes everywhere. Because of this horrible collision, the Earth's plates squeezed each other, and mountains rose from the ground. The magma inside the planet erupted from the cracks in the ground. The rivers changed their course, the oceans shifted, and a tsunami was set off. The end of the world was just like this. The illusion on Lin Shen's body became stronger and stronger, and the whole person was enveloped by the strong light, like a god emitting divine light, standing in the sky. The Baon flying on Langya Yudong Star had no effect on him. The power of the law matrix almost excluded all other laws, and the immortal law could not break it. At this moment, Lin Shen felt that he could overturn the entire universe, and no power could stop him. Chapter 889. Yu Yin looked at the planet that looked like the end of the world, his eyes full of shock. The power of this attack was no less than the strength of the law in the realm of heavenly law. The surrounding attributes are the foundation, and the law is the upper limit. Being able to destroy a large planet like Langia Yudong star to this extent, the range and destructive power given by the law are already top level. But until now, Yu Yin has not figured out which category the law used by Lin Shen belongs to. Looking down at Langia Yudong star from space, you can see that Langia Yudong star is obviously sunken. In the huge pit, a figure slowly stood up. Lin Shen saw Yu Xuanji standing up again, and was about to rush up and punch, but he saw that dense cracks like spider webs appeared on Yu Xuanji's body. As the cracks extended, Yu Xuanji's flesh and blood body gradually turned into jade, and then directly shattered to the ground, turning into jade fragments all over the ground. Lin Shen's eyes fixed, and he suddenly turned to look at the sky. He saw a figure floating in the turbulent clouds, looking down at the earth like a god. Yu Xuanji? Lin Shen saw that the man was Yu Xuanji, but he looked calm and at ease, his clothes were neat, and he didn't look like he had just experienced a battle. Your ability is amazing to be able to break my jade puppet substitute. The power of all laws brought to you by the miscellaneous jade is enough to rival the immortal law of the heavenly law realm. Yu Xuanji slowly landed and stood on the top of the mountain that had just been squeezed and raised, looking at Lin Shen and said. Lin Shen looked at Yu Xuanji with some surprise. After fighting for so long, he only killed one of the opponent's jade puppet substitutes. Unfortunately, your realm is too low. Even if you have the power of all laws, it is difficult to bring out its true effect. Yu Xuanji kept looking at Lin Shen's body, as if he was appreciating a work of art, but it's okay this way. I will refine your body into a jade puppet, and I will control your body. Your realm level has nothing to do with this. As he spoke, a pet gun like white jade appeared in Yu Xuanji's hand. He fired casually, and a jade figurine appeared in front of Lin Shen. Yu Xuanji's fingers kept firing continuously, and one jade figurine pet after another appeared in front of Lin Shen. These jade figurines were like white jade, exuding an extremely cold aura, as if they were carved from cold jade, and looked like ancient maids. 7 jade figurines surrounded Lin Shen, and the power of the laws on their bodies rippled, and they actually overlapped with each other, turning into a terrifying extremely cold force. In just a moment, Lin Shen was frozen in a huge jade ball. The mutated immortal creature jade figurines bred by Yulian Mountain? Yu Yin was shocked. It takes 10,000 years to breed a mutated jade figurine, but Yu Xuanji actually has 7 jade figurines on his body. It is hard to imagine how he got them. Yu Xuanji looked at Yu Yin and said calmly, it was originally prepared for Xiao, but now it is used on him. The jade figurines were originally bred by the yin and yang jade energy of Yulian Mountain, and they have a restraining effect on the alien energy of Yulian Mountain. The 7 jade figurines work together to use the yin and yang jade law, and the sealing effect produced is not inferior to the absolute zero of the static system. Even if it is the immortal king, it is probably difficult to break the seal of the yin and yang jade in a short time, not to mention that his own law is obtained from Xiao, and it is restrained by the yin and yang jade, and it is impossible for him to escape. Yu Yin shot out a beam of jade light, trying to break the seal of the yin yang jade. However, her jade light hit the yin yang jade, not only failed to break the yin yang jade, but was absorbed into it, and the seal became more solid. Your jade law power will not have any effect on the yin yang jade, it will only help it, so don't waste your energy. Yu Xuanji looked at Yu Yin and said, you can't kill him. Yu Yin said, why not? Yu Xuanji asked with interest. He is an important official of the Celestial Clan. If you kill him, the Celestial Clan will definitely not let it go, and it will be difficult for you to resume your evil ways in the future. Yu Yin said. The important minister of the Celestial Clan is not a Celestial Clan. After listening to Yu Yin's words, Yu Xuanji suddenly realized after a little thought. So he is Lin Shen, no wonder he has such ability. I have also paid attention to him. He is indeed a rare genius in the universe. He is not inferior to Dais, and even better. After all, Dais has everything brought by innateness, and has the help of the Supreme Clan. He is a person from a small clan, and his innate starting point is low. It is really not easy to get to where he is now. It is my honor to be able to refine such a genius into a jade doll of all laws. Are you really not afraid that the Celestial Clan will find trouble with you? Yu Yin wanted to find a way to break the deadlock, but she was powerless. She is the future law of the Jade system. Although she has reached the realm of heavenly law, her power is obviously suppressed in the face of the immortal law king of the Jade system, and it is difficult to exert normal combat effectiveness. What's more, Yu Xuanji has 7 mutated Jade figurines to help her. Yu Yan can still deal with 1 or 2 mutated Jade figurines, but even she is powerless against the Yin-Yang Jade law used by the 7 mutated Jade figurines together. What's more, she was already seriously injured, and the heavenly refining Jade furnace was suppressing the blood demon spear, which was far below the usual level. Yu Xuanji smiled and said, "Don't say that the celestial race is now in a difficult situation, and will soon become someone else's possession. Even if this didn't happen, the celestial race was still at its peak. What could they do to me? I only care about death in my life, and I don't consider what others are like. Yu Yan, I didn't want to take your life, but you came to Yulian Mountain by yourself. I was not thoughtful enough and ruined your life. I thought that the evil things were enough to make you anxious, and have no time to worry about other things. I didn't expect you to come to Yulian Mountain at this time, and make fewer plans." Yu Xuanji stretched out his hand, and a jade puppet appeared in his hand. "The mistake has been made, and I can only send you on your way." As he said, the jade puppet in Yu Xuanji's hand moved, jumped out of his palm, and flew towards Yu Yan. The jade doll continued to expand in the air, and in a flash, it had become the size of a normal person, and the jade body turned into a flesh and blood body exactly like Yu Xuanji himself. The jade doll shot out jade light, and Yu Yan forcibly operated the power of the law and shot out jade light to compete with it. The 2 jade lights collided in the air, and Yu Yan's jade light was actually no match for the jade doll, and her body was shaken and slid far in the air. The jade doll's attacks came one after another, and Yu Yan had no power to fight back, and could only retreat continuously. She was too seriously injured to compete with the jade doll. Yu Xuanji no longer paid attention to Yu Yan, but turned his gaze to the Yin-Yang Jade Ball, and walked over slowly. Lin Shen is a human being, and he has been able to cultivate to such a level in such a short time. He must have a great opportunity. Or is it that the human race itself has extremely high potential, which requires some attention? After I cultivate the Wanfa Jade Doll, I may have to go to the human home planet to see if the humans there really have such great potential. If they do have such potential, I can use it. Even if I can't use it, it will be useful to cultivate it into a jade doll." Crack! A crisp sound suddenly came from the Yin-Yang Jade. Chapter 890. Yu Xuanji looked a little surprised, and looked at the place where the sound came from. He saw that a tiny crack appeared on the Yin-Yang Jade. Crack! Crack! The cracks on the Yin-Yang Jade became more and more. The 7 mutant Jade figurines continued to strengthen the Yin-Yang Jade law, but they still could not stop the cracks on the Yin-Yang Jade from increasing. Bang! The Jade Ball transformed by the Yin-Yang Jade suddenly exploded, and the 7 mutant Jade figurines were blown back one after another. The fragments of the Yin-Yang Jade kept hitting them, and the collision and explosion sounds were endless for a while. Yu Xuanji looked at Lin Shen, who had escaped from the Yin-Yang Jade, and his expression was more joy than surprise. The stronger Lin Shen performed, the stronger the effect of the miscellaneous Jade was. After refining Lin Shen into a Jade doll, the greater the help he could give him. Lin Shen escaped from the trap, and without saying a word, he flashed in front of Yu Xuanji and blasted out with the Treading Wave Fist. The power of the Treading Wave's Fist, which is blessed by the Law Matrix, is more terrifying than a real tidal tsunami. It seems that only one punch is needed to submerge the entire planet. Yu Xuanji's limbs did not move at all, but his body moved in the air like a ghost, rushing directly into space. Lin Shen blasted out the Treading Wave's Fist one after another, which was really as terrifying as the Milky Way. One punch after another, it seemed that the void was about to break. Yu Xuanji seemed to be a wandering soul in the universe, rising and falling in the terrifying Treading Wave's Fist force, but he was never submerged by the Fist force. Your understanding of the law is too low, and you have wasted such a powerful force of all laws in vain. Yu Xuanji said lightly, "Let me teach you how to use the power of the law." As he spoke, Yu Xuanji punched out, and wherever the jade light reached, Lin Shen's fist force actually solidified into an extremely large jade sculpture in space. It was as if a huge jade sea was suspended in space. Yu Xuanji stood on the tip of a wave that turned into jade, and casually shot out a series of jade lights, turning all the fist waves of Lin Shen into jade. Then he casually slapped his hand, and the jade fist waves broke apart and flew away in space. No matter how many wave-stepping punches Lin Shen threw, the result was the same. Yu Xuanji was right. His understanding of the law was indeed too low, and he could not really play the role of the law matrix. This could not be blamed on Lin Shen. He was not immortal, and he had never understood the law. The law matrix was also obtained by accident. How could he have any realm? Now Lin Shan was just holding a cannon and hitting people, relying on his strength to be strong enough, and he did not know how to use the cannon at all. This child is incorrigible. Yu Xuanji saw that Lin Shan was still using the power of the 10,000 method savagely, and directly hit Lin Shan with a jade light. The jade light turned Lin Shan's fist wave into jade, and hit Lin Shan in return. Lin Shan punched the jade again, and blasted it directly, and swung his fist wave towards Yu Xuanji again. Yu Xuanji was surprised to find that Lin Shan's fist power was getting stronger, and it was getting stronger in a way that he could not expect. His jade light hit the fist wave again, and part of the fist wave immediately turned into jade, but this time, not all of the fist waves turned into jade. The fist waves that did not turn into jade at the back smashed the fist waves that turned into jade in front, and continued to rush towards Yu Xuanji. A trace of surprise flashed in Yu Xuanji's eyes, and his body dodged like a ghost, avoiding the fist wave. Lin Shan's fist wave became stronger and stronger, and the jade light shot by Yu Xuanji was increasingly difficult to fix his fist wave, which made Yu Xuanji feel a little unbelievable. Originally, I thought that Lin Shan's comprehension of the law was too low, and he didn't know how to use the law at all. It was just like hitting people with a tank. Yu Xuanji originally looked down on such a crude method, but now he found that Lin Shan's use of a tank to hit people seemed to be more destructive than the shells fired by the tank. Okay, I was wrong. I didn't expect that the law could be used in this way. Yu Xuanji's body changed, avoiding Lin Shan's attacks again and again without any panic. No matter how powerful Lin Shan's fist wave was, it was difficult to hurt him. You are just like this. Although you are a little different from ordinary people. But after all, you are still too superficial. Yu Xuanji's figure flashed like a ghost, and he actually came behind Lin Shan, turning into 5 fingers of jade and grabbing Lin Shan's back. Dang! After a loud noise, Yu Xuanji was surprised to find that his own strength could actually break through the carapace on Lin Shan's body, but it was his own 5 fingers that were slightly numb, which made Yu Xuanji's face change slightly. The strength of Lin Shan's carapace was somewhat beyond Yu Xuanji's expectations. Yu Xuanji no longer wasted time, and launched a tidal attack on Lin Shan. Lin Shan used what he had learned in his life to deal with Yu Xuanji, and at first, he used the Bloodlife Sword technique to block Yu Xuanji's attacks several times. Later, he found that Yu Xuanji's attack on him could not break the carapace under the 3-in-1. So Lin Shan only symbolically blocked twice, very perfunctorily, and then put all his energy into attacking. The more Yu Xuanji fought, the more surprised he was. His Jade Law, the destructive power among the immortal laws, although not very strong, was definitely not weak. But his attack had no effect on Lin Shan at all, and he couldn't even break the defense of his shell. No matter how strong his skills were, no matter how many tricks he had, no matter how bizarre and mysterious the changes in the laws were, Lin Shan was not his opponent. But Yu Xuanji couldn't break Lin Shan's defense, which was equivalent to fighting a fight that he couldn't win. Lin Shan could withstand his countless attacks without any problem, but he couldn't withstand Lin Shan's attacks, which was very uncomfortable. The key was that if he couldn't break Lin Shan's defense, he couldn't refine Lin Shan into a jade puppet of all laws, and all his plans would be useless. Yu Xuanji, who had been controlling the rhythm of the whole game, seemed to be doing everything, and for the first time, there was a trace of unconfidence in his eyes. The waves of punches overlapped, breaking Yu Xuanji's power and hitting him hard. Crack! Cracks appeared on Yu Xuanji's body, and pieces of jade fell off his face. Lin Shan thought it was another jade puppet substitute, but after the jade pieces fell off his body, there was white and tender skin like a peeled egg inside. After the jade fell off his body, a younger and stronger young man was revealed, and his whole body seemed to be full of explosive power. This young version of Yu Xuanji, his long black hair fluttered in the void, and the jade liquid that seeped out of his body turned into a crystal shell that wrapped around his body, and even every strand of hair seemed to be coated with a layer of jade light. You have enough to be proud of yourself for being able to push me to this extent. Yu Xuanji raised his right hand and pointed at Lin Shan. A little jade light condensed on his finger. At the moment when the jade light took shape, the stars in the sky of the universe seemed to suddenly become much brighter. The infinite starlight condensed towards Yu Xuanji's fingertips, making the little jade light between his fingers brighter and brighter. Chapter 891. The divine jade has spirits. It can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the essence of the sun and the moon. I am the Jade Dharma King, and the energy of the stars in the universe can all be used by me. The jade light on Yu Xuanji's fingertips became stronger and stronger, almost as dazzling as the sun. He stared at Lin Shan coldly and said, I don't want to kill you. It is the best choice to refine your living body into a jade puppet of all laws, which can preserve the effect of the spirit of all laws to the greatest extent. Unfortunately, the strength of the spirit of all laws has exceeded my expectations, and I can no longer keep your body intact. But it doesn't matter. Breaking your body and recasting it into a jade puppet with the jade refining method can also be used, but the effect is slightly worse. In order to survive the death, you really put in a lot of effort. Lin Shen sneered. Being alive is the root of everything. Yu Xuanji said lightly. You killed Yu Lengjie, who regarded you as a father, and you broke the heart of your most trusted disciple. For a person like you, the universe is big, but there is no one who truly treats you. Even if you are immortal, what is the point of living? Lin Shen looked at Yu Xuanji and said. Yu Xuanji was absorbing the power of the universe for his use, so he naturally didn't mind talking to Lin Shen a few more words. That's a naive idea that only ignorant young people like you would have. Yu Xuanji said lightly. There is no second chance in life, and there is no reincarnation. There is only one life, and you can only realize your self-worth, ideals, and pursuits in this life. Since you despise life so much, you should give me the things you despise so that I can continue to live. Family, affection, or friendship, it doesn't matter to me. I need to live and pursue higher self-worth. These are enough for me. Those who don't understand me are an obstacle to me. Wouldn't it be better if there were no one? Only those mediocre people who do nothing will think that those ethereal emotions are more important than life. I wonder what lofty self-value and pursuit you need to achieve. Lin Shen asked contemptuously. Yu Xuanji was accumulating strength, and Lin Shen was also waiting. My pursuit, even if I tell you, you may not understand. Yu Xuanji said lightly, but at the last moment of your life, it doesn't matter if I tell you, so that you know that this universe is not just those low-level interests you understand, but also more advanced enjoyment. What advanced enjoyment? Lin Shen looked at Yu Xuanji and asked. Real. Yu Xuanji slowly uttered two words. What is real? Lin Shen was slightly startled. He really didn't understand what Yu Xuanji meant. Yu Xuanji suddenly laughed. If I tell you that this world itself is false and non-existent, all of us, all races, everything is also false and non-existent, you will definitely think I am crazy, right? Indeed, not only crazy, but also very crazy. Lin Shen nodded. Have you ever thought about why there are teleportation devices in the universe, and where do they come from? Yu Xuanji continued indifferently. Lin Shen didn't know how to answer. In fact, he has always had this doubt. Where do those teleportation devices come from? He only heard that the teleportation devices were dug from a certain planet, but he never heard of anyone who could make a teleportation device. Since it is in the records of the celestial race, the earliest records about teleportation devices that can be found are all found on a certain planet. No one knows where the transmission device came from, but it exists. It has existed since ancient times, and it is obviously artificially made. Why is something that has existed since ancient times artificially made? Do you know what this means? Yu Xuanji's eyes were actually a little fanatical. Does it mean that there is a higher civilization? Lin Shen said in a deep voice. You are right and wrong. There are indeed some beings above the immortal level, but those beings, like the beings in mythology, are the masters of this world. It's just that they are only responsible for maintaining the laws and order of the universe, and they will hardly interfere with anything that happens in the universe. Yu Xuanji nodded slightly, confirming Lin Shen's guess. But he changed the subject. But rather than saying that those gods-like beings are higher life forms, I think another name is more suitable for them. Administrators. Do you mean that we are creatures kept in captivity by higher civilizations? Lin Shen asked. That's about it. You just need to change your way of thinking, and maybe it will be easier to understand. Yu Xuanji narrowed his eyes, with a gleam in his eyes. If this world is virtual and created by people, then everything can be explained. Why are there those teleportation devices? Because they are just settings in the virtual world. You and I, including everything in this universe, are just a virtual game created by those higher beings. That's why there are so many incomprehensible and illogical things. We have never really existed. Your so-called family affection, friendship, etc., are nothing more than a set procedure. How can you be sure that you are truly alive? Yu Xuanji became more and more excited as he spoke, and his words were already somewhat incoherent. This was the second time that Lin Shen had heard someone ask him how to be sure that he was truly alive. To be honest, he had no way to be sure. When the thinker in the ancient city under the sea asked him this question, he also thought about it, and the conclusion was that there was no conclusion. Yu Xuanji's eyes were full of fanaticism. Only if this world is virtual can we explain all this irrationality. Why is there a death calamity? Why is there a death ray? The existence of such things is unreasonable in itself. If these are all to erase immortals, like us, who occupy a lot of virtual world resources, then it can be understood. The reason why we are erased is because we occupy too many resources. In order to maintain the normal operation of this virtual world, we must regularly clean up immortals who occupy a lot of resources. My pursuit is very simple, that is, to break this virtual world and see what the real world is like. Lin Shan was stunned. Such a theory has existed for a long time. But there are people who really want to prove that this world is virtual, and want to break through the confinement of the virtual world and enter the real world. This is not something that ordinary people can pursue. Lin Shan suddenly understood Yu Xuanji a little. Why can he be so ruthless? Because in his logic, this world and everyone are virtual. Killing a virtual character naturally does not need any guilt. Chapter 892. But, are you really sure that this world is virtual? Lin Shan looked at Yu Xuanji and said calmly, even if this world is really just a virtual world as you said, so what? You can feel the evil of others towards you, and you can also feel the kindness of others towards you. The kindness of others towards you will not disappear just because this is a virtual world. It is a real thing. This is not a reason for you to kill your loved ones at will. Or is this just an excuse for your cold and selfish nature, and everything is only for your own consideration? Whatever you think and say, it is your freedom, and it has nothing to do with me. The jade light on Yu Xuanji's fingertips has. It was so strong that Lin Shan couldn't look directly at it. He stared coldly at Lin Shan, who looked away and couldn't look at him, saying, virtual is just virtual after all. No matter how deep the emotion is, it is just a setting. Only when you step out of virtuality can you feel the reality. This is something you can't understand. The time has come. You should be on your way. You are an interesting person. After I transcend the void and enter the real world, if there is a chance, I will restore your data and let you revive in this virtual world. But will you still be you at that time? Yu Xuanji was almost unable to control the light at his fingertips. The cosmic power he absorbed was too strong. It was already at the limit of his control. In order to kill Lin Shan, he talked to Lin Shan for so long, and he wanted to kill him with one blow, and he would never give Lin Shan a chance to live. How are you going to transcend? If it is true as you said, this world is virtual, then a virtual person like you can't go into reality at all, just like the characters in the game can't walk out of the game. Lin Shan still looked at Yu Xuanji calmly and said, energy. Even if it is a virtual world, it needs energy support. As long as there is enough energy, even in the virtual world, it can break the void and descend into reality. You already know enough. Let's go. Yu Xuanji pushed his finger with all his strength, and the terrifying jade light suddenly burst out with a brilliant light column, like the aurora that destroys the universe, which seems to illuminate the universe and submerge Lin Shan's body in the jade light. With such a terrifying power, even a huge planet like the giant ring star would probably be directly blown up, and the top immortals would find it difficult to resist such power. But when this power reached Lin Shan just raised one hand and chopped it out like a knife. The blade energy like a chainsaw cut out, and with incredible power and speed, it instantly cut the aurora that destroyed the world into half from the middle. Yu Xuanji looked at the aurora in front of him, but suddenly felt as if something flashed, because even he didn't see it clearly, and even thought he saw it wrong. But the next second, Yu Xuanji saw the aurora in front of him split into two, then shattered, and turned into fireflies floating into the void. Lin Shan, who was standing opposite, was still standing there in good condition, with no signs of injury on his body. His shell was intact, and still exuding that hazy fantasy color. Can you feel the reality of death? Lin Shan looked at Yu Xuanji and asked. Yu Xuanji seemed to realize something. His face suddenly became extremely ugly, and he immediately used means to do something. But as soon as he moved, a thin line of blood appeared on his face, extending straight from the top of his head to his forehead, nose, mouth, chin and neck. The next second, Yu Xuanji's whole body split into two like an aurora, splitting to the sides and floating in the space, and blood clinging to his body like jelly. Yu Xuanji is very strong, but the stronger his power, the stronger the light of reversing fate will make Lin Shan's power. The power of this attack is so strong that even Yu Xuanji himself can't bear it. Suddenly, a jade light flew out from Yu Xuanji's body, and in the blink of an eye it rushed into the void and disappeared, with an incredibly fast speed. Lin Shan saw that it was a jade ring, which should be Yu Xuanji's life base. He wanted to stop it, but it was too fast, and he couldn't keep up. Although Yu Xuanji's life base escaped, his body emitted a little jade light, condensing into the void. As the jade lights gathered together, chains of order light appeared out of thin air in the void, entangled with the jade lights, and devoured the energy in the jade lights. Soon the jade lights condensed into a jade crown, and in the wrapping of the order light chains, it exuded a strange and mysterious law of fluctuation. More and more order light chains stretched out in the void, and each order light chain was connected to the jade crown. The number was too numerous to count. On the first order light chain, there were different law fluctuations, some thick and some thin, some strong and some weak, and the structures that made up the light chain were also different, but they all obviously had the characteristics of the jade law, and should all be branches of the jade law. Is this the immortal crown? Lin Shan immediately realized what it was. This is the immortal crown that represents the king of a series of laws, and only the immortal king has it. Lin Shan's mind moved, and he played the law matrix, opening the order light chains that wanted to take away the power of the immortal crown. But when his law matrix hit the immortal crown, he saw countless law lights shining, and immediately shattered his law matrix, as if they were not at the same level at all. You are not a jade law, so you can't take the jade crown. Yu Yin flew to Lin Shan's side, and said to Lin Shan, "You are a jade, give it a try." Lin Shan said. He couldn't get the crown himself, and when the crown returned to nothingness, there would be no jade law king in the world. Unless someone can comprehend the immortal law of the jade system by himself, they can condense the immortal crown again. Yu Yin looked at Lin Shan with a complicated expression, and then walked towards the immortal crown without saying a word. Yu Yin saw Yu Xuanji's shocking attack, and thought Lin Shan was doomed. However, Yu Xuanji was killed, which made her feel very unreal. A Dharma King was killed just like that, and Lin Shan, who killed the Dharma King, was just a person who had just been promoted to immortal. Yu Yin could not imagine how terrible Lin Shan would be if his realm was raised. Maybe he would really become a realm king who could point to the sky and mark the earth. The power of the jade law on Yu Yan's body emanated. As she walked towards the immortal crown step by step, the jade order light chains also emitted strange law fluctuations, trying to prevent Yu Yan from approaching the crown. The jade light on Yu Yan's body became stronger and stronger. She stepped towards the immortal crown step by step with countless law order fluctuations. Every step she took was extremely difficult, but the jade light on her body became stronger and stronger, like a furnace, turning the law order in the sky into furnace fire to forge her jade body. Countless laws of order, instead of being able to crush Yu Yan, became the fire of her body building, making her jade body more and more solid. When Yu Yan walked in front of the immortal crown, her whole body had turned into a glowing jade statue, holding the immortal crown with a pair of jade hands, and wearing it on her head little by little. Countless chains of order light wrapped around the jade crown vibrated wildly, trying to pull the immortal crown apart, but it was impossible to stop it, and finally the immortal crown was worn on Yu Yan's head. The light on the jade crown shone brightly, and rays of jade light fell down, bathing Yu Yan in the light of the law. The light on those chains of order light became dim, and finally disappeared, leaving only the group of jade light like holy flames, burning continuously in the void. Chapter 893. Tian Xian watched Lin Shan walking around in front of her, but she couldn't stand it, because there was a woman beside Lin Shan. Since Lin Shan returned to Giant Ring Star, this woman has been following Lin Shan, as if she was always by his side, which made Tian Xian frown. This woman was wearing a veil, and although it was hard to tell what she looked like, her figure was quite good. She was over 1.9 meters tall, but her proportions were perfect, making people feel that she was not clumsy and uncoordinated. She had a good waist and legs, and it was hard for people to take their eyes off her. Tian Xian felt that there was such a woman beside Lin Shan, and it must be more than a simple relationship, and it was even possible that she was a mistress. Lin Shan actually brought his mistress back so blatantly. Isn't this bullying his aunt? Tian Xian couldn't stand this, and said to Lin Shan with a cold face, "Where did you bring the woman back? Why don't you introduce her? Yin Ryu, Xiao Wei's assistant, please give me more advice in the future." Before Lin Shan could speak, the woman said calmly. Yin Ryu was naturally Yu Yin. After the Battle of Langya Yudong Star, Yu Yin insisted on coming back with Lin Shan. She said it very clearly, her life was given by Lin Shan, and she had to pay it back. Besides, the evil way had already dispersed, and it was useless for her as the Taoist master to go back, and she didn't want to go back to the evil way again. Lin Shan naturally agreed happily. This was the Jade Dharma King. Although she was a newly promoted Dharma King and her ability was not as good as the previous Yu Xuanji, I'm afraid that only those Dharma Kings in the universe could defeat her. With such a powerful thug available, Lin Shan couldn't say no. Yu Yan had already planned to completely abandon her previous identity, so she even changed her name. She would stay with Lin Shan as Yin Ryu in the future, and nominally be Lin Shan's assistant. What kind of assistant? Tian Xian looked at Yin Ryu coldly and asked. Life, work and other aspects. Yen Ryu still answered calmly. So it's a personal assistant. You don't have to work overtime at night? Tian Xian's words were unpleasant to hear, but he couldn't let such a woman stay with Lin Shen, fearing that Tian Sun would be hurt. He would rather be the villain himself than see Tian Sun get hurt at all. If Xiao Yi needs you, I be on call 24 hours a day. Yen Ryu seemed to have not understood the meaning of Tian Xian's words, and still answered calmly. Tian Xian's eyes flashed with cold light, and his fingers suddenly moved, incredibly fast, and pointed at Yen Ryu's eyebrows. Tianxin was originally a fast person. The speed of his finger was so fast that ordinary Nirvana people would not be able to react in time. But in front of Yen Ryu, Tianxin's finger was still too slow. Tianxin didn't even see how Yen Ryu made the move, and his finger was pinched by Yen Ryu's finger and then flicked back. Ouch! It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Tianxin screamed. Let him go. If he does it again, you can do whatever you want to him. Lin Shen said to Yen Ryu. Yen Ryu then let go of Tianxin, who was screaming in pain, took a step back and said nothing. Tianxin gritted his teeth and stared at Lin Shen and Yen Ryu, and was shocked. He was already at the Nirvana level, and his speed was considered quite fast among the Nirvana level. This Yen Ryu was even faster than him, and so fast that he couldn't see the other parties move clearly. This kind of strength was really a bit terrifying. Are all women nowadays blind? Why do strong women fall for that pretty boy Lin Shen? His face is not as white as mine. Why don't you come and abuse me instead of going to him? Tian Xian was depressed. He didn't dare to fight again, but he still glared at Lin Shen and said, You are so blatant. Do you really think my aunt is easy to bully? What are you thinking? She is really my assistant. Where is your aunt? Why is she not here? Lin Shen sat on the sofa and asked. She went to find the magician Yaogu. Tian Xian was a little worried when she heard it. Why did she go to find the magician Yaogu? Lin Shen was puzzled when he heard it. What else can she do? The situation is too chaotic now. The hidden danger of the magician Yaogu on the giant ring star is a trouble after all. My aunt is just going to see why the magician Yaogu is living in seclusion here. It would be best if she can be used by us. If she can't be used by us, we can only ask him to leave. Tian Xian said. Is she okay? Lin Shen got up and rushed to the demon master Yaogu. Lin Shen didn't know how strong the demon master Yaogu was, but as a celebrity of the Tage tribe, the demon master Yaogu was definitely not a good person, and he was afraid that Tianxuan would suffer. You don't have to worry, my second brother and my aunt went together. Tian Xian felt better when she saw that Lin Shen cared so much about Tianxuan. That's good. Lin Shen was relieved, but he still planned to go to the demon master Yaogu to take a look. Before Lin Shen left the island, he saw 3 people flying towards the island. In a blink of an eye, they had landed on the island. They were Tianxuan, Lao Tai and a tiger-headed man. Lin Shen couldn't really tell the appearance of the tigers. In his opinion, the tigers looked similar, and could only be distinguished by their clothes and temperament. However, he didn't recognize the clothes on the tiger-headed man. However, he thought that this tiger should be the magician Yaogu. He just didn't know whether he was defeated by Tianxuan and Lao Ai or what happened. Boy, did you bring the words that the master asked you to bring? When the magician Yaogu saw Lin Shen and Tianxin, his eyes suddenly widened, and he seemed a little angry. I brought it. Lin Shen looked at Tianxuan and saw Tianxuan nodded slightly. Then he spoke. What did she say? The magician Yaogu's eyes suddenly lit up and stared at Lin Shen and asked. She said that the previous agreement doesn't count. Lin Shen truthfully relayed Lu Rant's original words to the magician Yaogu. The magician Yaogu's eyes suddenly turned cold when he heard it. Did she really say that? I was afraid that you wouldn't believe it, so I didn't dare to tell you. Lin Shen sighed. Can she just say no? You must be looking down on me, Yaogu. The magic master Yaogu said coldly. Don't think that I can't do anything to her just because she is in the Supreme Clan. I will get back this account sooner or later. After that, the magic master Yaogu stopped talking about this matter. He looked at Lin Shen and Tian Xian and said to Tianxuan, You asked me to teach these 2 guys? Yes. Tianxuan nodded slightly. Okay, kowtow and become my apprentice now. The magic master Yaogu sat down on the chair next to him, waiting for Lin Shen and the others to kowtow and become his apprentice. Lin Shen looked at Tianxuan in confusion and asked, What's going on? Chapter 894. Wait a minute, we need to talk first. Tianxuan said to the magician Yaogu, and then took Lin Shen and Tianxin aside. Auntie, what's the situation now? Tianxin couldn't help asking first. We have talked to the magician Yaogu, and we can cooperate temporarily. One of the conditions for cooperation is to ask him to help teach you. Tianxuan looked at Lin Shen and said, Yao Gu's combat power may not be the strongest, but his teaching ability should still be the best in the universe so far. Isn't it difficult for you to comprehend the law? Maybe he can help you. Yao Gu's teaching ability is indeed very powerful, but this person's character doesn't seem to be very good, and he is cruel and ruthless. Is it really okay for us to cooperate with him? Lin Shen remembered the incident of Ranmoxing mentioned by Lu Ran. Danmoxing was completely destroyed by Yao Gu back then, and not even a baby was left. Such a person is too dangerous. Moreover, according to Lu Ran, when Yao Gu teaches others, he will always keep a hand in secret, artificially create weaknesses and flaws, so that the people he teaches owe him a favor and need to do 3 things for him. If they cannot complete it, Yao Gu will use the backhand he left to deal with his students. How can such a scum be assured to learn from him? Tianxuan pondered and said, I have heard of Yao Gu's reputation, but there is nothing we can do about it. He has been living in seclusion on Giant Ring Star for so many years, and came to Giant Ring Star earlier than us. He left a deadly method on Giant Ring Star. If we don't cooperate with him, the backhand he left is enough to destroy Giant Ring Star. Tianxuan told the details of their search for Yao Gu, and Lin Shen felt a headache after listening. After seeing Tianxuan, Yao Gu could tell at a glance that she was an immortal of the word system, and automatically let Tianxuan use the power of the pious seraph to talk to him, so that he could be sure that what he said was true. The means he left on the Giant Ring Star were enough to destroy the planet, and Yao Gu had no ill will towards Tianxuan and the others, but just hoped to use the power of the night here on the Giant Ring Star to complete his experiment. Although Yao Gu refused to say what experiment he was doing, Yao Gu made it clear that his experiment would not affect the Giant Ring Star, let alone hurt them. Yao Gu said all these under the power of the pious seraph, and he did not use his power to resist the power of the pious seraph, so it was still quite credible. Is it possible that Yao Gu has the ability to be immune to the power of the pious seraph? Lin Shen said in a deep voice. Of course, this possibility cannot be ruled out. However, if we have a falling out with him, even if we kill him, the means he left behind will destroy the Giant Ring Star. Even if we can leave here, the Giant Ring Star will be finished. Tianxuan said, instead of both sides being hurt, it is better to cooperate temporarily. Yao Gu also promised to help us resist foreign enemies, and teach you to comprehend the laws. Don't worry, this is the condition of cooperation, and you don't need to do anything for him in the future. Lin Shen thought about it, and it was right. They had no way to give up the Giant Ring Star now, so they could only cooperate with Yao Gu. It's okay to learn from him, but forget about becoming his disciple. Lin Shen knew in his heart that he had never learned anything from others, and no matter how strong Yao Gu's teaching ability was, it would probably be of no use to him. Besides, Yao Gu was so cruel and vicious, and he would ask for a favor in return. How could Lin Shen cause trouble for himself? After discussing with Tianxuan, the 3 came to Yao Gu again. He was still sitting there with a solemn look, as if he was sure that Lin Shen and the others would have to come back to become his disciples. Magic Master, forget about teaching. They don't want to make progress, so let them go, Tianxuan said to Yao Gu. Yao Gu frowned slightly, looked at Lin Shen and Tianxuan and said, What do you mean? Do you look down on my teaching ability, and think I am not worthy of being your teacher? We have special physiques, so it is better for us to practice on our own, Lin Shen said. Yao Gu rolled his eyes, looked at Lin Shen and sneered. I heard that you are not talented, and cannot sense the existence of the law. I have taught too many trash like this. I am afraid that no one in the universe can make you immortal except me. I didn't think about being promoted to immortal, it's good to stay at the nirvana level. Lin Shen didn't say this out of anger. Even if he doesn't become immortal, as long as his body continues to rebirth, he can still fight the top immortals in the universe. He doesn't have to be immortal. Immortals have to endure the tribulation of death. He stays in the nirvana level, but he doesn't have this trouble. He is more comfortable than immortals. Nirvana is shit. If you don't become immortal, it's all garbage. Yao Gu said disdainfully, It's not that you don't want to, but you can't. I said that if I teach you, you will definitely be able to comprehend the laws and become immortal. Even if I say this, you won't be convinced. How about this, I will teach you for a few days, and when you know my ability, even if I don't accept you, you have to beg me to be your master. Lin Shen Yao Gu said so, and he didn't say anything else. Since he didn't need to become a disciple, Yao Gu could teach him if he wanted to. It was free teaching anyway, so he would learn for nothing. Tianxuan had no objection, because it didn't matter to him even if he became a disciple. Tianxuan arranged Yao Gu to live on a separate island next to him, which was neither too close nor too far away. She had already started to have people secretly investigate, hoping to solve the tricks Yagu left on the giant ring star. Lin Shen introduced Yan Ryu to Tianxuan, and told her Yan Ryu's true identity and origin. Tianxuan was slightly surprised. Yu Yan, the Taoist master of the evil sect, the Jade Dharma King, is really willing to work for you? You should be able to trust him. Lin Shen had seen Yu Yan's character. Under such circumstances, Yu Yan still chose to believe Yu Xuanji. If such a character was not trustworthy, then there would be few people in the universe who could be trusted. The two discussed the current situation of the human race, and the war was still very fierce. It was originally thought that the God-making clan could quickly conquer the Celestial clan with the help of the Immortal Creatures Legion and the Celestial clan. But the truth was not that simple. The Immortal Creatures Legion encountered stubborn resistance on many planets. The Celestial clan's foundation was far beyond the expectations of the God-making clan. Although they had captured nearly 3/5 of the planets, they were now in a stalemate, and it was difficult to continue advancing. The communication on Zenith Star had not been restored, and they were unable to get in touch with the other side. They could only continue to stay put and defend the giant ring star and wait for an opportunity. Lin Shen wanted to study the law matrix himself, but Tian Xian came to him and said that Yao Gu asked them to study. Lin Shen thought about it and decided to go and listen to what this magician, who was famous in the universe, could teach him. If he could really help him understand the law, it would not be a bad thing. Chapter 895. Yao Gu was very upset. He was going to start teaching today, but he didn't expect that only Tianxin came alone. Lin Shen didn't come. He was very unhappy. So Yao Gu asked Tianxin to call Lin Shen over, thinking in his heart, "Let you be arrogant for a few days. When you learn the benefits from following me and know how powerful I am, it won't be too late to deal with you when you cry and beg me to teach you." After waiting for a while, he finally saw Tianxin bringing Lin Shen over. What made him very unhappy was that Lin Shen was accompanied by a woman. "Not everyone is qualified to listen to my class, please leave." Yao Gu waved his sleeves, and a force was swung on the woman. Yao Gu originally thought that even the top Nirvana would be blown away 10 miles away with his power, which was also a warning to Lin Shen, so that he could see how powerful he was. But the wind blew on the woman, and the woman didn't even move. She still stood there, and her clothes didn't move at all. Yao Gu's eyes suddenly fixed, and he looked at the woman with some doubt, thinking in his heart, "This person is actually an immortal? This kid actually has an immortal protecting him? Even if Nirvana can block his blow, it is impossible for him to be indifferent like this. He is definitely an immortal. She is my assistant and bodyguard. I have too many enemies, and too many people who want to kill me. Unless there is something special, she will not leave my side. Please forgive me, magician," Lin Shen said. Yao Gu snorted coldly, and said nothing more. He looked at Lin Shen and Tianxin, and then said, "There are two most direct ways to comprehend the power of the law. One is to find an immortal, and let the immortal release the law. You are in the law, so it is naturally twice the result with half the effort to comprehend it. The second method is to find some immortal-level treasures, or eat or refine them, and you can also personally sense the existence of the law." Lin Shen and Tian Xian were listening quietly. They all knew this method and didn't need Yao Gu to tell them. Yao Gu smiled and said, "But these two methods are used by ordinary people. Although they are simple, they have many limitations. They can only comprehend one law, and this law may not be what you need. It's a waste of time, and it's easy for you to choose the wrong path. The method I want to teach you is called spiritual communication. It allows you to directly comprehend the law that best suits you. You don't need to waste so much time and take so many detours." Yao Gu said, his eyes swept across the faces of the two people. "Who will try it first?" "I do it." Lin Shen didn't trust Yao Gu, and was afraid that he would do something secretly, so he stood up first. He had a strong body, and it was not easy for Yao Gu to do anything to him. "What should I do?" Lin Shen walked in front of Yao Gu and asked him. "If I need you to do anything, how can I show my ability?" "You don't need to do anything, just wait to comprehend the law." Yao Gu's proud look gave Lin Shen a glimmer of hope. Lin Shen thought to himself, "If Yao Gu can really help me comprehend the law, it would be nice to be promoted to immortal when I need it in the future." Yao Gu didn't say much, but just stared at Lin Shen's eyes. The pupils in his eyes suddenly split into two, turning into the shape of a yin-yang fish, still rotating slowly. Lin Shen looked at Yao Gu's eyes, and suddenly felt a trance in front of him. Seeing that Lin Shen's eyes were out of focus, Yao Gu smiled. His spiritual method had an effect similar to hypnosis, but it was not as simple as hypnosis. The most important function is to open people's intelligence, so that people can produce an effect similar to the soul leaving the body, integrate with nature, and feel the existence of natural laws. Yaogu's reputation as a magician is half due to this spiritual method. It can be said that it has been tried and tested and has never failed. No matter how big the effect is, it will always have some effect. However, this method consumes a lot of energy for Yaogu himself, and Yaogu generally does not use it casually. If it were not for letting Lin Shan know how powerful he is, Yaogu would not use the spiritual method right away. Originally thought that after Lin Shan felt it once, he would regard him as a god, and would definitely beg him to use the spiritual method in the future. But after a while, Yaogu found that Lin Shan's eyes had lost focus and gradually refocused, and it seemed that there was no effect of the soul leaving the body. "Do you feel it?" Yaogu asked suspiciously. "What feeling?" Lin Shan asked back. As soon as Lin Shan opened his mouth, Yaogu knew that his spiritual communication method had no effect, otherwise he would have been lost in thought, and would not be able to answer his questions. Is this kid's intelligence so dead? No wonder he can't even sense the laws. He is just a piece of rotten wood. If he hadn't met me, he would never be able to sense the laws in his life. Yaogu's eyes condensed again, and his pupils actually split into four, spinning in his eyes like flowers, and a strange light bloomed in his eyes. Lin Shan's eyes lost focus again, and Yaogu thought to himself, using the second stage of spiritual communication method consumes a lot of energy, which is a bargain for this kid. When he comes to me for help in the future, I must get it back with interest. Yaogu thought that this would definitely work. No matter how dull Lin Shan's talent was, no matter how closed his intelligence was, he should be able to sense a trace of natural laws. Just as he was thinking about it, he saw that Lin Shan's eyes became clear again, without the previous confusion. "Do you feel it?" Yaogu asked again. "No." Lin Shan didn't waste any words and answered directly. Yaogu frowned immediately. The second stage of the spiritual communication method still can't open this kid's intelligence. Why is his intelligence so closed? At this point, Yaogu would lose face if he let go, so he gritted his teeth and activated the spiritual communication method again. Yaogu's pupils were divided into 8 parts, like a lotus, with layers of halos blooming in his eyes. Lin Shan lost his mind again. This time Yaogu didn't dare to continue to imagine the future, but stared at Lin Shan to see if he would do anything else. Theoretically, under the third stage of the spiritual communication method, even a pig should be able to communicate with spirits. But Lin Shan disappointed him again. After a period of absent-mindedness, Lin Shan's eyes returned to normal. Is this kid the reincarnation of a stone from the toilet? What the hell is in his head? With such a rubbish intelligence, he can actually embark on the path of cultivation and reach the nirvana level? Is it purely due to the resources thrown at him? Yaogu had already started to curse in his heart, but he had to strengthen the spiritual communication method again. He really couldn't afford to lose this person. Even if it was really a stone from the toilet today, Yaogu would let it communicate with spirits. Chapter 896. Yaogu's pupils were divided into 16 parts, and the pupils changed strangely in his eyes, just like a kaleidoscope. Yaogu's whole body also exuded the brilliance of the law, and the power of nirvana in his body was constantly condensing in his eyes. At this time, Tianxin, who was watching from a distance, had lost his focus in his eyes, as if his soul had left his body, and he could actually look down at his body from the perspective of God in the sky. This feeling was extremely wonderful. Tianxin felt that he seemed to exist, but also seemed to not exist. His sense of existence was so low that it was unimaginable. On the contrary, he became very sensitive to everything in the outside world. Suddenly, he felt as if there were chains that appeared on his body out of thin air, binding his body and making him very uncomfortable. Yaogu used the spiritual method with all his might, and only a little residual light that overflowed had already made Tianxin enter a state of wandering in the void. Lin Shan's eyes were blurred again, and Yaogu didn't believe that he could still wake up. The fourth stage of the spiritual communication method is the limit of Yaogu, and it can only be activated when overdrawn. Under normal circumstances, if you just want to let people feel the spiritual communication state, the first stage is enough. The second stage can help those people improve their spiritual intelligence, which is the so-called spiritual wisdom. Even for those who are extremely stupid and have very low spiritual intelligence, the third stage can also open their spiritual wisdom. But the third stage can't do anything for Lin Shan, let alone open his spiritual wisdom. Now in the fourth stage, Yaogu only hopes that Lin Shan can communicate with spirits, open his spiritual wisdom, etc. Now he dares not even think about it. Yaogu had taught countless people in his life, no matter how stupid, how unbearable, and how poor their qualifications were, but he had never seen someone as poor as Lin Shan since the beginning of the world. Such a person could actually embark on the path of evolution and reach the nirvana level. In Yaogu's opinion, Lin Shan must have been a great good man in his previous life. No, it should be said that he had accumulated virtues for 8 lifetimes, so that he was able to meet his family in this life and help him practice at all costs, so that he could reach this point today. Before, Yagu wanted to teach Lin Shan a lesson and let Lin Shan know how capable he was, but now he has completely given up on this idea. Such a fool should not embark on the path of practice. Such a person's practice is a waste of resources, so it is better to give up as soon as possible. If such a person can be immortal, Yagu dares to do a handstand and pull. When Yagu saw that Lin Shan's eyes became clear again, he knew that the 4th stage of the spiritual method was also ineffective. Yagu was now certain that Lin Shan was worse than a stone in a toilet, and that he would never have the chance to comprehend the laws and become immortal in this life. Yagu stopped using the spiritual communication method, and there was no need to continue. Magician, your face is bleeding, are you okay? Lin Shan looked at Yagu's eyes, ears, and nostrils, which were all bleeding, and said with a strange look, "It's okay, what else do you want to learn?" Yagu wiped the blood from his face and said, the 4th stage of spiritual communication was too exhausting for him, and it was normal to be a little overdrawn. Lin Shan stared at Yagu in a daze. He hadn't taught him anything at all, so where did the question of what else do you want to learn come from? As if realizing that what he just said was a little inappropriate, Yagu continued, there are thousands of ways of law, and it is difficult to comprehend all of them. It is better to do it step by step, starting with comprehending one law. As he said, Yagu took out an object and handed it to Lin Shan. This is an immortal level spiritual base. Although it has been severely damaged, it still contains a trace of spirituality and law power. If you carry it with you, you will naturally be able to sense the law in it. Over time, you may be able to comprehend this law. Magic Master, isn't it said that this method has many disadvantages? Lin Shan took the spiritual base and asked Yagu with a complicated expression. There are pros and cons. You should slowly comprehend it. People should not be too ambitious. It is better to be down to earth and take one step at a time. Okay. I will teach you here today. You can comprehend it yourself. When you have comprehended some clues, we will proceed to the next step of teaching. Yagu said and got up and left. He was thinking, comprehension is bullshit. There is no need to teach in the future. This kind of congenital closed holy body, it is already a blessing to be able to practice, and still want immortality? Immortality is bullshit. After Yagu left, Lin Shan looked at the damaged spiritual bases that Yagu gave him. It was a crystal clear hairpin with a pink plum blossom pattern inside. However, the hairpin seemed to have been split in half from the middle, and only half was left. Even if it was not spiritual, it was afraid that there was not much left. Lin Shan looked at Tianqin, but saw Tianqin sitting there with his eyes open, but his eyes were already lifeless, the focus was completely wrong, the pupils were dilated, and the eyes were scattered. Lin Shan was shocked and ran over quickly to check on Tianqi's condition. He's fine, don't worry about him, it's good for him, Yen Ryu said on the side. She saw the tricks of Yagu, and knew that it was extremely good for Tianqin now. Lin Shan was relieved and sat aside waiting for Tianqin to recover. Lin Shan took the half hairpin given by Yagu to study. He didn't really want to comprehend the law, but just wanted to see if Yagu had done anything to it, so as not to fall into his trap unknowingly. After studying for a while, he didn't find any problems, just a seriously damaged immortal spirit base. There is indeed a trace of spirituality in the spirit base, and there is also a weak law power. But Yagu didn't say what kind of law power it is. Lin Shan sensed it for a while, but he couldn't sense what kind of law it is. Lin Shan sensed it for a while. Although this hairpin can make him sense the existence of the law, it is like a blind man touching an elephant. He can only sense part of it, which is not very helpful for Lin Shan to comprehend the essence of the law. Besides, the fluctuation of the law in this hairpin is too weak. Lin Shan couldn't comprehend the law as strong as Binglian at that time, so such a weak law is even more useless. Just as he was about to put away the hairpin, Lin Shan suddenly had an idea. This hairpin is an immortal spiritual base. Although the spirituality and law power inside are already very weak, it is a good carrier. Maybe it can be used to study the law matrix. Lin Shan thought about it, and used the 3-star system to make the particles of the rebel, and the fan of inheritance attract and entangle with his own particles, and then mobilize the law ray in his body. After controlling the law ray, Lin Shan began to try to input the particles of the law ray into the hairpin. Chapter 897. Since the particles of the law ray are arranged in order, the particles Lin Shan input are not a single one or a few, but a sequence of particles. Lin Shan himself could not control it. He did not understand the law ray at all. The array itself was only affected by the 3-star system and operated with 3 particles as the core. Lin Shan originally wanted to try to control this array that was like a small universe and input one or several particles into the hairpin. The result was naturally not as he wished. A particle sequence running in a strange spiral shape was input into the hairpin. After the particle sequence entered the hairpin, it still operated according to its own mode, and the remaining particles in the hairpin were also driven to join the sequence. Lin Shan watched the hairpin emit a green light, and then it floated up by itself. A strange crystal flash phenomenon appeared inside, as if countless dense crystal lights were flowing and flashing. Then Lin Shan saw that the crystal of the hairpin seemed to have life, and began to grow by itself. Yes, it grew by itself. The missing parts were gradually filled by new crystals, but they were somewhat different from the original appearance. Lin Shan was numb. He just wanted to try to control the law array, but he didn't expect such a weird situation to happen. In just a moment, the hairpin seemed to have been reborn and turned into a complete phoenix hairpin, which was blue in crystal. In the blue crystal, dots of crystal light condensed and turned into a blue phoenix light and shadow, which kept flowing inside. There were bursts of clear sounds coming from the hairpin, which sounded like the sound of a phoenix and a lark. The spirit of the spiritual base has resurrected. Lin Shan was stunned. What stunned him even more was that as the spiritual light in the phoenix hairpin became stronger and stronger, the fluctuation of the law could not be suppressed. After a moment, he saw the phoenix hairpin turned into a blue light bird, soaring in the air, changing into various forms and postures. The demon bone, which had already left, sensed the fluctuation of the law and showed a suspicious look on his face. Because the fluctuation of this law made him feel very familiar, it was very similar to the law of the Qingwan hairpin, but it seemed a little different. But the Qingwan hairpin was severely damaged, and it was impossible to emit such a strong fluctuation of the law. And he had already tried to repair the hairpin, and let many immortals who were good at repairing it see it, and they all said that it could not be repaired. If it were not for this reason, he would not have given the Qingwan hairpin to Lin Shan casually. If this thing was in a good state, it would be an incredible immortal spiritual base. Its original owner was the Phoenix clan's half-blood immortal Qin Shao. Although Qin Shao was not an immortal Dharma king, he was also a top existence in the universe for the future laws of the heavenly law realm. Moreover, Qin Shao's laws were very rare and very special. Even many immortal Dharma kings were very jealous of his ability. It was a stunning law in the sound system. Later, in a great battle, Qin Shao died in battle, and the Qingwan hairpin was cut into 2 pieces. Since then, no one has been able to comprehend the stunning law. Now Yao Gu actually sensed the law fluctuations similar to the stunning law, and couldn't help but secretly wonder in his heart. Almost without hesitation, Yao Gu flashed in the direction where the law fluctuations came from, and saw the blue light bird flying in the air. How did the Qingwan hairpin recover? Yao Gu was overjoyed and stretched out his palm, turning into a huge hand that covered the sky, and was about to catch the blue bird in his hand. The blue bird circled in the air, and actually avoided the big hand that Yao Gu transformed into, flew to the top of Lin Shan's head, and turned into a hairpin again and fell down. Lin Shan stretched out his hand to catch the hairpin, looked at Yao Gu with a smile and asked, "Magic Master, didn't you go to rest? How come you came back so soon? What did you do to the Qingwan hairpin?" Yao Gu looked at the hairpin in Lin Shan's hand, and found that the hairpin was actually restored to its original state, but it looked a little different from the previous hairpin. "I didn't do anything. Didn't you ask me to comprehend the law in the hairpin? I was just comprehending the law, and then I resonated with the hairpin, and it became what it is now," Lin Shan said casually. Yao Gu looked at Lin Shan doubtfully, not believing that such a thing could happen in the world. Even the immortals could not repair the hairpin, but it could be restored to normal in Lin Shan's hands. If he said that it became like this just by a little enlightenment, no one would believe it. "Let me see." Yao Gu stretched out his hand to grab it. But before his palm reached Lin Shan, Yin Ryu appeared in front of Lin Shan and stretched out her hand to block Yao Gu. "I haven't appeared in the world for many years. People have forgotten the majesty of my magician. Anyone dares to stretch out their claws to me." Yao Gu was angry and slapped Yin Ryu with his palm. Bang! The palms collided, but Yin Ryu did not move at all, but Yao Gu's figure could not help but retreat several steps. Yao Gu's pupil shrank, and his eyes staring at Yin Ryu changed. Although he is not a top immortal, he is also a veteran Earth Law realm powerhouse, possessing the future law. He has lived in seclusion for so many years just to impact the Heaven Law realm. Although he has not succeeded yet, his strength is already incomparable to the past. He really did not take ordinary human law immortals and Earth Law immortals seriously. But this time, he was at a disadvantage in a simple fight, which made him a little unbelievable. Could it be that Lin Shen's assistant is actually an immortal in the Heaven Law realm? Yao Gu stared at Yin Ryu. Without saying a word, his face was uncertain. Ryu, step down, the magician is a senior, you can't be rude to him. Lin Shen said lightly. Yes, Xiao Wu Yi. Yin Ryu stepped aside. Yao Gu's expression was even more complicated when he saw this. Such a strong man actually obeyed Lin Shen's orders, which made him feel a little incredible. Heaven Law powerhouses, who are not overlords, how could they be inferior to others, and be ordered around by a nirvana? Is it possible that after so many years of seclusion, there are so many immortals in the universe that they are worse than dogs? Otherwise, how could such a strong man be ordered around like this? Yao Gu's fierce eyes kept looking at Lin Shen and Yin Ryu's faces. Magic Master, this is yours. If you want to take it back, just say so. There is no need to do this. Lin Shen said, and handed the blue bird hairpin to Yao Gu. Yao Gu was stunned for a moment, and he couldn't believe that Lin Shen would really return the repaired blue phoenix hairpin to him. He tentatively reached out to grab it, thinking that Lin Shen would do something unusual, but Lin Shen didn't move at all, and let him grab the hairpin back. This made Yao Gu feel a little embarrassed. The name of the Magic Master is also a well-known name in the universe, so he seemed a little stingy. Chapter 898. Fortunately, Yao Gu was thick-skinned enough, and he was only slightly uncomfortable, so he immediately put it behind his mind. Compared to the Qingwan hairpin, a little bit of false reputation was nothing. Without time to worry about other things, Yao Gu took the hairpin and wanted to activate it to see if the hairpin was really restored. However, no matter how Yao Gu input power, the hairpin did not react at all, as if it was a dead object. Yao Gu's face was uncertain, and he looked up at Lin Shen. Spirit bases are ownerless objects. In theory, as long as the level is high enough, they can be activated, unless they are some special spirit bases that require special attributes to be activated. Qingwan hairpin is not one of them. Although it is a Tianfa spirit base, it is a common sound system, so it should be easy to activate. Yao Gu tried a few more times, but the hairpin still did not react at all, and there was no law fluctuation and spirituality on it, as if it was just an ordinary Qingjing hairpin. It's impossible. That guy is just a nirvana. If he can activate the hairpin, there's no reason why I can't. Yao Gu was unwilling to give up, and forced his power into the hairpin. Suddenly, a green sound was heard on the hairpin. Yao Gu's hand holding the hairpin was shaken loose, and the knuckles were cracked and bleeding. The hairpin turned into a green light, and flew in front of Lin Shen, floating there quietly. Lin Shen stretched out his hand and pinched it, and the hairpin fell into his hand. Magic Master, you better be careful, don't damage this island. Lin Shen said, and handed the hairpin to Yao Gu again. Yao Gu's face was a little red, staring at Lin Shen, but he didn't reach out to take it. What did you do with it? The Qingwan hairpin seemed to have chosen Lin Shen. This rarely happens with spiritual bases. Only life bases are so loyal. Master, what do you think I can do with it? Lin Shen asked with a smile. Yao Gu was stunned. Lin Shen was a nirvana, so what could he do with the immortal spiritual base? If the mysterious woman behind Lin Shen might have done something with the immortal spiritual base, Lin Shen was a nirvana, and theoretically, he couldn't even activate the immortal spiritual base. So what could he do? But the hairpin clearly chose Lin Shen, which made Yao Gu hard to figure out for a while. What did the hairpin see in such a guy who was so closed in intelligence that he couldn't even sense the laws? No matter what you do, I can conquer my things. Yao Gu reached out and took back the Qingwan hairpin again, then turned and left. Lin Shen didn't stop him, and let Yao Gu leave. That hairpin is not an ordinary spiritual base. The law is very special. Are you going to let him take it away like this? Yin Ryu said behind Lin Shen. It doesn't matter, it's someone else's thing. Lin Shen didn't care much. He just wanted to use the demon bone to test whether the spiritual base filled and repaired by the law array would be used by others. Because of the entry of the particle sequence, the hairpin is actually very different from the original hairpin, and even the power of its own law has changed. Lin Shen has just tested it. Only he can use the law array to drive the hairpin. Yin Ryu, the king of law, can't force it. It's probably not that easy for the demon bone to control it. If the repaired hairpin spirit base cannot be used by others, then doesn't it mean that Lin Shen can find some damaged spirit bases in the future, and after repairing them, he can use them for himself? If he can find a few damaged Dharma King spirit bases and repair them in the future, it will be really amazing. The key is that he can use these repaired spirit bases at the Nirvana level, which is a feature that other immortal spirit bases do not have. If it is a complete immortal spirit base, Lin Shen may not be able to activate it. Yao Gu took the hairpin back to his residence and tried all kinds of means to activate the hairpin for his own use. But the hairpin was like a life base. No matter how many means he used, it was difficult to activate it. Seeing the hairpin right in front of him, but unable to use it, Yogu's eyes turned green with discomfort. How did that kid repair the hairpin, and how could it become like this? Yogu was puzzled. As knowledgeable as he is, he has never heard of such a thing. Yogu refused to give up and studied the hairpin day and night, hoping to find a way to control it. This thing will be of great help to him in overcoming the death calamity in the future. No one can give up like this. Lin Shen studied the law array while waiting for Tianqin to wake up. After waiting for a long time, Tianqin suddenly jumped up, landed on the ground, and laughed at the sky. I understand. What did you understand? Lin Shen asked curiously. Tianqin then restrained his smile and said to Lin Shen triumphantly, I have understood the truth and got the essence of the law of speed. Congratulations. Lin Shen sincerely congratulated. Although Tianqin is not a good person, he has no second thoughts towards his own people. He just doesn't get along with Lin Shen and doesn't like him. Come on, let's fight. Although I can't use the law of speed yet, I have some understanding. My skills have broken through the shackles. Let me show you how powerful I am. Tianqin was so proud that he wanted to challenge Lin Shen. Okay. Lin Shen also wanted to see how much Tianqin, who had understood the law of speed, could improve. Tianqin's body suddenly moved, and his speed was incredibly fast. For a while, his phantoms were all over the sky. Bang! Lin Shen stretched out his hand and punched Tianqin directly from the air, and the phantoms in the sky disappeared without a trace. Not bad, there is progress. Lin Shen nodded slightly. Tianqin's speed has indeed become faster, and his skills are obviously much stronger than before. I'm afraid that the top Nirvana can't catch up with him. But this speed, in Lin Shen's eyes, is still too slow. EP881 stared at Lin Shen in a daze, and after a long while, he cursed in a low voice, You dead pervert. Watching EP881 leave, Lin Shen also left with Yen Ryu, and went back to continue studying the law array. The next day, Lin Shen got up very late to eat. The others had already gone to do their own things, and only Yen Ryu accompanied him to eat breakfast. The two were eating when they saw Tian Shangqing and Tian Jingyun walk in. Since the last battle with Tian Rudu, the two of them could not go back at all, and could only follow Lin Shen all the time. Little Fifth Master, why don't you find us something to do? It's too boring to be idle here every day. Tian Shangqing sat down opposite Lin Shen, grabbed a piece of cake, and said while eating. They called him Master Lin, but Lin Shen was really not used to it. He strongly asked them to change to Little Fifth or Fifth Brother, but they didn't dare to call him that. They reluctantly compromised and called Lin Shen Little Fifth Master like Yen Ryu. Lin Shen thought, I have nothing to do every day, how can I arrange any work for you? Don't worry, you should take good care of yourself first, and I will entrust you with important matters later. Lin Shen wanted to calm them down first. When several people were talking, they saw Yao Gu with his eyes wide open walked in from outside, staring at Lin Shen. Chapter 899. Tian Shangqing and Tian Jinjian looked at each other, both wondering who this person was. They were not here when Yao Gu was brought back, so they naturally didn't know who Yao Gu was. Yao Gu walked to the opposite side of Lin Shen, and like chasing away a fly, he signaled Tian Shangqing and Tian Jinjian, who were sitting opposite to him, to move away. Tian Shangqing and Tian Jinjian had never been treated like this before. They followed Tian Jiuyo to travel the universe, and no one dared to treat them like this. The two sat there motionless, ignoring Yao Gu and treating him as air. Yao Gu's eyes turned cold. After he came out of seclusion, he had not had a single thing go his way. It seemed that no one took him, a magician, seriously. Yao Gu said nothing, and put his hands on the shoulders of Tian Shangqing and Tian Jinjian respectively, trying to use his supreme power to move them away with their chairs. But when he exerted force, he suddenly felt something was wrong. The two forces were against his power, and it was difficult to move them away for a while. The three of them competed with each other. Yao Gu directly used the power of law, and then he was surprised to find that the other party was also an immortal with the power of law. Is the immortal really so worthless now? Yao Gu was extremely depressed for a while, and suddenly found that this world seemed to be a little different from the world he remembered. There were so many immortals and a mere giant ring star, and even the immortals in the realm of heaven law had fallen to being bodyguards for a Nirvana-level kid. This made Yao Gu feel like he had been dreaming for thousands of years, and when he came back to the world, everything had changed. He used to be a magician, who was famous throughout the universe and admired by everyone wherever he went, but now it seemed that no one took him seriously. Shangqing Jingyun, this is Senior Magician, give me a seat, Lin Shen said. If they really fight, Tian Shangqing and Tian Jinjian may not be Yaogu's opponents. Okay, shall we? Tian Shangqing and Tian Jinjian stepped aside and sat down. Yaogu looked at Lin Shen with a complicated expression. This kid made him more and more confused. Magician, see if it suits your appetite. If not, I have someone make it for you. Lin Shen said with a smile. Yaogu sat down and looked at Lin Shen and said, don't bother. I'm not interested in food. How about we make a deal? What deal? Lin Shen asked while eating. Give me the method of using the Qingyuan hairpin, and I will do my best to help you ascend to immortality. Yaogu said lightly. He thought that with such conditions, Lin Shen would definitely be tempted. Although Lin Shen has so many powerful immortals around him, Lin Shen's own talent is too poor, and it is almost impossible for him to be promoted to immortal. This is Yaogu's biggest reliance. He believes that in order to be immortal, Lin Shen will definitely agree to his deal. I can use it, but I don't know how to teach others to use it. Lin Shen told the truth. Yaogu thought that Lin Shen didn't believe he had such ability. After all, when using the spiritual method, Yaogu was indeed a little embarrassed. Your talent. Special. Yaogu wanted to say it was too rubbish, but when the words came to his lips, they became special. My spiritual method alone is indeed difficult to help you understand the power of the law. But I have a method. No matter how special your talent is, it will definitely help you understand the law. I dare say that there is no one else in the universe who can help you except me. Yaogu no longer spoke to Lin Shen in a condescending manner, as if he was talking to a peer. I really can't help you. Lin Shen sighed. Yaogu didn't care what Lin Shen said, and just said to himself, have you heard of star veins? Before Lin Shen could speak, Tian Jingyun on the side said, the sky is the body, the stars are the veins, and all the stars in the sky have their own veins. People who are good at star veins can judge which planet among the stars in the sky has the resources for base transformation according to the direction of the galaxy, and find the place for base transformation. People with strong abilities can even judge the level of the base transformation place bred by the planet. Yaogu sneered. That's just the tip of the iceberg of star veins. The real top star veins can observe the stars, and know the general trend of the universe. The direction of the star veins determines the fate of the world and the rise and fall of the race. Lin Shen's heart moved. My fire seed ability dragon vein, I wonder if it has anything to do with this star vein? Tian Jingyun said unconvincingly. The star vein technique you mentioned is just a legend. I have seen a few immortals who know the star vein technique, and they are just looking for a place for base transformation. Young man, just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. There are so many things in the universe that you can't understand and can't imagine. After saying this, Yaogu no longer paid attention to Tian Jingyun, and looked at Lin Shen and said, you have a special talent. Even if you are bathed in the law, it is difficult to feel it. I can help you find a star vein eye, and use the immortal land there to help you open your mind, so that you can sense the existence of the law. After all, it's still about finding an immortal place. Tian Shangqing curled his lips and said. Yaogu said to himself, the immortal land is also divided into different levels. What you call the immortal land is nothing more than an immortal land that is nurtured by a planet. The immortal land of the eye of the star vein that I am talking about is an immortal land that is nurtured by a galaxy. How can they be compared? The main stars of those big clans are most likely the eye of the star vein. Otherwise, why do you think the big clans are getting stronger and producing more talents? That is due to the luck and blessing of the star veins. After a pause, Yaogu continued, there are many people in the universe who understand the art of star veins, but there are probably no more than a handful of people who can observe the stars and know the veins and find the eye of the star vein. Moreover, some famous star veins in the universe have basically been occupied by big clans. It is even more difficult to find an unknown star vein. It must be me. Lin Shen became interested when he heard this. He didn't know whether the immortal land could help him perceive the laws, but if there really was such an immortal land, it might help him achieve nirvana again. The eye of star veins plus my spiritualism will surely help you to open up your spiritual orifices, comprehend the laws, and even become immortal. I will do my best to help you, and I don't ask for much. I just need you to help me use the Qingyuan hairpin. Yaogu proposed his conditions. I am very interested in the eye of star veins you mentioned, but unfortunately, I really don't know how to teach others to use that hairpin. Lin Shen said. Yaogu didn't expect that such a condition would not impress Lin Shen. His face changed, and he stared at Lin Shen for a long time before he spoke again. If you are willing to help me, I can remove the means I left on the giant ring star, and also do my best to help you open up your orifices. This condition made Lin Shen very excited. Although he was cooperating with Yaogu now, the giant ring star was controlled by Yaogu, which was a hidden danger after all. But Lin Shan really didn't know how to teach Yaogu to use the hairpin, and he was silent for a while. Chapter 900. Yaogu saw that Lin Shan was somewhat tempted, so he added fuel to the fire. Do you know why I chose the giant ring star to live in seclusion? Because this planet itself is a star vein eye, and it is also a very special star vein eye. It's a pity that the star vein pattern here has been changed by some force with the ability to completely change the star position, breaking the star vein situation, making it difficult for the giant ring star to obtain the blessing of the entire galaxy. If the giant ring star can be reset, this star will definitely become a top-level planet, and it is more than enough to be the main star of the clan. Although I don't have the ability to reset the giant ring star, I know how to reset it, and where to reset it. As long as you can find enough immortals to help, I can help you reset the giant ring star. Lin Shan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the giant ring star itself had such an origin. Magic Master, although I really want to agree to your deal, I can use the hairpin purely because my own ability is special, and there is no other way. Lin Shan has the will, but not the strength. Yaogu's offer was very tempting, but unfortunately, he didn't have the ability to trade with him. Yaogu seemed to have known that this would happen, and laughed loudly. I expected this to be the case, otherwise how could you, a Nirvana, activate and use the immortal spirit base? This is fine, you just need to use your ability to activate the Qing 1 hairpin, and let it go so that I can observe carefully, and I will definitely be able to come up with a replacement method that does not require your ability. If that's the case, then of course there's nothing wrong with it, but I have a condition. Lin Shan said. Speak. Yaogu was ecstatic. I will fully cooperate with you as agreed, and let you observe at will, but success or failure has nothing to do with me. You must complete the agreement, and you must remove the means you left on the giant ring star first. Lin Shan said. Deal. Yaogu was very happy. The reason why he left means on the giant ring star was just to ensure that no one could do anything to him on the giant ring star, to prevent his enemies from trouble him when he was going through the death calamity or ascending to the heavenly law realm, not really wanting to destroy the planet. During this period, he also learned about the current situation in the universe through Skynet, and knew that Tianquan and the others had lost contact with the celestial race, and the giant ring star could be regarded as isolated, and the god-making race could attack here at any time. In this case, more friends are always better than more enemies. Moreover, Yaogu was such a scheming person that he could see that Lin Shan and Tianquan were not the kind of people who would break their promises, so there was no need to use the giant ring star to control them. Of course, Yaogu has other means. Even if Lin Shan and the others have some schemes, he is not afraid. Yaogu told how to remove the means he left on the giant ring star. Lin Shan asked Yan Ryu to go with Tianquan, so as to prevent Yaogu from making any plans there and falling into his trap. Soon, news came from Tianquan that Yaogu did not deceive them. It was exactly the same as Yaogu said. Under the star shell of the giant ring star, Yaogu had driven 13,687 ground-suppressing stakes. Those ground-suppressing stakes were made of immortal-level materials, and the energy of an immortal-level attack was sealed inside, and the positions they were arranged were quite clever. Once detonated, it will trigger a huge change in the giant ring star. Even if it cannot blow up the giant ring star, it will probably turn it into a waste star with no grass growing on it, and it may even deviate from its original orbit. No one can predict the consequences of that. Those ground-suppressing piles, just consider them as my gifts to you. Yaogu said with a smile. Removing so many ground-suppressing piles is a very huge project. No one expected that Yaogu would actually make so many ground-suppressing piles. Even if he did not use those ground-suppressing piles to blow up the giant ring star, but used them to blow up his enemies, the immortals would find it difficult to withstand it. Yaogu cooperated very well, and helped Tianquan and the others take out all the ground-suppressing piles, and wipe off the detonating devices on them. Looking at the piles of ground-suppressing piles, even immortals like Tian Shanking and Tian Jinjian felt a little palpitated. This kind of thing only needs one to blow up a small planet. It can be seen how cruel Yaogu is that he made so many at once. Can we start our deal now? Yaogu asked impatiently after taking all the ground stakes. Of course, if you abide by the agreement, I will not break it. Lin Shan reached out to take the hairpin and activated it using the law ray. With a light chirp, the hairpin turned into a green bird, circling and dancing in the air, making a clear sound of a phoenix. Yaogu stared at Lin Shan without blinking, his pupils flashing with a strange green light, not missing any details. Strange, weird, it's really too weird. Yaogu looked at Lin Shan as if he had seen a ghost. He finally knew why Lin Shan didn't want to worship him as his master, and why Lin Shan didn't care about being promoted to immortal. He really didn't care, and he didn't pretend. He is a nirvana, but he can use the power of law, and even Yogu can't understand his power of law. What kind of law is that? You are an immortal. You have been hiding your strength. Yaogu has never heard that nirvana can use the power of law, so there is only one possibility. Lin Shan has been hiding his strength. He is an immortal. If this is the case, everything can be explained. Lin Shan is already an immortal, so he naturally does not need to be promoted to immortal, and it is normal that he is not interested in his conditions. Yogu thinks more and more, it must be like this. Nirvana will be promoted to immortal after integrating the power of law, and those who can use the power of law must be immortals. Lin Shan did not explain. How is your observation? Have you found a substitute method? Don't worry, it's not that fast. Let me watch it a few more times. Yaogu said hurriedly. Lin Shan is an immortal, and it has nothing to do with him. An immortal can release his law for outsiders to observe and study. Basically, few immortals are willing to do such a thing. Yaogu looked at Lin Shan's law matrix again and again, but the more he looked, the more confused he became. After several times, he couldn't even figure out what kind of law Lin Shan was using. What kind of law is yours? Yaogu finally couldn't help asking. He really couldn't understand it, let alone research a replacement method. I don't know, Lin Shan said. I don't know? How could you not know? This is your law. Yaogu almost jumped up when he heard it. He thought Lin Shan wanted to break the contract and refused to tell him the truth. Lin Shan also knew that Yaogu probably wouldn't believe it. There shouldn't be anyone in this universe who has merged the power of the law but hasn't been promoted to immortal. No wonder Yaogu didn't believe it. Lin Shan took out a sword-shaped nirvana spirit base, stretched out his hand to break the spirit base directly, and then applied his own law matrix to the broken spirit base. Chapter 901. The broken spiritual base actually began to grow on its own. In just a moment, it had grown into a complete sword, but it seemed slightly different from before. This is the method of using the law array that Lin Shan has researched. It can make the spiritual base grow on its own, but it has no effect on the human body. It cannot restore the flesh and blood body, nor can it regenerate broken limbs. Lin Shan is still researching, and he doesn't know what else it is effective for besides the spiritual base. Yaogu's pupils contracted, staring at the spiritual base sword. The ability to repair the spiritual base is not rare in the universe, and there are many abilities that can do it. But no matter which ability it is based on a foundation. That is, the spirit of the spiritual base itself must not disappear. If the spirit disappears, even if the damage to the spiritual base is repaired, the spiritual base itself will be useless, and can only be used as material, without much value. It's like a person is dead, and has no consciousness. No matter how well you repair the body, it's useless. It's impossible to bring a person back to life. At present, there is no law or ability in the universe that can bring a person back to life. That is an ability that does not exist. It is easy to regenerate a broken limb, but it is unlikely to revive the spirit in the spirit base. Lin Shan broke the spirit base sword directly, and the spirit inside was already broken. Now, not only can the broken limbs be regenerated, but the spirit inside is also restored. This is almost the ability to resurrect from the dead. What kind of law do you think this is? Lin Shan asked Yaogu. He himself did not know much about the law matrix. If Yaogu could research something, it would be a good thing for him. No. I don't know. Yaogu shook his head with a strange look. Resurrection from the dead, such a law power should not exist at all, unless there are gods in the world. Suddenly Yaogu's face changed, as if he thought of something, took a step back, stared at Lin Shan and asked in horror, You? What is your relationship with the Immortal Court? Should I have a relationship with the Immortal Court? Lin Shan asked back with a smile, as if he knew everything. But he was secretly surprised in his heart, not knowing why Yaogu suddenly said that he had a relationship with the Immortal Court. That's right. You must have come from the Immortal Court. Except for those beings in the Immortal Court. No one in the universe can have the ability to resurrect after death. Yaogu felt that his judgment was extremely correct as he spoke more and more, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes when he looked at Lin Shan. I said I'm not from the Immortal Court, do you believe it? Lin Shan said. Yes, you are not from the Immortal Court, I don't know anything. Yaogu nodded immediately. Lin Shan was even more surprised. Just the name of the Immortal Court could scare Yaogu like this. But you already know everything. Lin Shan sighed. Lin Shan originally just wanted to scare Yaogu and see if he could trick him into saying something. But who knew that Yaogu's legs would go soft and he would prostrate himself in front of Lin Shan? I know I was wrong. Please spare my life. Yao Gu now understood why the Qinghuan hairpin that no one could repair was repaired by Lin Shen, and only Lin Shen could use it. He knew why so many immortals respected him so much. Even the immortals in the realm of heavenly law obeyed Lin Shen's orders. He also knew why his spiritual communication method had no effect on Lin Shen, and he understood why Lin Shen seemed to be indifferent to everything. Xianting. This person must be from Xianting. Have you been to Xianting? Lin Shen asked indifferently. Replying to the immortal, I have the honor to see the arrival of Xianting and reshape the galaxy with supreme power, Yao Gu said with a trembling voice. He recalled the scene that he would never forget in his mind. All the planets in a galaxy were reshaped, and countless genetically modified creatures, and even immortal creatures were born out of thin air in that galaxy, and that was just because of one person's words. That was not the power that an immortal could have at all, and it was beyond his understanding. It was because he witnessed the miracle that time that Yao Gu realized something in his heart, so he lived in seclusion and wanted to use that realization to break through his own realm of law. Unfortunately, he has lived in seclusion on the giant ring star for so many years, but he still hasn't been able to break through to the heavenly law realm. It's not because his aptitude is not enough, but because the miracle that time gave him understanding and knowledge that shouldn't belong to him. The realm he wants to reach is not matched with his own ability, but hinders his advancement. Otherwise, he should have broken through to the heavenly law realm long ago. Did anyone descend on the immortal court you saw? Lin Shen asked again. I only saw an immortal standing in front of the immortal court. The brilliant divine light could not see his true appearance. I only heard his name. The immortal called himself the Southern Pole Changsheng Emperor. Yao Gu answered honestly. Lin Shen only knew the Jade Emperor. When he went to the fairy court before, he had not chosen a fairy to protect him, but he was tricked by the Jade Emperor and was forced to choose the Jade Emperor. He knew nothing about the other fairies in the fairy court. However, since he could scare Yao Gu so much, it is estimated that the Southern Pole Changsheng Emperor must be a very terrifying existence. Lin Shen was very suspicious that the beings in the fairy court were the real masters of the universe, as Yu Xuanji said, and the administrators who managed the universe. Lin Shen actually did not believe in Yu Xuanji's virtual universe hypothesis, nor did he believe that the fairies in the fairy court were administrators. Lin Shen felt that the fairies in the fairy court should be a more advanced cosmic race, a race with a higher degree of evolution than the supreme race. Just like humans and ants living together on the same planet, humans generally do not care about the lives of ants, nor do they care about the fights between ants. Because humans are too strong for ants, but their occasional behaviors that are not directed at ants may bring disaster to ants. There is just one thing that Lin Shen is still a little puzzled about. The Jade Emperor is obviously his immortal guardian, so why can't he call out the Jade Emperor? Looking at the demon bone in front of him, Lin Shen sighed and said, Magic Master, you misunderstood. I am really not from the immortal court. I just saw the immortal court once like you. The demon bone suddenly raised his head and looked at Lin Shen, staring at him with a complicated expression, wanting to confirm whether what he said was true or false. So that's it, I misunderstood you. The demon bone seemed to have figured something out, and got up from the ground, as if he had forgotten everything just now, and pretended to be cool and said, Little Fifth Master, since we have both seen the immortal court, it is fate, and we can be said to be our own people, then I won't hide it from you. In fact, I still have a trick on the giant ring star. Lin Shen was stunned when he heard this. He also thought that the demon bone had other tricks, but he didn't expect the demon bone to say it himself. Since we are all on the same side from now on, I can't use this backup plan on my own people. I will go get rid of it now. Yao Gu said this, but in his heart he was thinking, this person must have a great relationship with the immortal court. It is definitely not as simple as seeing the immortal court. Since he doesn't want to reveal his identity, I will pretend not to know and just get on good terms with him. Chapter 902. The backup plan that Yao Gu left was even more vicious than the more than 10,000 ground-suppressing stakes. If he really used these methods, the giant ring star would definitely not be saved. Fortunately, Yao Gu mistakenly thought that Lin Shen was from the immortal court and did not want to have a grudge with him. In order to win Lin Shen's favor, he told him about this backup plan. Lin Shen had already told Yao Gu that he had nothing to do with the immortal court. Yao Gu himself did not believe it, so it was none of Lin Shen's business. Lin Shen asked Yao Gu about the eye of the star vein again. Yao Gu said that there were actually many eyes of the star vein, from a small galaxy to a galaxy cluster, a galaxy group, a super galaxy, and even the cosmic web, which could all be regarded as star veins. Each star vein has its eye, which is the place where the luck of a galaxy is located, and it is also the place where the base change land is most likely to be bred. Because the planets occupied by various races in the universe are now places that can be reached by teleportation devices. So in fact, the planets occupied by various races in the universe are only a very small part of the universe, and a large number of galaxies have not been developed. It's just that it's impossible to teleport to those star systems, and with current technology and personal abilities, it's not enough to support ultra-long distance space travel, so there are only so many planetary resources that can be fought for. Only a small number of immortals with special abilities can enter unknown star regions for exploration without using teleportation devices. There are even more unexplored star vein eyes in unknown star regions. Yao Gu had been to an unknown star region before, and discovered many star veins there. One of the star veins was an unimaginably terrifying place, and he only took a look at it from a distance, and didn't dare to get close at all. How terrifying is the star vein you mentioned? Lin Shan asked curiously. It is the graveyard of stars, with billions of dead stars. Immortals can hardly move there. If you are not careful, you may be trapped in it forever. Yao Gu said thoughtfully, those dead stars form a special star vein, which I call the Eye of Hell. The entire star vein is a dead place, but the eye of the star vein is a place of life and death. It is an incomparable place of strong luck. It must be a place of unimaginable base change. Is there a way to enter there? Lin Shan was very interested. Such a place might help him complete the third nirvana. It's possible, but we must find an immortal who is strong enough and good at space teleportation, or a time immortal, to reach the star tomb. Yao Gu explained, to go to the unknown place, we can only reach there in a short time by teleporting through the power of the space system, or speeding up or slowing down the flow of time in the time system. Otherwise, even the fastest spacecraft at present may take thousands or tens of thousands of years to reach there, and this is still starting from a galaxy that is relatively close to there, otherwise it will take even longer. Lin Shan's heart moved after hearing this. Tianjiuyo is the Dharma king of the space system, but if you want to find him, help is not easy. Yin Ryu has a space pen in her hand. I wonder if I can use it to go to the star tomb. Lin Shan was thinking about it, and Yogu said again, the star tomb is too scary. Even with the help of the strong men of the space system, it is a life or death situation there. The chance of reaching the Eye of Hell is too slim. If you want to see the star vein eye, there is a huge star vein in a closer undeveloped galaxy. There must be an immortal land there, which is relatively safe. I have also been there, and can provide the galaxy coordinates. As long as there is the help of the immortals of the space system, we can directly teleport to the star vein eye there. Lin Shan thought about it, and felt that it was okay. The star tomb was indeed too dangerous. The place mentioned by the demon bone could be tried. But before that, he had to ask Yin Ryu if he could use the pen to teleport him there. Lin Shan found Yin Ryu, and asked her privately if he could teleport to an unknown star field. Yin Ryu thought for a while, and said, the Kong Kong magic pen is the spiritual foundation I obtained from a space immortal creature in the Earth Law realm. It has the ability of space teleportation. There are not too many restrictions on the distance of space teleportation. However, the farther the distance of teleportation, the more energy is required. If it is a place that can only be reached by thousands or tens of thousands of light years, then the energy of the Kong Kong magic pen itself is not enough and needs additional energy. In addition, there is a need for a certain safe coordinate, otherwise it is difficult for the immortal to survive if it is teleported to an area such as a black hole. How many people can be teleported at a time? Lin Shan thought for a while and asked. The more matter is transmitted, the more energy is required. The less the better, Yin Ryu said. Lin Shan thought about it, and decided that Yao Gu must go with him, otherwise he would be cheated by him. If there are as few people as possible, he and Yin Ryu will be enough. Suddenly, Lin Shan thought of something and looked at Yin Ryu and asked, can Kong Kong Yao by teleport us to Zenith Star? Of course, but it's best not to teleport directly to Zenith Star. During the war, Zenith Star may have opened the law shield, which will affect the space transmission and will definitely cause errors. So, if you want to go to Zenith Star, it's best to teleport to an area near Zenith Star, choose an uninhabited planet or directly in the starry sky. I have the coordinates there. If you want to go, I can take you there now, Yin Ryu said. Is the risk big? Lin Shan felt that now was an opportunity. Taking advantage of the chaos of the Celestials, go to Zenith to see the situation. If the Celestials are about to collapse, then he has to make plans early. If the Celestials are fine, he will rush back to work with Emperor Tianshu. Even if he has no merit, he has made great efforts. There shouldn't be too much risk. The rebels have not been able to enter the galaxy where Zenith is located. Yin Ryu flipped through the recent information on the Skynet. The chaos of the Celestials can be said to be watched by the whole universe. Some races that are currently friendly with the Celestials have not yet helped. Then let's go to Zenith to take a look. Lin Shan pondered for a moment, and finally decided to go to Zenith first. After telling Tianxuan about his decision, Tianxuan also felt that he should go and take a look. After this catastrophe, even if the Celestials can win, they will definitely face a major reshuffle. This is a great opportunity for Lin Shan to establish his own power in the Celestials. Guarding only a giant ring star, the resources here cannot support a few immortals. It would be best to take the opportunity to gain control of some high-quality resource planets, as well as those transmission hub planets, which are also important strategic planets. After making a detailed plan with Tianxuan, Lin Shan used the power of Yan Ryu and Kong Kong Miubi to teleport to a planet in the galaxy where the Zenith Star is located. Chapter 903. What are you doing? Are you trying to force me to death? In the hall, Emperor Tianshu was furious. Your Majesty, calm down. We dare not offend you. But now the rebels are attacking fiercely. All the legions are fighting desperately with the rebels. But our legions are just flesh and blood. Fighting with those immortal creatures, the sacrifices are huge and the consumption is too serious. I hope that your Majesty can sympathize with their difficulties and give them more resources to support them. Only in this way can we stabilize the situation, defeat the rebels, and revitalize the power of our Tianring clan. Chi Tu said with a stiff face. I will give them whatever they want. The clan treasury has been emptied. How can you let me sympathize with them? Emperor Tianshu said angrily. Can your Majesty take out the taxes collected this year to help our clan overcome the difficulties first? And Tu also stepped out and said, What tax? What does the tax you collect have to do with me? Didn't I agree to open the clan treasury? Didn't you take all that you can? What more money do you want? Will you not stop until I have my skin peeled off? Emperor Tianshu patted the armrest of the throne excitedly, his eyes almost popping out. Your Majesty, the overall situation is important. As long as we can protect our clan, we will have plenty of money in the future. Don't worry about these things now. If our clan falls, what's the use of having more money? Please think twice. Tian Lianshan, an old minister of the Tian clan, also came forward to speak. Please think twice. The important officials of the Tianring clan in the hall saluted and requested to Emperor Tianshu in unison. It was the first time that the forces of the three clans of Tian, Qi, and worked together so well. This is about the life and death of the Tianring clan. No one dares to jump out and sing a different tune at this time. You are good. Really good. You are putting all the dirty water on this emperor's head. The demise of the clan is all my responsibility. It's all because I didn't pay out the money. If you win, you take my money and become heroes. If you lose, it's all because of my selfishness that misleads the clan. It has nothing to do with you loyal ministers. Everything is my fault. You want money, right? Then come on. Each of you has a knife. See how many pounds of blood and flesh you can scrape out of this emperor. I sell them all for money. Tianshu Emperor said as he pulled out a knife and threw it on the hall. For a moment, the important officials of the Tianring clan in the hall looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Tianshu Emperor was going to play rogue with them, not caring about his face at all. Seeing that no one dared to move, Emperor Tianshu stepped down from the throne, picked up the knife, pointed at Chi Tu and said, Chi Tu, Lord Qi, the master of the second mansion of the Qi family, the second best master of the Qi family of the Tianring clan, I remember that the mansion you live in costs more than 1 trillion. How many mining stars, base variable stars, and holiday stars do you have in your family? Why don't you take out the money? A master like you, why don't you go to the front line to kill the enemy and protect your home, but instead force me, an old man who is about to die, to ask for money? Is this what your Qi family calls a good general for generations? Are the good generals of the Qi family only forcing me to ask for money? Your Majesty. Qi Tu, and the people of the Qi family were all shocked and hurried to explain. Emperor Tianshu interrupted them with a wave of his hand, pointed at Ntu with a knife and said, Ntu, your family's planets are not less than Qi Tu's. How much money did you pay, and how many people in your family's second mansion went to the front line? You are all very wealthy, but you are unwilling to spend a penny. You are forcing me here. You want to drink my blood and eat my flesh, right? Come on, kill me, knock my bones, and take my marrow, eat it all up. Emperor Tianshu threw the knife on the ground and pulled his robe to reveal his skinny chest. Your Majesty, please calm down. The ministers hurriedly bowed and explained. And he sat on the chair next to him, without even raising his eyelids, as if he was about to fall asleep. Many people with the surnames N, Chi and Tian looked at him. It was obvious that they wanted an E to come out and break the deadlock. But an E still sat there motionless, as if he didn't know that everyone was looking at him. An E, they are all looking at you, waiting for you to peel my skin, draw my blood, and scrape my flesh? Emperor Tianshu spoke first, speaking to an E. At this moment, an E seemed to have just woken up from a dream. He stood up, bowed slightly to Emperor Tianshu, and said, "Now the situation of our clan is critical. Please consider the future generations of our clan, and sacrifice yourself to solve this dilemma." Hearing An Yi's words, everyone was very happy. With an E on their side, they would definitely be able to force Emperor Tianshu to take out the money today. "Okay, An E, even you want to drink my blood and eat my flesh?" Emperor Tianshu laughed angrily. "Then come on, I don't have money, but I only have life. Let's see if I can feed you shameless people who have no respect for the master, no king, no father, and no benevolence and injustice with my bones." "Your Majesty misunderstood. I don't want your money." When An E said this, not only Emperor Tianshu was stunned, but everyone was stunned. They have been doing this for so long, forcing Emperor Tianshu to this state, just for money. If they don't want money, why would they offend Emperor Tianshu to this extent? "What do you want?" Emperor Tianshu looked at An E with some suspicion, not knowing what An E was doing. "Nothing." An E slowly raised his head, stood up straight, and looked at Emperor Tianshu and said slowly, "Just ask the Emperor to sacrifice me." "You? What do you mean?" Emperor Tianshu's eyes flashed coldly, staring at An E. And he didn't say anything. Under the horrified eyes of the three ministers, the light on his body erupted like a volcano, instantly bursting through the hall and rushing directly into the sky. The dazzling light enveloped the entire giant planet like Zenith's star. Everything covered by the light seemed to be still, standing still. An E, in the sky-high flames, looked at the Emperor of Heavenly Arts calmly, his robes and white hair fluttering, revealing his majestic figure, like an immortal or demon. Chi Tu and An Tu's faces changed drastically, and they tried to break through An Yi's power of law, but found that they could not rush out at all. It was not that they could not move, but that their bodies seemed to be trapped in an infinite loop. No matter how they moved, they would return to their previous state and position in an instant. Everything was constantly circulating under An Yi's light, and because the cycle time was too fast, it seemed as if everything was still. An E, you finally practiced the dual laws of time and space to the realm of heavenly law. Unfortunately, the law king of time and space is here. Even if you have dual laws of heavenly law, you are not a law king after all. The flames also rose from the body of the Emperor of Heavenly Arts, but the light on his body was gray. Under the protection of the power of this gray flame, the Emperor of Heavenly Arts did not fall into the cycle again. "I never thought of being a king," and he said calmly, and took a step forward, walking towards the Emperor of Heavenly Arts. The terrifying flames were like the angel of light protecting An E, and they also pressed forward with An Yi's steps. "If you are not a king, you are all garbage." The Emperor of Heavenly Arts also took a step forward, and the gray flames on his body became more violent, intertwining with An Yi's flames like a fallen angel. Chapter 904. In the garden of Tianjue's family, Tianjue, who was almost frozen, sat in a special wheelchair and was pushed out by a young and beautiful celestial woman. "Ju, aren't we going to do something?" the woman said worriedly as she looked at the gray and white light rushing into the void. "What else can I do?" Tianjue's face, which was as white as ice, did not change at all, but there was a trace of sadness in his eyes. The woman sighed lightly and said helplessly, "Our family has always been close to the Emperor. If An E wins, our family's life will probably not be easy in the future. Whether it is Tianshu or An E, if they want to gain a foothold in the universe and keep their position as a big family, it is not something that one person can do. No one will touch our family at this time. They still need our family," Tianjue said. "But Tianshu's pretty boy is a close minister of Emperor Tianshu. I'm afraid that the An family will hold on to this matter, and it will be bad for our family." The woman's face was full of worry. "Don't worry, he is him. We are us, the celestial race needs us, and An E may not win," Tianju comforted. "Legend has it that An E is the king of space, and the celestial arts have been abandoned for so many years." The woman did not continue, but the meaning was very clear. Legends are not credible, and he has never been the king of space. The real king of space is the traitor Tianjuyo. Tianju said indifferently. "Isn't it said that although Tianjuyo is a space, he is inferior to An E? Otherwise, how did An E defeat Tianjuyo back then?" The woman was slightly startled. Tianju said indifferently, "In terms of talent and qualifications, Tianjiu is the best among the celestial race of that generation, and an E and Tianshu cannot be compared with him. If it weren't for that person's character problems, I'm afraid Tianshu would not be able to become the emperor. Back then, Tianshu and an E joined forces to defeat Tianjiu. Even so, they were unable to stop him. If he wasn't the Space Dharma King, how could he have escaped? Over the years, people have been spreading rumors that an E is the Space Dharma King and Tianjiu is just below the Dharma King. He was defeated by an E and escaped, but it was just to cover up the scandal. So that's it. The woman breathed a sigh of relief. In that case, an E is not the Space Dharma King. Even if the Emperor is slack, he is still the Dharma King of the Light System. And he should have no chance in this battle, right? And Yi's personality? How could he do such an unsure thing? Tianju said. Tianshu has been dissolute for so many years, it is hard to say whether he still has the fighting power of the past. And an E now has the dual system of space and time. Although he is not the king of law, the laws of these two systems are extremely powerful. Now the two laws are combined into one, which may not be worse than the king of law. Otherwise, he would not choose to act at this time, and it is still difficult to predict who will win or lose. But the king of law is the king of law after all, and the chance of winning should be greater. The woman nodded slightly, and said nothing more. The gray and white colors almost covered the void. Tianshu and an E did not want to destroy the Zenith Star, and rushed into the void to fight, so that the Zenith Star did not suffer serious injuries. At this time, all the major families of the Tianan clan were holding emergency meetings to discuss how to deal with such a situation. Most families chose to remain silent, waiting for the results to come out before choosing sides. Emperor Tianshu has been absurd for so many years, and even at this point, he still refuses to take out money to help the Tianan clan overcome difficulties. This makes some people who originally leaned towards Emperor Tianshu feel somewhat disappointed. Even the Tian family did not wholeheartedly protect the Tianshu emperor. The Tianshu emperor was the emperor of the Tianan clan, but he handed over the power of the Tianan clan to an E, and the family did not receive much care, which made them dissatisfied with the Tianshu emperor. Needless to say, the Yin family, most of the families are on An Yi's side. The strength and influence of the Qi family on the Zenith Star are actually the lowest. Except for Qi Tu, who is stationed on the Zenith Star, most of the Qi family's strongmen are stationed outside. Because of the rebellion, Qi is stationed at the forefront to resist the invasion of the rebels. The current situation on the Zenith Star is not something that Qi Tu and the Qi family can control. They are also hesitating and waiting for the result. Not to mention some other small families, even if they want to take sides, they have no ability to control anything. The battle in the void is hard to describe, and only a few top strongmen such as Qi Tu and Tianju can see the clues. The Dharma King is still the Dharma King after all. Even though he has been absurd for so many years, the Emperor's fighting power is beyond our reach. Qi Tu exclaimed. Father, is the Emperor going to win? Qi Zihua was overjoyed when he heard this. Although Emperor Tianshu was absurd, the Qi family has always controlled most of the military power of the Tianan clan during the 1,000 years since Tianshu took office. If an E gains power, the Qi family may not be able to continue to maintain its current power. Qi Tu shook his head slightly. It's hard to say. An E is too strong. The dual system heavenly law of time and space is rare in the world. In the imperial palace, Kong Chuan looked at the heavenly concubine who was packing up, and asked blankly, Sister, what are you doing? Let's go now. Tian Fei said and walked out. The winner has not been decided yet. Kong Chuan wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Tian Fei. If we wait until the winner is decided, it will be too late for us to leave. Our fate cannot be controlled by others. If the Emperor loses, we will die. If the Emperor wins, we can still come back. Tian Fei walked out without hesitation. Kong Chuan hurriedly followed, but now the teleportation station has been closed. At this time, each family must be on high alert. It is impossible to let anyone leave through the teleportation device. Where can we go? Just follow me. Tian Fei said without looking back. In the void, Tianshu Emperor was wrapped in a gray shell. His thin and tall figure, plus the wings behind him, made him look like a skeleton wearing a layer of shell. And E, you have made a lot of progress in these years. The dual time and space methods are indeed powerful. You should be the first person under the Dharma King. Tianshu Emperor looked at an E coldly and said, You are not bad. You haven't regressed at all in all these years. Unfortunately, you are old and no longer as brilliant as before. And E said calmly, Even if I am not as good as before, you are still not my opponent. You will never be as good as me in your life. Tianshu said disdainfully. It's not too late to say this if you can take my attack. As an E said this, particles on his body rose and turned into two six-winged seraphim-like life bases, one black and one white, appearing in front of an E. Two life bases of space and time. Do you think you can beat me with this? Tianshu's eyes narrowed slightly. You can only know if you can win after trying. And he spread his hands, and two seraphim life bases, one black and one white, stretched out their hands to an E. The moment their fingers touched An Yi's fingers, they merged with An Yi's body. An Yi's shell quickly turned half black and half white. On his back, which originally had only one pair of wings, 3 more pairs of wings grew, which were also half black and half white. 2 completely different laws of power were constantly flowing over his body. Chapter 905. Double life base and double law, and he is better than me. Tianshu sighed. The woman said, he has so many resources to help, but you can only rely on yourself. If you have his resources, your achievements will never be lower than his. There is no if in this world. He is now a dual system heavenly law, and I am just a waste that may turn into a non-human at any time. Tianshu said lightly. Ju, we still have a chance, there must be a way. The woman held Tianshu's hand. And he put his hands together, and between his hands, black and white merged into a strange ball of light. Time and space were distorted in the ball of light, making people unable to see the existence of the ball of light, but the ball of light seemed to exist in reality. The Emperor of Heavenly Art stared at An E with burning eyes. The law of light continued to burst out, and the gray light gradually became brighter, making the Emperor of Heavenly Art shine like a star. Even the real star lost its brilliance in front of the Emperor of Heavenly Art. Tianshu. Let's end the cause and effect of our lives with this strike. And pushed out his hands, and the void changed color in an instant. The spectators only saw the Emperor Tianshu, who was at the peak of his career, and the light on his body was distorted, and the whole sky was distorted like a funhouse mirror. In that distorted time and space, the light law of the Emperor Tianshu could not stop the strange power of the law, and the body of the Emperor Tianshu kept changing. Everyone watched the carapace on the Emperor Tianshu disappear, and his body gradually became younger from an old man. The gray feathers that were originally sparse gradually turned from gray to white, and the feathers gradually became fuller. The face also turned younger, the skinny chest slowly became thicker, and the muscles were full of elasticity and collagen. In a moment, the Emperor of Heavenly Arts had changed from a hairy old man to a young, handsome, middle-aged man with snow-white feathers. But this change continued. The Emperor of Heavenly Arts was getting younger and older. Rejuvenation is a good thing, but everyone knows that the current situation of the Emperor of Heavenly Arts is definitely not a good thing. He was so quickly rejuvenated that he might end up as a baby, or even directly return to the embryo, or even return to the state before fertilization, and return directly to nothingness. An E. Too strong. Everyone was shocked. The power of the unity of time and space is so powerful that it is beyond imagination. The law of light on the body of the Emperor of Heavenly Arts, who has become young, is still blooming. Under the influence of the regression of time and space, he has become stronger and stronger. The true immortal law is immortal and indestructible, and it cannot be broken. The laws of both sides are in effect. While the law of time and space makes Tianshu Emperor himself regress, his law also returns to the peak state of his youth with his body. The law of light is getting stronger and stronger, bursting out 1,000-foot divine light, shining on An E, and gradually melting the black and white shell on An Yi's body. Both sides are persisting. Whoever can persist to the end will be able to win. Suddenly, a blood light burst out from Tianshu Emperor's body, turning into a bloody demon and rushing towards An E. The blood-cursed demon, one of the 2 major pets of the Tianren clan, Tianshu Emperor, is going to take advantage of An Yi's full strength to give him a fatal blow. The blood-cursed demon turned into a blood light and rushed towards An E. Almost at the same time, a beam of light flew out of An Yi's body, and a pet that looked like a seraph also rushed out of the holy light and rushed towards the blood-cursed demon. The ultimate seraphim, one of the 2 great pets of the Celestials, burst out with a terrifying holy light and faced the blood-cursed demon. Under the influence of the law of light, the law of space and time, the bodies of the blood-cursed demon and the ultimate seraphim were constantly changing, and at the same time, a terrifying and strange light burst out from them. The blood dyed the void red, and the holy light seemed to purify everything in the world. For different laws of terror intertwined in the void, and in the next second, unpredictable changes occurred, and all the light quickly condensed towards one place. The world seemed to have lost its sound and color, and only that little light shone in silence. The next moment, the terrifying light explosion illuminated the entire galaxy, and the planets in the galaxy were affected, shaking one by one, and even deviated from their orbits, and this was just the aftermath of the light explosion. The law shield of Zenith's star was directly blown up, and the strong men of the three families of Tian, Qi, and En broke through the air, protecting Zenith's star with the supreme law and resisting the impact of the terrifying power. Qi 2, and 2 and other strong men were suspended in the void, staring at the center of the light explosion, waiting for the final result. It was not until the light explosion disappeared that they found that the blood-cursed demon and the ultimate seraph had been severely injured and their bodies were incomplete. The blood-cursed demon was missing an arm and a leg, and his shell was broken in many places, and bloody liquid was constantly flowing from his body. The ultimate seraph had 3 wings missing from his back, and the remaining 3 were broken. Even his face was missing half kneeling in the void, motionless, and no one knew whether he was still alive. And he was covered in blood, with wounds all over his body, and his shell was completely broken. Only a pair of original flesh and blood wings were left behind him, and the shell and feathers on it were gone, revealing bloody flesh wings. On the other side, the situation of the Tianshu Emperor was obviously much better. Although his shell was broken, his body was not seriously injured. It was relatively intact, with only some bloodstains. But his body looked much younger than before, and looked no different from an ordinary celestial being in his 20s. Puff! And he spit out a mouthful of blood and wanted to walk towards the Tianshu Emperor, but his body was out of control. Wounds appeared all over his body, blood kept rolling out, bones snapped and broke, and his body twisted into a weird shape. And I said, if you don't become a king, you are just garbage after all. You will never be able to beat me. Tianshu Emperor wiped the blood off his face, and stared at E coldly. I didn't expect that I would still lose. I thought that I could win by combining the 2 methods of time and space. And E said calmly, and slowly closed his eyes. Tianshu, give me a quick death. Kill him. The Emperor of Tianshu gave orders to the blood-cursed demon, but the blood-cursed demon moved his body, and the blood light on his body collapsed directly. He was also too seriously injured, and was on the verge of death. He was no longer able to fight. Well, let me send you off personally and end the cause, and effect between you and me. The Emperor of Tianshu said, gathering light in his hand, and about to hit Yi's head. Bang! The light burst out, but it did not hit Yi. A figure blocked Yi, and took the blow from the Emperor of Tianshu. Chapter 906. Qi 2. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that at this time, Qi 2 would stand up and block the attack for Yi. Qi 2, do you want to betray me too? Tianshu Emperor stared at Qi 2 with a gloomy look in his eyes. Tianshu, you are licentious and have done all kinds of evil things. It's okay to kill loyal people. Now my clan is at the critical moment of life and death, but you are still selfish and disregard the overall situation. If you continue to be the emperor of my clan will be exterminated. For the sake of my Tianren clan, please sacrifice me today. Qi 2 said passionately, everyone, what are you waiting for? Do you have to wait until the time when your family is destroyed and your clan is exterminated? You are also worthy of saying these words to me? You really don't know how to live or die. It seems that I am too good to you. I am so good that you forget who is the master of the Tianren clan. Tianshu Emperor stared at Qi 2 coldly with a gloomy face, and the law of light rose from his body again. For the future of my Tianren clan, I am willing to die. Qi 2 said, and a terrifying law power burst out from his body. The law power vibrated in the void. After this attack, Qi 2 was not killed, and was not even injured. He just took a few steps back. Everyone saw it clearly and reacted. Although Yi was defeated, Tianshu Emperor was also affected. He was injured by the law of time and space, and his body had returned to the peak state. The current Tianshu Emperor is the Tianshu Emperor in his youth, and the Tianshu Emperor who has not yet reached the invincible state. I will help you. Figures rushed into the void one by one, and fought against Tianshu Emperor together with Qi 2. Okay. Today, I will kill all of you traitors. Emperor Tianshu was furious, and light burst out from his body again, and he brutally killed those important officials of the Tianren clan. But the current Emperor Tianshu is no longer the same as before. Although he is powerful, he cannot suppress these immortals. Your Majesty, I will protect you. An immortal rushed into the void and fought side by side with Emperor Tianshu, and fell into a melee for a while. Are we not going to do anything? The woman who pushed Tianjue said with a complicated look at Tianjue's back. It's no longer necessary. The Tianshu clan is doomed. Tianjue said calmly, Push me back and give orders? No one is allowed to participate in this matter. Those who violate the order will be killed on the spot. The woman nodded slightly, and pushed Tianjue back to the room. Although someone protected Emperor Tianshu, he was still no match for the strength of Qi Tu and others. Emperor Tianshu's ability was obviously getting weaker and weaker. Everyone could see that Emperor Tianshu was no longer good. The laws of time and space that he was affected by were still in effect, his body was still getting younger, and his strength would become weaker and weaker. Your Majesty. Hurry up. And Lu was eager to protect his master, and after blocking an attack for Emperor Tianshu, he pushed Emperor Tianshu away. I will grind all of you to ashes, and shred your bodies into pieces. Emperor Tianshu gritted his teeth, summoned a strange immortal mount, and stretched out his hand to pull Lu up. The mount let out a cry, spread its 4 hooves, and ran wildly in the void. The surrounding space suddenly twisted, and its figure disappeared in an instant. Qi Tu and others wanted to stop it but were already powerless, and cursed angrily. That old thief runs fast. He was injured by the laws of time and space, and it's useless if he doesn't die. And Tu walked towards and he excitedly saluted an E and said, Dean. No. Lord Tiandi. From now on, my Tianren clan will rely on you. And E supported his body and looked around. The battle had stopped. No one on either side said anything. Some people saluted an E and shouted the name of Tiandi in unison. When Linshan teleported over, the war had already ended. Strange, why is there a little deviation in the teleportation? Yin Ryu looked around and muttered to herself. Teleported to the wrong place? Linshan asked hurriedly. No, the planet is right, but the position is a little bit off, more than 100 kilometers away from the expected coordinates. Yin Ryu said. That's not bad. Linshan breathed a sigh of relief. It was just more than 100 kilometers, which was just a blink of an eye for their level. Yin Ryu nodded and said nothing more. She was ready to fly to Zenith Star with Linshan from this planet with the behavior of Mulan. Before the two of them stood up, they suddenly saw a burst of light in the sky, and the fluctuation of the law followed. Is there anyone fighting here? Had the rebels already fought here? Linshan was surprised and called Yin Ryu to go over and take a look. Kong Chuan. Then the other one is Tian Fei. Linshan got closer, and saw the people in the battle. One of them was covered with mosaics. The mosaics that could appear in such a place should only be Tian Fei, not to mention that the person fighting side by side with her was Kong Chuan. Tian Fei's ability was unexpectedly strong. Linshan thought that Tian Fei was just a tool of Tianshu Emperor, but he didn't expect that she was so strong. She was also at the Nirvana level, and was much stronger than Kong Chuan. Their opponent was an immortal, and the main force that had been able to fight until now was Tian Fei. Of course, the immortal did not want to kill them, and obviously wanted to capture them alive. Tian Fei, stop resisting. Just follow me back honestly, maybe there is still a way to survive. And 21 bombarded Tian Fei and Kong Chuan, beating them to no way to retreat, and stared at Tian Fei with a smile and said, Get out. Kong Chuan knew from his appearance that he had no good intentions, and he tried his best to shoot out the divine light. But in front of the immortal, Kong Chuan's Nirvana power was obviously not enough, and was easily dispersed by N21. N21 seemed to be playing a cat-and-mouse game, invading step by step, but not killing. Tian Fei held a feather fan in her hand, waving out colorful divine light, and was able to disperse the power of N21 with the law attached, which was a bit incredible. Tian Fei and Kong Chuan were hunted down by the N family. I'm afraid there's something wrong with Zenith Star. Linshan's mind was not on them. He guessed that there must be something wrong with Tianshu Emperor. Otherwise, why would he let Tian Fei suffer such a disaster? Tian Fei is an important tool for surviving the catastrophe. Tianshu Emperor would never give up on her unless it was absolutely necessary. There must be something wrong with Zenith Star. Should we still go? Yin Ryu also guessed something. Let's save them first. Linshan said after a pause. If Tianshu Emperor is finished, we might get into big trouble if we save her now. Yin Ryu reminded. Linshan knew there would be trouble, but Tian Fei had a spark in her body. He would never give up on the fire and must get it. His path to promotion was difficult. It was hard to say whether he would have a chance to become immortal in the future. He was still counting on the fire to help him change his fate. Chapter 907. Tian Fei had tried every trick in the book, but still couldn't escape from N21. Instead, Kong Chuan was injured by N21 and fell on the planet. Tian Fei had to fly to the planet and stand in front of Kong Chuan. Don't worry about me, go first. Kong Chuan barely flew up and wanted to push Tian Fei away. He felt that he had implicated Tianfei, otherwise with Tianfei's ability, he might be able to escape from N21. At this time, Kong Chuan had already planned to sacrifice himself to buy time for Tianfei to escape, and he would delay for a while. It's useless. Our tracks have been discovered. Even if we are not caught now, we don't have the ability to cross the starry sky to other galaxies. Sooner or later, we will not be able to escape. Tianfei saw through Kong Chuan's thoughts, and shook her head slightly. Kong Chuan naturally knew that if they could hide without being discovered, they might be able to change their appearance and leave Zenith Star from the teleportation station. Now that they have been discovered, the chances of escaping are very slim. If you can escape, then you can escape. Kong Chuan still wants to fight with N21. Seeing the two of them like this, N21 chuckled and said, "You don't have to push and shove each other like this. Don't even think about leaving. Not to mention that you can't escape. Even if you escape, do you not care about the life and death of the Peacock clan? If you leave, the Peacock clan will be buried with you." When Kong Chuan and Tianfei heard what N21 said, their faces suddenly turned ugly. They looked at each other, and no longer had the intention of escaping. They burst out with all their strength to fight N21, thinking of destroying both sides. But their strength was not enough to defy the will of heaven. Not long after, Kong Chuan was slapped away by N21. In order to save Kong Chuan, Tianfei was also caught by N21 and fell to the planet together. Luckily, I'm the one here today. If an ordinary mortal were to capture you, he might not be able to capture you. Tianfei is indeed someone who has followed the old thief Tianshu. It's rare for her to fight me for so long in her nirvana body. N21 slowly landed, looked at the injured Tianfei, and said with a smile, "It's a pity for a genius like you to die. I can't bear it. How about this? If you are willing to serve me once, I will pretend that I haven't seen you today. I kill you." Kong Chuan tried hard to rush up to fight, but his waist was almost broken, and he fell down just after he rushed up. N21 wanted to capture Tianfei alive, but Kong Chuan didn't have to be alive. In addition, his strength was not as good as Tianfei, and his injuries were far more serious than Tianfei. Tianfei looked at N21 coldly and said, "You are just a dog. How dare you disobey your master's order? Why are you barking here?" N21's face darkened instantly when he heard this. He really didn't dare to let Tianfei go without authorization. He just wanted to take advantage of Tianfei, but he didn't expect to be caught by Tianfei. He was embarrassed. "You really want to die?" N21 said coldly. "Even if I want to die, do you dare to kill me?" Tianfei said contemptuously. N21 laughed when he heard this. "Yes, I really don't dare to kill you, and I really have to take you back alive, but I can kill him." Tianfei's expression froze slightly, and then she said coldly, "If he dies, you can't take Tianfei away alive. Then try it." N21 didn't buy into Tianfei's trick at all, and appeared in front of them in a flash. Bang bang. Tianfei was repelled by N21, and Kong Chuan was lifted up by N21's neck. Tianfei, who had always been expressionless, suddenly changed her expression, but she was not panicked, but more resolute. She had made up her mind to perish together. "Go. Go quickly." Kong Chuan struggled to squeeze out a few words. His neck was almost broken, and his bones were crackling. "Master 21, please show mercy." A voice suddenly sounded on this planet. Tianfei and N21 were both slightly startled, and their eyes turned to the direction where the voice came from, but they saw two figures slowly flying towards them. Judging from their appearance, they should not be from the Tianan clan. But at this time, who else would appear here except the Tianan clan? Lin Shen? Tianfei saw the face of the man in front of her clearly, and couldn't help but be slightly startled. She didn't expect to see Lin Shen here. I was wondering who it was. It turned out to be Dean Tian of Tianshu Academy, the lackey of Emperor Tianshu. "You are here. I thought you had received the news, and were hiding outside, and refused to come back." N21 was delighted when he saw Lin Shen. The Yin family had long been unhappy with Lin Shen, the lackey. They thought that Lin Shen was not in Tianshu Academy, and that they could not deal with him this time. Who knew that they would meet Lin Shen here? "Master 21, you are joking. You said that I am the Dean of Tianshu Academy. After finishing my business trip, where else can I go if I don't come back?" Lin Shen flew closer with Yen Ryu, and said with a smile, "You used to be the Dean of Tianshu Academy, but not anymore. But you're back just in time. You don't have to go to Tianshu Academy anymore. Come back with me and go to jail. If you're lucky, you might not have to die." N21 said contemptuously. Lin Shen helped Tianshu Emperor to make money, and also helped Tianxuan to take away the interests of the Yin family in Giant Ring Star. And 21 didn't like him at all. After saying that, without waiting for Lin Shen to speak again, he directly hit out a palm, wanting to get rid of Lin Shen and the woman who followed him. And 21 only knew that Lin Shen had good talent, but not level. As an immortal in the Earth Law realm, it was easy for him to take down Lin Shen. But when he hit out this palm, he felt a flash in front of his eyes. The tall woman standing behind Lin Shen unexpectedly appeared in front of Lin Shen for some reason, and smashed his palm power with a palm, and at the same time a jade palm print was printed on him at an incredible speed. Immortal. And 21 was horrified and didn't care about much. He loosened his grip on Kong Chuan's neck and retreated quickly, barely avoiding the unreachable jade palm print. Who are you? And 21 stared at Yin Ryu, and a red shell appeared on him, wrapping his body. Lin Shen stretched out his hand and grabbed Kong Chuan's body. He took out a bottle of medicine and handed it to him. Can you drink it yourself? Dean. I can drink it myself. Kong Chuan was surprised. He didn't expect Lin Shen to appear here and bring an immortal strongman to save them. Empress Tianfei, are you okay? Lin Shen stopped caring about Kong Chuan and looked at Tianfei and asked. Tianfei looked at Lin Shen with a strange look, wondering why he was here. It's okay, Dean Tian. Why are you here? I heard that Empress Tianfei was in trouble, so I came to save her. I wonder what happened. Lin Shen asked. Chapter 908. And 21 laughed when he heard this. Lin Shen, you don't even know what happened. I'm afraid you be a confused ghost even if you die. It's okay to tell you that the old thief Tianshu has abdicated. Now the emperor of my Tianren clan is an E. Lin Shen had expected this long ago, and was not surprised but happy when he heard this. Since the emperor of Tianshu was driven off the stage, he didn't have to take the risk of taking the fire from the Tianfei. Lin Shen even had the urge to thank an E, and then said to the emperor of Tianshu, you can go with peace of mind, I will take care of your wife and daughter. But on second thought, the emperor of Tianshu was generally good to him. If an E came to power, he, the dean of the Tianshu Academy, might be in trouble. Where is the emperor of Tianshu now? Lin Shen still asked. In fact, he had no loyalty to the emperor of Tianshu. To be honest, he had never seen the true face of the emperor of Tianshu, and he was not very familiar with the emperor of Tianshu. If an E is willing, Lin Shen is willing to surrender, even if he is not allowed to become the dean of the Tianshu Academy. Unfortunately, the Yin family will most likely not let him go, so there is no need for him to surrender. He has been dead for a long time. You should go down and accompany your master. And 21 said and launched an attack again, but unlike before, and 21's law burst out with powerful power. The 10-speed Ghost God Law of the Earth Law Realm made in 21's speed burst to an unimaginable degree. In just a moment, and 21's body was divided into 10, attacking Yin Ryu and Lin Shen from 10 different directions. These are not phantoms. They are all in 21's real body, which is a powerful ability given to him by the 10-speed Ghost God Law. 10 and 21's attacked the two from different directions with 10 different moves. 9 of them attack Yin Ryu, and only 1 attacked Lin Shen. Tianfei and Kong Chuan watched this scene with some worry, wondering if the immortal next to Lin Shen could block and 21's attack. And 21's 10-speed Ghost God Law was equivalent to 10 and 21's besieging one immortal. Immortals in the general realm of law might not be able to completely block it. As soon as this thought came to their minds, they saw Yin Ryu's jade hand slapping back and forth, and the N21's, who attacked her from different directions, were slapped in the face one by one. They were slapped 9 times in a row, and the shells on their faces were broken, and their faces were slapped and twisted. The figure that rushed towards Lin Shen was also stopped by Yin Ryu with a slap. And 21's body was slapped and spun in the sky like a gyroscope, triggering a huge tornado. Tianfei and Kong Chuan were surprised and happy. They were happy that there was a way out, but they were surprised that there was such a powerful immortal beside Lin Shen. They didn't know where he came from. Tianfei observed Yin Ryu's strength. She couldn't figure out when such a powerful female immortal from another race appeared in the Tianan clan. Judging from how she easily suppressed in 21, she must be a strong person in the Tianfa realm. Tianfei had already thought highly of Yin Ryu, but she still didn't dare to think that Yin Ryu would be a true immortal king. Do you want to spare his life? Yin Ryu saw in 21 fleeing in a panic, and turned to Lin Shen and asked. Let him go. Lin Shen didn't want to break up with the Tianren clan completely. There are still his people in the Tianshu Academy, and Tianxuan is also a blood relative of the Tianxua family. If he really does something extreme, I'm afraid they won't have an easy time on Zenith Star. I didn't expect that the Tianshu Emperor would be deprived of power. I have to find a way to get Ouyang Yudu out. Lin Shen was afraid that the Yin family couldn't find him, and would attack Ouyang Yudu. Empress Tianfei, you have exposed your whereabouts now. It's impossible to hide anymore. Why don't you go to Zenith Star with us? We will leave openly from the teleportation station on Zenith Star. Lin Shen turned and said to Empress Tianfei. Empress Tianfei and Kong Chuan looked at each other, and they both felt that Lin Shen was crazy. It was already a certain time, and he dared to go to Zenith Star. Did he really think that he could do whatever he wanted on Zenith Star because he had an immortal by his side, and could defeat in 21? Even if he was a strong man in Tianfa, he was nothing on Zenith Star. Dean Tian, I'm afraid you don't know the current situation of Zenith Star. Tianfei told Lin Shen everything that happened on Zenith Star, so that he would know that the current Zenith Star is a dead end for Lin Shen. The Emperor of Heavenly Arts is so fierce that an E, who is said to be the best master of the celestial race, can't beat him. It's a pity that he usually does too much evil and loses the hearts of the people, otherwise he wouldn't have lost the position of Emperor of Heaven. Lin Shen sighed in his heart. Zenith Star is now like a dragon's den and a tiger's lair for us. Let's escape into the starry sky first, and then make plans. Kong Chuan said on the side. Lin Shen thought for a while, and said, how about this? Let's make an appointment. You go to hide in the starry sky first. We will go to Zenith Star to take a look first, and then pick you up after we come out. Dean Tian, if you go to Zenith Star now, aren't you walking into a trap? Why do you have to go? Kong Chuan was straightforward and asked directly. Not really. I am the Dean of Tianshi Academy, an official department certified by the Tianren clan. Even if he wants to kill me, he must have a reason. I haven't done anything wrong, so he can't do anything to me. Lin Shen just said that. In fact, with Yen Ryu by his side, although there are many strong people on Zenith Star, they may not dare to stop them. If it was before, Lin Shen really didn't dare to go. But now, Tianshu Emperor was injured and fled, and an E himself was seriously injured. It's not so easy to recover. The two top strong men have no fighting power. Now is the weakest time for Zenith Star. In the previous chaos, those immortals couldn't stand the injuries of varying degrees. If they don't go now, when will they go? Although Lin Shen and Yen Ryu are not strong enough to fight against so many immortals, the celestial race will not sacrifice so many immortals to kill them. As long as Yen Ryu reveals his identity as a Dharma King, the celestial race will definitely not dare to fight with a Dharma King at this time, as that would be a huge blow to the celestial race. If an E really dares to do that, the celestial race will basically be eliminated from the universe. Lin Shen is determined that an E can't do anything to him at this time, so he has to take this opportunity to go to Zenith Star to get Ouyang Yudu out. Otherwise, who knows how those people will deal with Ouyang Yudu. Tianfei looked at Lin Shen with a complicated expression. She hadn't seen Lin Shen for a long time, and felt that Lin Shen today seemed a little different from before. In the past, whether in front of the Emperor of Heavenly Arts or in front of her, Lin Shen seemed a little timid, as if he had no opinion at all, but today she saw a different Lin Shen. Let's go with Dean Tian. Tianfei suddenly said this, which surprised Lin Shen. Chapter 909. Is it too dangerous for us to go back to Zenith Star now? Kong Chuan was shocked. If Lin Shen, the Dean of Tianshi Academy, returns to Zenith Star, there is still a slight possibility that he will be forgiven, but Tianfei, who is the favorite concubine of Emperor Tianshu, and has always been known as the demon concubine, will definitely not be forgiven. Compared to Lin Shen, the bigwigs of Tianren Academy hate Tianfei more. After all, Lin Shen has been here for a short time, and the money he helped Emperor Tianshu to take away is relatively limited. It's different for Tianfei. The bigwigs of the Tianren clan have long been dissatisfied with the huge wealth that Emperor Tianshu spent on Tianfei. This has been going on for a long time. Our whereabouts have been leaked. If we can't be teleported out of Zenith Star, it's only a matter of time before we are caught. Tianfei looked at Lin Shen and said, now we can only rely on Dean Tian. Don't worry, Tianfei, I will do my best to protect you. Lin Shen understood Tianfei's thoughts and swore immediately. Yen Ryu looked at Lin Shen with a complicated expression. Tianshu had already fallen, but Lin Shen was still trying to protect Tianfei. This made her wonder if Lin Shen had any special hobbies that he couldn't tell anyone. Kong Chuan wanted to say something, but seeing that Tianfei had made up her mind, he didn't say anything. He knew in his heart that even if they escaped into the starry sky, the chances of survival would be slim. Under the leadership of Lin Shen, the four people flew towards Zenith Star. After N21 escaped back to Zenith Star, he immediately reported to Tien Renyuan that he had encountered Lin Shen in the process of hunting Tianfei, and also told in detail that there was a Tianfa immortal beside Lin Shen. And 21 did not talk about his own defeat, but only said that he had a great battle with the Immortal, and was defeated and had to retreat. After driving away Emperor Tian Shu, Tian Renyuan is now the supreme authority of the Tianan clan. And is still the dean of Tian Renyuan. As for the position of Tiandi, he needs to go through the coronation ceremony at an appropriate time before he can be officially crowned as the new Tiandi. It's just that because of his injuries, and is still recovering at home. The affairs of Tian Renyuan are temporarily presided over by more than a dozen respected elders. After listening to N21's report, an elder said coldly, "The old thief Tianshu has fallen, and Lin Shen, that lackey, dares to be arrogant. He must be dealt with. Send people to the starry sky. No matter what, we must capture Lin Shen and Tianfei, and put them on trial. Now our clan is facing internal and external troubles. At this time, we should focus on resisting foreign enemies. It is not easy to waste manpower and material resources on such trivial matters." Another elder said, "To resist foreign aggression, we must first stabilize the internal situation. If we cannot unite internally, how can we work together to resist foreign enemies? The demon concubine and her lackey Lin Shen must be punished for their crimes." The previous elder disagreed with this elder's point of view. For a while, the opinions of the elders present were somewhat different, but most of them were about whether to deal with Lin Shen and others now or to deal with them later. No one thought that Lin Shen and Tian concubine were innocent. When the elders were arguing, someone suddenly pushed open the door of the meeting place and came in to report. "What's the matter that makes you so flustered?" The great elder Anigua frowned and asked. "Tian concubine is back," the man said anxiously. The elders and N21 were all surprised. They didn't expect Tian concubine to dare to come back. "Isn't this courting death? She came back alone?" Anigua frowned and asked. "There is also Lin Shen, the dean of Tianshi Academy, and 2 other people. One of them is Kong Chuan, and the other is a foreign woman that no one knows." The visitor answered immediately. "Well, Lin Shen, that lackey, is so bold that he dares to come back. Does he really think that as an immortal of Tianfa, he can run rampant in our Tianren clan?" Several elders were all indignant. They couldn't understand why Lin Shen dared to come to Zenith Star, issue an order to Enchi, asking him to capture Lin Shen and Tianfei. Anigua looked at several elders. The elders were very unanimous this time. They all signed their names and asked someone to convey it to Enchi, asking him to capture Lin Shen and Tianfei. After Lin Shen returned to Zenith Star with Tianfei, he immediately returned to his house on Zenith Star and found that Ouyang Yudu was not there. The communication within the planet was still fine. Lin Shen wanted to contact Ouyang Yudu, but found that he could not contact him. He could not get through at all. Lin Shen thought about it and contacted other people in Tianshi Academy. The result was the same. He could not contact any of them. Lin Shen frowned slightly. He knew that Tianshi Academy, as the minion organization of Tianshu Emperor, might have been purged. He didn't know what happened to Ouyang Yudu and others. If they had met with misfortune, Lin Shen didn't know what to do. "We can only go to Tianshi Academy to see the situation first." Lin Shen went out and prepared to go to Tianshi Academy. "Dean, it's already this time. Shouldn't we go to the teleportation station quickly, leave Zenith Star first, and then make plans?" Kong Chuan saw that Lin Shen was not going to the teleportation station, which made him difficult to understand. After returning to Zenith Star, no one came to catch them, which made Kong Chuan feel a little surprised. He was secretly happy, thinking that he could take the opportunity to rush to the teleportation station and leave Zenith Star. Who knew that Lin Shen would not go to the teleportation station, but go back home first. Now that he has returned home, Lin Shen still seems to have no intention of going to the teleportation station, which makes Kong Chuan feel that Lin Shen is a bit too desperate. At this time, Lin Shen actually has the leisure to go shopping here. "Are you looking for Ouyang Yudu?" Tianfei is much smarter than Kong Chuan, and has guessed what Lin Shen is going to do. Lin Shen nodded slightly. "He is not at home, and I can't contact him. I have to go to Tianqiyuan to check." "Then go." Tianfei nodded and said, "Sister, why are you so confused? If we are still wandering around here at this time, someone will come to catch us soon," Kong Chuan said anxiously. Without Lin Shen's explanation, Tianfei said, "No one is coming to catch us now, just because they know we can't escape. There must be heavy soldiers guarding the teleportation station. It doesn't matter whether we go early or late." Kong Chuan fell silent after hearing this. Without the immortal beside Lin Shen, they had no ability to rush into the teleportation station, and it would be useless to go there. Lin Shen knew that Kong Chuan wanted to send Tianfei out too much, so he didn't bother with him, and went directly to Tianshi Academy. Along the way, People pointed at them from time to time. It seemed that many people had recognized their identities, and were a little confused. At this time, they dared to be here. In fact, when Lin Shen and his team flew back to Zenith Star, all the families had already received the news, and were secretly paying attention to their situation. One was the favorite concubine of Emperor Tianshu, and the other was the favorite minister of Emperor Tianshu. These two people dared to return to Zenith Star blatantly, which made them feel a little confused. Chapter 910. When Lin Shen and his 4 companions arrived at the gate of Tianshiyuan, they saw from afar that there were a large group of Tianren guards guarding outside Tianshiyuan. In the past, Tianshiyuan was a place that no one cared about, so how could there be so many guards guarding it? Now it is certain that Tianshiyuan must have been taken down. When Lin Shen saw that there were people guarding it, a glimmer of hope rose in his heart. If everyone had been captured, then a place like Tianshiyuan would not need so many people guarding it. There was such a large group of guards guarding it, which meant that there might be someone inside, or there might be something worth guarding inside. It would be best if there were someone inside. Even if Ouyang was not inside, the people inside could provide him with some information. Stop. This is a restricted area. No outsiders are allowed to enter. The guards guarding the gate stopped Lin Shen and his companions. Do you know who I am? Lin Shen looked at the guard and asked. It doesn't matter who you are. Tianshiyuan has been sealed off, and no one can enter. The guard stared at Lin Shen and said, It seems that you recognize me. Lin Shen said calmly, I won't make things difficult for you. You don't have to go in. You just need to tell me if there is anyone else in Tianshiyuan now. The guard laughed when he heard this. Lin Shen, you take yourself too seriously. Now it's not the same as before. Now the emperor of our Tianan clan is an E, not your master. Why do you make things difficult for me? Lin Shen also laughed. He didn't want to make things difficult for these ordinary guards. The struggles of the top leaders had nothing to do with them. He didn't expect that a guard would dare to make things difficult for him now. Come to think of it, most of the Celestials are arrogant and xenophobic in their bones. Even these guards looked down on him as a foreigner. At this point, Lin Shen didn't waste any words and walked directly inside. A group of guards immediately summoned their life bases to stop Lin Shen. The guards here are at least ascenders, and a few of the guards' leaders are at the Nirvana level. But as soon as they summoned their life bases, they were pressed to the ground by the terrifying and irresistible force, and their life bases fell directly to the ground, unable to move. Yin Ryu only slightly revealed the power of the law, which was not something these guards could resist. Lin Shen ignored the guards lying on the ground, walked to the front door, and opened the sealed door directly. The 4 walked in, and found that the celestial courtyard was dead silent. Suddenly, Lin Shen's keen hearing heard a sound of ouch coming from the house. There was only one sound, and then it disappeared. The sound was not loud. Lin Shen's mind suddenly emerged with a picture of someone being beaten to death, being tortured, and then fainting with a weak last scream. Lin Shen couldn't help but speed up his pace. He was outside the house in the backyard, where the sound came from in an instant, and kicked the door open. Lin Shen saw the scene inside clearly, and he was stunned there, his eyes widened, as if he couldn't believe what he saw. Tian Fei and the other 2 also followed, and when they saw the scene inside, they were also stunned there. There was no beating as imagined, no torture, and even no guards. In the huge warehouse, Ensai, Qi Xinhua, several vice presidents, and some other people, including Ouyang Yudu and Lin Wan, were eating hot pot around a big table. Qi Xinhua had just picked up a large piece of meat roll from the hot pot with his chopsticks, and was about to eat the meat when the door was kicked open. He kept looking over in this position and was stunned. Lin Shen finally figured out what the sound of ouch was. It was probably someone who burned his mouth while eating hot pot. Dean, why are you back? Ensai came over and said with some concern, You shouldn't come back at this time. You should stay out of the limelight first. I'm fine, don't worry about me. What's wrong with you? Seeing that they were all fine and Ouyang Yudu was also unharmed, Lin Shen felt relieved. Qi Xinhua put the meat roll into his mouth and chewed it for a few bites before saying, Dean, don't worry about us. We have been in the Tianren clan for so many years, and have a few friends. No one can do anything to us. At most, we can eat and rest here for a few days. But you, if you come back now, I'm afraid you will be in big trouble. Deputy Dean Qiao glanced at Tian Fei behind Lin Shen, and said with a strange look, Dean, you really shouldn't come back. You are in big trouble. Lin Shen smiled bitterly in his heart. If he had known that this would be the case, he would not have come here. Ouyang Yudu said, Our communicators have been taken away, and we can't contact you. Lin Shen nodded, looked at everyone and asked, The situation is special now, Are you willing to go to the giant ring star with me? President, have you joined Tianren Academy? Shi Xinhua asked in surprise. If he hadn't joined Tianren Academy, how could Lin Shen come back at this time? And why did he take them to Giant Ring Star? Lin Shen wanted to say something, but suddenly heard hurried footsteps outside, and someone shouted coldly. Lin Shen, I didn't expect you to dare to come back. And Jia had already come to the yard with his men, staring at Lin Shen fiercely. Vice President and Vice President Xiao looked at each other. They originally thought that Lin Shen dared to come back because he joined Tianren Academy, but now it seems that this is not the case, and they can't help but worry. Why don't I dare to come back? I am the president of Tianshi Academy. Isn't it normal to come back? Lin Shen said lightly. The old thief Tianshu has fallen, so how can there be any Tianshi Academy? You are just a lackey who helps the tiger, and you are worthy of being called the dean? Anga, he said disdainfully, if you surrender now, and tell the truth about the shameful things you have done, there may be a glimmer of hope. I really don't know what shameful things I have done. Lin Shen looked at Anjiahe and said, Don't cry until you see the coffin, take him down. Angahe directly ordered the people behind him to take Lin Shen down. Since knowing the news of Lin Shen's return, Anjiahe couldn't hold back and brought people to take Lin Shen and Tianfei back together. He didn't care about those people in Tianshi Academy, and only planned to capture Lin Shen and Tianfei. These old guys in Tianshi Academy have been in the Tianren clan for so many years, and their connections and relationships are tangled, which is not something that a junior like him can touch casually. But Lin Shen and Tianfei are different. These two people have no foundation in the Tianren clan. They only rely on the Tianshu Emperor. Once the Tianshu Emperor falls, no matter how strong they are just two nirvanas, and can't make any waves. He brought the immortals here this time to capture the two people in one fell swoop. Not only can he avenge his hatred, but it is also a merit. Master Jia, you want to arrest someone in our Tianshi Academy? No problem. Do you have the arrest warrant issued by the Tianren Academy? Deputy Dinan stood up and looked at Njiahe and said. Chapter 911. Deputy Dinan, this is between me and Lin Shen, it has nothing to do with you. The Tianshi Academy has been sealed, but Njiahe still spoke to Vice Dinan with respect, as if he didn't want to offend him. Deputy Dinan looked at him and said calmly, This is the Tianshi Academy, I am the Vice Dean of the Tianshi Academy, you are here, in front of me, trying to arrest the Dean of our Tianshi Academy, and then you tell me that this has nothing to do with me. Master Jia, then tell me, what exactly has to do with me? Lin Shen was a little surprised. At this time, Vice Dinan dared to be so tough, and he was also a little moved. And Jia actually had no intention of falling out with Vice Dinan. Vice Dinan, Lin Shen, and Yao Fei are the culprits who harmed our Tianren clan. You are an orthodox Tianren clan elder, and an elder of our own family. I hope you can understand our difficulties. I don't know what Tianfei is like, but you said that Dean Tian harmed our Tianren clan. Show me the evidence. If you have evidence, you can arrest anyone. If you don't have evidence, why do you arrest people? Vice Dinan said indifferently. And Shiqing, we give you face, but it doesn't mean you can trample on our face. And 34, the immortal brought by Njiahe, stared at Vice Dinan and said. Lin Shen only knew today that Vice Dinan's name was actually Shiqing. This name is really a bit auspicious. You can also choose not to give me face. And Shiqing said calmly, Whether you give me face or not, without evidence, who of you can touch the Dean of Tianshi Academy? You. And 34 stared at Shiqing, but he actually held back his anger and did not take action. And Jia only tried to persuade Shiqing, and he didn't get angry even after all this. Lin Shen and Tianfei were a little surprised. They thought that there were no real strong people in a place like Tianshi Academy. They didn't expect that Vice Dinan, who was always gentle, and either made tea or played cards and chess with others every day, would have such a strong side. Vice Dinan is so powerful, worthy of being a strongman, who once won the 3rd place in the family. A person walked in from outside, and it was Nqi who brought him. Lin Shen finally understood why Njiahe and others were so tolerant of Vice Dinan. He actually won the 3rd place in the family. Such a person can open a house alone. I don't know why he came to Tianshi Academy to be a Vice Dean, and he didn't use the name of Insan. Is it bothering anyone if I show off my power in my own home? And Shiqing said slowly. This is the arrest warrant issued by Tian Renyuan. We are ordered to arrest Lin Shen and concubine Kong Lin. Please, Vice President N, show mercy, and don't make things difficult for us. And she took out the arrest warrant and spread it in front of everyone, staring at Shiqing and said, Did I make things difficult for you? And Shiqing asked back. It is indeed a bit difficult. And she stared at him with burning eyes. That can't be helped. I like to make things difficult for people. What can you do? And Shiqing looked at Anqi without flinching. Since you must protect these two criminals, I have no choice but to learn from you. The person who was able to get the third place in the Yan family back then still has some skills now. And she handed the arrest warrant to Jiahe on the side and walked towards Shiqing. Lin Shen wanted to say something, but was stopped by Shiqing. He sat there and said lightly, I also want to see what kind of people are in the Yan family now. I can't let you down after all. And she sneered and stretched out his hand. Something seemed to be thrown out of his hand, but because the speed was too fast, most people didn't see it clearly. And Shiqing stretched out his fingers, but clamped a thin line thinner than a hair. The line was almost invisible to the naked eye, but it stood straight in the air. The next second, purple light appeared on the thin line, and purple crystals formed at one end of the thin line, spreading quickly towards Shiqing along the thin line. Wherever the purple light reached, crystals like crystal flowers formed on the thin line. Lin Shen saw clearly that those crystal flowers were actually formed by dust that touched the purple light. And Qi's law could actually crystallize matter. The purple light spread to Shiqing's fingers holding the thin wire, but Shiqing had no intention of dodging, and let the purple light climb up his fingers, turning his fingers into purple crystals. Almost in an instant, the purple light turned Shiqing's entire body into a purple crystal statue. Crash! When Anqi was sneering, he saw Shiqing's body tremble, and the purple crystals outside his body actually shattered and fell to the ground, but Shiqing's body was not hurt at all. Anqi and others all changed their faces slightly. Shiqing endured Anqi's power of law, and was able to break it directly. Such strength is definitely not inferior to Anqi. If you have evidence, you can do whatever you want to me. If you don't have evidence, try to touch my Tianqiyuan people. Shiqing exerted a little force with his fingers, and the thin wire in his hand broke instantly. Anqi retracted his hand, and the thin line was taken back by him. He stared at Shiqing and said, Vice Dinan is still as sharp as ever, and he is worthy of being the third person in my Yan family. But if you want to be an enemy of Tianren Academy and the Yan family, I still have to advise you to think twice. Shiqing laughed. My last name is An. When you say that I am an enemy of the Yan family, does it mean that I want to be an enemy of myself? You said that I am an enemy of Tianren Academy. There are 679 people with the last name An in the 1,654 seats of Tianren Academy. It is not a lot, but there are 400 to 500 people who are related to me. They are either my relatives or my friends, or they are my descendants or the descendants of my friends. You said that I am an enemy of Tianren Academy, so you can go to Tianren Academy to ask whether I, Shiqing, am a friend of Tianren Academy or an enemy of Tianren Academy. This sentence made Anqi and others look uncertain. Of course, they knew how powerful Shiqing was. Not to mention the Yan family, even among the Tian and Qi families, Shiqing has many friends and relatives, otherwise why would Jiahe be so afraid of Shiqing and dare not act rashly in front of him? Anqi naturally knew that he could not do anything to Shiqing unless he came in person, but An was still recovering from his injuries, so how could he come here for such a small matter? Lin Shen knew that Vice Dinan must be no ordinary person, but he did not expect him to be so awesome, just like a big Buddha. He regretted that he did not worship this big Buddha properly when he was in Tianshi Academy. By the way, what is the name of the technique that Vice Dinan gave me? I have to read it carefully when I go back. Lin Shen thought to himself. Chapter 912. Lin Shen finally understood why the Tianshi Academy was the minion of the Tianshu Emperor. When the Tianshu Emperor was driven out of office, this should be the first place to be hit. Why can Vice President and his men still eat hot pot here? Okay, I don't care about the people in your Tianshi Academy. I arrest the demon concubine, and it has nothing to do with your Tianshi Academy. And she actually compromised. He held the arrest warrant issued by the Tianren Academy, but he didn't dare to confront Shiqing after all. He planned to take down Tianfei first, and then make plans. Shiqing sat down. He could protect Lin Shen, and that was a legitimate reason. Others couldn't say anything. Even if this reason was brought to the Tianren Academy, he could stand. But Tianfei was different. If he insisted on protecting Tianfei, the nature of the matter would change. She looked at Tianfei, and Kong Chuan's face was extremely ugly. Lin Shen was protected by the people of Tianshi Academy, but he and Tianfei didn't have such support. Take her down. Qi disdained to personally attack Tianfei, and his eyes were only fixed on Yan Ryu beside Lin Shen. Wait. Lin Shen stood up and stopped Jiahe and others who wanted to attack. Lin Shen, I spared you this time for the sake of Vice Dinan, don't make a mistake. And she said coldly, "This is my private matter, and has nothing to do with Tian Renyuan." Lin Shen took out the certificate of the Dean of Tian Renyuan and placed it on the table. This move made both parties stunned, and they didn't understand what Lin Shen was going to do. "Vice Dean, what do you say?" And she looked at En Shiqing. En Shiqing frowned and looked at Lin Shen, and Lin Shen smiled and said, "Vice Dean, I feel relieved to know that you are all right. I will no longer be the Dean of Tianshi Yuan, and my affairs have nothing to do with Tianshi Yuan. Thank you for your care during this period of time. I will leave now. Those who want to go back to Jihuangxing with me can go with me now. Take care." And Shiqing looked at Lin Shen deeply, and said nothing more. He also stopped Qi Xinhua, and others, who wanted to say something. Ouyang Yudu stood up silently, and stood behind Lin Shen. Some members of the special service team also followed Ouyang Yudu. "Anyway, I am alone and I can survive anywhere. I will go with you." Qi Xinhua stood up with a smile, and walked to Lin Shen. No one else stood up. Lin Shen also understood that their connections and relationships were all on Zenith Star. It was indeed a difficult choice for them to leave Zenith Star. What surprised Lin Shen was that Lin Wan also came over. And Qi and others watched silently, without any intention of stopping them. They just took this opportunity to see how many traitors there were in Tianshi Academy. Until no one walked towards Lin Shen, and she looked at En Shiqing and said, "Vice President, and this is not that I don't give you face." And Shiqing nodded and said nothing. It had nothing to do with him next. Take them all down. And Qi's eyes never left Yanryu. And Jiahe signaled in 34 to start, and the primary target was naturally Lin Shen. "You want to play, I play with you." Qi Xinhua smiled and greeted in 34, stopping in 34. And Jiahe frowned slightly, and seeing that En Qi had no intention of starting, he stared at Lin Shen and said, "The grudge between you and me is just right to be settled today. Do you have the courage to fight me again? I give you a hand. If I win, do you have the power to let us leave Zenith Star?" Lin Shen didn't get up. If there was no benefit, he was too lazy to pay attention to Jiahe. "You don't need to give in. If you can win, I will personally send you away," Angehi said with a cold face. "Okay, a gentleman's word is as good as a horse's." Lin Shen stood up and followed Angehi to the yard. And Qi frowned slightly, but did not say anything. Everyone retreated to the yard. Angehi looked at Lin Shen and suddenly laughed. "Lin Shen, you are indeed very strong. You can be said to be the only opponent I have ever seen in my life, but you have a fatal weakness. Do you know what it is? You still like to talk so much." Lin Shen sighed. Angehi's face froze, and he didn't say anything. The space outside him slowly twisted, and a ray of light rose from his body. "Immortal. Angehi has been promoted to immortal." Kong Chuan was shocked. "I am already immortal, and even if you have reached nirvana, what does it matter? You have entered immortality, and have no laws. What right do you have to fight me?" Angehi stared at Lin Shen and sneered. "You took away the dark domain lotus seeds that originally belonged to me, so I had to give up the road of reconstruction and could only be promoted to immortality. This is a reincarnation. You created an immortal level opponent for yourself. You can't blame anyone else. If you want to fight, then fight. Can you not talk?" Lin Shen looked at Angehi and asked. "Since you are so anxious, I can't let you down." Angehi's laws completely erupted, and the flow of time in the yard suddenly became extremely slow. Everyone's movements seemed to have turned into super slow motion. Time law. Angehi's law turned out to be the time law. Many people changed color. Time law is one of the most difficult law systems to comprehend. If you don't have talent, it is difficult to comprehend the time law even if you soak in the time law all day. In fact, everyone is affected by time at all times, but those who can truly comprehend the law of time are very rare in the entire universe. Everyone turned into slow motion, only Jiahe still drew his sword and slashed at Lin Shen at a normal speed. His sword was not just to take down Lin Shen, but to chop Lin Shen alive. Everyone watched Jiahe slash at Lin Shen with his sword. And Shiqing frowned slightly. When he was hesitating whether to make a move, he saw Lin Shen move. Bang! Lin Shen punched out, and in the eyes of everyone's disbelief, Jiahe was blown away with his sword. A big hole was knocked out of the wall of Tianshiyuan, and Jiahe crashed through the walls, and was directly knocked out of Tianshiyuan. And she stared at Lin Shen in a daze, with a look of surprise in his eyes. He also didn't see what Lin Shen's punch just now was. Even if Lin Shen was promoted to immortal in such a short time, as an immortal, the law of time also has a huge advantage. How could Jiahe be knocked away by a punch and not even have the strength to fight back? What puzzled Qi the most was that Lin Shen's punch just now did not make him feel the fluctuation of the law. and 34 was also shocked. And Jiehe of the time system could not even block Lin Shen's punch. When did Lin Shen become so powerful? He was an ascender before. How long has it been? He jumped 2 levels and became an immortal. At this time, everyone realized that when Lin Shen said to let Jiehe use one hand, he would not mean to use only one hand. Chapter 913. Jiehe rushed out like crazy, holding a bit knife in his hand, and the carapace on his chest was sunken. He looked like he was injured. Jiehe stared at Lin Shen. Are you immortal? I guess so, Lin Shen said. Very good, if you want to leave, I can send you away at any time, but not including them. Jiehe stepped aside and left the space to Anqi. Anqi nodded slightly to him. Anahe was still the same Anahe, and his mind was not blinded by hatred. This was the best choice. Lin Shen, if you want to leave, we won't stop you, but the demon concubine must stay. Anqi said to Lin Shen. Seeing Anqi's attitude towards Lin Shen, he didn't want to cause trouble for Tianshi Academy. After all, Tianshi Academy is not just about Anqi. Why don't you do me a favor, and let me take them away together? Lin Shen said. Why don't I make a bet with you? I bet on who wins, and who loses. If I lose, I won't participate in the affairs here anymore. Your coming and going has nothing to do with me. And she pointed at Yanryu and said. Originally, he thought it was just a simple arrest, but in the current situation, if he really took someone by force, there would be many uncontrollable variables, and he didn't want to make things too complicated. What do you think? Lin Shen looked at Yanryu. Okay. Yanryu nodded. Although the Kong Kong Miao Bai had the ability to teleport, it might not be able to teleport so many people away at once. She knew that Lin Shen didn't want to completely turn against the Tianren clan, otherwise Jiehe wouldn't survive that punch. What's your name? And she asked when he saw Yanryu coming out. Yanryu, Lin Shen's assistant. Yanryu said lightly. And she frowned slightly. He had never heard of this name. He didn't know where Lin Shen found such an immortal in the realm of heavenly law. But it didn't matter. As long as Yanryu was defeated, the matter here would be solved. And she pulled his hands apart, and the thin thread appeared between his fingers. This is my life-based crystal line, you must look carefully. As he said, and she flicked his finger, and the crystal line flew out immediately, but its target was not Yanryu. In just a moment, the crystal line turned into a silk net that was interwoven all over the sky, covering Yanryu in the silk net like a cage. The entire silk net was shining with dazzling purple light, and the dust that touched the silk thread immediately turned into purple crystal. And she pulled it back, and the silk net suddenly shrank, trying to bind Yanryu's body in the silk thread. This thread has the ability to crystallize. If Yanryu touches it, she will be turned into a purple crystal statue in an instant. The power of law has little effect on the crystal line. Even if ordinary immortals use the power of law to fight against the crystal line, it is difficult to exert force on the crystal line. Just like water cannot stop fishing nets, the crystal line has the same characteristics. It can directly bind people through the power of law and turn people into crystals. And Shichen can resist crystallization because he has special abilities and laws. And she does not believe that Yanryu can resist his crystal line. Looking at Yanryu reaching out to grab the crystal line, and she sneered in his heart. No matter how strong her power is, it will be useless. As long as she touches the crystal line, she will be crystallized and can't exert any force at all. But the next second, Anqi's face changed drastically. Yanryu's fingers touched the crystal engraving line, and the purple glowing thin thread not only failed to crystallize Yanryu's fingers, but the thin thread itself turned into white jade. In an instant, the entire silk net turned into a white jade net. Yanryu only exerted a little force, and the white jade net broke directly, falling to the ground with a clang. Anqi's blood was boiling in his chest, and he tried not to spit blood, but his life base was damaged, and he also suffered internal injuries. Anqi couldn't believe that he would meet 2 people who could break his crystal engraving line in one day. Lin Wan looked at Yanryu in surprise, and lowered his head as if thinking about something. And Shiching and others were also a little surprised. Anqi was ranked 7th in the Yin family, and he was definitely not weak. Yanryu could easily break his crystal engraving line. How could such strength be unknown in the universe? Do you want to continue? Yanryu looked at Anqi and asked. Anqi stared at Yanryu for a long time, then shook his head and said, No, I lost. I'm leaving. I can only represent myself, and if anyone comes to find you later, it has nothing to do with me. After Anqi finished speaking, he actually turned around and left. And Jiehe also wanted to follow, but was stopped by Lin Shen. Lin Shen looked at Jiehe with a smile and said, Didn't you say you would send me off in person? Now please take me to the teleportation station. Lin Shen, Don't go too far. And 34 said angrily. Okay, I take you there. And Jiahe thought about it, stopped and 34, turned around and walked out. Lin Shen said goodbye to Shiqing and others, took Ouyang Yudu and others, followed Jiahe, and went to the teleportation station. Lin Shen was wondering if Jiahe would play some tricks, but who knew that Jiahe honestly brought them to the teleportation station without delaying or making any tricks. Even after arriving at the teleportation station, Jiahe did not let Lin Shen say anything. He found the people at the teleportation station and used his identity to ask them to open the teleportation array and send Lin Shen and others away from Kading Star. Master Jiahe is indeed a trustworthy person, Lin Shen praised. Humph. Jiahe snorted coldly and ignored Lin Shen. Master Jiahe, it's bad. There's a problem with the teleportation device, and there is no way to start it. The official of the teleportation station hurried over. Jiahe, you can't afford to lose, so you play such tricks? Kong Chuan asked. I, Jiahe, would not resort to such a mindless method. Jiahe said coldly, turned to the official and asked, what's going on? Maybe there is a problem with the transmission device at the other end. There is no response after starting this side, and the signal cannot be connected. The official said. You can transmit to other planets first. Jiahe said to Lin Shen. Before Lin Shen said anything, the official hurriedly said, there has been a problem since yesterday. We are just checking. All the transmission devices have problems, and cannot be connected. Please wait. Jiahe was slightly startled. Seeing that Lin Shen and others cast suspicious eyes at him, Jiahe frowned and asked, what's going on? Such a big thing happened at the transmission station, why didn't anyone report it? The official at the transmission station hadn't spoken yet, and a voice sounded behind him, I didn't let them report it. Station Master Tianqingshan, what do you mean by this? Jiahe stared at the Tianren tribe, who came over, his face was not very good. It's nothing, I just want to tell you that no one can leave Zenith Star, Tian Qishan said, and his body unexpectedly changed strangely. His muscles squirmed and bulged, and he kept changing his base. In a blink of an eye, he turned into an angel with a body made of steel, and the power of law was rippling on his body. Immortal creatures. Lin Shen saw the changes in Tian Qishan, and immediately knew what happened. Zenith Star actually had the support of the God-making clan, and they also controlled the transmission station. Chapter 914. Zentral Star is not a place where you rebels can be arrogant. Jiahe snorted coldly, and the law of time was activated. Tianqingshan's movements immediately slowed down, just like a slow-motion video on TV. Jiahe punched Tianqingshan's head, trying to smash his head directly. The Celestials had previously captured many immortal creatures from the Immortal Creatures Core, and conducted research on them. This Nirvana, who was injected with a God-making agent to become an immortal creature, still retains human nature and normal thinking, but his body has become an immortal creature. They have a kind of law power, but because they have no understanding of the law, they basically fight on instinct, and they are not as good as immortals in the human law realm. Because the thinking and physical strength are not well matched, once their brains are attacked, they are easily in a state of confusion, and their control over the power of the law becomes worse, and it is easier to deal with them. Although Jiahe has just been promoted to immortal, and his realm is only human law, he still has a great advantage over these immortal creatures in the Immortal Creatures Core. He had fought with these pseudo-immortal creatures before, and he could easily win without much effort. Tian Qishan himself was just a Nirvana, and Jiahe didn't take his transformation into a pseudo-immortal creature seriously. The fact was just as he thought. Tian Qishan's control over the power of the law was too poor. Under Jiahe's time law, he was unable to produce an effective counterattack, and was easily hit in the head by Jiahe. Unfortunately, the destructive power of the time law was not strong enough, and Jiahe's power was unable to smash Tian Qishan's head. But such an attack has confused Tian Qishan's thinking, and his control over his own rules has become even more chaotic. And Jiahe's offensive fell on Tian Qishan like raindrops, and finally, he was directly punched out of the teleportation station. This kind of rubbish dares to speak wildly, and he doesn't know whether to live or die. And Jiahe glanced at the other staff members of the teleportation station, but suddenly frowned. Is it the people of the Lantian Guard? Aren't they responsible for blocking the teleportation station? How come there is no one from the Lantian Guard? And 34 was also stunned when he heard this. Just now, their attention was on Lin Shen and the others, and they did not find any problems with the teleportation station. Tian Qishan's incident made them realize that the guards of the teleportation station were not from the Lantian Guard. The Lantian Guard is different from ordinary guards. They have special abilities. Under the leadership of an immortal, they can form a special blockade effect. Even for the top immortals, it is not easy to break through the blockade of the Lantian Guard. Angjai looked at a shivering teleportation station staff member hiding in the corner. The staff member quickly stood up and pointed to a room in the teleportation station with trembling hands. Angjai directly opened the door of the room with a flick of his hand, and immediately saw that it was full of corpses of celestial beings. Because the corpses were too full, some corpses slipped out as soon as the door was opened. The combat uniforms worn by these corpses were obviously the uniforms of the Lantian guards, but at this time, they were all bleeding from all 7 orifices, and they had been dead for a long time. Toxin. Angjai saw at the first time that these people from the Lantian guards were all poisoned to death, not killed in battle. The blood on their bodies was abnormally black, and they had been dead for who knows how long, but there was no sign of blood coagulation. Anga frowned slightly. It seemed that the other party had been planning for a long time, and the situation on Zenith Star was probably not optimistic. Anga's own communicator had been damaged in the previous battle, and he was about to let N34 report to the higher-ups, but he saw Tianqingshan outside the transmission station standing up again. Tianqingshan, who was injured in many places, stood up shakily, and a syringe appeared in his hand at some point, and he stabbed it into his neck. Anga and Linshan both felt a little confused. They had seen Nirvana people use the god-making agent to transform into pseudo-immortal creatures before. But Tianqingshan had already transformed into a pseudo-immortal creature, and he injected the god-making agent again. Could he transform again? In the doubtful eyes of everyone, Tianqingshan's steel body actually began to wriggle again. The majestic steel body seemed to have shrunk and became as dry as a skeleton. The steel wings behind him were growing bigger, and a pair of ailerons grew underneath. In just a moment, Tianqingshan was very different from his previous appearance, and turned into a steel skeleton angel, with purple light flashing in his eyes, looking extremely scary. No matter how you change, you are just a drug thing? How can you be compared with a real immortal? Angahe activated the law of time again. Tianqingshan's body entered slow motion again, and Angahe's nirvana power turned into sword lights, piercing Tianqingshan's body in the air. Dang 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 dang. The sword lights hit Tianqingshan's body, and they broke one by one, without hurting his body at all. Anga and the others were all shocked. Such physical strength was obviously not just about hardness and toughness. N34 attacked Tianqingshan directly, wanting to kill him together with Anga. But even if they used their strength under the blessing of the law to hit Tianqingshan, they couldn't break his iron body. Instead, Tianqingshan faced their attacks and walked up step by step, with the fluctuations of the law rippling on his body. Boom! Tianqingshan punched, and the terrifying force shocked N34 and Anga and made them retreat, knocking down the wall behind them. The tough law of the Earth Law realm. Anga saw through the opponent's law system, but couldn't think of a way to deal with it. The law of the time system is powerful, but the destructive power is weak. It is almost impossible to break the blessing of Tianqingshan's law by defeating the strong. Just when he was wondering why the support hadn't come yet, he saw a figure appear in front of Tianqingshan. It was Yen Ryu, who was following Linshan. Yen Ryu slapped Tianqingshan's chest with her palm. Tianqingshan was so fast that he couldn't react at all. With one palm, Tianqingshan's iron body turned into jade fragments on the ground in an instant. He was deader than dead. And Jiahe and N34 both changed their faces slightly. They knew Yen Ryu was very strong, but such destructive power still shocked them. The defense of the law of tenacity is very strong. Although there is a realm difference, it is still difficult to kill Tianqingshan like Yen Ryu. Don't waste time. Quickly turn on the transmission device, and let us leave here. Linshan felt that something was wrong, and he had to leave Zenith Star as soon as possible. He was afraid that Zenith Star would change drastically soon. Chapter 9:15. Angahe was more anxious to let them go than Linshan, and immediately went to open the teleportation device himself. He also figured it out. There must be something wrong with Zenith Star. Now that his father was injured, the celestial race was at its weakest. If the god-making race attacked at this time, Zenith Star might be in a catastrophe. If Linshan and his men made trouble at this time, it would only make the situation more unfavorable to the celestial race. It would be better to let them go quickly. Angahe tried to open the teleportation device, but found that it could not be started. What is going on? Angahe grabbed a staff member of the teleportation station and asked. I don't know what went wrong. It couldn't be started since yesterday. The station master said that there was insufficient energy, and that energy needed to be allocated. The energy blocks requested have not been delivered yet. The staff member said tremblingly. The energy blocks of the teleportation devices are all full. How could there be insufficient energy? Angai's face was gloomy. He tried the teleportation devices one by one, and found that all the teleportation devices could not be started. Lin Shan also realized that the problem with Zenith Star was serious, and it was probably impossible to escape from the teleportation station. And Jiahe asked N34 to report to the higher-ups, and called the technicians at the teleportation station to find out why the teleportation device could not be started. But after asking around, he found out that the bodies of the technicians who were actually responsible for maintaining the teleportation device were piled together with the bodies of the Lantian Guard. Immediately, dispatch technicians from the Tiangong Institute. They must find the problem in the shortest possible time and restart the teleportation device. Angjai asked N34 to contact Tiango Injiwen. No one answered. N34 looked at Angjai with a strange expression. No one answered where. Angjai's heart sank. No one answered at Tiango Injiwen and Tian Renyuan. N34 said tremblingly. No one answered at Tiango Injiwen. There was still a slight possibility, but no one answered at Tian Renyuan. Then, there was something wrong. Tian Renyuan had more than 100 people who were responsible for answering business calls. Whenever they called in, they could ensure that someone could answer the communication, and they could get through at any time 24 hours a day. Let's go back. Angjai knew that the situation was really serious, and turned around and left without hesitation. He couldn't care about Lin Shan now, he just wanted to go back quickly to confirm what happened. Lin Shan didn't stop him. He immediately asked Yan Ryu to use Kong Kong Newbie, hoping to teleport Ouyang Yudu and others first. There is a problem with the space fluctuation, and teleportation cannot be used. Yan Ryu tried it, and immediately shook her head, and said to Lin Shan. In fact, without her saying anything, Lin Shan knew that it was impossible to teleport away. There were continuous terrifying explosions in the distance, and Zenith was in chaos. Let's go! Lin Shan called everyone to fly directly into space, wanting to rush out of Zenith first and avoid this war. With Yan Ryu's empty and wonderful writing, as long as they find a stable place without interference from the law, they can teleport away from here in batches. Imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. Before Lin Shan and his friends broke out of the atmosphere, they saw groups of immortal creatures in space rushing towards Zenith, covering the sky and the sun, and their number was too numerous to count. Oh my god! How did the Godmakers get so many immortal creatures to the star system of Zenith Star? Lin Shan looked strange, and had to let everyone retreat first. Even if it was Nirvana before the use of the Godmaker, with so many people, it would be impossible to enter Zenith Star. So, this pseudo-immortal creature army definitely did not come here by teleportation. Could it be that the Godmakers have developed a technology that can complete interstellar navigation in a short period of time? Otherwise it would be impossible to bring so many people here. Lin Shan and others landed again, and saw the law shield rising in the sky, blocking the overwhelming pseudo-immortal creature army outside. Boom boom boom. The pseudo-immortal creature army continued to bombard the law armor, and wars continued to break out inside the planet. Looking at this situation, Lin Shan knew that the law shield might not last long. If Zenith Star could not resist, the history of the Celestial should end here. Another thunderbolt from the blue sky, the law shield was pierced, and the pseudo-immortal creatures, like demons and ghosts, rushed into the atmosphere of Zenith Star. A purple light shot up into the sky, and almost in an instant, it killed a large number of pseudo-immortal creatures that rushed in. A figure appeared in the sky, and it was Tianxia holding the 10 Directions Ghosts and God's soul-slaying sword. Tianxia is also immortal. Lin Shan was not surprised. The reason why Tianxia has not become immortal for a long time is because he has to forge the 10 Directions Ghosts and God's soul-slaying sword. Now that the soul-slaying sword is completed, he has a direction, and it is only a matter of thought to promote to immortality. The 10 Directions Ghosts and God's soul-slaying sword in Tianxia's hand slashed out a series of sword lights, which were invincible and invincible. He killed all the pseudo-immortal creatures that rushed in from the gap with his own strength, and there was not a single intact corpse. The 10 Directions Ghost God's slashing soul sword combined with the laws of the sky is too powerful. Lin Shan couldn't help but hold his slag sword, still hesitating whether to join the battle. Roars came from the planet, and there were many immortal creatures that began to destroy the inside of the planet. A series of divine light shot up into the sky. The immortals and legions of the celestial race needed to clean up the pseudo-immortal creatures inside, while constantly sending people to guard the broken law shield. It was a mess, all messed up. Fights were taking place everywhere on Zenith Star, and various pseudo-immortal creatures were wreaking havoc in the city. Immortals flew across the sky one by one, killing those pseudo-immortal creatures that were wreaking havoc. What should we do now? Tianfei looked at Lin Shan and asked. There are only two ways to go. One is to wait for the celestial race to win, and then we leave. The other way is to rush out and leave the battlefield. Lin Shan said in a deep voice. Now the entire Zenith Star is surrounded by the pseudo-immortal creature army, and the God-making clan is attacking on such a large scale, and they are determined to take over Zenith Star. There must be top-level strongmen to support them. If we rush out of Zenith Star now, we will inevitably become the most conspicuous target of attack. Tianfei said in a deep voice. Then there is only one way to go, to help the Celestial Clan win this battle. Lin Shan said. I am afraid that our strength will not be able to influence the direction of this level of war. Tianfei smiled bitterly. That may not be the case. Lin Shan looked up at the sky and saw that the law shield of Zenith Star had been completely broken, and countless pseudo-immortal creatures swarmed in, and the Celestial Clan was immediately caught in a bitter battle. Lin Shan saw a familiar figure flying in the sky, which was Tian Ruidu, who was born from the life base. Chapter 916. Tian Ruidu's body was destroyed by the heavenly destiny-killing monument, and his soul was attached to his life base, the Bright Seraph. He held another life base, the black leather soul book, in his hand, and watched the pseudo-immortal creature army attack the defense line of Zenith Star in the air. He did not stay for long, flying in this chaotic battlefield, and the direction he was heading seemed to be the direction of the Yin family. Not good. Lin Shan thought of something and hurriedly led people to the direction of Tianjue Mansion. Tianjue was Lin Shan's brother-in-law after all, and his body was almost completely inhuman. Under such circumstances, Tianjue Mansion might not be able to escape from this war unscathed. For the sake of Tianjue, and Tianjue helped him last time, he couldn't just watch the Tianjue family die. With Yan Ryu leading the way, the immortal creatures rushed towards them, and were almost killed immediately. When they arrived at Tianjue Mansion, they saw from a distance that the battle here was not fierce, and the pseudo-immortal creature army did not focus on attacking Tianjue Mansion. The entire Tianjue Mansion was also covered by the law shield. The pseudo-immortal creatures outside could not break through the law shield for a while, so they turned around and went to other places. Why are you here? Tian Xiaochao saw Lin Shan, hesitated, and asked someone to open a line of the law shield and let Lin Shan and others in. Zentingxing is in chaos. I came to see your situation. I hope everything is fine. Lin Shan did not go in, and turned around to leave after saying that. Since Tianjue Mansion is temporarily dead, he has to go back to Tianjiyuan to take a look. And Sai and others are still in Tianjiyuan, and he doesn't know if they can still hold on. If you want to go back to Tianjiyuan, it shouldn't be necessary. Weistein and others have left Tianjiyuan and returned to their respective homes. Tian Shuya said to Lin Shan. Lin Shan was stunned for a moment. Aren't they imprisoned in Tianjiyuan? Why did they go back? Tian Shuya did not answer, but said to Lin Shan, Come in, it's safe here now. You can't leave Zenith Star for a while, so take shelter for a while. Lin Shan thought about it, and led people into Tianjue Mansion. After they all went in, Tian Xiaochao ordered people to close the law shield. You came at the right time. Father had sent someone to look for you, but he didn't expect you to come by yourself. He is waiting for you in the backyard. I will take you to see him. Tian Xiaofeng said, and pulled Lin Shan to the backyard. Lin Shan had been here last time, so this time he was familiar with the road. However, when he came to the yard this time, he saw Tianjue, who looked like an ice jade statue, sitting in a wheelchair, being pushed by a celestial woman, watching the situation outside. You are coming to Zenith Star now. It's really not the right time, Tianjue said. Who knew that Zenith Star would be like this? Lin Shan was also somewhat helpless. You stay here for now. If the Celestials can survive this disaster, it won't be too late for you to leave. Tianju looked at the battles that continued to break out in the sky and continued. If Zenith Star falls, what are your plans? We can only force our way out of Zenith Star. We can go to Giant Ring Star together, Lin Shan said. The woman pushing the wheelchair shook her head and said, If Zenith Star can't be defended, even if you return to Giant Ring Star, do you think Giant Ring Star can be defended? What's more, if Zenith Star falls, I'm afraid no one can escape at that time. You can't just sit and wait for death. I just saw Tian Ruidu. He is a high-level member of the God-making clan. I have offended him before. Even if I want to surrender, I'm afraid there is no way to survive, Lin Shan said. Tianju rarely showed a trace of expression on his face when he heard this. Tian Sun is such a stubborn person. I didn't expect that the person she chose is a smart person. Life is forced. I have no choice. Lin Shan was a little embarrassed. That's good. Tianju nodded slightly. If Zenith Star is lost, you take Xiao Chao and the others to Giant Ring Star together. Aren't you going with me? Lin Shen asked. I am a dying person. It doesn't make any difference whether I go or not. Tianju said, Go and rest first. Get your spirits up. Maybe this is the last time. After Lin Shen left the yard, he met up with Ouyang Yudu and the others to discuss how to deal with it next. According to Tianju's words, the chances of Zenith Star being able to be defended are not great, and they must make plans early. In the yard, the female celestial being asked Tianju, Do you also think that Zenith Star can't be defended? Difficult, Tianju said. The woman pondered for a moment, and said hesitantly, If this is true, we need to make plans early. After all, Lin Shen is just a junior, and he can only rely on the immortal of the heavenly law beside him. You don't really think he can escape, do you? At this point, we can only gamble. When the battle reaches the final stage, I will devote all my strength to them, and maybe I can fight them a way out. Tianju sighed. At the beginning, I also strongly opposed Tian Ruidu marrying Tian Sun. He will not let Lin Shen go, let alone me. We have no way out. The woman heard this and said, That may not be the case. Tian Ruidu is only a high-level member of the God-making clan, not the patriarch of the God-making clan. Maybe we can find a way to get in touch with other high-level members of the God-making clan. At that time, even if Tian Ruidu is unwilling, what can he do to us? If Tian Ruidu bites us, the worst case is to hand Lin Shen over to him to vent his anger. Lin Shen has a grudge against him for destroying his body. In comparison, our sorrow and resentment with him is nothing. Tianju glanced at the woman and shook his head, saying, In my current situation, do you think they will offend Tian Ruidu for me? Everything is possible. If you have an idea, we can give it a try. It's better than sitting here and waiting to die, the woman said. Tianju sighed again. When did you get in touch with the God-making clan? The woman was slightly startled and forced a smile. I don't have any connection with the God-making clan. It's just that now, I have to do it for the people in our family. We have to survive, right? How do you know that Lin Shen and Tian Ruidu have a feud that destroyed their bodies? Tian Sun only told me about this, and I didn't tell you, Tianju said. The woman let go of the hand that was pushing the wheelchair, walked to Tianju, squatted down, held Tianju's cold hand, looked at him and said, Now that things have come to this, I won't hide it from you. I did contact the God-making clan, but I did it for this family, for us to survive, and for Xiao Chao to be careful about their future. We have no other choice. Yes, we have no other choice. Tianju nodded slightly. The woman was happy, but the next second, her face changed drastically. Her hand holding Tianju was frozen into an ice block. The woman burst out with terrifying power and shock and wanted to get rid of it, but it was too late. The terrifying power of the law froze her body along with the law. Except for her head, her whole body was frozen in the ice. Tianju, what are you doing? The woman couldn't break free and looked at Tianju in horror and asked. There is really no choice. Only fighting. Tianju's ice jade body slowly stood up, and the ice light on his body became stronger and stronger, turning into a shocking ice light that rushed into the sky. Wherever the ice light went, everything was frozen. The pseudo-immortal creature army in the sky was frozen in the air in large pieces, turning into ice sculptures and falling to the ground, directly smashed into pieces, and their bodies completely lacked the strength that immortal creatures should have. Chapter 917. Lin Shen and several others were discussing. When they saw the scene, they hurried to the yard and watched Tianju, who looked like an ice jade statue, slowly rise and head towards the battlefield in the void. The battlefield in the void was full of desperate fights. Although the immortals of the Tianren clan were obviously much stronger than the pseudo-immortal creatures, and their cooperation was more tacit. But under the impact of the pseudo-immortal creatures, like a tide, the situation was still not optimistic. Many immortals were not defeated, but were killed alive in the ocean of laws. Only those immortals who formed a battle formation and used the overlapping protection of multiple laws could charge into the pseudo-immortal creature army, but the consumption was also very serious, and it was difficult to sustain for a long time. Tianju rushed into the void, and the laws on his body crossed the void, instantly freezing a long river of glaciers in the sky. I don't know how many pseudo-immortal creatures were frozen in them, and lost their lives in an instant. For a moment, glaciers crisscrossed the sky, killing a large number of pseudo-immortal creatures, and disrupting the battle formation of the pseudo-immortal creature army. The immortals of the nearby Tianren finally had a chance to breathe. People say that if Tianju had not had a problem during Nirvana, his achievements would never be lower than an E. This is true. With the body of Tianfa, it is rare in the world to have such combat power. Tian Ruidu looked back, but did not intend to go back for support. He led his men to continue to Enyi's mansion. Mr. Jiao followed Tian Ruidu and said with a smile, "It's a pity for such a person. His own laws are chaotic. If he forcefully bursts out combat power, it won't take long. Even if no one kills him, he will probably become a non-human first." Several people nodded and stopped paying attention to Tianju, and continued to move towards an E mansion. Lin Shen and others looked at Tianju, who was almost unable to move, standing in the void like a statue, but could be invincible just by using the power of the law. They couldn't help but admire him. I have heard that Tianju is very talented, but I didn't expect that he is still so powerful even with his physical disability. If our clan could produce such a strong man, why would we fall to such a point? Tian Fei sighed. This person is indeed extremely strong, almost invincible under the King of Law. Yen Ryu nodded and said. She had not seen an E fight with the Emperor of Heavenly Arts, and felt that Tianju was already invincible under the King of Law. When she was in the realm of Heavenly Law, she was probably not as good as him. Lin Wan just watched silently from the side, without any special actions. Tian Xiaoqiao and other people from the Tianjue family were all worried about Tianjue fighting in the void. Although Tianjue's great power made them excited, they were more worried about Tianjue's health. At this moment, someone suddenly arrived outside the Tianjue mansion. Boom! The law shield of the Tianjue mansion was suddenly broken, and a person stepped into the Tianjue mansion. She too, what are you doing here? Why did you break my law shield? The people from the Tianjue family saw the person clearly, and shouted loudly. She too walked into the Tianjue mansion and said lightly, Tianjue has been trapped by injuries for so many years, but he still has such fighting power, which is amazing. Unfortunately, he is a blind man who can't see the situation clearly. The current Zenith star, and the current trend are no longer something he can stop alone. You? Traitor. An old man from the Tianjue mansion was furious and burst out with the power of the law. But Chi Tu's strength is not comparable to that of ordinary immortals. Chi Tu only glanced at the old man, and the old man's law was broken immediately. He seemed to be hit hard and fell backwards, smashing a big hole in the house built with immortal materials. Chi Tu turned out to be a traitor. The people of Tianju family were stunned. No one expected that the second person of the Qi family would betray the Tianan clan. An old man suddenly seemed to think of something, and gritted his teeth and shouted. When an E was defeated, he was the first to jump out and incite everyone to drive away the Tianshu emperor. It turned out that An had this intention, damn it. Everyone realized that Chi Tu had already planned it carefully. Some people even thought more. Chi Tu, who helped an E, was a traitor. Then what about an E? Chi Tu, our Tianjue mansion, and your Qi mansion have always been at peace with each other, and there is no grudge between us. What are you doing here? The old man got up, dragged his injured body, and still stood in front of the Tianjue family, questioning Chi Tu loudly. I really have no grudges with your family. If you want to blame someone, blame Tianjue for being too strong and not knowing how to deal with things. Chi Tu's eyes fell on Tian Xiaoqiao, Tian Xiuya, and other descendants of Tianjue. The old man saw his thoughts and immediately stood up to block his sight, shouting, Chi Tu, you are the second person in the Qi family. If you have the ability, go and fight Tianjue. Such a despicable method has disgraced all the people in your Qi family. Winners are kings and losers are bandits. Victory is the final result. Chi Tu's eyes were like torches, and the divine light burst out. The old man who was blocking in front flew out again, and knocked down the wall behind him. Tian Xiaoqiao and the others sacrificed their life bases, wanting to fight with Chi Tu, but Chi Tu saw that Tian Xiaoqiao and the others and their life bases were all covered with rings of light, and they were all bound and unable to move. Chi Tu, you came just in time, hurry up and save me. The woman behind the broken wall, whose body was frozen in the ice with only her head exposed, saw Chi Tu and screamed in surprise. Everyone in Tianju's family was shocked, wondering what was wrong with the ant, why she was frozen there, and even asked Chi Tu for help. Although they had thought of the answer in their hearts, they were unwilling to believe it in their hearts. I asked you to watch Tianju. Didn't you say that he had no ability to move, and no ability to fight? Chi Tu looked at the woman and said coldly, I didn't expect Tianju to be so heartless and ruthless. I have served him for so many years, and he didn't even leak any information that I kept from him. The woman gritted her teeth and said, Tianju is a ruthless man. He can hide things from a woman who has been with him day and night for so many years. He is really cruel. Chi Er said in admiration. Tianju is such a ruthless man. I want to dig out his heart with my own hands to see if his heart is black and cold. The woman gritted her teeth and said, help me break the shackles. Your idea is very good. I will help you realize it. Chi'er looked at the woman, and she was shocked. She too. What do you want to do? We are family. The woman's words were not finished yet, and her head exploded like a watermelon. A fool like you is not qualified to be one of us. Chi too retracted his gaze, and looked at Tian Xiaoqiao and others with a smile. Children, it's time to go. If we wait any longer, I don't know how many immortal creatures will die in Tianju's hands. Let me see how cruel and ruthless Tianju is. Can he even abandon his own children? Kill us. Tian Xiaoqiao roared angrily. Chi too ignored him, his eyes fixed, controlling Tian Xiaoqiao and others, wanting to rush into the void battlefield. But there was a person who walked in front of Tian Xiaoqiao and others, pulled a chair and sat there. Mr. Heir, if you want to leave, you should go by yourself. Tianju handed them over to me, and I have to watch them, so they can't go anywhere. Lin Shen sat there, looking at Chi Tu with a smile and said. Chapter 918. Lin Shen, hurry up, kill me. Tian Xiaoqiao shouted at Lin Shen. Lin Shen was a little amused. He didn't know what was going on in this kid's brain. Wouldn't it be good to live well? He had to let someone kill him. Lin Shen, you are also a person. I wanted to let you go. Why did you want to die? Chi Tu sighed. Alas, I can't help it. These children are my descendants. When their parents are not around, if I, as an elder, watch them being bullied and do nothing, I won't be able to explain to my family when I go back. Lin Shen said. Heavenly laws also have differences in strength. You don't really think that a heavenly law can stop me, right? Chi Tu looked at Yan Ryu, who was standing next to Lin Shen. Since Mr. Heir knows this, then retreat quickly, otherwise it will be bad if you get hurt. Lin Shen said. Chi Tu had a smile on his face, but his eyes suddenly condensed. But the person he saw was no longer Lin Shen. Yan Ryu stood in front of Lin Shen, with a crystal jade light on her body. Rings of light appeared outside the jade light, constantly shrinking, trying to cut off Yan Ryu's body and the jade light. Yan Ryu just stood there calmly, her body like crystal jade, with a faint jade luster. The halos around her became more and more, as if countless steel wires were entangled around her, and her figure was almost invisible. Lin Shen. Run away. Go back and tell my aunt. Avenge us later. Tian Xia shouted. Tian Xiaoqiao shouted, asking Lin Shen to kill him, but Feng Xiaoya, Feng Xiaosong and others asked Lin Shen to run away quickly, and they quarreled fiercely for a while. Seeing Yan Ryu trapped by the pupil light and unable to break free, they thought Yan Ryu was no match for Chi Tu. Lin Wan just watched silently from the side, with a strange look in his eyes, thinking in his heart, it is indeed the Dharma King. Where did Lin Shen find such a Dharma King as a bodyguard? No wonder he has always been fearless. Chi Tu was also surprised at this time. His pupil technique had been used to the extreme with the law, but he still couldn't lock Yan Ryu. This made him a little surprised at the strength of Yan Ryu's law. The Jade Law has something, but under my world-destroying demon pupil law, no matter how strong your defense is, it will be useless. You will die anyway. Chi Tu's body burst into light, and his eyes were like two searchlights, with strong pupil light shining directly on Yan Ryu. A halo bound Yan Ryu's body, colorful like countless colorful electric hula hoops, wrapping Yan Ryu in it. Tian Xiaoya and the others were almost hoarse from shouting, and they stopped shouting when they saw this. Once Yan Ryu, the immortal, died, Lin Shen would have no chance to escape even if he wanted to. But Chi Tu's eyes were fixed on the colorful pupil light, and his face was full of doubts. Under such pupil technique rules, it seemed that he still couldn't break through Yan Ryu's defense. Crack! A crisp sound still attracted everyone's attention in this noisy environment. The next second, they saw the halo outside Yan Ryu's body turned into colorful jade in an instant, and then broke apart, falling to the ground with a clang, revealing Yan Ryu standing there, unharmed. Tian Xiaoya and the others stared with their eyes wide open, almost unable to believe what they saw. After they reacted, their faces showed ecstasy again. The immortal beside Lin Shen was not inferior to the second strongest man in the Qi family, and he also broke his law power. Everyone's heart seemed to be riding a roller coaster, rushing straight back to heaven from hell. Yan Ryu waved her hand casually, and the jade light hit Tian Xiaoqiao and others, directly breaking the pupil halo that bound them, and the pupil halo fragments that turned into jade fell to the ground with a clang. Chi Tu's face changed slightly. Yan Ryu's strength obviously exceeded his expectations. Such a strong man, how could he let a junior send him? If you follow me, after the matter is accomplished, I will promise you 300 stars, and the position of elder in my Tianan clan. Chi Tu said to Yan Ryu. Such a promise, if it were an ordinary mortal, I'm afraid it would be hard not to be tempted. Yen Ryu smiled and said, "It sounds good. I also like money, and want to make money, but there is no way. I owe someone a life, so I can only sell my life to pay it back. Your life is the interest I pay him back." Chi Tu's face darkened when he heard this. "The outcome of our battle is still unknown, but once the battle over there is over, you will definitely die." "Still unknown?" Yen Ryu raised her hand, and a little jade light flashed between her fingers, like a little starlight in the night sky. Chi Tu knew that this battle was inevitable, and the light on his body suddenly disappeared, as if his body had turned into a dark shadow. Only in his eyes, the light was so strong that it was impossible to look directly at him. Everything around him was directly shattered under the illumination of his eyes, even those buildings made of immortal materials. The jade light emanating from Yen Ryu was like a shield of light, blocking the terrifying gaze outside, and protecting the people behind. Seeing the immortal materials buildings around them constantly breaking and shattering under the pupil light, Tian Xiaoqiao and others were so worried that their hearts were about to jump out. They didn't know how long Yen Ryu could resist. At this moment, Yen Ryu pointed her jade finger, and the light on her fingertips flashed, like a flash of light. The dazzling pupil light suddenly disappeared, and everyone regained their vision and looked at Chi Tu. There was no spirit in his eyes, and bloodshot eyes were full of blood, as if they were about to drip out. He covered his forehead with one palm, and blood oozed from his fingers. He slowly let go of his hand, but saw blood between his fingers, and on his forehead, there was a vertical pupil, but the vertical pupil had been pierced, and even his head was pierced with a hole. You are? Chi Tu only said 2 words "you," before his body fell backwards, and fell to the ground without a breath. Particles floated out of his body, and gradually condensed in the air to form an eye-shaped crystal, which was the ashes of reincarnation. No life base escaped from his body, because his life base was the third eye, which had been blown up by Yen Ryu. Tian Xiaoqiao and others stared blankly at Yen Ryu, who seemed to be standing there casually. It was hard to believe that the second strongest man in the Qi family was beaten to death like this. That was Chi Tu, a veteran strongman in the Tianfa realm. How could he die without even catching a finger? Chapter 919. Most of the immortals in an E-mansion have already rushed into the void battlefield, and now they are only relying on the law shield to resist the invading pseudo-immortal creatures. An's family has a total of 4 mansions, and the law shield of each mansion can defend against immortal-level attacks, which is difficult to break under normal circumstances. But when Tian Ruda brought people to an E-mansion, the law shield of an E-mansion was ineffective, and a pseudo-immortal creature was killing wantonly in an E-mansion. The injured an E finally appeared, and a spiritual base suspended beside him instantly killed the pseudo-immortal creature. Unfortunately, the law shield device has been destroyed and can no longer be used. "Mister, I didn't expect that we would meet again." Tian Ruda looked at an E, with a smile of victory on his face. "Do you know what you are doing?" An E glanced at Tian Ruda's body and frowned slightly. As if stimulated by an Yi's expression, Tian Ruda said coldly, "Of course I know what I am doing, but you, sir, should think clearly about what you should do in the future." "What do I need to consider?" An E asked expressionlessly. "What I said when I went to find you, that year is still valid now. As long as you choose to support me, you will still be second to none in the Tianan clan in the future," Tian Rudu said. And he laughed. "I also asked you that day, why should I find someone to stand on my head? You could choose before, but you have no choice now. If you don't choose me, I'm afraid you and an E-mansion will be difficult to save," Tian Rudu said. And he restrained his smile, looked at Tian Rudu and said seriously, "Your Highness, do you know why Tianju didn't choose you, and I didn't choose you either? You are afraid of the old thief Tianshu, and think I am not as good as him. What about now? Facts have proved that he lost, and you also lost. The Tianan clan will eventually belong to me." Tian Rudu raised his head proudly. And he shook his head and said, "You are indeed not as good as your father, but that is not the reason why everyone rejects you. The real reason why no one is willing to choose you is because you have no faith." "Faith? Do you mean those illusory gods?" "Excuse me, now I am the one who wants to go against the will of heaven and kill gods and demons. Have you ever seen a hunter who believes in his prey?" Tian Rudu laughed, and laughed wildly. "No, the faith I am talking about is the heart." And he looked up at the void, where the immortals of the Tianan clan were fighting desperately with the pseudo-immortal army. The law of Tianju was almost turning the void into an IC. Inner strength is something that no one can teach you, nor can it be learned. It comes from your character and bottom line. And he looked at the battle in the sky and continued, "A person with a strong heart will stick to his principles, and will not change under any circumstances. Even if it is a temporary change, It is to move towards the ultimate goal. He will never give in or bow his head no matter what difficulties he encounters. Even if his spine is broken, he will not bend. You are talking about me. After so many years, I finally got to this point, Tianrudu said. And he smiled. After so many years, you really haven't changed at all. Do you really think that even if you are allowed to take down the Celestials and ascend to the throne of the Heavenly Emperor, is this still the throne of the Heavenly Emperor you pursued before? The true belief is that you can do whatever you want to her, beat her, scold her, and humiliate her, but you must never allow outsiders to touch her, otherwise you will get nothing more than a meaningless piece of junk. Even if you get it, is it still what you wanted before? Nothing you say now will work. Winning is winning, losing is losing. No matter what means are used, the one who laughs last is the winner, Tianrudu said. People with different ideologies cannot work together. I haven't lost, and you haven't won either. If you want to become the new emperor of the celestial race, you have to get past me first. And he looked at Tianrudu and said indifferently, we are both dual heavenly methods. Although I have lost my body, my fighting power is still there, but you are seriously injured. What can you use to fight me? Tianrudu sneered. My faith is still there. And he said indifferently, and a strange glow began to rise from his body. A broken black and white wing appeared behind him, and his carapace was also incomplete. He looked like a seriously injured angel with broken wings. Tianrudu was originally worried about whether Yi's injury had recovered, but seeing Yi like this, he was relieved and said with a sneer, then let me see what your faith can give you. The light on Tianrudu's body rose, and the soul book in his hand opened automatically. He stretched out his hand to write Yi's name on it. The glittering fingertips wrote the glittering word in on the soul book, but when he wrote the word Yi again, he found that when he wrote the horizontal line to the back, the previous one disappeared and could not be written completely. Tianrudu's face changed, and he quickly pointed his finger again to write a word on it, but the result was still the same. No matter how fast he wrote, he could not write a complete word. Your soul is too fragile. How can you judge other people's souls? And Yi said slowly raised a hand and pointed it at Tianrudu. Tianrudu gritted his teeth and was still frantically trying to write Yi's name on the soul book, but not only did he fail to write a single word, even the word in front of him disappeared. In the next life, don't be called Tian anymore, you don't deserve it. As Yi said this, a black hole bloomed on his palm, as if to swallow everything in front of him. The light on Tianrudu's body rose wildly, radiating divine light like the sun. But how could a star compete with a black hole? The light was sucked into the black hole, and it was difficult to escape. No matter how hard Tianrudu exerted, it was difficult to fight against the black hole. Instead, he was gradually pulled into the black hole. Unrivaled and irresistible, even though Yi was seriously injured, he was still the strongest man of the Tianan clan. Seeing that Tianrudu was about to be swallowed by the black hole, a sword light flew into the black hole and instantly shattered the black hole. The blood-red long sword was inserted in front of Yi. A figure walked out from behind Tianrudu and stood in front of Yi. It was a man wearing a black cloak, and his face could not be seen clearly. When he walked in front of Yi, he took off the cloak, revealing a red armor, like a steel warrior bathed in blood. Yi is worthy of being Yi. I am the leader of the god-killing group of the god-creating clan, Qigui. The blood-colored warrior reached out and pulled up the blood-colored long sword on the ground, looking at Yi and said, it's an honor to fight with you. Blood-type Dharma King? Yi looked at Qigui and asked, if possible, I hope to fight with you in your prime. The dual-type heavenly magic of time and space is rare in the world. Unfortunately, this time we must take down the Zenith Star, so we can only leave some regrets. Qigui said. That's good. Yi said, as he took a step forward and went to the void. Qigui's figure flashed and disappeared, and also stepped into the void. In the sky, black and red lights suddenly bloomed, like two sky roses covering the sky and the earth. Chapter 920. Almost at the same time when the battle between Qigui and Yi began, a figure also came to Tianjue. The red flames in the void were like rolling fire in the sky, melting the ice sea in the void. The man with flames all over his body stood in front of Tianjue, looked at him and said, the duel between ice and fire is interesting, but unfortunately, you are not the real static system king. You are the fire system king. Feng Lu. Tianjue was like an ice jade statue without any emotion, but he called out the name of the person who came, but his voice seemed a little surprised. When the race war happened, the universe knew that the current fire system king was Feng Lu of the Phoenix clan. You guessed half right. The fireman said lightly, it's almost time, you should go on the road. As soon as the voice fell, The surging sky fire flooded the void. The ice light on Tianjue's body met the overwhelming sky fire, but the power was incomparable to before, and he was instantly engulfed by the sky fire. Not good. The expressions of Tian Xiaoqiao and others who were watching the battle below changed drastically. Tianju didn't become a Dharma king after all, and he also had physical problems. Facing a fire Dharma king who could restrain him, he might not be able to match him. Lin Shen looked at Yin Ryu. Yin Ryu understood what Lin Shen meant and nodded slightly. I go to help him, you be careful. As she said that, Yin Ryu stepped into the air and went towards the fireman fighting in the void. Is she okay? Tianjuya asked worriedly. She hoped that Yin Ryu could save Tianju, but the opponent was a Dharma king. Could Yin Ryu really do it? Tian Xiaoqiao and others all thought so. They knew that Yin Ryu was very strong, but the opponent was a Dharma king. No matter how strong Tian Fa was, it might be difficult for him to match her. It should work, but we have to be prepared. If we can't win, we can just run away. You guys pack up your things. Lin Shen has already planned to rush out of Zenithstar. The Celestials have no chance of winning, even with Yin Ryu. They are all external things, no need to pack them up. Tian Xiaoqiao and others all shook their heads, looking at the void with worry. Yin Ryu stepped into the void, pointed her finger, and the overwhelming sky fire actually gathered towards the jade light between her fingers. The jade light formed a jade ball at her fingertips, and the sky fire was sucked into the jade ball. The jade ball became bigger and bigger, and the flame inside became more and more cracked, like a burning star, constantly growing. The sky fire of the Fire King was actually sucked in. There is actually a king of law in the Celestials. The fireman was a little surprised, looking up and down at Yin Ryu. When this was said, Tian Xiaoqiao and others were surprised and happy. They all knew that Yin Ryu was very strong, but they didn't expect that Yin Ryu was actually a king of law. Tianju, you go first, I'm here. Yin Ryu looked at the fireman and said, This is my battle, you don't need to intervene, take Lin Shen and the others away. Tianju didn't mean to leave. No one can leave today. 3 figures came from the Immortal Legion and came behind the fireman. One of them was wearing armor that shone brightly like diamonds, allowing people to see his figure clearly. He looked at Yin Ryu with interest and said, The Jade King is interesting. Leave this to me, and you can do your own things. Okay, Bao Shen, she will be handed over to you. Among the other 2, the tall one, who looked like a giant god, glanced at the fireman and said, Fire King, fight quickly and don't dawdle. Take care of yourselves. The Fire King snorted coldly, and the sky fire on his body rose again, rolling towards Tianjue. Seeing Tianjue fall into a bitter battle again, Yin Ryu did not go to support him. She looked at the man with a shining treasure light all over his body, and no one dared to move. What is the name of the leader of the wealth group of the god-making clan, Bao Shen? The Bao Shen spread the dazzling wings behind him, like a unicorn made of diamonds. Yin Ryu. Yin Ryu replied. The Bao Shen looked at Yin Ryu and said, I haven't heard of it. I only heard that Yu Xuanji has an adopted daughter named Yu Yin. Since you have become the Jade Dharma King, I think Yu Xuanji should be dead. That guy has always claimed to be extremely smart, and he doesn't take others seriously. He disdains to act with us, but he didn't expect to fall into the hands of his adopted daughter. Is Yu Xuanji a member of the god-making clan? Yin Ryu was slightly startled. Don't you know? He and I have never gotten along well. I have long wanted to compete with him, but because we are both leaders of the god-making clan, I cannot do it. Today, I am just trying to decide the winner with you to see whether my treasure-type Dharma King is stronger or your jade-type Dharma King is stronger. The treasure god said, flapping his wings, and actually rushed towards Yin Ryu with his flesh body. Yin Ryu's eyes condensed, and her body turned into a jade body, and she fought hard with the treasure god. The collision of the flesh bodies triggered a shock wave that was extremely terrifying. The void was full of light, and the terrifying light explosion ring rushed to the surroundings, destroying everything in front of the light explosion ring. Lin Shen and others all looked extremely ugly. There were so many Dharma King level strongmen in the god-making clan. The 2 people with the treasure god were probably also Dharma King level beings. The celestial clan was probably doomed today. Moreover, until now, Lin Shen has not seen Tianjuyo. Tianjuyo also colluded with the god-making clan, and he wanted to destroy the celestial clan. It was impossible for him not to come at this time. If so, the god-making clan now has at least 3 Dharma King level strongmen. Even if Lin Shen tried his best to hold back 1 Dharma King, there were still 2 Dharma Kings that no one could stop. No matter how you think about it, the celestial clan will be finished today. In fact, The situation of Tianju and an E is not optimistic. They have suffered a lot in the battle with the Dharma King, and they may not be able to hold on for long. Lin Shen's expression changed constantly. The current situation was too bad, and he couldn't make a decision for a while. Even Lin Shen felt it was difficult, and the other Celestial clan were even more desperate. Tian Xiaoqiao pulled out his life base and was going to fight. Kill one to get back the cost, kill two to make a profit. Tian Xiaoya and others were the same, and they all had the idea of destroying both Jade and Stone. The two team leaders of the God-making clan came to the Imperial Palace. They looked at each other, and the giant godlike leader of the God-making clan punched the Imperial Palace's law shield. The terrifying punching force directly cracked the law shield that the pseudo-immortal legion had been bombarding for a long time, but could not break. Jiuling, haven't you eaten? Gu Xia, who was thin and had a donkey face, said mockingly. The giant snorted coldly, stretched out his hand to summon a huge hammer-shaped life base, and hit the law shield fiercely. This blow made the law shield sway and cracked. The giant hammered on the law shield one after another, and each hammer seemed to be able to smash the planet. After several consecutive hammers, it finally smashed a gap in the law shield of the Imperial Palace. The two were about to go in, but they saw a man sitting on a big chair in front of the gate of the Imperial Palace, as if he was the gatekeeper of the Imperial Palace. Tianshu. Zhu Ling and Gu Xiao were startled when they saw the man with a golden sword sitting in front of the gate of the Imperial Palace. That man was none other than the young Emperor Tianshu. Chapter 921. Why are you here? Gu Xia stared at the Emperor of Heavenly Arts, looking around suspiciously, his eyes flickering, as if he was thinking about something. You want to destroy my Tianan clan, so I should protect my clan here. Where else can I be? The Emperor of Heavenly Arts said lightly. It's good to be here, so I don't have to look for you again. The giant took a step forward, holding a huge hammer like a small mountain in his hand, and smashed it at the Emperor of Heavenly Arts. Boom! The sky-high light burst out, like an erupting volcano. The giant's hammer was blocked by the power of light, and could not be smashed down. On the contrary, the young Emperor of Heavenly Arts stood up slowly, and the light on his body became stronger and stronger, like a god, pressing the giant's hammer to slowly retreat. It is clear that the Emperor of Heavenly Arts is not as tall as the giant, but for some reason, at this moment, the giant-like giant looks a little short in front of the Emperor of Heavenly Arts. I want your heart. Gu Xia attacked fiercely, appearing in front of the Emperor of Heavenly Arts like a phantom, with a short blade in his hand, stabbing the heart of the Emperor of Heavenly Arts. But the next second, a terrifying light rushed straight into the sky, and the giant spirit and Gu Xia's body were forcibly thrown backwards and blasted into the void. The Emperor of Heavenly Arts took a step forward, walked in the light, suspended in the void, and radiated the light of the sun. Lord Emperor of Heavenly Arts. Many of the heavenly people were ecstatic when they saw the light shining like the sun. At the same time, some people were shocked. They never expected that the Emperor of Heavenly Arts would come back, and the battle was so terrible, as if he had never been injured at all. The Emperor of Heaven is back. Tian Xiaoqiao and the others were surprised and delighted, as if they had seen hope. It was the first time that Lin Shen saw the true face of the Emperor of Heavenly Arts, and he was greatly surprised. The Emperor of Heavenly Arts is so young. Who said that the Emperor of Heavenly Arts is an old man? His strength is too strong. Lin Shen could hardly believe that this tall and handsome young celestial being could be the old man of Heavenly Arts, who was greedy for money and full of calculations. The Emperor of Heavenly Arts was shining brightly, fighting 1 against 2, and he could even beat Zhu Ling and Gu Xia so hard that they could not resist. This made Lin Shen doubt his previous judgment. Perhaps those two people were not the powerful Dharma kings he had previously guessed. However, the situation was reversed at this time, and Lin Shen also saw an opportunity, and immediately soared into the sky, wanting to help Tianju, who was in a very bad situation. Lin Shen. Just after flying into the sky, before he had time to get close to the void where Tianju was, he heard a voice with deep hatred. Lin Shen turned around, and saw his old friend Tian Ruidu. What is this guy doing here? Seeing Tian Ruidu, Lin Shen had to stop and turn to Tian Ruidu and said, You are a celestial after all. Do you really want to watch the celestials being destroyed by outsiders? You should worry about your life. I will kill you today. Tian Ruidu snorted coldly, and opened the soul book in his hand. I have seen through your skills. It is just a technique of reversing strength and weakness. It is useless to me. I will make you pay tenfold for destroying my physical body. I will extract your soul and imprison it forever, and let you suffer spiritual torture every day. Tian Xiaoqiao and others wanted to rush out to help Lin Shen, but they were stopped by Ouyang Yudu, You'd better watch here. Are you Lin Shen's friend? It's fine if you don't help, but why are you stopping us? Tian Xiaoya stared at Ouyang Yudu and said. If Ouyang Yudu wasn't so handsome, her attitude would probably be 100 times worse than it is now. You are not strong enough. You can't help if you go, and it will affect Lin Shen. Ouyang Yudu said. Isn't Lin Shen also a Nirvana? How can he beat Tian Ruidu with his own strength? If we join forces, maybe there is still a chance. Tian Xiaochao said. Nirvana is different from Nirvana. Just watch and don't make trouble. Ouyang Yudu said lightly. If you want to watch here, just watch it yourself and don't worry about us. Tian Xiaochao didn't believe Ouyang Yudu's words and rushed over. Ouyang Yudu turned the Jade Bone Demon umbrella in his hand, and the life bases in the hands of Tian Xiaochao and others suddenly flew out of their hands and were sucked onto the umbrella. Ouyang Yudu turned the umbrella in his hand again, and several life bases were thrown out and inserted into the wall. Your strength is too different, so just watch from here. Ouyang Yudu stood there with an umbrella, stopping everyone from rushing to the battlefield. Tian Xiaochao and others stared at the life base inserted in the wall in a daze, and were silent for a while. In the sky, Tian Ruidu looked at Lin Shen and sneered. Guess, will I write your name on the soul book this time? It's the same whether I write it or not. I guess you will die. Lin Shen said, and punched Tian Ruidu directly. I have seen through you. Tian Ruidu showed a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth, and actually put down the soul book. The light on his body condensed on his fist, turning into a round of explosive sun, and blasted towards Lin Shen. Boom! The power exploded in the sky, and Lin Shen's law ray and Tian Ruidu's light law continued to collide in the air. For a moment, the dazzling light pierced people's eyes, and could not open them. It was like a hydrogen bomb exploding and spreading in the sky. The light became stronger and stronger. Boom! Almost at the same time, the giant in the void blocked the light law of the Emperor Tian Shu with a hammer. The law of power continued to explode, the power became stronger and stronger, and his body became bigger and bigger, almost like a giant holding up the sky. A syringe exploded on the neck of the giant. Then man, I will stop Tian Shu. You go to the Imperial Palace to seize the Tree of Heaven and Man. The giant stood in front of Gu Xia, confronting the brilliant Emperor Tian Shu, and shouted at the same time. Okay, I'll be back soon. Gu Xia's body moved, and when he moved, everything in the world seemed to stop. The law of speed, Gu Xia's speed was so fast that other people's thinking could not keep up, as if even time stopped at his speed. But Gu Xia's speed did not allow him to rush into the Imperial Palace. It seemed that the Imperial Palace was right in front of him. With his speed, he could enter it in less than 1/10,000th of a second. But he just couldn't get close to the gate of the Imperial Palace. He felt that he was close at hand but far away. Tian Jiuyo. Gu Xia suddenly realized something stopped, and stared at a place in the Imperial Palace. I saw a person standing on the roof. It was Tian Jiuyo, the king of the space system. Are you calling me? Tian Jiuyo narrowed his eyes, and asked Gu Xia with a smile. You hate to skin the old thief Tian Shu alive, but now you are helping him. Do you know what the fate of a traitor is? Gu Xia stared at Tian Jiuyo with a cold look. Yes, I wish I could peel off the skin of the old thief Tian Shu and eat his flesh alive. But I am also a member of the Tianan clan. You didn't tell me that you wanted to take the Tianan tree and cut off the foundation of my Tianan clan. Tian Jiuyo's eyes also turned cold. If we talk about betrayal, you should betray me first. Chapter 922. Betrayal is betrayal. No matter how much you say, it's useless. You know how the God-creating clan deals with traitors. You have to see the current situation clearly, otherwise you will regret it in the future. Gu Xia's eyes turned, and he said seriously, although the old thief Tian Shu is strong, it's a pity that he has been beaten to the state of his youth, and it's difficult for him to return to his peak. It's a 50-50 chance against the giant spirit at best. I'm afraid he will suffer a big loss over time. Tianjua and an E are even more unnecessary. They are not even Dharma kings. It's only a matter of time before they are killed. There is no chance of luck. That Jade Dharma king who came from nowhere is just a newly promoted Dharma king. Baoshan has at least an 80% chance of winning. Do you think you will have a good ending if you rebel now? Tianjio. You, no matter what you did before, as long as you help me seize the Tianan tree of the Tianan clan, it will be a great achievement. The clan leader will definitely not let you down, and it will not be difficult to become a leader of a group in the future. You should think clearly about how to choose. Besides, since the old thief Tian Shu treated you like this, why should you put your warm face on his cold butt? You think of yourself as a member of the Tianan clan, but he may not think so. Tianjiu glanced at the people in the battle and nodded and said, "You are right. From the current situation, they really have no chance of winning. That's right, if that Tian Ruidu is not a big deal, don't pay attention to him. After we take down the Zenith Star, we can help you become the new emperor of the Tianan clan." Gu Xia hurriedly bewitched again. "It doesn't sound like it, but unfortunately my zodiac sign is not good. I'm afraid it's difficult to enjoy such a benefit." Tianjiu sighed. "Does this have anything to do with your zodiac sign?" Gu Xia frowned. "Have you not heard of the old saying that donkeys are too stubborn? They won't move if you drive them, and they will retreat if you beat them. Unfortunately, I happen to be a donkey. I can't eat anything that is not difficult to eat. I still like to challenge difficult food," Tianjiu said with a smile. Gu Xia immediately knew that he was being played by Tianjiu. He stared at him coldly and said, "Just think it through. If you and I fight, the outcome is unpredictable. I'm afraid that the Fire King and the Red Ghost will be able to kill Tianju and an E in a short time. At that time, it will be 3-1. Even if you are the Space Dharma King, can you still escape?" Tianjiu glanced at an E who was in a difficult battle and said, "I don't know about others, but an E is not someone who can be killed by just anyone. A person who is not a Dharma King and is seriously injured, what else can he do?" Gu Xia said disdainfully. "An E, he said you will be killed soon. Are you so weak?" Tianjiu ignored Gu Xia and mocked an E who was fighting in the void. "There are many people who can kill me, but unfortunately I don't want to die now, so they can only wait a little longer." An E, who was already covered with sword wounds, suddenly glowed. Time and space seemed to be retracing his body. Not only did the wounds on his body disappear quickly, but his body was also constantly retracing to the state before he was injured. The shell on his body was restored, and the broken black and white wings on his back were also recovering quickly. In the blink of an eye, he actually returned to the state before his battle with the Heavenly Art Emperor. "Red Ghost, you and I can fight now." And he looked at the Red Ghost opposite and said, "That's great, the dual system of time and space is indeed extraordinary, you are my food." The Red Ghost grinned, revealing his jagged double-row teeth, and the blood sword in his hand exuded a strong bloody smell. He stuck out his tongue, licked the blood on the sword, closed his eyes, and showed an intoxicated look. "What wonderful blood! This is the supreme delicacy in the world, which can give me boundless power." As the Red Ghost said, his figure flashed and came behind an E. He actually used the teleportation of the space law. An E seemed to realize something and teleported at the same time. The two figures kept teleporting in the void, and their battle was difficult to see with the naked eye. Gu Xia was shocked when he saw this. An E, who was so badly injured, actually recovered to his peak state. He immediately realized that something was not right, but now that things had come to this, the arrow had to be shot. Even if an E could barely hold on for a while, Tianju was killed, I and the Fire King would still be 2-1, and we would still have a sure win. Gu Xia said with a gloomy face. "That's a good idea, but unfortunately you don't have a chance." Tianjiu said lightly. "You want to kill me before the Fire King kills Tianju? Dream on, although your spatial law is powerful, my speed law is not weaker than yours. If you and I fight, not to mention that you may not win, even if you can win, it will probably take a long time." The laws on Gu Xia's body fluctuated, and his body entered a strange state. He was clearly standing there, but it felt a little blurry and double. This is because Gu Xia has been moving left and right at a speed that is difficult to see with the naked eye. It is only because it is too fast that people have the illusion that he is standing still. "Haha, you run so fast, it is really not that easy to kill you." Tianjiu laughed and stretched out his palm, pointing to the sky. A space crack suddenly appeared in the sky, and a crown wrapped with countless ice crystal light chains fell from the crack, falling straight to the battlefield between Tianju and the Fire King. "Still crown." Gu Xia immediately understood what was going to happen, and shouted to the Fire King, "Fire King, stop Tianju, don't let him get close to the crown. He has no chance." The flames on the Fire King turned into a fire dragon that devoured the world, and swallowed Tianju, whose body was about to melt like an ice sculpture. Tianju rushed towards the body of the Still Crown, but before he reached the Still Crown, he was completely swallowed by the fire dragon. "As a heavenly law, you are strong enough to survive in front of me. Unfortunately, heavenly law is not the Law King after all." The Fire King watched the fire dragon burst out with a terrifying high temperature, trying to completely refine Tianju's ice body. "Tianjiu, you want to use the Still Crown to help Tianju become the Law King, but unfortunately, he can't touch the crown at all." Gu Xia looked at Tianjiu and sneered. "Who said he needs to touch the Still Crown? Tianjiu said with a smile. If he can't touch the Still Crown, how can he become the Law King? Gu Xia seemed to have thought of something, and turned his head to look at the fire dragon and the Still Crown in horror. Dang! Dang! The ice crystal light chains on the Still Crown actually broke one by one, and in an instant, the Still Crown actually rushed into the fire dragon by itself. Where the Still Crown went, all activities seemed to stop, and the burning flame seemed to be frozen, allowing the crown to enter its belly. Chapter 923. The Fire King's face changed, and he frantically activated the laws of fire, wanting to completely burn Tianjiu to ashes before the crown and Tianjiu met. But the next second, he saw a series of ice lights in the body of the fire dragon, which froze the body of the fire dragon into ice crystals. In a moment, it turned into an ice crystal dragon lying in the void, without any fire. Crack! The ice crystal dragon shattered, and Tianjiu, who was wearing ice armor and with ice rising from his body, was suspended in the void, with indescribable law fluctuations rippling on his body. The crown of stillness on the top of the head dropped a series of ice air, which turned into countless crystal lights and merged into Tianjiu's body. How is it possible? The crown of stillness actually found a person who already has the law as its master. This is impossible. Gu Xia's face was full of disbelief. Tianjiu is really too cruel. He is cruel to others, and even crueler to himself. He uses himself as a foundation, double ice nirvana, double ice law immortality. His ice law has already transcended the ordinary, and entered the holy realm. He uses the law of the static branch to impact the supreme realm. If the position of the ice law king had not been taken, suppressing him, he would have become the king twice. Now that the immortal king of the static law is dead, no one in the world can reach his height. Even the immortal crown must bow to him. This is the dignity he fought for with his life. If it were someone else, 10 lives would not be enough to die. Since he is not dead, then he is not the king, and it is unacceptable for heaven. Tianjiu looked at Tianjiu in the void, his eyes full of admiration. You really have been rebellious for a long time. It was you who found and killed the static ice lotus. Gu Xia gritted his teeth, and had figured out the cause and effect. Rebellion? I am a celestial being, helping the celestials to kill you beasts. Who is the traitor? Tianjiu waved his hand, and countless space cracks appeared in the entire void, like huge mouths of hell. If you are swallowed in it, even the immortal Dharma King may find it difficult to escape, and will be lost in the space cracks forever. Gu Xia's figure moved, like light, making it difficult for people to figure out and keep up with his speed. The speed of space tearing also couldn't keep up with his movement speed. Tianjiu madly burst out the power of light, and collided with Lin Shen's law matrix. He saw that Lin Shen had used up all his strength in this attack, and did not use the strange ability of reversing strength and weakness. So he had to use the strongest blow to kill Lin Shen with his fist, and then extract Lin Shen's soul, making him unable to live or die. The law of light was running to the extreme, and transformed into the law of darkness. The original white light also turned into darkness, like a black hole, strangling everything. However, his power of law was not able to kill Lin Shen directly. He even felt that Lin Shen's power was constantly colliding with his light and dark law. Tianjiu was a little confused. How could Lin Shen's power become stronger after only a short time of fighting with him? And it was so strong that even his light and dark law seemed to be difficult to resist. It's impossible. He only relies on the ability to reverse the strength. His own power should not be strong. How could this be? Tianjiu gritted his teeth and continued to burst out the power of the light law, but he still couldn't defeat Lin Shen, and couldn't achieve a repressive victory. The two forces were constantly consuming each other in the sky, and it was difficult to tell the winner for a while. It must be said that although Tianjiu was a little crazy, his strength was indeed not weak. Although he could not become a true Dharma King, his strength of the dual system heavenly law could also be called a half-step Dharma King. The winner must be me. The 6 pairs of wings of light behind Tianjiu were as gorgeous as the sun, and the soul book also emitted a black light, covering his body, making his soul strength continue to increase, and the power of the explosion became stronger and stronger. Boom! The two forces that kept oppressing each other completely exploded, turning into a light explosion that rushed into the void, like a pillar of light pointing directly to the depths of the universe. In the terrifying light explosion, Lin Shen's body still rushed forward. Without the protection of the law matrix, his punch still passed through the light explosion, and swung at Tianjiu without any tricks. Tianjiu's body of the Seraph of Light is much stronger than the flesh and blood of humans. How could he be afraid of fighting with Lin Shen? He also swung his fist without hesitation to meet Lin Shen's fist. One is a human body, the other is a body of the Seraph of Light. The two figures are connected in the void, and their fists collide with each other. The postures of the two people are full of explosive power, like a taut bow being released at the same time. Tian Xiaoqiao, Tian Xiaoya and others were all watching the battle in the sky nervously. At first, they were most worried about Tian Ju, but after Tian Ju became the king of Dharma, their attention was more on Lin Shen. After seeing Lin Shen and Tian Rudu's crazy attack, they were surprised and happy. What made them happy was that Lin Shen could actually fight with Tian Rudu, and what made them surprised was that Lin Shen could actually fight with Tian Rudu. Tian Xiaoqiao always felt that Lin Shen was not stronger than him, and even if he was stronger, his strength was very limited. But this attack made Tian Xiaoqiao suddenly realize that the distance between him and Lin Shen had become so large that it was insurmountable. When Ouyang Yudu stopped them before, Tian Xiaoqiao and the others were not convinced, but now they all understood that Ouyang Yudu's words that they could not help and would only cause trouble were absolutely true. This level of battle was no longer something they could participate in. Seeing Lin Shen and Tian Rudu fighting fist to fist in close combat, their hearts were lifted again. Tian Rudu was the body of a bright seraph, and a flesh and blood body fighting against him was like a person using fists to collide with a sword, and a flesh and blood body would suffer a great loss. But when the two fists collided, everyone's eyes widened, their mouths opened, and they were like possessed, standing there motionless. There was no terrifying explosion, no shock wave that destroyed everything, and even no fierce collision as they imagined. The moment the fists collided, Tian Rudu's body of the Seraph of Light was directly blasted into ashes by a punch. Even Lin Wan's eyes showed a look of surprise, not to mention the others. That was the life foundation of the Tianfa realm, but it was beaten into ashes by Lin Shen's punch. This was no longer a battle of equal strength, but a one-sided crushing. Lin Shen. Tian Fei stared at Lin Shen, who was still swinging his fist in the sky, as if he had not expected that his opponent was so useless. Before he could exert any strength, his opponent was beaten into slag. Her feelings were complicated and difficult to describe. The person who was like a toy in the hands of the Emperor of Heavenly Arts, when he first came to Zenith Star, had become so powerful that she felt unfamiliar. Chapter 924. The dual talents of time and space are really too strong. The figure of the red ghost flickered, and he kept teleporting while accelerating. And he was also teleporting and accelerating, but he was gradually unable to keep up with the red ghost. The red ghost's sword slid across Yi's neck again, almost chopping off Yi's head, leaving only a little scar on his neck. Such a strong law ability makes me want to abandon the position of the King of Law and rebuild the dual laws of time and space. The red ghost fought like crazy, while transmitting his voice into Yi's ears. The red ghost's words were not sarcastic. He himself was a blood-based King of Law, and the blood-based system has always been known to be stronger when facing strong people, and its strength is unknown. This statement is a compliment to the blood-based system, but if you look at it from another perspective, the blood-based system may also be weak when facing weak people. The red ghost, the blood-based King of Law, certainly cannot be weak, but his blood-based law also has this characteristic. Through the opponent's blood, the red ghost can temporarily possess the opponent's law power. That is to say, the current Qigui has the dual system ability of time and space. This ability of the blood system is not a simple copy. He cannot copy the opponent's skills, but only possesses the opponent's innate laws. Fighting requires his own understanding. If it is an ordinary blood system, it may not understand as well as the opponent. Even if it possesses the enemy's laws, it may not be the opponent of the enemy. As a Dharma King, Qigui possesses the dual system laws of time and space. In the continuous use, the laws of time and space seem to be stronger than an Yi. Qigui became more and more excited. He even gave up defense and kept attacking an Yi, leaving wounds on the opponent's body. Some of these wounds would probably kill ordinary immortals. But on their bodies, the wounds healed in an instant, leaving no traces at all. Suddenly, an Yi stopped, letting the sword of the red ghost pierce his chest, but he just grabbed the sword of the red ghost, without recovering again, nor teleporting away. The red ghost, who was so excited that his mouth was cracked and couldn't close, stared at an Yi in a daze, not knowing why he suddenly stopped. "You can have my laws, but you are not me after all." And he looked at the red ghost and said. The red ghost closed his grinning mouth, stared at an Yi with interest and said, "So, have you thought of a way to defeat me? The laws of time and space are not as simple as you think." As an Yi said, the black and white light on his body surged, and time and space suddenly distorted. All the injuries that the red ghost had suffered before suddenly emerged, and the countless injuries directly caused the red ghost's body to burst and explode into blood mist. Seeing the red ghost being exploded into blood mist, and Yi's expression became solemn instead, and his eyes stared at the blood mist. After the blood mist dispersed, it suddenly gathered together quickly, condensed into a blood-like mass in an instant, and then turned into the body of the red ghost again. The red ghost stretched out his hand, and the blood sword condensed into shape again and returned to his hand. Interesting. You can try this trick too. The red ghost grinned, and the space-time fluctuations on his body surged at the same time. Wounds on Yi's body split open one after another, and he was about to explode like the red ghost in an instant. But the black and white light on Yi's body suddenly mixed together and turned into a colorless light, as if the light disappeared from his body, and the wounds that kept appearing on his body also disappeared. No one can defeat me with my skills, not even if you are the king of magic. And he looked at Chigui calmly and said, Time and space are one, the laws of time and space are so interesting, more interesting than I thought. Chigui laughed even more wildly, and the laws of time and space on his body tried to merge like an E. When the fluctuations of the laws of time and space were completely consistent and completely merged into one, Chigui's pupils suddenly shrank. Finally found it? A smile appeared on the corner of Yi's mouth. The light on the red ghost disappeared, and the strange smile on his face had long disappeared. He stared at Yi with a strange look and said, So, the result of the fusion of time and space is the locking of time and space. You and I are locked in this point of time and space, unable to use the power of time and space, and will not be affected by the power of time and space, and will be eternal here. And Yi nodded slightly. You can understand this so quickly. People like you should not join the God-making clan. The red ghost grinned again. What's the use of this? You and I are in this state now. You can't hurt me, and I can't hurt you. You don't just want to use this method to hold me back, right? If you can't use the laws of time and space, you are nothing. I can't use the laws of time and space, and I am still the Blood King. Even if I can't kill you, I can use the power of the blood to trap you, and you can't do anything. You are digging a hole for yourself. You can try it. And he said lightly. Chigui naturally didn't believe it, and wanted to use the power of blood. The true law of immortality could not be changed. Even under the lock of the law of time and space, the power of the law of blood still broke through the lock of time and space and descended on Yi. Because time and space were locked, and he could not move at all. No matter how he moved, his body would stay here. The blood law made the blood in Yi's body splash out, but before it splashed out, it returned to its original state. Any attack seemed to lose its meaning in the state of time and space locking. The immortal law cannot be changed or blocked, so what? In the state of time and space locking, I have always been me, and will always be me. You can only influence the future, and I live in the past. And he said lightly, You are really interesting, but it's a pity that you still underestimate the Dharma King and the real immortal law. The blood on the red ghost's body surged, and his body actually moved under the time and space lock, step by step towards Yi, and his mouth full of fangs slowly opened, revealing a creepy smile. The immortal law cannot be changed. As long as I fill my body with the immortal law, the time and space lock can't lock me. You turned yourself into fish meat. As he said, the red ghost slashed at Yi with a sword, wanting to kill Yi with a sword. The red ghost was like a real evil ghost, slashing wildly with one sword after another. Yi, who was in the time and space lock state, was forcibly cut open by the sword full of blood law, and his body was strangled into pieces of flesh and blood. If you don't become a Dharma King, no matter how strong you are garbage. The red ghost jokingly put away the sword and looked at Yi who was chopped into pieces. But the next second, the red ghost suddenly turned around, and behind him, another Yi appeared. No, not only behind him, the red ghost saw Yi walking out of time and space one by one, more and more Yi appeared in all directions, and Yi's figure was everywhere. This is multiple time and space. The red ghost suddenly realized what was going on. No matter how strong Yi is, he is far inferior to the Dharma King. But who stipulates that there can only be one Yi in the same time and space? I don't know how many Yi spoke at the same time, and time and space fluctuations bloomed on their bodies. A black hole expanded on their bodies, and instantly formed an extremely huge black hole, swallowing the red ghost in the center. The red ghost burst out the power of the law frantically, but his body was locked by time and space, and he could no longer use the power of the law of time and space. The violent blood power could not resist the joint attack of Yi from different time and space. In the twisted screams of the red ghost, one black hole after another merged into one, becoming a super black hole, and swallowed the red ghost abruptly. The blood light flickered inside the black hole, but as the black hole shrank, it finally disappeared. The black hole condensed into a point and disappeared completely. And he disappeared one by one, and finally only the remains of the chopped corpses were left, which gradually recovered in time and space and turned into An Yi's real body again. But at this time, An Yi looked extremely old, as if he was about to die, and there was no life on his face. Chapter 925. The two forces of ice and fire exploded in the void, as if the void had become half fire and half ice. Anyone who approached this starry sky, even an immortal, would either be burned to ashes or frozen to pieces. The terrifying battle made everyone stay away from this starry sky, and no one dared to get close. The battle between Yin Ryu and the treasure god also reached a white-hot state, with jade light and treasure light flashing in the starry sky, as if the stars were flashing all over the sky. However, the colorful treasure light was increasing, and the jade light seemed to be at a disadvantage. The Emperor of Heavenly Arts was like a god, and the light on his body turned into the light and shadow of a bright god. He fought head-on with the giant-like giant spirit, and actually beat the giant spirit back step by step. The giant spirit with infinite power could not resist the light law of the Emperor of Heavenly Arts, and his body was twisted and deformed. Endless light bombarded the giant spirit, bombarding his body on a planet. Under that light, even the planet was directly blown up. The giant spirit had no power to fight back in front of the Heavenly Art Emperor. The battle between Tianjiu and Gu Xia was bizarre and strange. The space kept changing, but what could be captured was only the phantom left by Gu Xia. Gu Xia's speed was too fast. The Gu Xia that Tianjiu saw was only the Gu Xia of the past. Gu Xia's speed seemed to have surpassed time. The one that Tianjiu could see was no longer the one he was now. But Gu Xia couldn't attack Tianjiu either. No matter how fast he was, he seemed to be separated from Tianjiu by a distance that he could never reach. Suddenly, Tianjiu closed his eyes and stopped looking at Gu Xia. Tianjiu slapped out with his palm, and the whole space seemed to change with his palm. As long as my speed is fast enough, no force can catch up with me, Tianjiu, you can't beat me. Gu Xia's voice echoed everywhere. Tianjiu ignored him. As his palm slowly fell, Gu Xia suddenly found that he seemed to have entered a cycle. No matter how fast he was, he seemed to be able to only spin in one space, as if he had encountered a ghost wall. And as Tianjiu's palm slapped down, Gu Xia's range of movement became smaller and smaller. In the end, Gu Xia seemed to be spinning in place. No. Gu Xia watched Tianjiu's palm fall, and the space continued to crack. Fear finally appeared on his twisted face. Bang! The giant palm that covered the sky directly slapped Gu Xia's body into pieces, and he didn't even have time to scream. Rubbish. Tianjiu slapped the remaining blood on his hand with disdain, as if he had slapped a mosquito to death. Above Gu Xia's body, light rose, condensing into a radiant crown that slowly rose. Chains of order light stretched out from the void, entwined on the order light chain, devouring the energy in the crown. As more and more order light chains entangled, the crown was also fixed in the void. Tianjiu ignored the immortal crown, because it was the crown of the law of speed. Those who did not practice the law of speed, or those who had comprehended the law of speed, could not take off the crown even if they were the king of law. The situation suddenly reversed, and the Tianren clan, which seemed to be about to be destroyed, unexpectedly occupied an absolute advantage again. Gu Xia's tragic death caused a commotion among the pseudo-immortal creatures, and the offensive was also slowed down. Many immortals of the celestial race fought hard, and saw the dawn of victory. Tianjiu swept his eyes across the void, and when he was about to go to support Yin Ryu, he suddenly saw a figure in the pseudo-immortal creature's army coming across the void. The man was wrapped in a cloak, with only a pair of eyes exposed. Those eyes were not like human eyes, but like the compound eyes of a fly, composed of hexagons, and the hexagons inside kept flashing. Finally came out. Tianjiu stared at the cloaked man, and his figure flashed, and he was opposite the cloaked man. Finally see you, clan leader. Tianjiu looked at the man and said, Tianjiu, you shouldn't betray. The voice of the cloaked man did not contain a trace of human emotion. I have never betrayed my people. Tianjiu pouted and said, I thought the cloaked man would be angry, but he just nodded slightly. From this point of view, you really didn't betray me. I didn't expect the patriarch of the god-making clan to be a reasonable person. Since you can understand, there is no need to say more. Let me see who you are. Tianjiu slapped the cloaked man with his palm. The space broke and spread like a spider web. The different hexagons in the cloaked man's eyes flickered, some brightened, some darkened, and kept changing alternately. His figure moved, like a ghost, passing through the broken space and avoiding Tianjio's palm. Tianjio's eyes fixed. This man actually easily passed through the closed space he created. The cloaked man ignored Tianjio and went to the crown of speed in the void. In one step, he actually crossed the void and came to the crown of speed wrapped by the order lock edge. He stretched out his hand and took the crown in his hand. The order light chain wrapped around the crown was actually shattered, and the crown easily fell into his palm. Seeing this scene, Tianjio's expression became extremely solemn. The cloaked man was definitely not a speed system, but he was able to take off the crown of speed with his bare hands. Just this one move was unimaginable. After taking off the crown of speed, the cloaked man threw it casually, and threw it into the army of pseudo-immortal creatures. The pseudo-immortal creatures rushed to the crown one after another, not hesitating to kill each other. For a while, countless pseudo-immortal creatures were killed and injured. In the end, the crown was worn on the head of a pseudo-immortal creature. A strange thing happened. Even Tianjio looked at the scene in disbelief. The pseudo-immortal creature, which was obviously not of the speed system, actually wore the crown of speed, and the crown of speed also accepted it, lowering the laws of speed and integrating it into the body of the pseudo-immortal creature. In a moment, a speed-type immortal king was born. Roar! The creature that became the immortal king roared and rushed towards Tianjio, and its speed was not inferior to Gu Xia at all. Everyone was shocked. If you want to become a magic king of a system, killing the magic king or the immortal king creature is indeed a shortcut. But there is a prerequisite. The person who uses the crown must have a very high understanding of this system, otherwise the immortal crown will not recognize it. Just like Tianju, his realm is enough to become an ice-type magic king, so after the death of the static ice lotus, the immortal crown will take the initiative to choose him. But what is that pseudo-immortal creature? How could it be recognized as the immortal king? The fact happened just like that. Everyone knew that the pseudo-immortal creature could become the immortal king, which had nothing to do with itself. It was all because of the existence of the cloaked man. How could there be such a power in the world that could forcibly control the immortal crown and allow anyone to become a Dharma king? This should be a power that only gods can have, right? Tian Xiaoqiao stared at the immortal king in the sky rushing towards Tianjio, muttering to himself. Tian Xiaoya and others were also shocked. When did the immortal king become so cheap? Then what were they working hard to practice for? They were not as good as others. Chapter 926. Hill! The cloaked man looked at Tianjio being entangled by the immortal king and uttered a word softly. The pseudo-immortal creature army suddenly became violent and rushed towards the immortals of the Tianren clan without hesitation. The immortals of the Tianren clan, who had originally seen a glimmer of hope and had the upper hand in momentum and barely maintained the situation, suddenly felt a great increase in pressure. The terrifying number of pseudo-immortal creatures rushed directly to the Zenith Star, wanting to kill all the creatures on the Zenith Star. Those immortals who fought desperately had no spare energy to stop them. "Old buddy, I know you are very tired, but we have to fight for our lives again." The Emperor of Tianshu slapped the giant spirit into the starry sky with one palm and came to an E. "When have I ever let you down?" An E smiled and stretched out his palm to Tianshu. Tianshu also stretched out his palm and held it tightly with an E. A strange light also rose from Tianshu's body. A mature charm gradually appeared on Tianshu's young face. He was getting older and older, and soon he reached the prime of his life. And An Yi's body looked even older. Even his body became hunched, and his eyes became dim and turbid. It seemed that he couldn't even float in the void. Tianshu reached out to support An Yi who was about to fall. A halo wrapped around his body and pushed him out. "Old friend, wait for me." An Yi fell directly like a stream of light. Tianshu's wings behind him fluttered and went towards the cloaked man. The giant spirit roared angrily and rushed over. The law of force that could penetrate everything burst out from the giant hammer and bombarded Tianshu, but it couldn't even penetrate the law of light on Tianshu's body. The light on Tianshu's body suddenly surged, like countless arrows of light, invading the giant hammer and the body of the giant spirit. Rays of light passed through the body, and in an instant, the giant spirit's body and the giant hammer were submerged in the light, as if they had melted and dissipated. The light was brilliant, and a crown was suspended in the void, and countless chains of order light fell down and entangled on the crown. With just one blow, the giant spirit was killed by Emperor Tianshu, and the crown of power also flew out. Emperor Tianshu didn't even look at him, and his whole body exuded a strong brilliance, like a god, and came to the cloaked man. The dual-system Dharma king of light and spirit. No wonder Tian Ruide can have the dual-system talents of light and soul. The cloaked man looked at Emperor Tianshu with a flash of light in his eyes, and said, "Tell me your name. This emperor will not kill unknown people." Emperor Tianshu looked at the cloaked man and said lightly, "The God-making clan. Only two." The cloaked man's voice still had no emotional fluctuations. "Is there one and only one?" The Emperor of Heavenly Arts said. "No." The cloaked man replied. "Very good, then you can go with peace of mind." The light on the Emperor of Heavenly Arts exploded like the Big Bang, illuminating the entire galaxy. Lin Shen and others were watching the battle, but suddenly saw a flash of light, and An Yi's body fell in the yard, stopped less than a centimeter from the ground, and then slowly landed. Everyone looked at each other, not expecting that the Emperor of Heavenly Arts would actually send An Yi here. And he sat on the ground, with a smile on his aging face. "I'm going to trouble you to take care of my body. Master, we swear to protect you to the death," the people of the Tianjua family said in unison. If it weren't for An Yi, the Tianren clan would have been destroyed. Lin Shen looked at An Yi without saying anything. Although the dual magic of time and space was powerful, An Yi was able to defeat the Red Ghost in reverse, and he probably paid a huge price. In that case, he helped the Emperor of Tianshu return to his peak period, and it was unknown whether he could survive. "That's not necessary, just give me some time." And he looked at Lin Shen. "I do my best." Lin Shen looked at the pseudo-immortal creature army that followed in the sky, and said softly, "In this way, I feel relieved." And he slowly closed his eyes, and sat there motionless, as if he had no breath. Lin Shen knew that today could not end well, and the only way to go was to defeat the God-making clan. Looking at the pseudo-creature army that was overwhelming, Lin Shen used the Trinity 3-star system. The law array was activated, the fantasy shell also wrapped his body, and the inheritance fan was also in his hand at the same time. Don't let anyone disturb him. Lin Shen took a step forward, going up against the sky, and at the same time swung the inheritance fan in his hand, and swung it back at the overwhelming pseudo-immortal army. "Uncle-in-law, be careful." Tian Xiaoqiao and Tian Xiuyao unconsciously changed their names, and shouted at Lin Shen's back. Although Lin Shen was very strong, he didn't know how long he could resist facing so many pseudo-immortal creatures alone. As soon as they said this, they saw the pseudo-immortal creatures in the sky, and under Lin Shen's fan, they were like being swept up by the wind, flying backwards into the sky, and collided with the pseudo-immortal creatures behind them. For a moment, the scene became extremely chaotic, but also extremely shocking. Lin Shen flew up into the sky, and the inherited fan in his hand swung back and forth wildly, and a large number of pseudo-immortal creatures were blown back into the void. Lin Shen had never understood before that both the Jing and Luo talents had the characteristics of no flying, which seemed to be repeated. It was not until later that he understood that although they were both no flying, they were different. Luo was a no flying ability in the ordinary sense, which actually made the creatures fall to the ground. Jing was another ability, with different planets as reference objects. Luo was centered on itself, but Jing was centered on different reference objects, rather than simply falling towards the planet where Lin Shen was. Under Lin Shen's fan, the pseudo-immortal creatures fell towards the planets outside the Zenith Star, and were forcibly driven away from the Zenith Star. Although this move itself had no lethality, it was the best solution at present. Otherwise, the pseudo-immortal army lined up for Lin Shen to kill, and Lin Shen could not kill them all by himself. The Celestials, who were already on the verge of collapse due to the crazy attack of the pseudo-immortal army, were overjoyed when they saw a colorful light flying across the sky. Wherever it went, pseudo-immortal creatures were swept up into the starry sky. Among my Celestials, there are still Dharma King-level warriors. Many immortals thought that another Dharma King-level warrior had appeared, but after a closer look, they saw the inheritance fan used by Lin Shen, and some people recognized Lin Shen's identity. Lin Shen. And Four, who was leading the immortals to form a battle formation and fight, saw Lin Shen's identity, and his expression became extremely complicated. The foreign families had always regarded Lin Shen as a thorn in their eyes, but they did not expect that Lin Shen would stand up at this time of life and death. Who is that person? So strong. The celestial immortals, who could not recognize Lin Shen's identity, were overjoyed. Lin Shen relieved the pressure on Zenith Star with his own strength. Lin Shen rushed into the battlefield, and used the law array to continuously perform the shocking style, blowing all those pseudo-immortal creatures into the void. He was almost invincible, and no one could stop him from traversing the starry sky. For a moment, pseudo-immortal creatures flew all over the sky, and were forcibly driven away from the Zenith Star. Chapter 927. Lin Shen shuttled quickly in the battlefield alone, and his folding fan kept using the shock style. Although he could not kill people, it gave the Tianren army and immortals, who were resisting the attack of the pseudo-immortal creatures a chance to breathe. At the same time, it also blocked the pseudo-immortal creatures from rushing into the zenith star to kill. But Lin Shen's power was limited after all, and it was difficult to take care of everyone. He was not yet immortal, and the scope of the shock style was also limited. If he could really become immortal, the scope of the law would directly cover the entire planet, and the shock style would be able to instantly clear all the invading pseudo-immortal creatures. Now Lin Shen could only use the shock style one by one to create some trouble for the pseudo-immortal creatures. He did not dare to leave Tianjua Mansion too far, mainly to create time for an E. The pseudo-immortal creatures continued to rush to Tianjua Mansion, and his target was obviously an E. And Yi's dual time and space methods were too threatening. If they did not see him die, the god-making clan would not be at ease anyway. Lin Shen blocked the attack of the pseudo-immortal creatures with his own strength, but his eyes kept looking at the bright white light in the void. Although he couldn't see the battle situation there, and didn't know how the battle between Tianshu Emperor and Wei Er went, he still couldn't help but look. Lin Shen knew that if Tianshu Emperor was defeated, all other results would not have much meaning. The dual system Dharma King was already unimaginably strong. If such a Tianshu Emperor was still defeated, who could stop Wei Er? Unfortunately, all Lin Shen could see was a bright light, and the light explosions that kept flashing in the bright light, as if there were constant star explosions in the bright light nebula. Suddenly, Lin Shen was stunned. In the blazing light, he actually saw something, and those things were not unfamiliar to Lin Shen. A thin line extending from the void, the line could not be seen from where it came from, nor where it extended to, as if it was born out of thin air, and disappeared out of thin air. Heaven and God art. Lin Shen's pupils slightly retracted. When Emperor Tian Buluo was practicing heaven and God art before, Lin Shen saw this kind of nothingness line on him. At this time, he actually saw this kind of nothingness line in the place where Wei Er and Emperor Tianshu fought, which made him a little confused. Where did those nothingness lines come from, and who did they fall on? Heaven art or Wei Er? Lin Shen couldn't tell. He thought that only those who practiced heaven and God art could see this kind of nothingness line. But now, he saw it again. Even the blazing light and light explosion could not cover up the existence of those lines, which really made people feel incredible. Could it be that the Emperor of Heavenly Arts has also practiced the art of heaven and gods? Lin Shen speculated in his heart. When he was studying the art of heaven and gods before, he already knew the origin of this thread of nothingness. Theoretically, the thread of nothingness is the law of heaven and earth, but it seems to be somewhat different from the law of immortality. Lin Shen couldn't tell exactly where the difference was. According to the theoretical inference of the art of heaven and gods, the law of immortality is all natural law, and the law of nothingness has something to do with the ethereal gods and ghosts. One is the view of nature, and the other is the view of ghosts and gods. Ghosts and gods are the controllers of the laws of the world. The art of heaven and gods can connect with ghosts and gods through the thread of nothingness, and then use the connection with ghosts and gods to gain the power to control the laws of heaven and earth. If the heaven and god art is practiced to the extreme, it can reverse the heaven gang and use the heaven and god art to control ghosts and gods, reaching the level of controlling the laws of heaven and earth with the body. Lin Shen didn't know how this law power was different from the immortal law, and he had never seen the real heaven and god art. Tian Buluo has practiced for so long, but he is still only at the level of unity of heaven and man. He can communicate with ghosts and gods with the help of the lines of nothingness, and get the help of the laws of heaven and earth. If it was the heaven art emperor who practiced the heaven and god art, does it mean that he can control the laws of heaven and earth in reverse, and control the power of ghosts and gods with the body of heaven and man? But Lin Shen couldn't be sure. If it wasn't the heaven art emperor, it would be even more terrifying. Lin Shen didn't dare to think about it anymore. Lin Shen kept repelling the pseudo-immortal creatures. Due to Lin Shen's hard work, the situation on Zenith Star was much better. Tianxia turned into purple light and flew through the air. The 10 Directions Ghost and God slashing spirit knife in his hand instantly killed many pseudo-immortal creatures that were blown away by Lin Shen in a shocking way. Let's join forces to kill these garbage. Tianxia was covered in blood, and it was unknown whether it was his own blood or the genetic fluid of the pseudo-immortal creatures. Okay. Lin Shen's shocking style could only repel the pseudo-immortal creatures. Beyond a certain distance, those pseudo-immortal creatures could get rid of the shocking style and rush back again, making it very difficult for Lin Shen to deal with them. The main reason was that the inheritance fan itself was not immortal, and it was still a little bit worse. With Tianxia's cooperation, Lin Shen folded the fan wildly, and Tianxia's hand slashed out a series of shocking purple light blades, and immediately harvested a large number of pseudo-immortal creatures whose bodies were out of control. The sky was full of flashing spots of light, some of which were the life bases that escaped after the pseudo-immortal creatures died, and some of which were the ashes of reincarnation that condensed after their death. Although Tianxiao was only at the level of Earth Law, his sword light was too strong, and Tianfa might not be as destructive as his sword light. Cooperating with Lin Shen was like a meat grinder, killing the immortal bases in the sky and turning them into liquid and falling like rain. For a while, no pseudo-immortal creature dared to rush over here. Little uncle, you are too fierce, Tian Shiyao shouted excitedly. Lin Shen couldn't hear Tian Shiyao's voice, but the eyes of several people around him looked at Tian Shiyao a little strange. Lin Wan didn't pay attention to these. Her eyes were deep, looking up at the starry sky, looking at the center of the nebula light explosion. Her brows were getting tighter and tighter. Lin Shen, who was cooperating with Tianxia, saw an immortal creature breaking through the air and used the shock style again, but this time, the immortal creature was not blown away by him. Brother, be careful, that's not an ordinary immortal creature. Lin Shen hurriedly shouted to Tianxia. Tianxia's sword light had already been slashed out. How could it be retracted? He laughed and said, no matter what kind of monsters and demons, I will cut them with one sword. The shocking sword light slashed at the immortal creature with countless arms behind it, like a 1,000-armed guanyin. The immortal creature was shining with golden light all over, like a statue carved from golden crystal, but its eyes were bloodshot, and the golden arms behind it were wriggling like wheat waves, and each hand was holding a different spell. The purple sword light slashed in front of him, and his front pair of arms were raised, one hand holding a golden mace, and the other hand holding a golden hard whip. The whip and mace collided, and a strong golden light burst out. The golden light collided with the purple sword light, and Tianxia's sword light was actually blocked. What the hell is this? Tianxia was also shocked. Since he understood the secret of Sanjing swordsmanship, he had not encountered an opponent who could block his sword light head-on for a long time. Chapter 928. Tianxia wanted to continue to strike. He didn't believe that there was an immortal creature in this world that he couldn't kill. But suddenly, he heard a strange voice, like the sound of nature, and like the low hum of the devil. On such a noisy battlefield, the voice clearly fell into the ears of Tianxia and Lin Shen. They heard it very clearly, but they couldn't hear what the voice was saying. They wanted to make some moves, but suddenly found that there were faint golden lights on their bodies, emitting strange golden light, binding their bodies, and making them unable to move. It's bad, that's the Oath Guanyin, a dual-system immortal creature of the spell and speech system. Judging from her appearance, she is probably a dual-system heavenly method. This is not a pseudo-immortal creature, it should be someone's immortal pet. Qi Xinhua, who was guarding an E, suddenly spoke. Spell and speech dual-system heavenly method? Tian Xiaoya and others were shocked when they heard it. Qi Xinhua stared at the Oath Guanyin and said, when I was young, I once saw the Oath Guanyin, but the Oath Guanyin I saw at that time should still be in the human realm. Even so, there were more than a dozen immortals in our group, including one Earth realm, and only 2 people escaped in the end. This made the others even more worried, but no one could do anything for a while. Laohua, you have fought with the Oath Guanyin, you should know what his weaknesses are, right? Tell my uncle quickly, Tian Shirya said hurriedly. Qi Xinhua smiled bitterly and said, I don't have any method. There are 2 ways to break the Oath Guanyin. Either don't be affected by his curse law, or rely on your own strength to break his curse. At the beginning, there was an immortal of the curse system among us. Knowing that there was no hope of survival, he used his own curse law to forcibly break the curse law by burning himself, and we were able to escape. After a pause, Qi Xinhua said, if the blood-cursed demon, the guardian pet of my Tianren clan, was still here, it would be easy to break the Oath Guanyin. Unfortunately. Although he didn't say what was a pity, everyone understood what he meant. The blood-cursed demon and the ultimate seraph were both seriously damaged in that battle, and they probably haven't recovered yet, otherwise the Emperor of Heavenly Arts and an E should have used them long ago, and wouldn't have waited until now. Tian Xiaoya suddenly had an idea and said excitedly, Mr. De is a dual magician of time and space. He has the ability to go back in time and space. He is recovering his strength now. Isn't it just to recover the injury of the ultimate seraph? If the ultimate seraph goes to battle, can he defeat the Oath Guanyin? The ultimate seraph, the guardian pet of my clan, is at the level of the immortal king. Although its attributes may not restrain the Oath Guanyin, the immortal king is not comparable to other immortal creatures, so it will naturally win, Qi Xinhua said. So, as long as the master can recover some strength, he can send out the ultimate seraphim. Tian Xiaoya was overjoyed, and everyone hoped that an E could recover some strength quickly. I'm afraid it's too late. Qi Xinhua shook his head and smiled bitterly. In the sky, Lin Shen and Tianxia, who were trapped by the law of the curse, had more and more golden marks on their bodies. This strange power is different from a head-on battle. If it is a head-on battle, even if there is a difference in realm, Tianxia will not be afraid of anyone. But the power of the curse is strange and unpredictable. It invades the body, like a resentful soul possessed, with supreme power but nowhere to use it. Seeing that the golden light is getting stronger and stronger, the bodies of the two are almost covered with golden marks, like a statue coated with a layer of gold paint. We can't wait any longer. You guys stay here, I go and help them. Qi Xinhua said, as he was about to rush out of the yard. Wait a minute. A voice stopped Qi Xinhua. Everyone turned around and saw that the person who spoke was Lin Shen's other assistant, Lin Wan. The people of Tianjia family didn't know Lin Wan's background. They only knew that Lin Wan was Lin Shen's assistant, and Lin Shen's other assistant, Yan Ryu, was actually a powerful person at the level of the King of Dharma. This made them dare not underestimate Lin Wan. What if Lin Wan, this assistant, was as powerful as Yan Ryu? Although they knew that this possibility was very low, they still did not dare to underestimate the people around Lin Shen. Qi Xinhua and Lin Wan had been colleagues for a while. He thought he had some understanding of Lin Wan. He knew that Lin Wan was not like Yan Ryu, so he frowned and asked, "What do you want me to do?" "You'd better not go," Lin Wan said. "Why?" Qi Xinhua was puzzled. "You will only get in the way if you go," Lin Wan said calmly. Qi Xinhua was furious when he heard this. After all, he was also a veteran immortal. Although he was not as powerful as the Oath Guanyin, he should be able to resist for a while. If he couldn't kill the Oath Guanyin, he could at least buy some time for Lin Shen and the others. Now that Lin Wan said this, Qi Xinhua was very angry. "You said I can't do it, then if you can do it," Qi Xinhua said with a cold face. "No need, there will be a result soon," Lin Wan said, looking at the sky. Everyone was slightly startled, and Qi Xinhua was shocked. He quickly turned his head to look at the sky. He was only talking to Lin Wan, afraid that he would miss the best time to rescue Lin Shen and the others. Sure enough, the opportunity had been missed. The fingers behind the Oath Guanyin formed various spells, flashing with a strange dark golden brilliance. The golden mace and golden whip in his hand also turned dark gold. He suddenly collided the mace and whip, forming a dark golden sound wave, which rushed towards the bound Lin Shen and Tianxia. The sound wave was not as simple as the ordinary power of the word system. It seemed to be stained with blood. If it was stained on the body and eroded by the power of the curse, it would be difficult to wash it off. Seeing that Lin Shen and Tianxia were already unable to escape, the blood-stained sound wave had already hit them. Qi Xinhua wanted to rush out to help at this time, but it was too late. He stamped his feet anxiously. "Woman misled me." When everyone was worried, they saw that the golden mark on Lin Shen's body suddenly cracked and turned into gold powder and scattered. The colorful shell shone again. Lin Shen instantly rushed to the front of Tianxia and punched the blood-stained sound wave. Bang! The powerful force was unstoppable, and the bloody sound waves were directly broken like paper under Lin Shen's fist. Lin Shen's fist force was not limited, and it rushed towards the Oath Guanyin like a surging fist wave. Dang! The Oath Guanyin was a little surprised, and hastily raised the mace whip to meet the terrifying fist wave. Her body was blasted back in embarrassment, and she couldn't stop Lin Shen's fist force. In a head-on battle, Lin Shen's advantage was actually not great, and the battle could easily get out of control and affect other people. So Lin Shen had been patient, and waited until the Oath Guanyin hit with all her strength, and then used the wave-treading fist and the ability to reverse the light of life. The power of his wave-treading fist was extremely weak, and the strength relationship with the Oath Guanyin's attack was reversed, so that he could burst out such a terrifying attack. It can be said that the Oath Guanyin's full-strength attack defeated her. This attack only pushed back the Oath Guanyin. When the Oath Guanyin was angry and wanted to stabilize her body to fight back, she suddenly felt a pain between her eyebrows. She stood there motionless as if she was frozen. Lin Shen's silent finger sand, infused with the power of the Law Ray, directly hit the acupuncture points of the Oath Guanyin. Others could not feel the finger sand, but only saw that Lin Shen broke the Oath Guanyin's confinement with one punch, and also beat the Oath Guanyin back repeatedly, standing there unable to move. Tianxia, who finally got rid of it at this time, raised his knife to chop at the neck of the Oath Guanyin. Suddenly, a jade ring flew over, swelled up in the wind, and turned into the size of a collar, just right on the neck of the Oath Guanyin, and a touch of jade spread on the golden body of the Oath Guanyin. Chapter 929. The original golden Guanyin turned into a jade Guanyin in a moment, and the whole body was as crystal clear as flawless agate and chalcedony, and it also had a layer of golden fluorescence. Yu Xuanji's life base? Lin Shan recognized what that thing was, but he was a little confused about how it could get here. He couldn't help but wonder in his heart, could it be that Yu Xuanji, like Tian Ruidu, has the ability to leave the body and attach to the life base? On second thought, even if Yu Xuanji had the ability to attach to the life base, what was going on now? How could the Jade Ring life base be put on the body of the Oath Guanyin, and turn the body of the Oath Guanyin into jade? While he was wondering, Lin Shan saw something that surprised him even more. After the body of the Oath Guanyin changed, the acupuncture points on his body actually changed, and the red acupuncture point on the center of his eyebrows disappeared. Can the acupuncture points still change? Lin Shan was puzzled. As the acupuncture points changed, the Oath Guanyin, who was hit by the acupuncture points, actually moved again. With his hands clenched into motionless magic formulas and muttering something, Lin Shan suddenly felt like he had turned into Sun Wukong, who was being cursed with a tight hoop. He suddenly had a splitting headache, as if his head was about to explode. Tianxiao was no better than Lin Shan. He held the knife in one hand and pressed his head with the other, as if he was also enduring extreme pain. Tianxiao endured the headache that seemed to be about to explode and slashed at the Oath Guanyin with a knife. The Oath Guanyin did not move, but moved in the air and avoided Tianxiao's slash. Seeing that the situation was not good, Lin Shan also endured the headache and punched at the Oath Guanyin one after another. The wave-stepping fist was continuously blasted out, one wave higher than the other. Under the blessing of the Law Ray, the power was fierce and violent. The mace and whip in the hands of the Oath Guanyin had turned into jade. With a fierce collision, the exploding sound waves actually dispersed Lin Shan's stamping fist waves. What was even more bizarre was that on the jade hands of the Oath Guanyin, which were holding different spells, a little jade light appeared, as if infinite power was condensing on his jade hands. Lin Shan was familiar with this move. Yu Xuanyu used this move, with the help of the power of the sun, moon and stars, to burst out a terrifying attack, and was forcibly reversed by Lin Shan using the light of reversing fate to kill him. At this time, the power absorbed by the Oath Guanyin was obviously not as strong as Yu Xuanji, but so many jade hands absorbed the power of the stars together, which made the power of the Oath Guanyin stronger and stronger. The syllables he recited became more and more difficult to understand. On Lin Shan and Tianxia, a series of jade-colored halos with golden light appeared, binding their bodies like fish. The two had splitting headaches, and could not concentrate. They felt as if their brains were stabbed by needles, and they felt confused, and could not think about anything. The power they could burst out was far less than usual. The theory of evolution was running wildly, but it would be difficult for Lin Shan to adapt to this kind of headache for a while. Lin Shan's physical strength was very special, so he could still hold on. Blood began to seep out of his mouth, eyes, ears and nose, and it looked very bad. Lin Shan endured the pain, and used the light of reversing fate, wanting to reverse the strength and weakness, reduce the impact of the strange curse on him, and break the halo that bound his body. But this time, Lin Shan found that the light of reversing fate had lost its effect. He could not reverse the damage caused by the curse, nor could he break free from the shackles of the halo. The harder he tried, the more painful his brain became. What's going on? Lin Shan wanted to use the power of the Law Ray, but he couldn't concentrate. His brain was dizzy, and his thinking became intermittent. Suddenly, a touch of red bounced out from his body, like an arrow from a bow, and turned into a red lightning and flew out. Dead powder. Lin Shan was happy. The dead powder came out at this time, and he thought he could save him. Who knew that the dead powder rushed into the void without looking back, and had no intention of saving him at all, and actually escaped by himself? Your sister. Lin Shan was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. He didn't expect that the dead powder would escape so resolutely and betrayed him. After thinking about it, he felt something was wrong. The pet key of the dead powder was still with him. Where could it escape to? He endured the headache and twisted his neck to look in the direction where the dead powder flew away, but found that the dead powder actually flew towards the crown of power in the air. At this time, the crown of power had been drained of most of its energy by the order light chain, and it had become flickering, as if it would dissipate at any time. There was no strong enough power master at the scene, nor was there a nirvana master who had enough understanding of the law of power. No one could take down the crown of power and become the king of a system. If the crown of power completely dissipated, then we could only wait until the next creature who could comprehend the immortal law of power appeared and directly ascended to become the king. It would take countless billions of years for such a creature to appear, and they were generally immortal creatures. The dead powder actually rushed towards the crown of power, which surprised Lin Shen. The attributes of the dead powder itself should not be of the power system, so why would it want to touch the crown of power? Could it be that the dead powder has some understanding of the law of power, and wants to use the crown of power to directly ascend the throne and become the immortal king of the power system? When Lin Shen was thinking hard, he found that he was overthinking. When the dead powder arrived at the crown of power, it did not try to put on the crown. It unexpectedly turned into a huge form and bit the crown of power. Oh my god, what's going on? Even with an unbearable headache, Lin Shen was still shocked. The giant dead powder swallowed the crown of power in one bite, along with part of the order light chains, which also entered its mouth. Now the dead powder is like a long worm that has been caught. The order light chains pull the crown of power in its mouth, and pull its body into the void. But the dead powder refused to let go, and still bit the crown of power. The ruby-like gears in its body kept spinning rapidly, trying to crush the crown of power. But the crown of strength was not something that a nirvana creature could crush, so the huge body of the dead powder was constantly pulled into the void, like a dead fish being caught. Many people who secretly paid attention to the crown of strength had strange expressions when they saw this scene. A non-strength nirvana creature actually wanted to get his hands on the crown of strength, and in such a stupid way, it was really courting death. In the gap between the battle with Tianju, the Fire King glanced at the dead powder that was caught, and a trace of mockery flashed in his eyes, and he stopped paying attention. His battle with Tianju was very stressful. Tianju, who had just become the immortal Dharma King, was not inferior to him in combat power, and even his understanding of the law was not inferior to his. This was a battle of equal strength. The treasure god, who had the upper hand, just glanced at it and stopped paying attention. If a nirvana or immortal of the power attribute approaches the crown of power, he will certainly try to stop them. However, for such a person, he does not need to bother with any effort. He should defeat the Jade attribute Dharma King in front of him as soon as possible. Chapter 930. Lin Shen found that when he was distracted by paying attention to his diehard fans, his headache was relieved a lot. Once he came back to his senses, the headache became even more unbearable. Lin Shen suddenly realized that he was not the kind of person who could concentrate. He was easily distracted when doing anything. When he was a child, he could not learn serious things. He would easily be distracted and think about other things after studying for a while. Now it is almost impossible for him to concentrate on fighting against the curse of the Oath Guanyin and fight against the influence of the curse on the brain. Escape is shameful, but it is really useful. Even Guan Sheng needs to play chess to distract his attention when he scrapes his bones to heal his wounds. How can an ordinary person like me bear such pain? I must use the distraction method. Lin Shen's thoughts turned. Since it is difficult for him to concentrate, and he is easily distracted, let him be distracted and no longer force himself to concentrate. With this thought, Lin Shen relaxed his mind, letting the waves of pain invade his brain, and he thought about other things. But for a moment, Lin Shen didn't know what to think. Those interesting things when he was a child, the games that made him addicted, were no longer so attractive to Lin Shen at this time. It would definitely not work to use it as a target to divert attention. Lin Shen seemed to remember watching an old movie shot before the mother planet changed. The protagonist in the movie was seriously injured and needed to dig out the bullet in his body, but the conditions were limited and there was no anesthetic available. The protagonist also used distraction. The thing he used to divert attention was a romantic action movie. Lin Shen also wanted to try and see if it really worked, but now no one could play him a love action movie. This way was blocked, so Lin Shen continued to think about what he was very interested in now. Techniques in martial arts? It seemed that he just practiced them casually, and didn't pay much attention to them. Pet spirits? He didn't pursue them too much. The pets on his body were all very good and top quality, but they hadn't been cultivated yet. Beauty and power? Lin Shen was not very interested in power. He liked beautiful women, but he was not obsessed with them. Now Lin Shen hoped that he was an old SP with a horny brain, so that he could imagine many scenes that needed mosaics just by looking at beautiful women, and he should be able to complete the distraction method. Thinking of mosaics, Lin Shen calculated how many of the heaven-defying fire seeds he had obtained, and how many more he needed. After calculating, it seemed that he still couldn't figure it out. I don't know what effect will be achieved after the rebellion is completed. Lin Shen suddenly found that after thinking about some messy things, it had already played a role unconsciously, and his head didn't hurt so much. When he realized this problem, the strong pain made him miserable again. It turns out that I just need to think about it casually. It seems that I am quite talented in distraction. Lin Shen didn't know whether he should be thankful or depressed, and couldn't help thinking self-deprecatingly. The power of the Oath Guanin's curse became stronger and stronger. Tianxia resisted the power of the curse with great willpower, ensuring his own clear mind and trying to break free from the restraints on his body. But as his blood flowed out, the halo that bound him had turned into a blood color. No matter how he exploded his own law power and nirvana power, it had no effect on the blood-colored halo. On the contrary, the more he struggled, the tighter the blood-colored halo bound him. He was about to lose the 10-direction ghost-slaying spirit blade in his hand. This could not be blamed on Tianxia's indecisive will, or his lack of strength, but because the power of the Oath Guanin was too strange and too powerful. Although the original Oath Guanin was strong, and the two system spells were indeed powerful, it was not enough to make Tianxia and Lin Shen unable to escape. However, because of the addition of the Jade Ring Spirit Base, the original spell of the Oath Guanin became the three-system law power of spell, and Jade. Because the Jade Crown was obtained by Yan Ryu, Yuan fell to the realm of Heavenly Law, but after combining with the Oath Guanin, it became the three-system Heavenly Law of spell, and Jade. In addition, Yuan knew that Lin Shen had the ability to reverse strength and weakness. Under its operation, the power generated by the combination of the three-system Heavenly Law successfully avoided the effect of reversing the light of fate. No matter how strong the curse was originally on Lin Shen, it could be reversed. The addition of the power of the Jade system made some special changes to the power of the curse. The curse did not act directly on Lin Shen, but first passed through the Jade Halo, and the Jade Ring was connected to the star power borrowed by the Jade Guanin. The Jade Ring itself also had the power of the curse, and through the connection of the curse, it formed a special circulation system with Lin Shen. Lin Shen reversed the strength and wanted to break the Jade Ring, but the Jade Ring itself had a curse, just like a blood curse. The greater the damage to the Jade Ring, the more damage Lin Shen himself would suffer. If Lin Shen does not use the light of reversing fate, the curse in his body will cause harm to him. The Jade Ring is like a cursed evil jade, which constantly brings misfortune to the person who wears it, but if the Jade Ring is destroyed, the person who wears it will also die. The jade is alive, the person is alive, and the jade is dead, the person dies. The key is that this jade will only bring disaster. So no matter how Lin Shen changes his strength, he will only be hurt in the end. However, this method also has a flaw. If Lin Shen really tries his best to destroy the Jade Ring, Lin Shen himself will certainly bear unimaginable 3-series power, and the Jade Ring and the Oath Guanin will also be backfired. The Jade Ring is spiritual, and it hates Lin Shen for killing its host, and it actually uses this jade burning method to avenge Lin Shen. Seeing Lin Shen being tortured to death, the Jade Ring flashed with strange brilliance, flashing as if it was very excited. But suddenly, Yuan found that the pain on Lin Shen's face gradually disappeared. Crack! Crack! The jade halo that bound Lin Shen was actually torn apart by Lin Shen's movements, and directly turned into fragments and scattered. Lin Shen pulled out his slag knife, rushed towards Yu Guanin, stepped on the wave step, and slashed with a knife, and the knife energy like a chainsaw flew out. Lin Shen entered an inexplicable state, seemingly intentional and unintentional, as if he was fighting with Yu Guanin, but his mind was free, as if he was paying attention to the battle, and as if he was thinking about other things. As the jade halo broke, cracks appeared on Yu Guanin's body, and even the jade ring on his neck had fine lines. Lin Shen's body was too special. He was not affected by the curse, and forced to condense his strength to break the jade halo. The power of the 3 laws could not destroy his body. Instead, Yu Guanin could not withstand the backlash and had problems. Chapter 931. Yu Guanin wanted to use the spell to control Lin Shen again, but found that the halo would burst immediately when it appeared on Lin Shen. The scars on Lin Shen's body would recover in an instant, but the wounds of Yu Guanin caused more and more cracks on his body. When Lin Shen activated the Super Base Transformation, Super Base Text, Super Base Form and Super Base Recast, his combat power soared. The body could repair the spell damage he suffered in an instant. The power fluctuations generated by the crazy battles around made the world power that the Super Base Text could absorb surge like a tide. In such a battlefield, Lin Shen, who was fully fired, could be said to be like a fish in water. Yu Guanin did not dare to attack Lin Shen with the power of the spell. If she continued, Lin Shen would be fine, but his body would collapse. Raising the Jade Mace and Jade Whip to fight Lin Shen, the Jade Mace and Jade Whip bloomed with terrifying brilliance, but neither of them could touch Lin Shen at all. Lin Shen was stepping on the wave-stepping steps, but his body was relaxed as if he was playing a dance game. He moved forward, backward, left and right like flowing clouds and water, and the sword energy he casually slashed out was also unpredictable, often able to attack Yu Guanyin from unexpected angles. Lin Shan was now in a relaxed state, and even walked directly in front of Yu Guanyin, lowering his hands to let Yu Guanyin attack. Yu Guanyin waved her life bases frantically, but Lin Shan's body swayed casually, and all his attacks were dissolved into nothingness. Now Lin Shan didn't look like he was fighting for his life, but more like teasing his opponent. What's annoying is that no matter how unreliable and arrogant Lin Shan looked, Yu Guanyin's attacks couldn't touch Lin Shan. Instead, Lin Shan casually slashed at Yu Guanyin when he least expected it, leaving scars all over his body. Yu Guanyin actually wanted to escape, but how could he escape? He took a step back, Lin Shan took a step forward, and he was dangling in front of Yu Guanyin. Yu Guanyin couldn't escape, and she hit Lin Shan again with a counterattack. He was right in front of her, and his face was almost touching his jade mace. But as soon as Yu Guanyin made a move, Lin Shan's shaking body would just avoid it. Even when he made a move, Lin Shan would seize the flaw and slash him with a knife, and the wounds on his body increased. While fighting, Lin Shan even had the leisure to use the inheritance fan, fanning forward and backward, and imposed a ban on the nearby pseudo-immortal creatures and negative effects. The battle became extremely strange, as if only Yu Guanyin was fighting desperately, while Lin Shan was playing. One was serious, the other was casual, one was fighting desperately, and the other was playing games. But the one who fought hard was beaten with wounds all over his body, and he was helpless and furious again and again. Yu Guanyin stopped using the power of the spell, and Tianxia, who had escaped from the trap, originally wanted to go up to help, but seeing this situation, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. This guy is getting stronger and stronger, and he doesn't treat his opponent as a human being at all. Tianxia turned around and rushed towards the pseudo-immortal creature army, wielding the 10 Directions Ghost and God-slashing Spirit Blade, and constantly killed the pseudo-immortal creatures that were given negative skills by Lin Shan. When Lin Shan was fighting with Yu Guanyin, most of his thoughts were on the dead fans. He watched the dead fans being hooked and dragged into the void little by little, and he didn't know where they would be dragged to in the end. That foodie is really going to eat until he dies. If he doesn't let go, he will really be dragged into the void. Lin Shan thought in his heart, but his body did not stop. He easily avoided the attack of Yu Guanyin while swinging, and slashed Yu Guanyin's head with a knife. Yu Guanyin stretched out her hands and pressed on the cracked top of her head, grimacing in pain. On the other side, the dead powder suddenly made a crackling sound in its mouth, as if something was crushed. The order light chain in its mouth popped out and disappeared into the void. There were constant crackling sounds in the mouth of the dead powder, and it actually crushed the crown of power. In fact, it was not really crushed. If it was the real crown of power, with the current ability of the dead powder, it would be impossible to hurt it at all. However, the crown of power had most of its power taken away by the order light chain, and the remaining law of power energy itself was already very small, which gave the dead powder an opportunity to take advantage of it. Even so, this is not something that ordinary Nirvana creatures can do. The last bit of power of the crown of power shattered in the mouth of the dead fan, and was swallowed by the dead fan. Although there was only a trace of the power of the law of power, this was the real power of the immortal law, which was incomparable to the power of the general branch law. Just swallowing such a trace of the law of power caused the dead fan's body to undergo strange changes. The body of the dead fan shrank and became smaller, but it seemed to become heavier, and the space was twisted and deformed under its body. Lin Shan suddenly felt that his strength was constantly increasing. While fighting, he looked at his attributes and found that it was not an illusion, but that his strength was really increasing. The power attribute that was less than 3,000 had exceeded 4,000 in a blink of an eye, and it was still rising. Infinite power contract. Lin Shan was ecstatic. While watching the data on his watch soar, he turned his back to Yu Guanyin and slashed with his backhand, causing Yu Guanyin to retreat again and again. The dead fan who had swallowed a trace of the law of power was actually gaining weight crazily, and Lin Shan's power attribute was also getting stronger through the infinite power contract. 4,000, 5,000, 6,000, 7,000. The power attribute was growing at an explosive exponential rate that Lin Shan couldn't believe, while the dead fan's body was getting smaller and smaller, and was about to return to its normal state. Increase a little more. Increase a little more. Almost 9,000. Increase a little more. Increase a little more. Lin Shan was so excited that he almost shouted out. Seeing Lin Shan looking down at his watch and Lin Shan still facing away from him, Yu Guanyin took the opportunity to launch a violent attack, smashing the jade mace crazily, while the jade whip in the other hand swept across the waist silently. Lin Shan was looking at his watch, and he was so excited that he could hardly control his emotions. He waved his slag knife in one hand, lowered his head without even raising it, and actually blocked all the attacks of the jade mace. It exploded. As Lin Shan cheered in his heart, he chopped the knife in his hand fiercely, and forcibly split the jade whip that was hitting silently into 2 pieces. 10,000 points. Lin Shan's power attribute actually exceeded 10,000 points. Before, his surroundings were actually much worse than those of the immortals. He was able to fight against the immortals because of the power of the light array of laws. Now that his basic power has been improved, the power that the law array can exert is even stronger. With 10,000 points of basic power, plus the doubling of the super base form, and the blessing of super basization, Lin Shan's power attribute can easily exceed 20,000. Such power combined with the law array, the destructive power that has exploded is beyond imagination. Chapter 932. The power value finally stopped at 11114, which is very close to the power attribute of the top immortals. The death powder over there has also stopped changing, like a red lightning, and instantly returned to Lin Shan's hand. Holding the death powder that flew like a red crystal javelin, Lin Shan's body sank, and he fell down for a distance before stopping. It's so heavy. No wonder the power great poor contract has increased my strength so much. Without such strength, I can't even hold the current death powder. Lin Shan saw that Yu Guanyin actually wanted to take this opportunity to escape, and his heart moved, and he directly raised the death powder and threw it towards Yu Guanyin. The death powder is too heavy now. Fortunately, Lin Shan's strength has been strengthened by the super base form and super base transformation, otherwise he really can't play with it. The moment the death powder was thrown out with all his strength, the death powder tore through the space with a roar of breaking through the air and came behind Yu Guanyin. Yu Guanyin turned around in horror and raised the jade mace and broken whip, trying to block the death powder. But just after the contact, the jade mace and the broken whip were shattered by the death powder, and then penetrated the body of Yu Guanyin. The space-tearing effect formed by the terrifying power directly tore Yu Guanyin's body into pieces, causing his body to explode. The moment Yu Guanyin's body exploded, the jade ring flew out from the broken neck, and instantly flew into the group of pseudo-immortal creatures and disappeared. Lin Shan originally wanted to chase, but seeing the vast number of pseudo-immortal creatures in the Legion, he knew that it was impossible to catch up with it. The death powder destroyed Yu Guanyin with one blow, turned in the air, and returned to Lin Shan's side, wrapping itself around Lin Shan's arm, making it look like Lin Shan's arm was full of ruby bracelets. Dark golden particles rose from the body of the destroyed Jade Guanyin, and soon those dark golden particles condensed into a dark golden ash of reincarnation, which was sucked into Lin Shan's palm. Lin Shan originally wanted to reward the dead fan and let it eat the body of the Oath Guanyin, who knew that the dead fan was unmoved, and the body bounced again, but did not fly towards the exploded body of the Oath Guanyin, but shot in another direction. Lin Shan turned his head, and saw Tian Jiuyo once again killing the creature that wore the crown of speed and turned into the immortal king. The crown of speed fell out again, and chains of order light stretched out in the void, but before they could wrap around the crown of speed, a creature like a ruby python opened its mouth and swallowed the crown of speed in one bite. Tian Jiuyo watched the dead fan swallow the crown of speed, and did not choose to stop it. He looked at the dead fan with some surprise. Even he had never seen such a creature that could eat the immortal crown, and he was a little surprised. However, he had also been paying attention to the situation of the crown of strength before, fearing that the pseudo-immortal creatures of the god-making clan would use the crown to become the immortal king. Fortunately, without the power of the only two, those pseudo-immortal creatures were not qualified to wear the immortal crown. Tian Jiuyo also saw the situation of the dead powder eating the crown of strength, and knew that it was Lin Shan's pet, so he did not stop it. But at that time, the crown of strength had only a trace of the energy of the immortal law, and the pet was almost pulled into nothingness. Now the crown of speed is almost intact, and the dead powder dared to swallow it, which was really desperate. Tian Jiuyo didn't care about the life and death of the diehard fans, and looked at the area in the void that looked like a light explosion nebula. He couldn't predict whether Tian Shuti could defeat Wei Er. Unfortunately, even he couldn't see the battle situation there clearly. The terrifying light explosion caused by the burst of power covered everything inside. Tian Jiuyo didn't hesitate. Since he couldn't see the battle situation over there clearly, he turned around and went to the battlefield on Yan Ryu's side. After all, Yan Ryu was a newly promoted Dharma King. Although he was already good enough, he was still inferior to the old Dharma King like Bao Shen. He was almost at a disadvantage. A crystalline structure appeared on the jade body, as if there were dots of color bands in the beautiful jade. It was caused by the invasion of the law power of Bao Shen. Leave this to me, you go to protect an E, if he is disturbed. Tian Jiuyo appeared beside Yan Ryu, waved his hand, and a space channel formed in front of him. The colorful light from Baoshan entered the space channel. Behind the treasure god, a space crack appeared, and colorful brilliance rushed out from there, and actually hit the back of the treasure god. The brilliance on the treasure god burst out, and shattered the brilliance that he had shot out. Yin Ryu flew away without saying a word, and landed back in the courtyard of Tianjua Mansion. She stood there motionless, and the jade light on her body rose, expelling the colorful crystal impurities that invaded her body bit by bit. After the dead powder swallowed the crown of speed, the order light chain that appeared in the void did not retreat, and the light chains directly drilled into the dead powder's body. The dead powder's body was also strong, but in front of the light chain, its body seemed to be non-existent, and the light chain penetrated without any hindrance. In just a moment, its body became like a hedgehog, connected to the dense order light chain. The order light chains had no interest in the bodies of the dead powders. They just needed to absorb the energy of the speed crown and return the speed law to the universe sequence. Because it swallowed a trace of the force law energy, the dead powders not only became extremely heavy, but also had much stronger destructive power than before. The grinder-like gears in its body kept grinding and twisting, and on the ruby-like gears, there were traces of the force law. Squeak! Squeak! As the gears twisted, although the speed crown was not crushed, a line of extremely thin traces appeared on the crown, which were almost invisible to the naked eye. But those fine traces still existed after all, and the imperceptible speed law energy was ground down and swallowed and absorbed by the dead powder. The body of the dead powder could not compete with the order light chains after all, and was pulled up again by the order light chains and went into the void. Before, it was just being dragged, but now it was like being penetrated by countless light chains and being pulled into the void like a dead pig. It's just that now the body of the dead powder is much heavier than before, and it is not pulled as fast as before. Desperate, the dead powder let the light chain slowly pull its body into the void, and kept grinding the crown of speed desperately, just like a hungry pig that has been hungry for 7 days and 7 nights and finally saw pig food. No matter how others beat it, it will not care about eating desperately. Until the light chain was about to drag it into the void, it reluctantly spit out the crown of speed, and watched the crown of speed being pulled into the void by the order light chain. Under normal circumstances, the order light chain would directly absorb all the energy of the crown of speed and let it dissipate directly. It is rare to be dragged into the void directly like this. Although the body of the dead powder did not undergo obvious changes this time, it made people feel that it seemed to have become more agile, and even the body seemed to have become brighter red. Lin Shen was observing the changes in his fans, but suddenly he felt a terrifying shock wave burst out, which made him unstable. Turning his head and looking intently, he saw that the nebula that was constantly exploding with light suddenly dimmed. As far as he could see Tian Shu and Wei Er floating in the void face to face. Chapter 933. Almost everyone who could see them cast their eyes on them. This battle between them was too crucial, and it could almost be said to determine the life and death of both forces. Lin Shen's eyes also passed through the layers of space, and fell on Tian Shu and Wei Er. The light on Tian Shu's body had dissipated, revealing the shell that seemed to be condensed by light. It seemed to be intact, not injured or broken. Lin Shen was delighted when he saw this. Emperor Tian Shu was not injured, and it was likely that he had won. But when he glanced at Wei Er, he found that Wei Er was also fine. Even the cloak on his body was not damaged, but the cloak covering his head and face had been lifted, revealing his true face. All those who saw Wei Er's true face changed their faces. Even the Dharma King of the God-making clan was no exception. Because Wei Er didn't look like a human at all, nor did he look like an ordinary genetically modified creature. Including the people of the God-making clan, everyone believes that Wei Er should be a branch of the universe human race, and it is impossible to be a genetically modified creature. Because most genetically modified creatures, no matter how high their level is, are easily dominated by instinct. It can also be said that the desires of genetically modified creatures are relatively simple. Humans have various desires, and no matter how advanced genetically modified creatures are, their desires are only simple evolution or eating, etc. Just like the dead fans, its intelligence is extremely high, not inferior to humans, and even higher than humans, but it only eats, and it is impossible for it to think of becoming the master of the universe, nor is it possible for it to want to control others. It is even more impossible to like a painting, a car, a piece of jewelry, etc., which are the desires of human beings. So as the patriarch of the God-making clan, no one has ever doubted that Wei Er is not a human. But now looking at his appearance, his body is made up of a dark green crystal. Not the shell, his body, his facial features, his skin and flesh, all made up of that dark green crystal. If it is just this state, it may also be a mutation of the human race with a dehumanized body and a consciousness that is still preserved. But through Wei Er's dark green crystal body, you can see that there is no human brain structure in his head, nor does it look like the body structure of a genetically modified creature. It looks like it is made up of crystal components, and energy flows in those components, flashing various streams of light. Such Wei Er looks neither like a human nor a genetically modified creature, but more like a product of some super technology. The patriarch of the god-making clan. Is he not a man-made robot? Lin Shan really couldn't imagine it. If Wei Er was really a man-made robot, then this world would be too crazy. It is extremely terrifying that a man-made robot can fight against the dual-system Dharma King Tianshu Emperor without losing. You should know that the cultivation of the human race is very difficult. Everyone's cultivation path is almost impossible to copy, and it is difficult to produce a strong person of the level of Tianshu Emperor. Let alone Tianshu Emperor, even if it is just a Dharma King, it is extremely difficult, and the number of Dharma Kings is still limited. There are only so many positions in total. If they are occupied, the latecomers can only wait. But robots are different. If one can be made, it is possible to mass produce them. Imagine if a being like Wei Er, who can fight against the two Dharma Kings, is mass produced. What a terrible future that will be. I am afraid that the human race will be directly exterminated, and even if all the human races in the universe unite, they will not be able to compete with it. Everyone seemed to have thought of this possibility, and their faces became extremely strange. Even the Dharma Kings of the god-making clan could not help but stop fighting and looked at Wei Er with complicated expressions. If Wei Er was really a robot, they were actually treated as younger brothers by a robot and enslaved by a robot. Dual system Dharma King, very strong. Wei Er seemed to be indifferent, not caring about the eyes of others at all. With a pair of eyes flashing with light and electricity, like a computer that was calculating, he looked at Tian Shudi and said, "Your data has been recorded by me. The battle is over. Join my god-making clan, or be killed by me. You can still choose now." Lin Shan looked at Wei Er with a complicated expression. Because now, he can see clearly that those lines of nothingness are not connected to the Emperor of Heavenly Arts, but to Wei Er. That is to say, the Emperor of Heavenly Arts did not practice the art of heaven and God, but Wei Er, for some unknown reason, was connected to that unknown existence. This made Lin Shan think about many things. Since the immortal court is real, then the ghosts and gods mentioned in the art of heaven and God are those beings in the immortal court, or similar beings. Then the Wei Er in front of him is likely to be a robot, and the people who control him are naturally those beings in the immortal court. But the beings in the immortal court have not paid attention to the affairs of the universe for such a long time, and have allowed the various races in the universe to develop. Now that such a Wei Er has suddenly appeared, does it mean that the immortal court is not as everyone knows, and have actually been secretly influencing the situation in the universe? The more Lin Shan thinks about it, the more horrible it becomes. However, these are all his own guesses, not even speculations. Maybe it is not as complicated as Lin Shan thinks. Wei Er is just a special genetically modified creature. While Lin Shan was thinking about it, the Emperor of Heavenly Arts looked at Wei Er with contempt and said, "Is it useful to record my data?" "It is useful. From now on, everything about you will be within my calculations. Every attack, every action, even every look and every thought of yours will be within my plan, and there will be no more accidents." Wei Er still has that emotionless tone, and combined with his physical condition, people can't help but suspect that he is a robot. Really? Can you really? Tianshu Emperor was halfway through his words, when suddenly two laser-like beams shot out of his eyes, leaving everyone unable to react. Almost at the same time when Tianshu Emperor's eyes shot out the light, or even earlier, Wei Er's body had already begun to move, and the beams flew past Wei Er's body, while Wei Er stepped into the void step by step towards Tianshu Emperor. Tianshu Emperor's eyes flickered, and beams of light continued to sweep towards Wei Er. In the dense spider web-like beams, Wei Er seemed to be strolling in the garden, easily avoiding all the beams. No, it should not be said that he avoided those beams. To be precise, he had already moved before those beams were fired, and all of Tianshu Emperor's attacks seemed to be half a beat slower than him. Tianshu Emperor has really been completely seen through. Lin Shan showed a look of shock. It was unimaginable that Tianshu Emperor, who was a double Dharma King, could be predicted to this extent. Chapter 934. This kind of prediction is different from the unity of heaven and man in the art of heaven and gods. In the state of unity of heaven and man, the other party makes a move first, and then the unity of heaven and man can react, which can only be considered simultaneous at most. It's like a string tied to two people's hands. If one person's hand moves, pulling the string will also make the other person's hand move. Wei Er's prediction is not like this. He moves before the Emperor of Heavenly Art, but the Emperor of Heavenly Art can only act according to his prediction, which makes people feel a little creepy. To achieve this, you must know everything about the Emperor of Heavenly Art, even his thoughts, otherwise it is impossible to predict the Emperor of Heavenly Art's behavior one step ahead every time. It is more embarrassing for a person to be predicted to this extent than standing naked in front of others. Lin Shan couldn't imagine how Wei Er did it. Even if he was really a robot with super intelligent computing power, he couldn't calculate to this extent. In the past, when human technology had not been destroyed, the algorithms of big data were considered quite good, but they could only calculate the approximate preferences and behaviors, and it was impossible to be so detailed. But on second thought, the technology in the universe is much stronger than that of the human home planet at that time, and it might really be possible to give birth to such an intelligent algorithm. The previous battle shook the galaxy, but the current battle seems to have become silent. The attack of the Emperor of Heavenly Arts is no longer limited to his eyes, and his whole body seems to be an omnipotent killing machine. Lin Shan has seen more techniques and skills in his life than the Emperor of Heavenly Arts has used. Lin Shan used to think that Lao Wei was already a master of skills, and no one should be much stronger than him, and most they were at the same level as him. But after seeing the skills of Emperor Tianshu, Lin Shan suddenly felt as if he had become a person who had come out of the ravine for the first time to see the outside world, and felt as if he had arrived in another dimension, which was simply unimaginable. Even if Emperor Tianshu was reduced to the same level as Lao Wei, Emperor Tianshu could easily crush Lao Wei with his skills and techniques. But no matter how strong Emperor Tianshu's skills and techniques were, they had no effect on Wei Er. Everything about him was within Wei Er's expectations. Every step Wei Er took seemed to be able to shrink the earth into an inch, and every step could appear in different directions of Emperor Tianshu's body. Front and back, left and right, up and down, no matter where Wei Er went, he was actually constantly approaching Emperor Tianshu. No matter how the Emperor Tianshu changed his attack, the result was the same. Interesting, you really know me better than the closest person to me. There should be no one in the universe who knows me better than you, right? Emperor Tianshu suddenly stopped and looked at Wei Er and said, "No." Wei Er answered affirmatively, and continued to walk towards Tianshu without stopping. "Very good, I have decided not to kill you. From now on, I will let you be my personal servant. If you know me so well, you will definitely be able to serve me comfortably. Whatever I want to do, I don't even need to ask, you can do it properly. There will never be another servant as good as you in the universe." As Emperor Tianshu said this, a strange aura gradually rose from his body, as if it was transparent, and it seemed that a little outline could be seen. The spiritual light turned into a huge divine light and shadow on the body of Emperor Tianshu, and Emperor Tianshu was suspended in the position of the brain of the divine light and shadow. His body exuded a terrifying brilliance, and instantly turned the transparent body of the divine light and shadow into a shining body of brilliance. "You can predict everything, so why don't you predict where my attack will go?" As the voice of Emperor Tianshu came, the brilliance on the divine light and shadow suddenly burst out, shining directly on the starry sky like the sun. In just a moment, everything there was destroyed. Under the omnipresent brilliance, even the nearby planets were melted in the brilliance. At this time, Emperor Tianshu was like a star that illuminated everything, and like a god who gave the world light. The omnipresent brilliance purified everything. The Emperor of Heavenly Arts wanted to defeat Wei Er with absolute power, which was to tell Wei Er what he was going to do. But what could Wei Er do? The old thief Tianshu's dual cultivation of light and spirit is really something. Tianjiu narrowed his eyes, and watched the light in the void expand rapidly, and destroy everything. The people of the celestial race were overjoyed, and some even shouted excitedly, "So what if you can calculate everything?" In the face of absolute power, no matter how good the calculation is, it is empty. Lin Shan also felt that under such a terrifying power, even the planets were ruthlessly destroyed, and it was an all-round attack without dead angles. Even if Wei Er was not killed, he would not be able to predict the attack of the Emperor of Heavenly Arts, and could only fight with the Emperor of Heavenly Arts. In terms of hard power, the Emperor of Heavenly Arts, who is a double king of magic, should not be able to lose. But the next second, Lin Shan's face became extremely ugly. Because the radiance of the Emperor of Heavenly Arts suddenly disappeared, the huge divine light image was shattered by a heavy hammer from the top of his head, and turned into countless fluorescent lights scattering. Wei Er, wearing a cloak, actually stood above the Emperor of Heavenly Arts, With his feet on the top of the Emperor of Heavenly Arts, his body stood straight, and his cloak swayed slightly in the waves. Lin Shan was stunned, and Tian Jiuyo and an E also changed color. All the people of the celestial race believed what they saw with their own eyes. Such a powerful Emperor of Heavenly Arts, almost like a god, was actually stepped on by someone. This is the rhythm of the end. Lin Shan was already considering whether to escape now. Wei Er was too invincible, and it was not an existence that human power could contend with. Even the Emperor of Heavenly Arts was humiliated like this. Once the Emperor of Heavenly Arts was defeated, they were not as good as the Emperor of Heavenly Arts. Wouldn't they die more miserably? Boom boom boom. The body of Wei Er was incredibly heavy, and the powerful force pressed on the head of Emperor Tianshu, as if to make him lower his head. The Emperor Tianshu was suspended in the air motionless, and the two people seemed to be motionless, but the gas explosion rings that tore the space exploded one after another, spreading to the entire galaxy, turning the galaxy that had already been ruined into a mess into a cosmic ruin. Bang! The body of Emperor Tianshu was stepped on, and hit a planet like a stream of light, directly knocking out a huge gap that occupied a quarter of the planet. Dust waves and surging rocks swept across the world like waves. Lin Shan had already rushed back to Tianjua Mansion, ready to call Ouyang and others to run away quickly. It's not that we are not strong, but the enemy is too strong. If we don't leave now, when will we leave? As long as the mountains remain, there will be no shortage of wild game to eat. A gentleman's revenge is never too late after 100 million years. Emperor Tianshu, you don't have to worry about anything while you are a ghost down there. I will take good care of you, Tianfei. If the ability allows, and Tianbulu and the others can escape, I don't mind taking them in. Lin Shan looked at an E, thinking about how to convince an E to escape together. If he didn't want to escape, then Lin Shan planned to run away by himself. It's over. And he sighed. Chapter 935. Lin Shan thought to himself, it's good that you know it's over. Now we have to run for our lives, otherwise we will all die. If we can convince an E and Tian Jiuyo to run away with me, there may be a chance to rush out. At least we can run away separately, and Wei Er will chase an E and Tian Jiuyo and others, so he shouldn't care about me. As long as we leave this starry sky, Yin Ryu can take us to teleport and escape. Lin Shan was about to persuade an E to run away with them, but heard an E continue. Tianshu hated others touching his head since he was a child. Wei Er actually dared to do that. He is finished. Lin Shan looked at an E in a daze, swallowing back the words that were on the tip of his tongue, almost suffocating himself and causing internal injuries. No, big brother, is this what we mean? Are you sure you know what you are saying? What does it mean to hate someone touching his head the most? Is this a matter of hate or not? I also hate all those who are stronger than me. Just because I hate them, will they explode on the spot? What's the use of him hating them? I can't beat them, big brother. Lin Shan organized his words, and planned to communicate with an E in the most concise language. If the communication is good, they will escape together. If the communication is not good, he will escape alone. Just when he was about to speak, he saw an E standing up from the ground, looking up into the void. His eyes were deep, and he seemed to be worried. You also know how to worry. Now is not the time to brag. We have to escape quickly. Lin Shan thought in his heart, and his eyes followed in Yi's eyes. Lin Shan was stunned at the sight. On the planet that was hit into a mobile phone logo, a figure climbed out from the bottom of the pit, spread his wings, and slowly rose into the sky. Lin Shan stared at the figure blankly. The person who climbed out of the pit was naturally the Emperor of Heavenly Arts. But the current Emperor of Heavenly Arts was not the same Emperor of Heavenly Arts just now. The Emperor of Heavenly Arts just now was a handsome middle-aged uncle with a charming and elegant demeanor. The current Emperor of Heavenly Arts was a hairy old man with almost all gray feathers and a little baldness and an old face. The key is that Lin Shan was very familiar with this face. Fuck. The hairy old man is the Emperor of Heavenly Arts. Lin Shan was stunned. He had imagined what the Emperor of Heavenly Arts looked like countless times, but he never thought that he would look like this. It turns out that those things were not obtained by my good luck. Lin Shan's expression became a little complicated for a while. He thought that the Emperor of Heavenly Arts only asked him to work, but didn't seem to care about him much, but now he found that it didn't seem to be the case. It's really embarrassing for me to suddenly find out about this at this time. Alas, but there's really no way. I can't beat him. I can only wait until I'm strong enough in the future, and then find a way to help you get revenge. Although Lin Shan knew that the Emperor of Heavenly Arts was not the same as he imagined, he still didn't give up the idea of escaping. The Emperor of Heavenly Arts, who was restored to his peak state by an E, was not the only opponent. Now that he was beaten back to his old age, it was even more impossible for him to be the only opponent. Before Lin Shan said what he was thinking, Tian Xiuyao on the side said it bluntly. The emperor is no longer as powerful as he was at his peak. Is it really okay? You may have some misunderstanding about the peak period. And he looked at the hairy Tianshu emperor in the void and said with a complicated expression, where do you think nearly 1/3 of our clan's resources have gone in the past 1,000 years? What have they been used for? Wasn't it spent by the Tian emperor? Tian Xiuyao almost called Tianshu's name directly. And he smiled. Yes, it was indeed spent by Tianshu, but it may be different from what many people think. Most of those resources were not spent on eating, drinking and having fun, but on preparing for something. Everyone was stunned when they heard it. They always knew that Tianshu emperor was extravagant, and a spendthrift Tianshu emperor. But everything in he said now completely overturned their understanding of Tianshu emperor. You mean, you have long discovered that the god-making clan has been plotting against our clan, so you have been accumulating strength for this day? Tian Xiuyao understood, and said excitedly. If this is the case, doesn't it mean that they are all saved? That's right, and that's not right. We did discover that the god-making clan was secretly infiltrating our celestial clan a long time ago, but this preparation was not originally for them. I didn't expect that we would be forced to this extent. And he looked at the celestial technique emperor in the void and sighed softly. Tian Xiuyao wanted to ask something else, but the celestial technique emperor in the void had already moved. He looked like he had lost his youthful handsomeness and middle-aged charm. He was just an old, bald, hairy celestial clan. Even the dazzling light on his body was no longer bright, but had a dim yellow color. But he has a kind of lethality that he didn't have when he was young or middle-aged. That is the calmness of having seen the long river of time, the calmness of having mountains and rivers in his heart, and the wisdom of seeing through all the warmth and coldness of human feelings in the world. Although his face has aged, his soul is becoming more and more dazzling. Do you know? What is faster than light? Sameo Tian Shudi and Wei Er looked at each other from a distance and asked lightly. Do you mean space and time? Wei Er's brain flickered and he answered after a moment. A machine is just a machine after all. Your understanding is too superficial. What is faster than light is the soul. One thought can make you a god. One thought can make the universe. One thought can make you travel the sky. One thought can turn the world upside down. The universe is born and dies. All things are reincarnated. It's all in my thought. Tianshu Emperor looked at Wei Er with his dim eyes, and said word by word, one thought of mine. There must be light. As Tianshu Emperor's voice fell, a holy light rose from his body. Although it was his dying body, it seemed to be more energetic and dazzling than any young man. The ubiquitous light between heaven and earth also lit up, illuminating the starry sky, the universe, and Wei Er's body, so fast that Wei Er could not react. Ah! The terrifying light submerged Wei Er's body. No matter how he moved or struggled, he could not escape the range of the light. The dark green body continued to melt in the ubiquitous light, and the cloak instantly melted into the light, revealing the dark green crystals all over the body and the internal organs, like crystal components. The light in Wei Er's body was running wildly, and it was already smoking. Unimaginable power burst out from his body, but in the omnipresent light, he was still only rubbed. Cracks appeared on Wei Er's body, and the light penetrated his body through the cracks, forming a series of dazzling light marks like lightning in his body, and spread like a spider web. Lin Shan was surprised and happy. The light was obviously everywhere, but it did not cause any harm to anyone or any material. Only Wei Er was constantly invaded by the light, and was about to be washed into nothingness by the light. This method was almost divine. Chapter 936. Seeing that Wei Er's countermeasures were ineffective, Lin Shan knew that this time he had won. Some of the god-making clan had already begun to retreat quietly. Such a terrifying Emperor Tianshu could not be defeated by a large number of people. Moreover, Emperor Tianshu was not alone. He had the support of the Celestial Clan behind him. The foundation of the Celestial Clan should not be underestimated. No matter how Wei Er burst out his power, or how he moved his body, the omnipresent light seemed to have locked him. All actions were in vain. There were more and more light patterns on his body, and it seemed that they would break at any time. Suddenly, the light on Emperor Tianshu suddenly dimmed a lot. What's going on? Lin Shan saw that the light became dim, and the originally bright void seemed to be covered with dark clouds at this time. But dark clouds can cover the sun, but it is impossible to cover Emperor Tianshu in the void, so dark clouds do not exist, and there must be something wrong with Emperor Tianshu. Lin Shan thought that another enemy had appeared, but when he looked around, he did not find anyone. Finally it's here. And Yi stared at the Emperor of Heavenly Arts in the void, his expression becoming extremely solemn. What's coming? Lin Shan looked at an Yi and asked. He didn't see anything. Death tribulation. And he said, Death tribulation. It's coming at this time. How could it be so unfortunate? Lin Shan was shocked and looked at the Emperor of Heavenly Arts, but he couldn't see anything on him. He could only see that the light on his body was getting weaker. He had always heard about the existence of the death tribulation, and he had also heard that the death light of the death tribulation could not be seen or felt by others, and it would only target the immortals who were going through the tribulation. Moreover, the death calamity will become more and more difficult to overcome, and the death light will become stronger and stronger. For an immortal like Tien Shudi who became immortal at a young age, and has gone through countless death calamities, the intensity of the death light must be very scary. Even if ordinary immortals are fully prepared to overcome the death calamity, they may not be able to overcome it. It is really unfortunate that the death calamity suddenly comes at the critical moment of such a war. As the light on Tien Shudi's body dimmed, the light in Wei Yi, who was about to be exploded by the light, also weakened a lot, and it seemed that he was about to recover. It's not a coincidence. And he said coldly, it is because of this step that the death calamity will appear. This is definitely not a coincidence. We have been preparing for 1,000 years for this day. Did you deliberately bring out the death calamity? Lin Shan was slightly startled, remembering that an Yi had said before that their preparations were not originally intended to deal with the God-making clan. And he nodded, then shook his head. It was deliberately brought out, but not at this time and place. We originally wanted to make arrangements before this to completely solve the hidden danger of the God-making clan, and then concentrate on doing this. Unfortunately, the strength of the God-making clan exceeded our expectations, forcing Tian Shu to reveal his true strength, which led to the death disaster in advance. Why does exposing strength definitely lead to death? Lin Shan heard the key. According to his understanding, the death disaster does not have a fixed time point, but is random, and he has never heard that the death disaster is related to strength. But from what an Yi said, they seem to be able to control the time when the death disaster comes. And what he said was a bit weird. Every immortal needs to prepare for the death tribulation. They prepared for 1,000 years, just to help the Emperor of Heavenly Arts to survive the death tribulation. This seems a bit too exaggerated. In order to help a person survive the death tribulation, they actually had to use a large clan like the Celestials as a foundation and prepare for thousands of years. This tribulation is too difficult to survive. If a death tribulation is so difficult to survive, how did other immortals survive it? There are not many people in the universe who have the strength and foundation of the Emperor of Heavenly Arts. Even he had to consume the power of the entire clan to prepare for 1,000 years. It is really hard to imagine how many immortals can survive it. And Yi said slowly, it is generally believed that the death catastrophe is a means for the universe to balance the energy of the universe. The immortals occupy too much energy and cause too much damage to the universe, so there is a mechanism called the death catastrophe. In ancient times, there was a saying that when a whale falls, all things come to life. This means that when a creature with huge energy dies, its energy is returned to the universe, and more life can be born. The immortals are similar. But is this really the case? The immortals do occupy a lot of energy, but this energy is only a tiny bit for the entire universe, far from being able to affect the universe, and the universe does not lack this little energy from the immortals. And Yi's eyes lit up, looking at the Tian Shu Emperor who was gradually dimming in the void, and continued, we have studied for a long time and found a fact that the death catastrophe is by no means a spontaneous behavior of the universe, but a human intervention. Someone is consciously erasing the immortals. Is the death calamity controlled by humans? Everyone was shocked. It was hard to imagine what kind of person could control the death calamity that could kill the immortals. Yes, the death calamity is controlled. Although we don't know whether it is controlled by people or things, we have done a lot of research and finally discovered the law of the death calamity. It is not random, and can be predicted. There is actually only one standard for the death calamity to appear, that is, the strength of the immortal himself. And he said, I have never heard of the saying that the death calamity will appear when the strength becomes stronger. Qi Xinhua said. Except for an Yi, he and Yen Ryu are the only immortals here. They have all survived the death calamity, and have the most say. That depends on how you understand becoming stronger. If you regard the strengthening of physical attributes as becoming stronger, then becoming stronger has nothing to do with the death calamity. And he explained, what I mean by becoming stronger is the mismatch between the realm and one's own attributes. In other words, when your cognition of the universe, or your own realm cognition, exceeds the energy you possess, then no matter how strong or weak your own power is, the death calamity will come. This statement made everyone feel a little novel. Yin Ryu suddenly said, in other words, someone wants to wipe out those who have cognition beyond their own abilities, and can peek into things that others cannot see. Yes, that's right. And he looked at Yin Ryu, his eyes full of appreciation. We have been preparing for thousands of years, just to know who is controlling all this, who wants to limit our cognition of the universe, and who wants to block our path of evolution. And all this can only start from the death calamity. Lin Shen and others were stunned. It turned out that Emperor Tianshu did not want to simply survive the death calamity from the beginning, but to catch the person behind the death calamity. This idea is simply horrifying, and now is indeed not the right time. The God-making clan has not been dealt with yet, and the two have not been killed, and the death catastrophe has come. This is simply a disaster. Chapter 937. The death light was born from nowhere, and it was also extinguished from nowhere. Except for the people who were undergoing the tribulation, no one could see the death light, nor could they feel its existence. Lin Shen and the others looked at the Emperor of Heavenly Arts in the void, and could only sense that the light on the Emperor of Heavenly Arts was getting weaker and weaker. The man who was like a god and had light whenever he wanted it, now had a dimmer and weaker light on his body, and his gray hair and bald body could already be seen. Due to the disappearance of the light, there was no light to continue attacking Wei Er, and the light in Wei Er's body was gradually suppressed by him, disappearing bit by bit, and his injured body was slowly healing. But he was too seriously injured, and could not recover for a while. We can't let Wei Er recover, otherwise we will be in trouble. Lin Shen wanted everyone to rush into the void together, and try to give him a fatal blow while Wei Er was still not recovered. It's too late. And he called Lin Shen and said calmly, you are very strong, but you are not immortal after all. You can't shake Wei Er. You need to grow further. Everyone's eyes widened when they heard it. Tian Xiaoya and Tian Xiaochao even cried out, impossible. How could my uncle not be immortal? Lin Shen killed Tian Ruidu, who was a seraph of light, with one punch, and beat up a top-level dual-system heavenly creature like the Oath Guanyin, but he was not an immortal. This is unbelievable. Lin Shen stopped when he heard it. He didn't expect an E to see through the fact that he was not an immortal, and he hadn't even fought with an E. And he looked at Lin Shen and said, since it was our plan, it should be ours to end it. You just need to survive, and wait until the day you become immortal, then you can do more things, and maybe you may take the same path. I'm afraid we won't be able to get through this level. Lin Shen weighed the strength of both sides. Although the number of top immortals on the opposite side is not as large as this side, I'm afraid that Wei Er, except for Tian Shudi, no one can match him. Tian Shudi is going through a death calamity, not to mention whether he can get through it. Even if they can get through it, it will be difficult for them to compete with Wei Er and others during this period. The Celestials won't fall so easily. And Yi smiled, took out a pet gun, shot out 2 pet capsules, and turned into a blood-cursed demon and ultimate seraph. It's just that the blood-cursed demon and ultimate seraph at this time have not recovered from their injuries, and their status is not much different from before the last battle. And he stood up, walked in front of the blood-cursed demon and ultimate seraph, and pressed his hands on them respectively. The next second, he saw that the injuries on the blood-cursed demon and ultimate seraph were recovering at a very fast speed, as if someone had played the video in reverse. But Yi's condition looked worse and worse. When the blood-cursed demon and the ultimate seraph had completely recovered to their peak state, and Yi's originally tall and strong body had now turned into a hunchbacked old man, and the wrinkles on his face could kill mosquitoes. And Yi swayed, and Lin Shen hurried to help him, but Yi waved his hand to stop him. I'm fine. And Yi's body was shaking, but he still walked to the chair by himself, sat down on the chair, raised his head, and looked up at the starry sky. I haven't seen our plan succeed yet. It's not that easy to die. In the void, Wei Er's injuries had healed for the most part, and the light in his body was almost invisible. However, he did not take this opportunity to attack the Celestials as Lin Shen had thought. He just floated there, with a pair of flickering eyes, staring at the Emperor Tianshu who was going through the death tribulation. Originally, Lin Shen and the others thought that Wei Er wanted to attack the Emperor Tianshu while he was going through the death tribulation and kill him while he was sick. But Wei Er did not attack either, just watched there. For a while, the battlefield became extremely strange. There were so many people on both sides of the enemy, but no battle broke out. They just looked at the Emperor Tianshu in the void. The brilliance on the Emperor Tianshu had completely disappeared, and the gray feathers on his wings fell one by one. When they were in the air, the gray feathers turned into ashes inexplicably. It looked like it was burned to ashes by some kind of flame, but there was no flame. The feathers withered and turned to ashes, and even the hair of the Emperor Tianshu was quickly turning to ashes. After a while, the wings behind him and the top of his head had become bald. Lin Shan saw the state of the Emperor Tianshu and felt that something was wrong. The Emperor of Heavenly Art suppressed his realm for many years, and suddenly triggered a death calamity. The horror of the death light seemed to have exceeded his expectations, and he seemed to be unable to hold on. Now only the feathers and hair turned into ashes, and would it be his body's turn next? While Lin Shan was thinking, he actually saw a corner of the Emperor of Heavenly Art's body emitting a little bit of flying ashes. His body also began to turn into ashes in the death light, like countless butterflies flying out of his body. Everyone was shocked and looked at an E, but an E just sat on the chair, staring at the void without blinking. Lin Shan and others suddenly realized that An Yi's power was overconsumed, and he was close to the point of exhaustion. He couldn't even stand steadily. In his current state, his vision was probably not enough to see so far. In other words, and he couldn't see anything now. He was just looking at the direction of Emperor Tianshu. Everyone didn't have the heart to tell An Yi what was happening now. They had worked hard to plan for a lifetime, but Emperor Tianshu couldn't even survive the death calamity, let alone catch the black hand behind the death calamity. Watching Emperor Tianshu's body turn into ashes bit by bit, Lin Shan felt inexplicably sad. Such a person, who had a huge impact on his life, was about to disappear between heaven and earth. This made Lin Shan feel a little inexplicable. As Lin Shan looked at it, he suddenly found that there was a faint fluorescence in Emperor Tianshu's body that was turned into ashes by the death light. The fluorescence was like the outline of Emperor Tianshu's body. As his body turned into ashes, the outline of the fluorescence became clearer and stronger. When the last piece of ash flew away like a butterfly, a fluorescent angel body also appeared in everyone's eyes. The fluorescent light was the appearance of the Emperor of Heavenly Arts. Without the restraint of the flesh, the Emperor of Heavenly Arts, who is a combination of spirit and light, was like an angel of light, floating in the void. Boom! The spiritual light on the body of the Emperor of Heavenly Arts was like a volcanic eruption, rushing directly into the void, like an aurora that penetrated the sky of the universe. Boom! Boom! At the end of the aurora, a crack was directly rushed out of the void, and golden light shone through the crack. As the crack expanded, more and more golden light appeared, and then, a gorgeous jade gate surrounded by clouds and mist came. That is, Lin Shan's eyes froze, because the jade gate that emerged was very familiar to him. Chapter 938. Lin Shan was too familiar with the jade gate. When he was teleported by Little Star to a strange planet that was similar to the Temple Star, but a little different, he escaped from the strange planet through the jade gate. That was the gate of the Immortal Court, but the scene inside the Immortal Court was not quite what Lin Shan imagined. He only saw a long bridge with corpse-like statues hanging on both sides of the bridge. Lin Shan still remembers it vividly. The Emperor of Heavenly Arts broke through the death light and blasted through the void. What emerged was actually the gate of the Immortal Court. Although Lin Shan also suspected that the death calamity was related to the Immortal Court, he was still a little shocked when he really saw the scene. It's just that the gate of the Immortal Court here seems to be a little different from the one Lin Shan had seen on the strange planet. The shapes are exactly the same, but the gates of the Immortal Court that Lin Shan has seen always give people a gloomy and terrifying feeling. This gate of the Immortal Court, however, is sprinkled with golden light, surrounded by auspicious air, giving people a feeling like paradise. Everyone stared at the gate of the fairy court that emerged from the void. Only the two people had a flash of light in their eyes, and their brains seemed to be working frantically. Streams of fairy energy fell down, forming a cloud ladder, which continued to spread downwards, and fell to the feet of Emperor Tianshu. Today I will see who is controlling all living beings in this death calamity. Emperor Tianshu stepped on it without hesitation. The moment Emperor Tianshu stepped on the cloud ladder, flames rose from his body, as if to burn him to ashes. Streams of heavenly thunder bombarded him like a roaring dragon, trying to shatter his soul. The fluorescent light on the body of the Emperor of Heavenly Arts rose, and he allowed the thunder and fire to refine his body, but he was not moved at all, and he continued to step up the cloud steps step by step, as if even the end of the world would not be able to stop his steps. Lin Shan found that the thunder and fire on the cloud steps were tens of millions of times more terrifying than the jade steps he walked on. Any lightning seemed to be able to penetrate the void, and the fire was more like an abyss, as if it could swallow everything clean. Just watching from a distance, people felt that their souls were trembling, and they were almost suffocated by the pressure. People with weaker willpower, especially those pseudo-immortal creatures, were already trembling in their bodies, which was the fear in their deepest hearts. The Emperor of Heavenly Arts, who was constantly bombarded by thunder and fire, did not care about the thunder and fire at all. He stepped up the cloud steps step by step, and arrived at the gate of the immortal court in just a moment. The thunder and lightning bombardment, and the burning of fire all over the sky seemed to be just illusions, and could not cause any trouble to the Emperor of Heavenly Arts with a spiritual body. Lin Shan walked over the jade steps. When he reached the gate of the fairy court, the thunder and fire would stop automatically. But here, the thunder and fire not only did not stop, but became even more terrifying. The sky was full of thunder and fire, and people could only see the thunder that pierced through the void, the flames that devoured everything, and the continuous dazzling light bursts. The figure of the Emperor of Heavenly Arts could no longer be seen. The world has never been created before, the first in the creation of the world, breaking the cage of the universe, and returning the freedom of all living things. Today I will break through this ruined place, and make you pay the price for fooling all living beings. The voice of the Emperor of Heavenly Arts shook the world. As the body fell, the thunder and fire in the sky disappeared in an instant, and only the spiritual light that soared into the sky illuminated the world. In the eyes of everyone who couldn't speak, the Emperor of Heavenly Arts flicked his hand, and the gate of the immortal court opened with a bang. The spiritual light rushed into the sky, and the Emperor of Heavenly Arts, full of fighting spirit, stepped into the gate of the immortal court, like an emperor who fought against the heaven. Boom! Everyone only saw the infinite spiritual light blooming in the gate of the immortal court, and then the gate of the immortal court closed with a bang, and they could no longer see the situation inside the gate of the immortal court, and they could not hear any sound. The gate of the immortal court slowly disappeared into the void, and finally disappeared. For a while, the whole galaxy was silent, and everyone stared at the place where the gate of the immortal court disappeared, wondering what the final outcome of the Emperor of Heavenly Arts, who rushed into the gate of the immortal court, would be, and whether he could come out alive. Lin Shan's expression changed constantly. The gate of the immortal court seemed to be a place he was familiar with, but it seemed to be different from the place he was familiar with. He didn't know whether the scene after the Emperor of Heavenly Arts rushed in would be the same as what he saw. But judging from the terrifying aura that erupted after the Emperor Tianshu entered the gate of the immortal court, perhaps the immortal court he entered was different from the heavenly court that Lin Shan had entered himself. Wei Er slowly turned his head and looked at the people of Zenith Star, then said lightly, "Those who surrender can be spared, and those who do not surrender will be killed. Those who do not surrender will be killed." The pseudo-immortal creature army roared. The Emperor Tianshu was very strong, but now that the Emperor Tianshu had rushed into the immortal court without knowing whether to live or die, no one on Zenith Star could stop the god-making clan. "If you want to kill, then come on." Tianju's voice was colder than the cold air on his body, and he flew towards Wei Er. "Your opponent is me." The sea of fire surged and stopped Tianju, and the ice and fire were staged again. Tianshu, that bastard, left such a mess before he left. Tianjoyo flew towards Wei Er. And he was injured. Tianshu rushed into the fairy court. Now among the celestial race, the only one who might be able to stop Wei Er was him. Before Tianjoyo came to Wei Er, he saw strange beams of light shooting out of Wei Er's eyes. Tianjoyo's figure flickered, and he dodged the beam of light from Wei Er's eyes, as if teleporting. Then he immediately realized that something was wrong and turned to look at the end of the beam. The beam of light condensed at one point and actually pierced through the void, creating a crack. A hand wrapped in blood stretched out from the crack. Everyone's face changed, and someone shouted in horror, "Red Ghost." The red ghost that an Eve desperately beat into the void actually crawled out of the void, bleeding all over like an evil ghost. The moment he rushed out of the crack, the blood that was wriggling all over his body gradually condensed into a shell, and the blood sword also condensed into shape. Lin Shan was shocked, and could not believe that the red ghost could actually rush out of the void alive. Although Wei Er opened the space crack for him, in such a place, even the immortal king would not be able to hold on for a moment, and his body would be obliterated by the void. The red ghost was thrown into the void for such a long time, but he was still alive, which was amazing enough. Seeing the red ghost's bloodshot eyes searching for An Yi's whereabouts, locking onto Tianju Mansion and rushing over, Tianjoyo could only meet him and trap the red ghost with the space technique of being close at hand, but he was also entangled by the red ghost. Baoshan snorted coldly and rushed towards Tianju Mansion. Yen Ryu, who had recovered from her injuries, broke through the air and stopped Baoshan in the void again. "This is the best. There must be a winner between you and me." Treasure God wanted to kill Yen Ryu more than killing An Yi. And he glanced at the blood-cursed demon and the ultimate seraph, and slowly said, "Go complete your mission." The blood-cursed demon and the ultimate seraph looked at each other, and the next second they jumped up at the same time, rushed into the void and killed Wei Er. Chapter 939. Lin Shan originally thought that he would see a shocking battle, but who knew that the two immortal king-level pets, Blood Curse Demon and Ultimate Seraph, would attack Wei Er together, but Wei Er, relying on dodging and blocking, not only blocked their attacks, but also knocked them flying in the void. This is simply a replica of Wei Er's battle with Tian Shuti. He completely predicted all the actions of Blood Curse Demon and Ultimate Seraph, and was always able to attack them one step ahead of them, making all the actions of Blood Curse Demon and Ultimate Seraph look like they were seeking death, and even directly hitting their faces into Wei Er's fists. No one expected that the two major pets of the Celestial Clan would be beaten so badly when they attacked at the same time. Since the Celestial Clan obtained these two pets, they have experienced ups and downs with the Celestial Clan. They have experienced countless battles since their inheritance, but they have never been as embarrassed as they are now. Wei Er must have collected data on the Blood Curse Demon and the Ultimate Seraph before, so he was able to predict all their actions right away. They will suffer a great loss, Tian Xiuya said worriedly. Others naturally thought of this possibility. After all, the Blood Curse Demon and the Ultimate Seraph were too famous. It would be strange if Wei Er had not studied them. They did not have the absolute power suppression of the Heavenly Art Emperor, and had no ability to fight Wei Er. For so many billions of years, our clan has also obtained other pets of the King of Laws, but only they have become our clan's pets. Do you know why? And Yi's hoarse voice sounded. Is it because they are stronger than other pets of the King of Magic? Tian Xiuya answered from a normal person's perspective. You are right, but there is another reason, which you will see soon. And he said. While Yi was speaking, the Blood Curse Demon and the Ultimate Seraph were beaten back by Wei Er again. They were already injured, but fortunately, although Wei Er's power was very strong, it was not able to block the self-healing ability of immortal creatures. The injuries of the Blood Curse Demon and the Ultimate Seraph can be healed quickly, unlike their previous injuries, which could not be healed at all. But this time, the Blood Curse Demon and the Ultimate Seraph did not kill Wei Er again. They actually rushed towards each other at full speed. Bang! Two auroras, one red and one white, collided in the void, and the red and white light bloomed like a huge firework. Many people thought that the Blood Curse Demon and the Ultimate Seraph were hit by some trick of Wei Er, and they killed each other and burned themselves. But after the fireworks faded, a seraphim with red spell patterns all over his body appeared in the void. He possessed the characteristics of both the Blood Curse Demon and the Ultimate Seraphim, but was different from both. His appearance also caused the Blood Curse Demon and the Ultimate Seraphim to disappear. On his body, there were fluctuations of the laws of the curse and the holy at the same time, and the two fluctuations were almost integrated into one, and ordinary people could not distinguish them at all. Lin Shan and others looked at the creature in surprise, and probably guessed that it was a combination of the two pets, but how they were combined together was unknown. Although the Blood Curse Demon and the Ultimate Seraph belong to different systems, their innate abilities, Nirvana power, and Law power are different, but their life bases have a similar innate ability. Possession. Our ancestors have continuously studied and experimented. After countless generations of efforts, they finally used this characteristic of their life base to allow them to merge into one, and become the king of the Holy Curse and the ultimate Blood Angel. Although Yi's voice was light, anyone could hear it. He was proud of it. Lin Shan was awed in his heart, and only then did he truly realize that he must not underestimate the foundation of a large clan. The Heavenly Art Emperor was able to confront the death tribulation with peace of mind and rush into the immortal court regardless of everything because the foundation of the Heavenly Man clan was strong enough. Otherwise, even if he was under the pressure of the death tribulation and the immortal court, the Heavenly Art Emperor should have solved the God Creation clan first. The ultimate Blood Angel was suspended in the void opposite Wei Er, and the light blocks in Wei Er's eyes flashed, as if he was frantically analyzing the creature in front of him. He had information on the Blood Curse Demon and the Ultimate Seraph, but not on the Ultimate Blood Angel, so he didn't take action for a while. The Ultimate Blood Angel looked at Wei Er with a cold gaze, and a bloody ancient book was condensed from bloody light particles. With the appearance of the bloody ancient book's life base, the Ultimate Blood Angel opened its 6 bloody wings, put its hands together in a prayer gesture, and chanted mysterious syllables. The bloody ancient book also slowly opened in the chanting, emitting a bloody glow. The bloody ancient book turned page by page, and bloody light appeared in Wei Er's body, as if bloody lightsabers were piercing out of his body. Wei Er's body was constantly pierced by blood-red lightsabers that appeared out of thin air. As the chanting continued, more and more blood-red lightsabers appeared on his body. His arms, legs and body were pierced by blood-red lightsabers, nailing him in the void in a big letter shape. All the crystal components in his body were pierced and damaged by the blood-red lightsabers. It was as if there was a leakage, and arcs and streams of light were running around in his body. Too strong. If there is such a strong thing, I should have taken it out earlier. I wouldn't have to fight so hard. Lin Shan was stunned. The ability of the ultimate blood angel was simply invincible, leaving people no chance to dodge. It's not that simple. Although they have been studied for so many generations, they are not creatures of the same system after all. After merging into one, there are still some problems with their bodies. They have not reached an absolutely perfect state. The time for the two to merge into one is limited. Once the time limit is reached, they will automatically separate, and there is no way to merge into one again in a short time. And he said? Lin Shan finally understood why the ultimate blood angel was used only at this time. It turned out that there was such a restriction. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the ultimate blood angel and Wei Er, praying that Wei Er could be killed before the time limit of the ultimate blood angel was reached. Under that strange power, Wei Er could not break free, and his power could not penetrate the power of the light spell. While struggling, he made a strange sound. With the appearance of this sound, the pseudo-immortal creature army turned around and rushed towards the ultimate blood angel, who was chanting the spell like crazy. But when they entered a certain range, bloodlight suddenly appeared in their bodies, and bloodlight pierced their bodies, causing them to explode and die instantly. For a time, the void was full of pseudo-immortal creatures that exploded and died, like blood flowers blooming in the void. Chapter 940. No matter how frantically the pseudo-immortal creatures attacked, it was useless. Once they entered the range of the bloodlight spell, they were instantly pierced by the bloodlight sword. But the pseudo-immortal creatures still attacked fearlessly, and countless people were killed and injured at once. I don't know how many pseudo-immortal creatures died. Too strong. He can destroy the whole world by himself. Tian Shaosong exclaimed. Others were not as amazed as she was, because everyone knew that using power must come at a price. The price paid is usually energy. The blood angels are very strong and can kill so many pseudo-immortal creatures in an instant, but if the blood angels pay a lot of energy for this, then whether his time limit will be shortened is a serious problem. Now they only hope that the blood angels can kill Wei Er before they disintegrate, otherwise it will be troublesome. Bloodlight swords kept nailing Wei Er, and it seemed that his body was about to be nailed to pieces. Wei Er's body looked like it was about to collapse, and his head had been pierced by bloodlight swords, and it was about to be nailed to pieces. But the blood angel's body suddenly flickered, red and white, and his face flashed back and forth between the blood-cursed demon and the ultimate seraph, as if there was a bug in the game. Oh no, the blood angel can't hold on any longer, Wei Er's suicide tactic has worked. Blazing Heartfire said worriedly. And he sighed softly, it's still not perfect after all. As he said that, and he pressed the handrail and prepared to stand up. Before he stood up, everyone suddenly saw Lin Shan soaring into the sky and rushing towards Wei Er, who was nailed in the void by the blood sword. The people of the celestial race were deeply moved. Lin Shan could stand up regardless of everything at this time. This should have been what the celestial race should do, but they didn't expect that Lin Shan, a foreigner, would do it first. Lin Shan rushed out at this time, obviously wanting to give the blood angel a fatal blow, while Wei Er was still nailed by the blood sword before the blood angel disintegrated. This was an extremely risky behavior. Wei Er was able to persist for so long under the blood curse, and his ability was beyond doubt, and no one knew whether he had any means to save his life. Lin Shan rushed over now, seemingly only needing to complete a fatal blow, but in fact, he had to take a great risk. If it was so easy to succeed, someone would have rushed up long ago. Everyone watched Lin Shan's body rushing into the void, and they all felt an inexplicable tragic emotion surging in their hearts. Even An-Yi was stunned. He didn't expect that Lin Shan, a foreigner, could disregard his own safety and stand up at this time to fight for the celestial race. Many of the Celestials, who have always been quite repulsive to outsiders, now have some strange feelings for Lin Shan. Lin Shan actually did something that many immortals of the Celestials did not dare to do. Regardless of success, they could no longer regard Lin Shan as an ordinary alien. And he slowly stood up, muttering to himself, even he is willing to fight, why should I cherish my life? Countless burning eyes were cast at Lin Shan, but Lin Shan was shouting in his heart, hack you. Who is messing with me? Who pushed me out? Although Lin Shan also wanted to kill Wei Er and wanted to kill him while he was sick, he also knew in his heart that the risk was too great, and his strength might not be able to break Wei Er's body. Maybe he would not even have a chance to get an advantage, and he might die if he went up. So he has been hesitating, and has not decided whether to take the risk. The reason why he suddenly became so brave and rushed directly into the void was not his own will, but was pushed out by an inexplicable force. Lin Shan gathered his strength to get rid of this force, but he couldn't do it at all. He found that there were lines of nothingness on his body. Those lines of nothingness connected to his body, pulling his body to do actions against his will, and he had no control over it. At this time, Lin Shan was like a puppet, being forcibly pulled and flying into the void. What's going on? Why do I have these lines of nothingness on my body? Who is messing with me? Those beings in the fairy court. Or, Lin Shan couldn't figure it out for a while. At this point, retreat was impossible. Lin Shan could only accumulate strength and take advantage of the situation to give Wei Er a blow. Maybe he could really get a bargain. But his flying speed seemed to be a little slow, and before he entered his attack range, the Blood Angel had disintegrated. As the Blood Angel disintegrated and turned into the Blood-Cursed Demon and the Ultimate Seraph, the Blood Ancient Book Life base in front of him also split into two, turning into a book of holy light and countless blood-colored spells, flying towards the Blood-Cursed Demon and the Ultimate Seraph respectively. The Blood Sword also disappeared at the same time, and the Blood Sword in Wei Er's body disappeared, and his body quickly repaired and healed itself at an unimaginable speed. At this time, Lin Shan happened to rush over very awkwardly, and was still flying towards Wei Er. In the eyes of others, Lin Shan's tragic act of facing death with indifference made many strong men of the celestial race feel a little strange. Knowing that he is going to die, he is still fearless. Although his brain is not very good, such a person deserves to be a friend of our tribe. Lin Shan would rather not be a friend of the Tianren tribe, and he does not want to die like this, but he has no choice. And he is ready to burst out the last bit of strength and make the final sacrifice for the Tianren tribe. But Lin Shan's figure suddenly stopped, standing in the void and confronting Wei Er. You want to kill me too? Wei Er's calm voice surprisingly has a trace of emotion. Of course, this is not a beautiful emotion, but a strange emotion full of surprise, confusion, and puzzlement. Wei Er can understand that the Emperor of Heavenly Arts fought with him, that the Blood Angels went to fight, and even that the immortals of the Tianren tribe rushed up. He can understand it. Such a foreign race that is not a Tianren tribe, and whose strength does not seem to be particularly strong, actually dared to rush up alone to kill him, which really made him feel a little puzzled. Lin Shan wanted to tell him that he didn't want to kill him, and who pushed him out. Unfortunately, he couldn't even speak, but stretched out his palm uncontrollably and raised his middle finger to Wei Er. Lin Shan's face turned green, because he didn't die tragically enough, and wanted to attract more hatred to him. Wei Er obviously knew the meaning of this gesture. His eyes flashed, and his figure appeared in front of Lin Shan as if he had teleported, and he slapped Lin Shan with one palm, trying to explode Lin Shan into slag. Almost when Wei Er slapped, Lin Shan also slapped him directly, and the two palms collided in the void. Chapter 941. No one knew how brave a person could be before, but now many people think that Lin Shan's courage has reached the ceiling level. He dared to confront Wei Er head-on. Even Tian Jiuyo and an E would not dare to be as arrogant as Lin Shan. But Lin Shan did it without giving people time to react. If an E was in his peak state, he might have reacted and used the time and space technique to teleport Lin Shan to other places. Now an E was almost exhausted, and Lin Shan's behavior made him unable to take action in time. Tian Jiuyo was also confused, with question marks all over his mind. If Lin Shan rushed forward himself, he still had a way to save him, and there were also the Blood-Cursed Demon and the Ultimate Seraph there, so Wei Er should not be interested in targeting him. But Lin Shan's unexpected gesture confused Tian Jiuyo, and it was too late to take action. This kid likes to dance on the grave? Tian Jiuyo was numb now. He had seen people who wanted to die, but he had never seen one who wanted to die like this. 10,000 people have 10,000 thoughts, but at this moment, everyone felt that Lin Shan's death was too perfect and there was no hope for salvation. All the thoughts were in a flash. Lin Shan and Wei Er's palms had already collided with each other. Even the nearby Blood-Cursed Demon and Ultimate Seraph had no time to attack. But at this moment, everyone's eyes widened and their mouths opened. Those who were fighting forgot to continue fighting. They stared at Lin Shan blankly as if they were possessed. Lin Shan also thought he was dead. He had obviously gathered a strong force in his body. Even if he couldn't hurt the enemy with this blow, at least he didn't want to be killed by Wei Er. But the power in his body was not used at all. His palm was just pulled by the lines of nothingness to meet Wei Er's palm, and there was no power on it. This is really going to kill me. Lin Shan thought he was dead. But after the two hands collided, Lin Shan did not feel the strong power coming from his palm, but Wei Er's body was torn into pieces in an instant. To others, It seemed that Lin Shan just smashed the almost invincible Wei Er with a palm, but Lin Shan knew very well in his heart that it was not his power at all. He clearly saw that it was those lines of nothingness that pulled Wei Er's body, like 1,000 horses tearing his body apart. But others could not see the lines of nothingness, and in their eyes, it was Lin Shan who smashed Wei Er with a palm. Is that our uncle-in-law? Tian Xiaoqiao swallowed and asked blankly. That must be it. That's our uncle. Tian Xiaoyan nodded heavily, giving Tian Xiaoqiao an affirmative answer, and it seemed like she was giving herself an answer. Yes, that's our uncle. The uncle is invincible. Tian Xiaosong was so excited that his hands were about to clench. The Tianan clan, who reacted, immediately launched a strong counterattack against the God-making clan. The people of the God-making clan were desperately retreating almost at the same time. The flames on the Fire King rolled up and turned into a sea of fire. After Tianju froze the sea of fire, he found that the Fire King was no longer in it. The body of the Red Ghost suddenly exploded, turned into a flash of blood and disappeared. They didn't need to guard the Zenith Star, and they didn't need to fight for it. If they just ran away, it would be difficult to stop a powerful person at the level of the King of Laws. Baoshan wanted to escape from Yin Ryu, but found that the space around him had been locked. It was Tian Jioyo who came to trap him. The pseudo-immortal army became a big chaos. There was no morale to fight. The immortals of the Tianran tribe counterattacked and kept chasing in the starry sky. For a while, the situation was completely reversed. Lin Shan, who was suspended in the void, looked like a god in the eyes of others, but he himself had a weird face. Wei Er died, his body also regained freedom, and the lines of nothingness on his body disappeared and could not be seen again. Now Lin Shan can finally be sure that the person who used the lines of nothingness to control him just wanted to kill Wei Er by his hand, not to mess with him. But what kind of person can have such ability? That was Wei Er, who could force Tian Shudi to burst out with all his strength, and the existence that the Blood Angels could not kill. But that person did not meet Wei Er at all, but just used those lines of nothingness to tear Wei Er's body apart directly. Such strength is so terrifying that it is unbelievable. Lin Shan couldn't help but think of God and Emperor Tian, the one who created the heaven and God art. The only people he could think of seemed to be God and Emperor Tian's heaven and God art, which were related to the line of nothingness. Tian Buluo could only use the power of the line of nothingness, but he had no ability to control it. And he was already the strongest person in the Heavenly Man clan who practiced the heaven and God art. Throughout the history of the Heavenly Man clan, except God and Emperor Tian, it seemed that no one could practice the heaven and God art to the level of ghosts and gods. If there was anyone who could really control the line of nothingness, Lin Shan could only think of God and Emperor Tian. Could it be that the gods and the Emperor of Heaven are not dead, and she saved the celestial race at the critical moment? Lin Shan thought of the bodies of the gods and the Emperor of Heaven on the snowy mountain, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. But the more Lin Shan thought about it, the more worried he felt. If the gods and the Emperor of Heaven really came back to life, would they know that he slept with her corpse? If they knew, Lin Shan couldn't imagine how such a terrifying existence would deal with him. Lin Shan thought of the only two outcomes just now, and the scene of his 5 limbs and head being tied up by the thread of nothingness, and then being directly pulled into 6 parts appeared in his mind, and he couldn't help but shudder. Lin Shan was afraid that what he did would be exposed, but the celestial race over there regarded Lin Shan as a hero. As the God-making clan was repelled, an immortal had come to Lin Shan and performed the most noble oath of the celestial race to Lin Shan. Dean Tian, you saved the Celestials. The Celestials will be your friends forever. No matter what time or situation, the Celestials will be your strong support and partners. The young celestial immortal saluted Lin Shan excitedly. At this moment, Lin Shan was undoubtedly a great hero of the Celestials. Lin Shan suddenly realized that he seemed to be misunderstood, and his strength was far from matching his current reputation. The God-making clan would definitely regard him as the primary enemy in the future. This was simply a huge pit. The God and the Emperor of Heaven are pitting me. She herself didn't want to come forward to be the enemy of the God-making clan, but pushed me out. Lin Shan's face became more and more ugly. But the people of the Celestials kept shouting his name, and the sound was almost about to lift the lid of the sky. Chapter 942. Not long after the Battle of Zenith Star, the Celestials launched a counterattack. Under the leadership of Qi, some of the planets occupied by the God-making clan were recaptured, and the war is still continuing. After this great purge, the traitors of the God-making clan and the Celestials have been basically cleared out, and the God-making clan can no longer pose a great threat to the Celestials in a short period of time. However, Since the Emperor of Heavenly Arts disappeared after rushing into the Immortal Court, and he was also seriously injured, and many immortals died in the battle, the strength of the Celestials was also greatly weakened. Fortunately, the Celestials still have the power of Qi, and the Qi family outside, so it is not so easy for foreign races to attack the Celestials. Mutated Death Crusher, Super Base Immortal Creature, Human Method. Strength, 16200. Speed, 16200. Hardness, 16200. Toughness, 16200. Life Base, Super Base Crushing Diary. Nirvana Attribute, True Extreme Killing Evil Death Light. Immortal Law, Law of Power, Immortal Law is incomplete. Law of Speed, Immortal Law is incomplete. Base Transformation Talent, Super Base Devouring, Super Base Evolution, Super Base Armor Breaking Thorn, Super Base Instant Speed, Super Base 100 Refinements, Super Base Solidification, Super Base Soul Harvesting, Super Base Hell King's Eye. Dead Fan was promoted to Immortal in this battle, and his law only reached the human law realm. The quality of the law is the Immortal Law, but it is incomplete. Lin Shan didn't know whether the state of Dead Fan could be regarded as an Immortal King creature. He possessed the real Immortal Law, but it was incomplete, so he probably couldn't be regarded as an Immortal King. His own strength attribute was also affected by the Dead Powder, breaking through the 10,000 mark, and was not much different from the top Immortals. Zenith Star was destroyed everywhere, and many buildings were destroyed. Tianshi Academy was also severely damaged, with only a few buildings basically intact. Fortunately, a large number of pseudo-immortal creatures were killed this time. Although their combat power was slightly inferior to that of real immortal creatures, the materials that made up their bodies were almost the same as those of real immortals, and it was more than enough to rebuild Zenith Star with those materials. Tianshi Academy was on the first list of reconstructions, ranking only behind Tianren Academy, which represented the power of the Tianren clan. The degree of damage to Tianren Academy was not high, because Tianren Academy and the Imperial Palace were protected by law shields, and they did not suffer much damage at the beginning. Later, the shields were broken, but the battlefield was also pulled into the void. Although Tianshi Academy also had a law shield, it was a pity that there was no energy source to open the law shield, so it was severely damaged. When Lin Shan summoned people from Tianshi Academy, he found that many familiar faces were missing. Some of them were spies of the God-making clan, who were killed in the battle, and some of them died in the war. Where is Vice President in? Lin Shan didn't see Vice President, and among the people he was most familiar with, and his heart sank. And Sai sighed. In order to stop the attack of the pseudo-immortal creatures, Vice President and fought until the last moment. He was too old and his physical strength couldn't keep up with the consumption. In the end, he died of exhaustion. Lin Shan was silent, feeling a little uncomfortable. And Shiqing had given him a lot of help. He originally thought that he would ask Shiqing for more advice in the future, but he didn't expect that he would be gone like this. Dean, you don't have to be too sad. Dying on the battlefield is the highest honor for the people of the Tianren clan. Olden fought to the last moment, and is a hero of the Tianren clan. Vice Dean Xiao said. The word hero is too heavy. Lin Shan sighed and said, please help me keep an eye on the reconstruction of the Tianshi Academy. I want to take a rest recently, and will not come to the academy for the time being. Dean, don't worry, we are watching, and now they dare not fool you even if they lend them 100 courages. And Sai said. Lin Shan knew what Sai meant, but did not say anything. After leaving the Tianshi Academy, Lin Shan planned to go back to the Giant Ring Star to rest for a few days. This war made him feel a little tired. It's not physical fatigue, but mental fatigue. With the disappearance of the Tianshu Emperor, it is hard to say who will become the new Tiandi of the Tianren clan in the future. It is still unknown whether the Tianshi Academy will exist in the future. The new Tiandi may not trust him, and the Tianshi Academy, as much as the Tianshu Emperor. Perhaps the road to the revitalization of the Tianshi Academy has ended here. Lin Shan himself actually had no intention to run the Tianshi Academy. After all, the celestial race was just a journey in his life, and he couldn't be trapped here forever. Lin Shan was now considering whether to resign from the position of the Dean of the Tianshi Academy, and return to the Giant Ring Star completely to develop the Giant Ring Star with Tian Sun. After all, the Giant Ring Star was their territory, which was better than living under someone else's roof on the Zenith Star, and having to look at other people's faces. Lin Shan was most worried about the god, and the Emperor of Heaven. That person was too terrifying. If Wei Er really died in her hands, her methods would probably be even worse than the Emperor of Heavenly Arts, and it was hard to tell the enemy from the friend. While walking on the way home, he saw a man riding a pet flying towards him. When he arrived near Lin Shen, he quickly got off his mount and saluted, saying, "Dean Tian, the master invites you to come over. There is something important to discuss." Lin Shen thought about it, and went to an mansion with the man. The grudge between him and the An family should indeed be settled. Lin Shen originally thought that the current An mansion should be crowded with people. After all, the Tianshu Emperor never came back, and the person who is most likely to become the new Tian Emperor in the future is an E. Although the Tianshu Emperor has many children, the Tianren clan has always been a place where the capable take the throne, not a simple family rule. But the current An mansion is surprisingly deserted, with almost no one. When Lin Shen saw An E was drinking tea in the study, and An Jiahe was serving him. But now An Jiahe has lost his former pride and an arm. Seeing Lin Shen looking at his broken arm, An Jiahe smiled and said, "It was cut off in the war. My father said that my character was not cultivated enough, and I would suffer a great loss in the future. It is better to break an arm now than to suffer a greater loss in the future. It should be a warning, and there is no need to reconnect it." Lin Shen didn't know what to say. He couldn't just say that it was broken. After An Jiahe made tea, he poured a cup for An and another for Lin Shen, and then left. An took a sip of tea, put down the teacup, and said to Lin Shen, "What are your plans in the future?" "I want to resign from the Tianshu Academy, and go back to assist Tianshuan in developing the giant ring star." Lin Shen did not hide it, and told his plan. "It is an option. Zenith Star is indeed not suitable for you anymore. I also plan to resign from the Tianren Academy, and go back to retire." An Yi's words made Lin Shen slightly stunned. The Tianren clan is now leaderless. "How can you be absent from presiding over the overall situation?" Lin Shen said a little obscurely. He actually wanted to ask, "Won't An be the new heavenly emperor?" And he obviously understood what he meant, and said lightly, "My body is too old, and the injuries are too severe. I am afraid it will be difficult to fully recover. I will only go downhill in the future. Besides you, who else is qualified to take on such a great responsibility now?" Lin Shen wanted to know who the new heavenly emperor would be. If nothing unexpected happens, Qi will be the new heavenly emperor. An smiled and said, "Qi of this generation is much younger than me and Tianshu, and is in his prime. Moreover, he has been guarding the border for many years, and has rich experience in fighting. In such a chaotic world, he is more suitable than us to lead the celestial race to move forward." Chapter 943. Lin Shen and An talked a lot. An had no ill will towards him. Instead, he said something that Lin Shen did not expect, and helped him analyze the current situation. If Lin Shen did not plan to leave Zenith Star, An would have persuaded him to leave Zenith Star this time. Lin Shen himself was ready to leave, which made An appreciate Lin Shen even more. Lin Shen's reputation on Zenith Star was too high now, and the Qi family had always been stationed outside. The many families on Zenith Star did not know much about Qi, and did not deal with the Qi family. No one expected that the Emperor of Heavenly Arts would fall, and An would be seriously injured. Originally, it was thought that there would be no problem after a few hundred or 1,000 years. No one took the Qi family seriously before. If Qi came back to take over the throne of the Emperor of Heaven, the one who would be most likely to be suppressed first would undoubtedly be the Lin Shen, who was at the peak of his fame. This was almost inevitable. Lin Shen had the background of Tianju Mansion, the position of the Dean of Tianshu Academy, and his own reputation. Even if Qi didn't want to suppress him after becoming the Emperor of Heaven, there would be people who would constantly instigate until the new Emperor of Heaven became dissatisfied with Lin Shen. Even if it wasn't Qi who took over the position of the heavenly ranking, the final result would be the same. It was just a matter of time. And he didn't want Lin Shen to become the enemy of the celestial race, and didn't want him to go to other races, so returning to the giant ring star was the most acceptable choice for An. In this way, Lin Shen would have a deep relationship with the celestial race, and would not conflict with the new Emperor of Heaven, nor would he conflict with the interest groups of the major families, which would minimize the risk. However, An and Lin Shen knew that it was impossible to say that there was no impact at all. With the new Emperor of Heaven taking office, the interests would inevitably be redistributed, and even An mansion would be affected. Before leaving, Lin Shen asked An, "Is it worth it?" And An simply replied with 4 words, "No regrets in making a move." If they had not plotted against the Black Hand behind the death, Emperor Tianshu was still there, and An was not injured, he could at least enjoy 1,000 years of fame in the Tianan clan. But now it is not so easy. Lin Shen returned home, and saw Kong Chuan and Tian Fei Kong Lin sitting in the yard talking. When they saw Lin Shen coming back, they both stood up. Tian Fei did not return to the imperial palace, but lived with Lin Shan instead, which showed that she did not plan to return to the imperial palace. In fact, it was useless for her to go back. Once Emperor Tianshu left, it would not be someone from his lineage who would inherit the throne of the Emperor of Heaven. Those princes and concubines, even the servants who served them, would be moved out of the imperial palace when the new emperor ascended the throne in the future. Fortunately, the Celestials have had too many such experiences. They have a complete system. The new emperor will not slaughter the family and relatives of the old emperor. These are the experiences and lessons learned in the past. What is the situation outside? Tian Fei asked. If nothing unexpected happens, the new Tian emperor will be Qi. I plan to resign from the Tianshu Academy and return to Ju 1 Star. You should also make plans early, Lin Shan said. I thought it should be him. Tian Fei seemed to have expected it. She was not surprised to hear this. She just looked at Lin Shan and said, if possible, can Dean Tian take us in? We are willing to follow you to Ju 1 Star. Lin Shan was slightly startled. He did not expect that the heavenly concubine would actually propose to follow him to the giant ring star. Are you going to return to the Peacock clan? Lin Shan asked in surprise. If the Emperor of Heavenly Arts really cannot return, his concubine has the freedom to choose where to go. But if she leaves the Zenith Star, she will no longer enjoy the benefits given by the Celestial clan. The heavenly concubine looked at Lin Shan and said seriously, the cosmic chaos has arrived. No matter where you go, you will not be safe. The Peacock clan will probably find it difficult to get out of the situation in the future. They will eventually be involved. In such a chaotic world, people need to find a backer. We want to choose you as a backer. At the same time, we and the Peacock clan will become your most reliable helpers. Heavenly concubine, can we talk alone? Lin Shan thought for a while and said, there will be no heavenly concubine in the future. Call me Kong Lin. Kong Lin asked Kong Chuan to leave first. She wanted to know what Lin Shan wanted to say to her. I don't have the ambition to dominate the universe. If you want to bet on me, I'm afraid you will be disappointed. Lin Shan said. This is not a problem. We just want to live in peace. Kong Lin said. Lin Shan naturally didn't believe the nonsense Kong Lin said. If she really wanted to live in peace, staying in Zenith Star would actually be a very good choice. The Celestials still took good care of the wise and children of the previous generation of the Emperor of Heaven. There are special laws and regulations to take care of the wise and children of the previous generation of the Emperor of Heaven. However, since Kong Lin said so, he did not refute it. He looked at Kong Lin and continued, you can go to Giant Ring Star to develop, but I have a condition. You say. Kong Lin breathed a sigh of relief. Since Lin Shan was willing to put forward conditions, it meant that Lin Shan was willing to accept the peacocks. I have a very strange disease, Lin Shan said in a deep voice. What kind of disease? Kong Lin knew that this was not the main topic yet. How can I describe my disease? It's very strange. It won't kill people, but it will be very uncomfortable. Lin Shan organized his words and said, you may not believe it. If I can't sleep with a woman I have never met every once in a while, my body will be very painful and uncomfortable. The most important thing is that I can't fall asleep. It's like I have lost the ability to sleep. I can't sleep for several months. I'm afraid that normal people will never understand such pain. You want to sleep with me? Kong Lin's words were much more concise. You can't say that. It's just to cure the disease. I just hug you to sleep. There's nothing else. Lin Shan said sincerely. Kong Lin obviously didn't believe him, but she said calmly, I can sleep with you, but I have conditions. You say. Seeing that Kong Lin was so straightforward, Lin Shan was no longer euphemistic. I've been married once, and I don't expect you to marry me in a formal way, nor do I need any ceremony, but I need a guarantee. Give me an autonomous area on the giant ring star, so that I can settle the Peacock clan. Kong Lin said. You may have misunderstood. I just need to be cured. There's really nothing else. Lin Shan said helplessly. No matter who you are, I only have this one request. Kong Lin said persistently. Okay, I promise you, but you can't tell anyone about this. Lin Shan no longer hesitated. Anyway, there are still many undeveloped areas on the giant ring star, and it's nothing to leave an area for Kong Lin. Even if Kong Lin didn't say it, if she really brought the entire Peacock clan to seek refuge, they would still have to give them an area to live in. Words are not enough, make a written agreement. Kong Lin took out a pen and paper. Chapter 944. Lin Shan signed the agreement without hesitation, but it only said that he would give the Peacock tribe a resettlement area, nothing else. Kong Lin carefully put the agreement away, then smiled and said to Lin Shan, do you want to get treatment now, or do something else? Fortunately, Lin Shan could only see the mosaic, otherwise this smile would probably make his heart skip a beat. Treatment, Lin Shan said sanctimoniously. Time, place. Calm Lin was a very decisive woman, without any hesitation. It's better to do it now than to wait for a day. Why not do it now? Lin Shan was afraid that the night would be long, and he would have many dreams. What if the Heavenly Art Emperor rushed out of the immortal court? The immortal court that Lin Shan had been to actually had nothing in it. He just didn't know if the heavenly court that the Heavenly Art Emperor rushed into was the same place as the one he went to. If it was the same place, the Heavenly Art Emperor should be able to come back soon. Now? It's not good in the daytime, right? Calm Lin's cheeks were slightly red. No matter how decisive she was still a woman after all. How can we divide time to treat illnesses and save lives? Lin Shan said seriously. Let's go to your room to find you at night. Calm Lin was obviously the type who was powerful in words, but still a little nervous in her heart, but it was difficult for others to see anything from her face. Lin Shan thought about it, and agreed to wait until night for Calm Lin to find him. Lin Shan calculated the resources he had, and where he would go for the next nirvana. We have to find a way to get the fire from Ouyang. Lin Shan thought about it, but still didn't know how to start. He couldn't force himself to share a bed with a grown man for no reason. Lin Shan would rather be misunderstood as a sex maniac than let people think that his orientation is different from that of ordinary people. It's a headache. Lin Shan couldn't think of any good solution for a while. At night, Calm Lin was a trustworthy person. He came as promised, knocked on the door, and whispered, Dean Tion. The door is not closed, come in yourself. Lin Shan didn't have any special thoughts about a group of mosaics, he just wanted to get the fire quickly. Calm Lin looked normal, pushed the door in, then closed the door with his backhand, and locked the door himself. Looking at Lin Shan lying on the bed, Calm Lin suddenly felt her heartbeat abnormally accelerated. She knew that she couldn't escape this level, and she had made up her mind to sacrifice herself to keep up with Lin Shan's battleship. Others didn't know Lin Shan's ability, but Calm Lin knew it very well in her heart. And he said that Lin Shan was not an immortal, but a nirvana level. It's hard to believe that a nirvana level warrior could kill Wei Er, but it actually happened. Calm Lin knew that it would be difficult for the Peacock clan to gain a foothold in such a chaotic world, so she chose Lin Shan as the Peacock clan's backer. If the Peacock clan could move to the giant ring star, with a strong man like Lin Shan in charge, it would be difficult for them to be affected by the chaotic world. Unfortunately, she didn't have many chips in her hand. Although the Peacock clan's warriors were not weak, for a strong man like Lin Shan, the Peacock clan's little combat power was really not a bargaining chip, so she could only use herself as a bargaining chip. Fortunately, Lin Shan was interested in her body, and Calm Lin thought it was nothing, just taking what they needed. She had never deceived anyone, and using herself to exchange for the Peacock clan's future stable life was the last thing she could do for the Peacock clan. Calm Lin walked to the bed, and slowly took off her clothes. What are you doing? Lin Shan was startled by her action. Calm Lin said nothing. After taking off her coat, she got on the bed in her underwear, lay down beside Lin Shan, and then slowly closed her eyes. Now you have two choices. What choice? Lin Shan was a little amused. He really didn't want to do anything to Calm Lin. He just wanted her fire. Have you heard of the Heavenly I Immortal Light? Calm Lin closed her eyes and slowly said, The Heavenly I Immortal Light is a special ability of the Peacock clan. From ancient times to the present, only a very small number of Peacock clan members have the ability of the Heavenly I Immortal Light. The Heavenly I Immortal Light has a special ability that can attract the death light and lead the death light away from the person who is undergoing the tribulation. The Emperor of Heavenly Arts loves you so much, it should be because you have the Heavenly I Immortal Light, right? Lin Shan had known about the Heavenly I Immortal Light for a long time, so he was not surprised. But now it seems that the Heavenly I Immortal Light is just a backup plan of the Heavenly Art Emperor, and the Heavenly Art Emperor's ability no longer requires others to help him lead away the deadly light, so this backup plan is no longer useful. Yes, it seems that you know about the Heavenly I Immortal Light, then it's easy to deal with. Calm Lin continued, I do have the Heavenly I Immortal Light, which is why the Heavenly Art Emperor asked me to stay with him and take good care of me. It's ridiculous that others only think that the Heavenly Art Emperor is greedy for my beauty. How could they know that beauty is just a cheap thing that can be thrown away at will for someone like the Heavenly Art Emperor? How could he pay so much just for beauty? Lin Shan felt the same way. There were too many beauties in the universe. From a certain perspective, beauty was indeed a relatively cheap resource. For a person like Tian Shuti, he could get any beauty he wanted. His so-called favor must be mixed with other factors. It's just that Tianmu Xingguang has a shortcoming. Once my body is damaged, Tianmu Xingguang will mutate into Tianmu Xingguang. Its power will be enhanced, but it will lose the function of attracting death light. Conlin said mockingly, "Do you want to give my person or Tianmu Xingguang? You can only choose by yourself." Tianmu Xingguang will mutate? Lin Shen was a little surprised. When he looked at the information before, he didn't see such a record. Otherwise, why do you think the Emperor of Heavenly Arts never touched me? Conlin sneered and said, "The Peacock clan with the Heavenly Eyes Immortal Light is equivalent to a sacrifice to the death calamity. Which god would want a contaminated sacrifice? That makes sense." Lin Shen didn't care about these things. He just wanted to get the fire. He had no interest in Conlin's body, or the Heavenly Eyes Immortal Light. Lin Shen turned around and hugged Conlin's waist, and immediately felt the tender and elastic touch. Although he couldn't see Conlin's appearance, the touch was indeed excellent, and he couldn't help but rub it back and forth twice. Conlin's body stiffened immediately. She thought that someone like Lin Shen, like the Emperor of Heavenly Arts, would definitely choose to keep the Heavenly Eyes Immortal Light. But Lin Shen's current action seemed to prove that her speculation was wrong. Lin Shen was not as shrewd as she thought, and he didn't have such a long-term vision. Chapter 945. Conlin couldn't help but think of what she heard when she peeped into Lin Shen's mind. At that time, she knew that Lin Shen wanted to sleep with her, but she didn't expect that Lin Shen, who had become such a strong man, still had the same evil intentions and would rather give up the opportunity to help him resist the death and sleep with her. Conlin closed her eyes. Lin Shen was too strong now. She didn't dare to peek into Lin Shen's mind anymore. In fact, she didn't need to peek, she could guess what Lin Shen was thinking now. Waiting for the inevitable thing to happen, but after waiting for a long time, Lin Shen didn't make any further moves. He just hugged her sideways, one leg pressed on her body, and then there was no movement. Conlin opened her eyes, turned her head slightly to look at Lin Shen, and found that Lin Shen didn't know whether it was real or fake, and he had fallen asleep. Conlin secretly complained in her heart, "Sure enough, men are realistic. It is impossible for them to give up the opportunity to help them survive the catastrophe for the sake of temporary pleasure." Conlin was a little contemptuous, thinking that Lin Shen was just being stubborn. He clearly wanted her Heavenly Eyes Immortal Light, but deliberately pretended to be indifferent. Conlin felt relieved, but also felt a little sad. Since Lin Shen wanted the Heavenly Eyes Immortal Light, he would definitely not do anything to her in the future, and would also serve her like the Heavenly Art Emperor. As long as Lin Shen did not die, she and the Peacock clan would have a guarantee in the future. And Lin Shen was young, much younger than the Heavenly Art Emperor. With his ability and age, he might not be able to use the Heavenly Eyes Immortal Light in his lifetime. Conlin did not feel sad for herself, but for the women in this universe. Ordinary women think that beauty is a weapon against men, but they don't understand the reality of men. In any case, Conlin has achieved her goal, closed her eyes, and gradually fell asleep. When Lin Shen woke up and opened his eyes, he saw a not-so-kind face in his eyes. This face is like the face of those who play the roles of mistress, stepmother, scheming woman, female fairy, etc. in those film and television works. Looking at it makes people feel that this woman is not simple, scheming and cruel. Even in the palace fighting drama where the average person can only live for 3 episodes, she can live to the end before she dies. Although this face does not look kind, it is beautiful enough to make any man fall in love with the face of a bad woman. This face will give men an illusion that you can do anything excessive in front of her without any psychological burden, because this face will make you feel that she is a bad woman. No matter how many excessive things you do, you may not be as bad as her, so what is there to worry about? This is a face that can make men put down their disguises and reveal their inner evil. Lin Shen really saw this kind of beautiful and bad appearance for the first time, and thought to himself, no wonder others call her a demon concubine. With such a face, even if she did nothing, others will only think that she did a lot of bad things that are hated by everyone behind her back. Lin Shen resisted the urge to bully this bad woman, and first checked his own fire. Sure enough, he found that the rebelliousness increased by 10%, and he was one step closer to perfection. Now there are only mosaics on Ouyang and Longwei. I don't know if the fire on Ouyang is the rebellious fire. And the woman in the video? Does she have mosaics or is the video censored? While Lin Shen was thinking, he felt Conlin move beside him. He looked down and found that Conlin had opened her eyes. She was already very bad when she closed her eyes, and she looked even worse when she closed her eyes. However, her bad woman temperament made her more attractive as a woman. This made Lin Shen want to get rid of harm for the people, just like the beautiful and bad female school bully who usually used all kinds of vicious means to bully other students, making people want to stand up and teach her a good lesson. Lin Shen leaned sideways and looked down at Kong Lin, and Kong Lin's peacock-like enchanting eyes also looked at Lin Shen. Kong Lin looked at Lin Shen's appearance and sneered in her heart. Men are so hypocritical. They want what they want, but for the sake of their own lives, they can put aside all greed and desire. Suddenly, Kong Lin had a cunning idea. She stretched out her slender, round and tender arms, and actually wrapped them around Lin Shen's neck. She pulled Lin Shen's head towards her with a little force, and looked at Lin Shen with a blurred look. She thought that Lin Shen was like Tianshu Emperor. For the sake of Tianmu Xingguang, he would never really do anything to her, so she wanted to tease Lin Shen. But she forgot one thing. Tianshu Emperor was already an old man, and he had seen too many. Lin Shen was still a young man, and he didn't have as much experience as Tianshu Emperor. The most important point was that Kong Lin was completely wrong. Lin Shen had no interest in her Tianmu Xingguang at all. Just as Kong Lin thought, Lin Shen was still young. Maybe Kong Lin would die before he could use Tianmu Xingguang. Moreover, it is almost impossible for Lin Shen's body to be immortal. He can only continue to achieve nirvana and take a different path from others. He will not encounter death in the future. Even if he could be promoted to immortal in the future, according to an E, only when his own perception and cognition exceeded his own strength would he trigger a death calamity, so he didn't have to worry about it. Lin Shen was still very confident in his own understanding, and it was absolutely impossible for him to be ahead of his own strength. Kong Lin made a wrong decision, and when she realized it, it was too late. The originally clear sky was ushered in one storm after another by her successful artificial rainfall. The spring night is short, and the sun rises high, and the king will not attend the court early from now on. Lin Shen felt that if he were the emperor, he would be a more licentious and immoral emperor than the Tianshu Emperor. Then he thought again. Comparing himself with the Tianshu Emperor seemed to be a bit insulting to the Tianshu Emperor. He kept Kong Lin by his side for so many years, and didn't do anything to Kong Lin. He couldn't even hold back for one night, as if he really couldn't touch the Tianshu Emperor. It was not until noon that Kong Lin sneaked out of Lin Shen's room, as if she was afraid of being seen. After a while, Lin Shen, who was dressed neatly, came out of his room. Ahem, good morning. When Lin Shen came to the living room in the front yard, he saw Ouyang sitting there eating. He looked at the time and thought it was probably lunchtime. It's really early. I thought you couldn't get up today. Ouyang said with a smile. Why do you say that? Lin Shen sat down and asked. Ouyang smiled, but didn't say why. He just said to Lin Shen, Old Wei has found something and asked you to go and take a look. Chapter 946. Lin Shen and Ouyang came to Lao Wei together. He was still watching the video Lin Shen gave him, sitting there without blinking. Lao Wei, what did you find? Lin Shen looked at the video and asked. It's not a video. A person lives in it, Lao Wei said. What do you mean? Lin Shen already had a guess in his mind, but he just needed Lao Wei to confirm it. Lao Wei explained for a long time, and finally made Lin Shen and Ouyang completely confirm their guess. These videos are videos, but they are not videos. The videos themselves are repeated, and they are repeated every 3 hours. This is no different from ordinary videos. The key is the person in the video. She can appear in any video, as if she lives in these repeated videos, and can enter and exit each video at will. The video is repeated every 3 hours, but the person in the video will not repeat with the video. In other words, the person in the video may be a living person? Lin Shen was surprised. It's also a ghost, Lao Wei said. Whether she is a human or a ghost, she lives in the video, so it shouldn't have any effect on us. Lin Shen said. No. Yes, said Lao Wei. What effect? Lin Shen asked in confusion. She has no power, but has skills, said Lao Wei. Lin Shen and Ouyang asked for a long time, and finally figured out what Lao Wei meant. He watched the video for such a long time, and saw that the people in the video usually played games, or watched TV or something. But occasionally, she would use some techniques on her own, but because she was just an ordinary person, and had not practiced, those techniques looked similar to ordinary people's boxing, and seemed to have no effect. But Lao Wei was an expert in techniques. He saw from the woman's movements that although she had no strength, the techniques she used were very powerful. And her skills were very extensive, as if she knew all kinds of techniques, and she could also mix all kinds of techniques together, even two completely opposite styles of techniques, which could be mixed and used at will. This made her look like she was going crazy when she used those techniques. But Lao Wei knew very well how terrible those techniques were. The only pity was that she had no strength, and no matter how strong her skills were, they were useless. Is there a possibility that some big guy sealed her in the video? Yang Yuta said. I think so too. Lin Shen nodded slightly. Fourth brother Lin Xiangdong had a similar ability, and could seal people in a painting. It's just that Lin Xiangdong's painting is his ability, and these videos seem to be just ordinary video files. If he can really do this, he is naturally much stronger than Lin Xiangdong. Should we find a way to get her out? Yang Yuta said. We don't have that ability, and we don't know if she is an enemy or a friend. Let's wait for someone to see what's going on with this video, and then decide whether to get her out. Lin Shen didn't say it was a sure thing. He had to first confirm whether the mosaic on this person had any fire components. It's just that there are too few people who have this ability. Lin Shen asked several people, but no one has heard of such an ability. However, most people think that if there is such an ability, it should be the power of the world system's laws. So let him go and ask someone who has the world system's laws. Lin Shen knows a person who has the world system's laws, that is, his fourth brother Lin Xiangdong, but he can't contact Lin Xiangdong. Fourth brother and third brother have been in contact. Why don't you contact me? I am also a biological child, okay? Lin Shen felt a little depressed. Ignoring the people in the video for the time being, Lin Shen still resigned from the position of the Dean of Tianshi Academy. And he is still the Dean of Tianren Academy, and now there is no new Emperor of Heaven. Lin Shen only needs to go through the procedures of Tianren Academy to resign. And he will naturally help him with this. Together with Yang, Qi Xinhua and others, they all resigned from the positions of Tianshi Academy and followed Lin Shen to the Giant Ring Star. If Sai, Vice Dean Qiao, and others didn't have their homes on Zenith Star, and their relatives and friends were all here, they would have followed Lin Shen to Giant Ring Star. Unfortunately, there is no such thing as having both. Unexpectedly, Lin Wan also wanted to follow Lin Shen to Giant Ring Star. Lin Shen thought about it, and agreed to Lin Wan's request. After all, when Lin Shen was about to leave, she took the initiative to follow Lin Shen, and as a human being, Lin Shen couldn't refuse her. After several days of busy work, everything was finally done, and Lin Shen returned to Giant Ring Star with everyone. Kong Lin and Kong Chuan did not go directly to Giant Ring Star, but returned to the Peacock Clan first, hoping to get the Peacock Clan's chief to agree to move the Peacock Clan's headquarters to Giant Ring Star. After Lin Shen returned to the Giant Ring Star, he told Tianxuan about the Tian Fei and the Peacock Clan, hoping that Tianxuan could allocate a piece of land to Kong Lin and the others. Lin Shen was originally worried that Tianxuan would notice something, and he really felt guilty. But Tianxuan didn't seem to take it seriously at all, and agreed casually. Tianxuan's smile never stopped. She took Lin Shen's hand, pressed it on her belly, and said with a smile, "Do you feel anything?" "What?" Lin Shen was startled at first, then reacted, and widened his eyes in disbelief. You are not pregnant. It's been a few months." Tianxuan's face was full of happiness and joy. Lin Shen was so happy that he almost jumped up, and put his ear to Tianxuan's belly, trying to hear the sound inside. Although he couldn't hear anything, Lin Shen seemed to be able to sense that there was a life connected to his blood inside. "I asked my elder sister, and she said that humans are pregnant for 10 months, but the gestation time of the Celestials is generally 1 year and 3 months. We don't know when our baby will be born." Tianxuan stroked Lin Shen's hair, his face full of joy. "Any time is fine. Do you know if it's a boy or a girl?" Lin Shen was very happy, even a little overwhelmed. After waiting for so many years, the Lin family's child finally came. As the bloodline inheritor of the Lin family, he finally completed his mission. But these are not important, because he has a child. This feeling is indescribable. It seems to have surpassed everything. He doesn't care about the mission or not. "I don't know, do you have any requirements for gender?" Tianxuan looked at Lin Shen and asked. "No, it can be a boy or a girl. A boy is like me, and a girl is like you," Lin Shen muttered. Chapter 947. Lin Shen felt guilty, and he had been accompanying Tian Sun all this time, becoming more and more attentive. The eldest sister also came to take care of Tian Sun, making different delicious food for Tian Sun every day. Tian Sun accepted the eldest sister's kindness, but the way the Celestials and humans conceived children was somewhat different. Tian Sun would use some base transformation fluid every day to enhance the physique of herself and the child in her belly through special evolution techniques. Tian Sun had already made preparations, hoping that her and Lin Shen's child would be able to become an ascender at birth. The average child of the Celestials was born at the crystal base level, and only a few were born to reach the flying level. But humans themselves were born without a level, which might affect the level of the child's birth, so Tiansun paid more attention to this. But even if a child without a level was born, Tiansun would be happy. She just didn't want her child to have a low starting point. The war between the Celestials and the God-making clan was still going on. The Celestials had obviously reversed the situation, and it was only a matter of time before they would take back all the lost planets. For the Celestials, this is not a very important matter. What is really important is the issue of choosing a new heavenly emperor. Some of the big clans support choosing a new heavenly emperor now, while most of them think that they need to wait a little longer, and the heavenly emperor may be able to come back. Neither side can convince the other, so the matter of choosing a new heavenly emperor is temporarily put on hold. Each family has its own plans. Except for the Qi family, no one wants the new heavenly emperor to take the throne so quickly, which is obviously not in line with their interests. However, as time goes by, the new heavenly emperor must be chosen. Qi, who currently controls most of the armies of the Celestials, is undoubtedly the best candidate. Ani is too seriously injured and too old, so he is indeed not the best candidate for the new heavenly emperor. Tianjue, the only one who has the opportunity to compete with Qi for the position of heavenly emperor, has not taken care of anything at all, and is just short of announcing his withdrawal from the fight for the position of heavenly emperor. It is only a matter of time before Qi becomes the new heavenly emperor. Lin Shen lay on the beach, closing his eyes to enjoy the rare leisure time. He did not want to practice, nor did he want to take risks. He just hoped that the days would continue like this until his child was born, and he and Tianxuan would raise the child well. Suddenly, Lin Shen seemed to sense something, opened his eyes, and found a face appeared on it, covering the sky. Lin Wan? Lin Shen was a little confused. Why did Lin Wan come here? At this time, she should be helping her elder sister sort out the accounts. I can't stand it anymore. Lin Wan sat down next to him, and said while looking at the ocean. I go talk to the elder sister, and ask her not to give you too much work. Lin Shen thought that after Lin Wan came, the work was too tiring. Since Lin Wan came, the elder sister discovered her talent, and asked her to help with the business. Later, in order to take care of Tianxuan, basically all the business there was handed over to Lin Wan. Lin Wan did not answer, but just said to himself, Do you think Tian Shuti will come back? I don't know. Lin Shen was a little confused. Why did Lin Wan suddenly care about this issue? Lin Shen really didn't know whether Tian Shuti could come back. Theoretically, if Tian Shuti went to a place he had been to, he should have come back long ago. But until now, there is still no news from the Emperor of Heavenly Arts. I am afraid that something has really gone wrong. Whether he can come back is an unknown. Do you want to know? Lin Wan suddenly looked at Lin Shen and asked with a smile. Lin Shen sat up all of a sudden, looked at Lin Wan and said, What do you mean? I have been to the Immortal Court. Lin Wan said to herself. Lin Shen was shocked. He looked at Lin Wan and stood up slowly. He stared at her and said, How did you go to the Immortal Court? Lin Wan stroked her hair and still ignored Lin Shen. She just continued her words. Maybe it is different from what you think. The Immortal Court is not in a higher dimension. It is just a corner of the universe. The people there are also creatures in this universe like us, but they have evolved to a higher level. Lin Shen saw that she did not answer his words at all, but just talked to herself, so he simply stopped asking and just stared at her. Don't you want to know what is a more advanced evolution? Lin Shen stopped asking. Lin Wan looked at him and asked with a smile. I want to know who you are. Lin Shen had some guesses in his heart, but even he himself found it hard to believe. Is your memory so bad? I am Lin Wan. Lin Wan smiled and said, I have done what the Emperor of Heavenly Arts did, and I have been to the places he went. You are? God and Emperor of Heaven. Lin Shen finally couldn't help but say his guess. You can say yes, or you can say no. If the God and Emperor of Heaven you are talking about are the God and Emperor of Heaven of the celestial race, then it's not me. Lin Wan said indifferently. Lin Shen immediately thought of the video, and the locked female celestial being. Lin Wan is the woman in the video, who regards the female celestial being as a plaything. Lin Shen stared at Lin Wan with burning eyes. Lin Wan seemed to be unaware of it, and just continued, The so-called God and Emperor of Heaven are just puppets controlled by me. Everything about her is under my control. If you say that I am the real God and Emperor of Heaven, that makes sense. Impossible, you are just a human being. Humans have only been out of their home planet for more than 200 years. How could you control God and Emperor of Heaven in that era? Lin Shen stared at Lin Wan, and asked the doubts in his heart. I am a human being, but I am not the same as you. We are not the same kind of human beings. Lin Wan said. I have never heard that there are other humans in the universe. Although there are many types of human beings, there is only one human being. Lin Shan had also read information about the celestial race before. Among the human races in the universe, there is no race that is exactly the same as humans. There will be some differences. It is true that there is none now, but that does not mean there was none before. Lin Wan looked into Lin Shan's eyes and said calmly, "The universe is not just one civilization era, nor is it just one era. In fact, the universe civilization has been destroyed many times and has redeveloped many times. The universe history you know now is just the civilization that developed this time. I do not belong to this civilization era, but I am just a survivor from the previous civilization era. The humans of that era were not as weak as the humans of today." Lin Wan looked into the void and said strangely, "No matter how many times the civilization has been destroyed and how many times it has been redeveloped, the only thing that remains unchanged is that the immortal court has always existed. It is an eternal existence." Chapter 948. You mean, there were humans in the previous civilization? Lin Shan thought this was a bit far-fetched. The universe is diverse, so why would there be humans in every civilization? The human species happened to be born, and after so many civilizations, its genes and appearance have remained unchanged. Not just the previous civilization, almost every civilization is humans, but the humans in this civilization are particularly weak. Lin Wan paused, as if he was considering his words. It can't be said that the humans in this civilization are weaker, it should be said that the humans in every civilization are weaker than those in the previous civilization, so the humans in this civilization are the weakest. In my civilization, the innate power of humans can move mountains and fill the sea, shoot the sun and swallow the moon, and open up the world, but every time humans revive in a new civilization, the innate power will become weaker than the humans in the previous civilization. After listening to what Lin Wan said, Lin Shan couldn't help but think of the Temple Star. In the temples of the Temple Star, many beings in human mythology are enshrined, and those beings are different from ordinary myths. They don't have godhood, they just seem to be people with great power. Ho Yi shooting the sun, Tian Go swallowing the moon, Jing Wei filling the sea, Nuwa mending the sky, Panga creating the world, etc., all seem to match what Lin Wan said. This made Lin Shan have to doubt, could it be that the so-called myths of mankind are not actually myths, but real people who really existed before the destruction of human civilization? Thinking about the statues hung in the temples, Lin Shan seemed to realize something, but he couldn't grasp the key point and couldn't figure out what it was. Lin Wan continued, "I have experienced many civilizations. When each civilization rose, I studied the humans of that civilization and found that the human race in all civilizations was degenerating. Until the arrival of this civilization, I thought that humans had completely degenerated and disappeared, and only humans or humanoids appeared in this universe. I searched for a long time until my body could no longer withstand the erosion of the death light, so I had to pretend to be dead to escape the lock of the death light. When I woke up from the fake death, I found you, and I also found that the lock of the death light had disappeared." Lin Wan looked at Lin Shan and said, "It was then that I knew that there were still pure humans in this civilization, but the pure humans had degenerated too seriously, and they had not been able to enter the interstellar era for so many billions of years. All of this can only mean one thing, that humans are being targeted." "Who is targeting humans? The Immortal Court?" Lin Shan frowned and asked. Maybe not. Regardless of whether it is or not, the Immortal Court should be playing the role of an executor." Lin Wan looked at the void and said, "In every civilization, there are beings who have broken through the immortality, broke through the gate of the Immortal Court, entered the Immortal Court, and became a member of the Immortal Court. Only such people can survive the catastrophe of civilization destruction and live to the next civilization. In my era, many humans could easily break through the death calamity and enter the Immortal Court, and even obtain extremely high authority in the Immortal Court. However, with the change of civilization, fewer and fewer humans can break through the death calamity and enter the Immortal Court. Even if they barely enter the Immortal Court, they are only at the bottom of the extremely low status and authority, no different from slaves and servants. In your civilization, humans are even more unbearable, but those humanoid races have extremely powerful beings that can break through the death calamity and enter the Immortal Court. But this situation only lasted until the time of the Ancient Realm King. After the Ancient Realm King, no human race could break the death calamity and enter the Immortal Court. At least in the time when I was conscious, no one could do this. After I woke up, I only saw Tianshu being able to do it." Lin Shan's heart moved when he heard this, and he couldn't help but ask, what happened in the time of the Ancient Realm King? He always felt that the time of the Ancient Realm King seemed to be very problematic, as if many things were related to the time of the Ancient Realm King. Even a being like Lin Wan said that after the ancient realm king, no human race could break the death calamity and enter the immortal court, which was even more bizarre. Now that Lin Wan, a human who had experienced that era, was here, Lin Shen just wanted to ask clearly. Lin Wan said with a strange look. The ancient realm king rushed into the immortal court, and the ancient clan also declined, but after that, the ancient realm king came back. Is there any problem with coming back? Lin Shen was puzzled. He had also been to the immortal court, and had returned from it. Lin Wan claimed that she had been to the immortal court, and she had survived so many civilizations, and was able to live until now. From what she said, it was also related to the immortal court. Didn't she also come back? From her tone, it seemed that the return of the ancient realm king from the immortal court was a very incredible thing. Seeing the doubts in Lin Shen's heart, Lin Wan said, no one who enters the immortal court can come back, because once you break through the immortal realm, you are no longer a human flesh and blood body, and you can no longer find a sense of existence in this universe. How should I put it? The human race that is broken through the immortal realm is like the soul state of a person after death in mythology, or it can be said that it has become another form of life. It can be said to be immortal, or it can be said that the physical body has died. Just like the heavenly art, his body has turned into a pure energy body, which can break through the death and rush into the fairy court. Lin Wan continued with a strange look. Leaving the fairy court and returning to the universe with such a body is like a ghost escaping from the netherworld and you back to the human world. Even if you can come back, no one can see you, and you can't touch any substance in the universe. Only some special energy can affect your body. I can. I came back after entering the immortal court because I was originally chosen by the immortal court to walk in the human world, or to be more precise, to be an observer of the human world. I did not come back by myself. My body is no longer my original body, but a body reshaped for me by the immortal court. The ancient realm king is different. Although I did not see how he entered the immortal court, the ancient realm king who came back from the immortal court still retained his body, unlike me. He should have rushed into the immortal court with his body, and then returned to the universe again. What kind of place is the immortal court? The more Lin Shen listened, the more he felt that the immortal court mentioned by Lin Wan, and the immortal court he had been to seemed to be different. It's unknown. Because the fairy court is so big. So big that after I entered the heavenly court, I only saw 6 fairies. I have been in the fairy court for such a long time. Let alone the Jade Emperor, the ruler of the fairy court. Even those high-level fairies. It is difficult to see them. But I can be sure. The fairy court is in a certain area of the universe. Not outside the universe. Lin Wan said with a strange look, because I have seen humans who mistakenly enter the area of the fairy court, not through the fairy court gate, but through interstellar travel, and mistakenly entered the star field where I am. Chapter 949. Everything Lin Wan said was unbelievable. The universe has experienced many civilizations, which have been destroyed again and again, and have re-evolved life again and again. And what controls all this is not a high-dimensional existence, but a fairy court that exists in an unknown corner of the universe. What makes Lin Shen even more incredible is that Lin Wan said that the human she met in the fairy court was called Chang'e. This made Lin Shen feel extremely strange. He had heard of the legend of Chang'e flying to the moon. According to the legend, Chang'e took the elixir of immortality from the Queen Mother of the West and ascended to the moon, but when it came to Lin Wan, Chang'e became a human who drove a spaceship for interstellar travel. And she was a human from several civilizations ago, which made it difficult for Lin Shen to tell whether what Lin Wan said was true or false. From a normal person's perspective, what Lin Wan said was more like a story, or a story that was pieced together and sounded outrageous, but Lin Shen couldn't tell what was wrong with what she said. So what do you mean by telling me this now? Lin Shen looked at Lin Wan and asked. I will never go back to a place like the immortal court, but my body has been threatened by the death calamity. When you appeared beside me before, the death calamity disappeared, but now there are signs of the death calamity appearing again, so I need your help. Lin Wan looked at Lin Shen and said, I am just a nirvana. Do you think there is any way I can help you expel the death calamity? Lin Shen asked back. He really didn't know why Lin Wan's death tribulation disappeared, so how could he help her? If I hadn't helped you kill Wei Er, the death tribulation wouldn't have found me so quickly. You owe me a favor. Do you admit it or not? Lin Wan said. I admit this favor and want to repay it, but I really don't know how to help you. Lin Shen sighed. Just admit it. Since you don't even know it, we can only study it together. Lin Wan said calmly. Lin Shen felt bad immediately, but it was too late. Lines of nothingness connected him, turning Lin Shen into a puppet. What do you want to do? Lin Shan knew that Lin Wan was definitely not a kind person, as can be seen from the method she used on the false god and the emperor. My death tribulation is different from the general death tribulation. It can't be passed in this place. Let's change to another place for research, Lin Wan said, and moved his body. Following her movements, Lin Shan only felt his body being pulled by the thread of nothingness, and the scene in front of him suddenly became magical, as if he had entered a time tunnel. When Lin Shan's vision returned to normal, the scene in front of him made him feel unbelievable. He saw countless suns in the sky emitting various brilliances: blue, green, red, gold, purple, and suns of various colors, almost filling the entire sky. Although the light of these suns was not so strong, when the overlapping suns of different sizes filled the entire void, the shocking degree of the scene was indescribable. This is a star graveyard. No one knows how it was formed yet, but many stars will come here when their energy is about to burn out. There are more than 10 billion stars in this star nebula. Lin Wan looked at Lin Shan and said, although the energy of these stars is almost exhausted, the energy they emit is still not something that ordinary people can withstand. The gravity, high temperature, radiation and other environments here make it difficult for even ordinary immortals to survive for a long time. The fact that you are still alive now shows that your body is no less than that of immortals. Lin Shan did not speak. He knew that people like Lin Wan could not be easily moved by words. She could not achieve her goal, so no matter what she said, it would be useless. The evolution theory in Lin Shan's body was running wildly to adapt to the terrifying environment here. Needless to say, Lin Shan's body could still withstand the high temperature and radiation. The horror of gravity here was unprecedented. Just standing here, he felt as if a mountain was pressing down on his body. Not to mention flying, even moving was a problem. Seeing Lin Shan's problem, Lin Wan said calmly, "This is a neutron star. The gravity here is enough to turn ordinary immortals into ordinary people who have difficulty walking. Various laws will also lose their original effectiveness due to the influence of gravity. Immortals are not much stronger than ordinary people here. What do you want to do?" Lin Shan lay directly on the ground. He really couldn't bear such terrible gravity. Only in this place can I temporarily block the perception of the death calamity on me. We need to do some experiments here. Lin Wan smiled and said, "You are not an immortal yet, but your body seems to be no less powerful than an immortal. This is very strange. Can you tell me how you did it?" "When I was in Nirvana, I absorbed too many kinds of Nirvana power, and mixed them together to become like this. You asked me how I became like this, but I can't explain it clearly," Lin Shan said with his eyes closed. "If you are willing to cooperate with me, as long as I get the answer I want, you can regain your freedom. If you don't cooperate, I won't get the answer I want, and you will stay here with me. You can decide for yourself," Lin Wan said with a smile. She didn't believe what Lin Shan said at all. "If you don't want to hear the truth, you can tell me what you want to hear, and I will tell you," Lin Shan said helplessly. He also wanted to cooperate with Lin Wan, but unfortunately even he himself didn't know how to cooperate. "It doesn't matter. We will have a lot of time here," Lin Wan said calmly. "As long as I don't leave here, the death will not find me. You can stay here with me." After that, Lin Wan took a step without waiting for Lin Shan to say anything else. He had already flown away from the neutron star and disappeared in an instant, leaving only Lin Shan alone on this planet, with extremely terrifying gravity. Lin Shan hurriedly used the mechanical watch, wanting to use it to teleport away from here, but found that the teleportation watch was completely useless here, and could not be started at all. Ordinary communicators were directly crushed by gravity here, and ordinary items could not be used on neutron stars at all. These things were not designed for use on neutron stars, and could not withstand such strong gravity. When Lin Shan was feeling depressed, he suddenly saw a big white tiger in the distance, staring at him with a pair of green eyes, as if a starving ghost saw a delicious and juicy steak. "Oh my god! There are creatures on the neutron star!" Lin Shan was shocked. Chapter 950. It is hard to imagine how terrifying the body of a creature that can run fast on a neutron star would be. If it were on a normal planet, this white tiger would probably be able to blow up an asteroid with one claw. Lin Shan wanted to run, but he felt like the person on the super large mouse trap, with his whole body being pulled by strong glue. It was very difficult to even walk, let alone run. This was because the die-hard fans had given him a lot of strength attributes. If there were no such strength attributes, Lin Shan would probably be lying on the ground pretending to be a dead body. The three particles entangled, activated the three-star system and the law ray, and Lin Shan felt a little more relaxed. At least, he could move his legs. But the power of the law ray was also affected by gravity, and it collapsed not far from the body. Lin Shan stepped forward step by step, like an 80-year-old old lady with crutches, How could he run faster than the white tiger? Before he ran a few steps, the white tiger jumped up and pounced on him in the air. Seeing this, Lin Shan immediately rolled over like a lazy donkey. He did not roll away, but rolled towards the direction of the white tiger. The white tiger immediately pounced on his head. When he turned around and looked at Lin Shan again, Lin Shan was half kneeling on the ground, one hand supporting the ground, and the other hand pointed at the middle of the sternum of the white tiger's chest that had just turned around. Although the movements were a little slow, Lin Shan's set of movements was smooth, and unexpectedly, he pointed at the red light spot on the white tiger's body. Seeing that the white tiger was hit, Lin Shan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His physical strength had a strong destructive power on immortal substances. Ordinary immortal creatures would probably be beaten to ashes by his full force. Even if the white tiger was stronger than the average immortal creature, and this finger didn't penetrate its body, as long as it hit its acupuncture points, it would still make its body immobile. Dang! The sound of gold and jade clashing hurt people's eardrums, and the finger couldn't penetrate. The strength of the white tiger's body should be far above that of ordinary immortal substances. Fortunately, Lin Shan hit the white tiger's acupuncture points. Lin Shan looked at the white tiger, and the white tiger also looked at Lin Shan. The man and the tiger looked at each other. People who didn't know would think they were looking at each other affectionately. Seeing that the white tiger didn't move, Lin Shan breathed a sigh of relief and retracted his finger. But as soon as his finger left the white tiger's body, the white tiger howled and stretched out its palm to slap Lin Shan. Lin Shan was caught off guard, and was slapped by the white tiger. Several deep claw marks that could be seen on the hard shell suddenly appeared on his body, and his body flew out as if hit by a truck. Bang! After flying more than 2 meters, Lin Shan fell heavily to the ground and rolled several times before he stopped. There was no time to care about the injuries on his body. Lin Shan propped himself up and rolled to the side using the slope. He had just rolled away when the white tiger pounced on the place where he was just now, leaving several deep scratches on the ground with its claws. Lin Wan, if you don't come out, I will really be killed. Lin Shan rolled and crawled, narrowly avoiding several attacks, but he could no longer hold on, and couldn't help but scream. Tianxuan's baby had just gotten pregnant, and he hadn't seen what the child looked like. If he died like this, he would never be willing. Unfortunately, Lin Wan had already left the planet, and his shouting could not bring her back. When the white tiger pounced again, its 2 front paws pressed on Lin Shan's shoulders and arms, and it opened its mouth wide to bite his neck. There was no absolute power in such a place, and no matter how strong the skills were, they were useless. Lin Shan's skills were completely useless here. Just when the white tiger was about to bite Lin Shan's neck, a touch of red came out of his body, like a poisonous snake coming out of a hole, and wrapped around the white tiger's body. The white tiger did not react immediately, and was entangled by the dead powder that came out. Lin Shan struggled to tilt his head, and avoided the bite of the white tiger. The dead powder swam quickly on the white tiger like a snake, entangled its body and limbs. The white tiger was too strong, and it exerted force violently, trying to break free from the dead powder that was like a rope on its body. The body of the dead powder was stretched like a rubber band, but as soon as the white tiger's power was retracted, the dead powder bounced back again, and immediately tripped the white tiger to the ground. Lin Shan quickly climbed up, and left the white tiger some distance away. The white tiger struggled to climb up again. Its strength was too strong, and it pulled the dead powder's body into various twists and deformations, but it failed to break it. Instead, the dead powder was tied around it like a big rope, binding its body and limbs, making it very uncomfortable to move. The white tiger rolled and scratched on the ground, trying to break the dead powder on its body. Lin Shan seized the opportunity and rushed forward, pressing his fingers hard on its acupuncture points. Perhaps because the creatures on the neutron star had a very high body density, Lin Shan's finger force was difficult to penetrate. He desperately pressed several times, and his fingers were about to break, which affected the white tiger's body, and made its movements much slower and stiffer. Lin Shan changed his fingers, and tapped the white tiger frantically, finally making it unable to move. Finally done. Lin Shan lay on the ground gasping for breath, as if he was about to die. In fact, he had long forgotten how to breathe to maintain his life, but the conditioned reflex and habit formed by his body over the years still made him subconsciously do this when he was particularly tired. But before Lin Shan could catch his breath, he heard another roar from a distance. The sound was deep and rich, as if a heavy subwoofer was added. Lin Shan sat up in shock and turned his head to see that on the small slope not far away, a stronger, snow-white tiger was rushing towards him with its hooves spread out. As the saying goes, there can't be 2 tigers in one mountain, unless one is male, and the other is female. Lin Shen didn't know whether he had tied up the man's husband or his wife, but now he was the one who came to him for revenge. Looking at its speed and strength, it was even more powerful than the white tiger just now. Lin Shen quickly took out the space device and got out his slag knife. As soon as the slag knife came out, it fell heavily to the ground. Lin Shen reached out to grab it, but he couldn't grab it directly. But the white tiger had already pounced on him, and there was no time to grab the knife. Lin Shen rolled over and avoided the attack of the white tiger. In such a place, only ground skills can be used, and other skills are useless. Lin Shen attracted the attention of the white tiger and planned to repeat the old trick, letting the dead powder climb onto its body and tie it up and acupuncture it. It seems that these two white tigers have never seen a creature like dead powder, and have no experience in fighting with it. The previous one had suffered a loss, but this one still didn't learn the lesson, or it didn't see the previous battle at all, and was entangled by the dead powder again. Chapter 951. Lin Shen saw the death powder moving quickly on its body, and tied it up. The white tiger had no experience like this. Its limbs were tied together, and it fell flat on its face when it took a step. Lin Shen took advantage of its weakness, and rushed up to it, and tapped it madly. He had just tapped this white tiger, and the previously tapped white tiger's body gradually began to move. Lin Shen rushed up to add a few fingers, and then tapped the other white tiger so that it could not move. Just after tapping this side, the big, stiff body behind it also slowly moved, and Lin Shen had to come over to tap it again. The bodies of these two white tigers were too strong. Lin Shen ran to both of them, but he could only barely maintain their acupuncture state. If he relaxed a little, the acupuncture points they were tapped would loosen. Why is the body of this thing so strong? Lin Shen simply let the death powder tie the two of them together, and stood in front of them, tapping them continuously. Lin Shen also wanted to kill them, but he couldn't break their bodies even after using various attack methods. Lin Shen reluctantly picked up the slag knife, and sawed on their necks. After sawing for a long time, only a little powder fell off. If he really wanted to saw off their necks, it would be as difficult as grinding an iron rod into a needle. The density and strength of the creatures here are too abnormal. If I were stronger, I might be able to kill them. Now there is really no way. Lin Shen wanted to drag them away, but found that with his strength, he couldn't drag these two things at all. Although they are small in size, their weight is probably much heavier than those dragon-like creatures on other planets. Lin Shen looked around and found that there were basically no big ups and downs on this planet, and there were no mountains or anything like that. The entire planet was like a dense black-purple jade ball, and the strength of any piece of broken stone on it was stronger than ordinary immortal materials. Lin Shen felt that if he could take the materials on it back and use them to build a castle, even without the law shield, ordinary immortals would probably not be able to destroy such a building. Unfortunately, with the current level of technology, there is no ability to develop neutron stars. Lin Shen found that he was distracted again. He observed the surrounding environment, and just wanted to find a place to take refuge. It was not a solution to continue to be deadlocked like this. He kept tapping the acupoints like this, not to mention that his fingers couldn't bear it. Even if they could bear it, they couldn't keep tapping like this. Unfortunately, there were not even any undulating hills around, let alone a place to take refuge. Think about it, it makes sense. With such a strong gravity, what kind of mountain can support it? I'm afraid it will be crushed as soon as it rises a little. When Lin Shen was worrying, he suddenly heard a few more roars. This frightened Lin Shen so much that his body trembled. They were already at their limit to control these two white tigers. If there was another one, he and his die-hard fans would not be able to do it. Lin Shen was startled at first, and then he felt something was wrong. These roars seemed a little wrong. Turning his head, he saw 4 more white tigers on the small slope, but they were much smaller, about the size of an adult kitten. Is this a white tiger cub? Lin Shen's eyes lit up immediately. Although I don't know what level these white tigers are, they are definitely immortal level. I just don't know if these cubs can be tamed. Taming is definitely difficult, and Lin Shen doesn't expect to really tame them. He just wants to catch them as hostages. Controlling 4 white tiger cubs is definitely easier than controlling 2 big tigers. The 4 white tiger cubs are still walking crookedly, and they will fall down if they are not careful, but their ferocity is already exposed, baring their teeth and claws, and rushing over here. The 2 big tigers are obviously very panicked, and want to warn them not to come over. But they were acupunctured by Lin Shen, and they couldn't make any sound at all. They could only watch the 4 little tiger cubs rushing up with falling and rolling. Little fat tigers. Come on. Let your uncle teach you a good lesson. Let you know the dangers of society. Lin Shen waited for the 4 little tiger cubs to rush in front of him, and wanted to pick up the one that rushed to the front. But when he tried to lift it, he found that he couldn't lift it. Snap! The little tiger cub slapped Lin Shen's arm, cracking his shell instantly. His arm was swung to the side and turned around twice. Lin Shen felt that his arm hurt, as if it was broken. He didn't expect that such a small little white tiger had such terrifying power. Seeing that the 4 little tiger cubs were about to pounce on him, Lin Shen retreated repeatedly. Fortunately, the dead powder was still quite powerful. It twisted its body like a venomous snake and entangled the bodies of the 4 little white tigers, tying them up one by one and stringing them up like zongzi. The 4 little white tigers struggled and pulled hard, but they couldn't get rid of the dead powder. The 2 big tigers over there had gradually regained their mobility, roaring like machines that had been embroidered, trying to rush towards Lin Shen to rescue their children. "Don't come over, or I kill them!" Lin Shen threatened them while stepping on a little tiger cub, thinking in his heart, is their IQ too low? What if they don't understand? Fortunately, what Lin Shen was worried about did not happen. The 2 big tigers actually stopped, just walked back and forth over there, staring at him with a tiger's eyes, but did not rush over. Lin Shen breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that his threat had worked, but when he looked down, he saw that the dead powder's tail, like a needle tip, was raised, with a little purple light on it, and was aimed at the mouth of a little tiger cub, as if ready to pierce it at any time. Lin Shen then realized that it was the dead powder, not his 2 words, that really threatened the 2 big tigers. In any case, the 2 big tigers did not dare to pounce again, which gave Lin Shen a chance to breathe. That bastard Lin Wan, didn't she say she wanted to do an experiment? Why did she leave me here and run away? What kind of experiment is this? Is it to test my ability to survive in the wild? Lin Shen complained in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. Lin Shen and his diehard fans controlled the 4 little tiger cubs and formed a confrontation with the 2 big tigers. The 2 big tigers sometimes circled around them, sometimes lay on the ground, staring at them with a covetous look. Although they didn't rush up, the pressure on Lin Shen was not reduced at all. Lin Shen had a headache. If it were 2 people, he could still talk to them with sweet words, but he had no tricks against 2 white tigers. As time passed, the 2 white tigers seemed to be getting more and more impatient. They were eager to try several times and tried to rush up, and they were already a little impatient. Fortunately, the threat of the diehard fans made them finally give up the plan to rush up by force. But they became more and more irritable, roaring from time to time, and frequently looking in one direction. Chapter 952. Lin Shen noticed the abnormality of the 2 big tigers and looked in the direction they were paying attention to, but he didn't see anything unusual. However, the increasingly irritable performance of the 2 big tigers made Lin Shen realize that something must be happening, but he just couldn't find it. While Lin Shen was observing what would happen, the 2 big tigers suddenly turned around and ran in the direction they came from. After running a few steps, they stopped and turned to look at Lin Shen and roared a few times. The voice was still low, but it sounded a little different from before. There was no intention of killing, and there was a hint of urgency. Do they mean for me to follow them? Lin Shen guessed in his heart, hesitated for a moment, and asked the dead fans to release the restraints on the little white tiger's limbs, but still wrapped around them, allowing them to regain their ability to move, but tied together like prisoners. The 4 little white tigers did not attack Lin Shen again, but went in the direction of the 2 big tigers. Lin Shen also followed them in the direction of the big tigers, while asking the dead fans to remain vigilant. The 2 big tigers seemed to know what Lin Shen was thinking, and did not take the initiative to approach the little white tiger. Instead, they led the way in front, and kept a certain distance from Lin Shen and the little white tiger. They just kept turning back and roaring, as if urging them to hurry up. Lin Shen walked very hard. Since he had the blessing of various skills such as evolution and super base form, his speed was only slightly faster than the little tiger cub, and he could not compare with the 2 adult tigers at all. After finally climbing up the small slope that could not even be considered a slope, he saw the 2 big tigers running down and came behind a big rock. There, they stretched their heads out and roared at Lin Shen and the others again. The 4 little white tigers tried hard to run over there, but because the dead powder connected their bodies, the forces between them pulled each other, and it was easy to fall. Lin Shen had been observing the direction that the 2 big tigers were paying attention to. At this time, he saw a purple glow over there, like smoke and clouds, which looked incredibly beautiful, but it gave Lin Shen a bad premonition. The purple glow became brighter and brighter, dyeing a small part of the already shining sky purple, and it seemed that something was surging inside. Lin Shen secretly judged that at their speed, They might not be able to reach the location of the two big tigers before the purple clouds covered the entire sky. Gritting his teeth, Lin Shen let the dead powder completely let go of the four little white tigers, and only let the dead powder be put on the neck of one of the little white tigers, letting them run towards the big tiger happily, and he also ran over there. The purple clouds on the horizon moved faster and faster, and half of the sky was dyed purple. Lin Shen saw that in the purple clouds, it seemed that something was changing. At the same time, Lin Shen also saw a strange scene. The originally dark purple planet, where the purple light shone, turned into a jade-like planet that shone like a night pearl, like a crystal-clear fluorescent crystal. The so-called purple haze was originally just pure purple light, but there were mirage-like light and shadows in it, which made the purple light look like smoke and haze. Those lights and shadows were distorted and changed, and it was difficult to tell what they were. It seemed like a monster, and it seemed like some kind of building, but because it was distorted too much, it was not clear. Before the purple light took care of this area, Lin Shen and the little white tigers finally ran to the big rock. Lin Shen found that there seemed to be nothing here except the big rock. When he was wondering, he saw the larger white tiger using its head to push the big rock open, revealing a hole underneath. The big tiger ignored Lin Shen, who was always on guard, and just urged the little white tiger to climb down. Lin Shen couldn't care less, and while watching the big tiger, he followed the little white tiger into the cave. The big tiger looked at him, and just bared his teeth at him, but didn't attack him. After the four little white tigers climbed down, the big tiger also jumped down. The big tiger, who was holding the huge rock with his head, pushed the rock up a little more, and then he also got into the cave. The big rock fell heavily, and immediately covered the cave entrance tightly. Lin Shen originally thought that the cave would be dark, but he found that the stones in the cave were emitting purple fluorescence. Especially near the ground, the stones there were as bright as purple fluorescent lights. Just when Dahu just fell down, the big stone covering the cave entrance also turned into a purple fluorescent light, and the rocks on the other side gradually turned into the same bright form. Lin Shen stood next to the little white tiger, who was surrounded by dead fans, and looked at Dahu. Seeing that Dahu and the other tigers were staring at the fluorescent stone top above, and did not pay attention to him, he began to look at the cave. The entrance to the cave was 4 or 5 meters deep. Fortunately, he had the ability to step on his right foot with his left foot, otherwise he would definitely be very uncomfortable if he fell directly. The entrance of the cave was only large enough for Dahu to drill down, but there was a relatively large space below. Lin Shen looked around and found that there was a passage extending deeper into the cave. It looked like a natural cave. There were no signs of artificial excavation, but there were many claw marks. It should be that the white tiger had expanded this cave. In a corner of the cave, Lin Shen saw a plant that looked like foxtail grass, but the color was not green, but a blue color. It did not look like it was made of plant fibers, but a crystal structure. They emitted blue fluorescence and looked very beautiful. The big tiger retracted his gaze and looked at Lin Shen. Lin Shen immediately became alert, and the dead powder wrapped around the little tiger cub's neck also raised its sharp tail. The two big tigers stared at Lin Shen, and their bodies moved slowly, walking past Lin Shen on both sides, but did not attack. Lin Shen found that they just walked towards the foxtail-like plants, then bit off a few foxtail grasses, and threw them in front of the little tiger cubs with a flick of their heads. The little tiger cubs immediately lowered their heads to bite the foxtail grasses. One tiger held one in its mouth, and chewed it in its mouth. The two big tigers also bit some dogtail grass, lying there watching Lin Shen chewing slowly. Lin Shen saw 2 dogtail grasses on the ground, and he was a little confused. Could these 2 dogtail grasses be for us? While Lin Shen was still thinking, the dead powder had already stretched out his mouth parts, swallowed one of the dogtail grasses, and then rolled up another one and threw it to Lin Shen. Lin Shen caught the dogtail grass, thinking a little confusedly, I'm not a genetically modified creature, I don't know if I can digest it if I eat it directly. Despite thinking, Lin Shen still tried to stuff the dogtail grass into his mouth. He knew that these white tigers would never do meaningless things. Maybe these dogtail grasses have some special effects. He guessed that it might be related to the purple light, but he didn't know what the relationship was. Lin Shen tried to bite it, and the dogtail grass was not as hard as he imagined. It was a bit like hard rock candy, and it was really a bit sweet, but not that sweet. Lin Shen felt much better. He chewed the foxtail grass into pieces and swallowed it. Then he felt a strange coolness spreading in his stomach. Then he was surprised to find that his attributes had actually improved. Chapter 953. The mechanical watch vibrated, and the information appeared on it. Swallow Yongpa grass, strength +1, speed +1, +1, toughness +1, strength +1, strength +1. After a while, the strength increased by 34 points, the speed increased by 28 points, and the hardness and toughness increased by 30 points each. This thing can actually add so many attributes at once? This effect is much stronger than the 5 elements fruit I used before. Lin Shen was surprised and happy. These attributes are the upper limit of the basic attributes. When using various blessing skills in the future, these attributes can also be doubled. Looking at the dogtail grass, Lin Shen was thinking in his heart, if he ate them all, how many attributes could be increased? Lin Shen's gaze aroused Da Hu's vigilance, and he immediately stood up and roared at Lin Shen in a fierce manner as if warning. Why are you so fierce? I didn't do anything. Lin Shen quickly stepped back. He didn't want to fight with Da Hu in such a place. Da Hu looked at the little tiger cub, who was still being entangled by the die-hard fans, roared a few times, and then slowly laid down, but his eyes were still fixed on Lin Shen. Lin Shen sat on the other side and looked at Da Hu. The current situation is very favorable for Lin Shen. As long as the time is long enough, it will be more and more favorable to him. Evolution is slowly strengthening his body, and he will adapt to the environment here more and more. In such a gravity environment, the effect of super basic text is also explosive. Although his combat ability in such gravity is not good, his endurance is absolutely first class. When he can adapt to the environment here and move more smoothly, he can rely on endurance to tire these 2 big tigers. Moreover, his acupoint pressing is still effective. Although the power is not enough to press their acupoints, it can only press them for a moment after it takes effect. The acupoint pressing effect will be washed away, but it is still effective after all. The problem is that he has no ability to kill the big tiger now, so there is no point in fighting. It is better not to fight. 1 man and 6 tigers rested in the cave. Except for the little tiger cub controlled by the dead fans, the other 3 little tiger cubs returned to the 2 big tigers. Lin Shen did not stop them, but tied up the little white tiger to death. No matter how it roared, it would not run to the big tiger. Lin Shen could not feel at ease without catching a tiger hostage. At least, I have understood a little bit of the law of gravity. It should be useful in this strong gravity environment, but it turns out to be useless. Lin Shen found that the law of gravity he understood was really useless except for looking at weight. The little tiger cub was tired of struggling, so he laid down and fell asleep beside him. The other little tiger cubs were also exhausted, and they also lay down beside the big tiger to sleep. The big tiger slowly stood up after they fell asleep. Lin Shen thought it was going to attack him, but the big tiger just glanced at him, then turned around and walked towards the cave passage on the side, and soon disappeared. Although he didn't know what it was doing, Lin Shen got a temporary respite. The other big tiger didn't look at Lin Shen, and fell asleep with the little tiger cubs. Lin Shen hesitated in his heart, wondering whether to take this opportunity to escape from this area, but the purple light outside was still very strong. From the purple shining rock above his head, it could be seen that the purple light was now stronger than before, with no signs of weakening. Even the white tiger was so afraid of that purple light, so Lin Shen felt that it was not a good time to go out now. Moreover, he could not push the huge rock above him, so it was impossible for him to go out and take risks. If he could not go out, he could only go out from the cave where the big tiger left, but no one could predict what was deep in the cave, and the risk factor was also very high. When Lin Shen was still struggling and unable to make a decision, he saw the big tiger coming back, dragging a creature that was several meters long, looked like a crocodile, but had 6 legs and a single horn on its head. The creature had obviously been bitten to death by the big tiger, and Lin Shen knew that the big tiger had left here to go out hunting. But this discovery made Lin Shen's face look even worse. There are more than just white tigers here, so the risk factor outside is even higher. He must not go out now. The big tiger's return startled the second tiger and the little tiger cubs. When they saw the prey dragged back by the big tiger, they immediately jumped on it excitedly. Lin Shen watched the big tiger put the prey down, and then used his claws to cut open the prey's belly, and the genetic fluid inside immediately flowed out. The little tiger cubs immediately put their mouths up, stretched out their tongues, and licked the genetic fluid desperately. The little tiger cub controlled by the dead powder also wanted to rush over, but was controlled by the dead powder, and could not get through, and it cried anxiously. Lin Shen thought for a moment, and motioned the dead tiger to go with it. The little tiger cub finally ran over and huddled together with the other little tiger cubs, desperately licking the base fluid flowing out of the prey's body. The big tiger and the second tiger had no intention of taking action, which made Lin Shen secretly relieved. After the little tiger cubs were full, the big tiger and the second tiger began to enjoy the prey. They directly tore the blue crystal body of the prey apart, bit it with their teeth, and swallowed it into their stomachs, which made Lin Shen secretly stunned. After they finished eating, the big tiger and the second tiger lay there to rest, but the little tiger cubs were very energetic and had no intention of continuing to sleep. They played and fought there. They had adapted to the existence of the dead tiger and no longer attacked the dead tiger. It seemed that the dead tiger was regarded as a part of the little tiger cub. Lin Shen looked at the little white tigers playing around and was full of doubts. Lin Wan said she was going to do an experiment and she didn't have much time left, so she couldn't just abandon me. If she wanted to kill me, she wouldn't have to waste so much energy. But what exactly does she mean by doing this now? When Lin Shen was thinking, he suddenly saw the Huan heir, who stood up suddenly, staring at the outside of the cave with burning eyes. Lin Shen saw that the Huan heir who were not targeting him, and he couldn't help but prick up his ears, wondering what they had discovered. In such a place, the biggest possibility is that other neutron star creatures appear, which may actually be their natural enemies. The Huan heir who did not rush out. The Hu quietly went to the entrance of the cave and hid inside without going out. Erhu drove several little white tigers inside, and they didn't even make a sound during the process, which shows that their IQ is still very high, and they can even ambush and attack. Lin Shen didn't hear any sound at first, but after a while, he suddenly looked happy. He actually heard someone talking, and they were speaking the standard language of the universe. Master, you really don't need to risk going to the restricted area by yourself. The meteor land is too dangerous. Let's go back quickly. A somewhat hoarse male voice came into Lin Shen's ears. Then a male voice that sounded older sounded. Legend has it that the meteor land is the habitat of the white tiger, one of the 4 ultimate creatures. I'm here to catch a white tiger as a pet. I naturally go back after I catch it. Chapter 954. The 4 ultimate creatures are a legend in themselves. Whether they exist or not is still controversial. The legend of the white tiger in the meteorite land is even more nonsense. In the marginal areas of the universe, like this, the resources are pitifully scarce. If there are ultimate creatures, the resources here are not enough for them to evolve. How could they live here? The hoarse voice said before. The young voice laughed and said, although this place does not belong to the 6 central star regions, it is only a marginal star region outside the southern star region, a desolate corner of the universe, but it is also one of the ancient realms, where many first-generation gods and men were born. Even the ancestor of our clan came from this ancient realm, and the legend of the birth of the white tiger is not completely groundless. Many first-generation gods and men were born here several civilizations ago in this ancient realm. In recent civilizations, the number of first-generation gods and men who can break through the death calamity and enter the fairy court has become fewer and fewer, especially in the current civilization. Not only are there fewer and fewer people who can break through the death calamity, but their strength is also getting weaker and weaker. It has been several billion years since anyone has broken through the death calamity and entered the fairy court. I heard that recently there was a person who broke through the death calamity and entered the fairy court. He seemed to be quite strong and even injured the guide god. The young voice laughed. You are just a frog in a well, you have never seen the world, you think you are the best in the universe because you are the hegemon in the ancient world. I am afraid you have been thrown into the prison, and you may not be able to come out alive. The hoarse voice said disdainfully. The first generation of gods coming out of the ancient world are no longer the same as before. In the past, our ancestors were powerful beings who broke through the death calamity and entered the fairy court with their physical bodies. How can they be compared with those guys, who even lost their physical bodies? To say that they are the first generation of gods is to sully the word first generation of gods. At most, they can only be regarded as some guys who have good opportunities and luck to enter the fairy court. The young man seemed to disagree with him, and said with a smile, being able to break out of that restricted area with depleted resources, his own talent and ability are still worthy of recognition. It's just that he was born in the wrong place. If he could be born in the 6 central star regions, he could become a first-class figure. The starting point determines the upper limit. Without the flesh, it is almost impossible to go further. That is already their limit. But for us, it is just a starting point. The blood of God flowing in our bodies is not comparable to them. The hoarse voice seemed to be very disdainful of the first generation of gods, who ascended from the ancient world. Lin Shen's brain was about to explode after listening to it. He originally thought that the immortal court was just a special area in a corner of the universe. But listening to what they said, it seemed that it was not the case at all. It seemed that the immortal court was the real core area of the universe, and the universe area they thought of was the edge of the universe. What's even more terrifying is that if the person they are talking about is the Emperor of Heavenly Arts, then such a strong man can only be regarded as the bottom in the so-called Central 6-star regions. So how strong are the people in the Central 6-star regions? Could it be that the realm king who points to the sky and divides the earth is just a local tyrant in the countryside? Lin Shan found it hard to believe this conclusion. But Lin Wan told him that the immortal court she entered was boundless and vast, and the number of people was quite small. She had been in the immortal court for such a long time, and had only seen 6 people in total. This was somewhat different from what Lin Shan heard now. What's more contradictory is that Lin Wan said that people who enter the immortal court will lose their physical bodies, and become another form of organisms. But what these 2 people said was different. According to them, those who could enter the immortal court in the flesh were the real core members of the immortal court. After thinking about it, Lin Shan felt that what Lin Wan said was less credible. If there was no flesh, it would definitely be impossible to have children, so there would be no distinction between the first generation of gods and humans, and there would be no existence of these 2 people outside. Since they could reproduce, it means that there were indeed people who could enter the immortal court in the flesh, and they also reproduced and left offspring in the immortal court, and developed to the 6 central star regions they are talking about now. Lin Shan suddenly remembered that Yao Gu continued to say that he had seen the immortal court descend, and a person named Antarctic Changsheng Emperor appeared and evolved the galaxy with ease. At that time, Lin Shan still felt that everything Yao Gu said was incredible, but now that he thought about it, the Southern Pole Changsheng Emperor, could it be that the person from the Southern Star District mentioned by these 2 people? Lin Shan felt terrified when he thought about it. If these people were the descendants of those who could break into the immortal court in the flesh, how strong would their blood and talents be? No wonder they looked down on people from the ancient realm district. Just now they said that this is one of the ancient realms, which means there should be many ancient realms like this, right? The more Lin Shan thought about it, the weirder his expression became. People who ascended from this ancient realm civilization are not completely without flesh. Isn't it said that in this ancient realm, in this civilization era, there was a person who broke into the immortal court in the flesh and turned the Southern Star District upside down, and even destroyed the South Heaven Gate, but in the end, they couldn't catch him? The young man seemed very interested in these things. If the ancient realm was not a restricted area and people from the immortal court were not allowed to enter, how could he escape? The hoarse voice became more and more unhappy. The young man laughed. I remember that you used to be a guard at the South Gate of Heaven. Could it be that when that man made trouble in the South Star District and destroyed the South Gate of Heaven, you were the guard there? The hoarse voice was silent for a long time. Master, the ancient realm is a restricted area. Although this place is not yet a restricted area, the meteorite land is too dangerous. There is a super black hole in it. If we accidentally enter the super black hole area, it will be difficult for us to escape. The risk is very high. Let's leave early. After a while, the hoarse voice spoke again, obviously trying to change the subject. Uncle Shui, you are here to protect me, so why should I worry about those things? Just accompany me for a walk. Even if we can't find the white tiger, we can catch some other pets. We can't return empty-handed, right? The young man didn't mention the matter of Nanchaman again, but begged. The gravity of this neutron star is very strong, and the creatures it breeds are very strong. Even if they are not at the level of the white tiger, they are still very good pets. Uncle Shui, please help me catch a few and take them back. It's best if they can be used as mounts. The 2 talked and walked, and from the sound and footsteps, they were actually coming towards the cave here. Chapter 955. The 2 people outside were getting closer and closer to the cave. The moment they reached the entrance of the cave, De Hu rushed out with all his strength. Lin Shan also saw the appearance of the 2 people. One was a hunchbacked old man who was more than 2 meters tall. His body was as thin as a telephone pole, but his limbs were particularly slender. His arms were longer than his knees, which looked particularly strange. The other was a young man wearing a black dress, with a bun on his head and a hairpin inserted horizontally. He looked nothing special, but his dress was a bit strange. Lin Shan did not see any characteristics different from humans on these 2 people. Although the old man looked strange, his appearance was no different from that of humans. De Hu flew towards the old man and bit his neck. His pounce was extremely swift. The old man stretched out his skinny, but unusually large palm, and his fingers were like black steel. He slapped the white tiger on the head, and the white tiger's head was immediately smashed. The base transformation fluid inside splashed out, and the big tiger died on the spot. Seeing this scene, the second tiger let out a shrill roar and rushed towards the old man. As a result, it was also like the big tiger. The old man smashed its head directly, and the 2 big tigers died on the spot. Seeing this, The 4 little tiger cubs bared their teeth and shouted fiercely, trying to rush towards the old man, but they were entangled by the dead powder and could not rush over. When the two saw Linshan standing in the cave, they were slightly startled. Obviously, they did not expect to meet other people here. Which tribe are you from? What are you doing here? The young man looked at Linshan and asked. Linshan's mind flashed with inspiration. He knew that they could not distinguish between the people of the fairy court and the humans of the ancient world, and he immediately felt relieved. My name is 881. I was hunting here, and was blocked in the cave by a white tiger. Thanks to you two for killing the white tiger. Linshan bowed and said, I don't know what you two call me. I will repay you for this favor in the future. Such a low-level deformed species is also worthy of the name of white tiger, the thin old man said disdainfully. The young man smiled and said, It's just a small favor. Don't take it to heart. You can just call me a duo. This is my uncle. His surname is Shui. We came from Zhongtian star system and came here to hunt. Thank you for saving me. You killed the 2 big tigers. These 4 white tiger cubs are your prey. You can take them. Linshan pointed at the 4 little tiger cubs and said, Keep this kind of garbage for yourself. Uncle Shui said coldly. A duo smiled and said, We are not interested in these deformed species. If you are interested, you can take them. We came here to find the legendary white tiger. When did you come here? Have you ever seen the trace of the white tiger? Isn't this a white tiger? Linshan pointed at the corpse of the white tiger on the ground and asked. A duo wanted to say something, but Uncle Shui said to a duo first, He is a low-level god. I am afraid he has never heard of the ultimate creature. Master, why are you talking to him so much? It's a waste of time. A duo thought about it, and said to Linshan, We are going to find the trace of the white tiger. We will go ahead. You'd better be careful. After that, he turned around and left with Uncle Shui. After watching them walk away, Linshan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the little tiger cubs who were still struggling and roaring, and then looked at the corpses of the big tiger and the second tiger. He sighed softly, and let the die-hard fans let go of the 4 little tiger cubs. The 4 little tiger cubs immediately pounced on the bodies of the big tiger and the second tiger, and used their bodies to support their bodies, as if they wanted to wake them up. Unfortunately, their heads had been smashed, and there was no way they could come back to life. When Linshan was lost in thought, he saw something flashing and emitting fluorescence in the smashed heads of the big tiger and the second tiger. I was too nervous to notice it just now, but now I look carefully and find that there seems to be a white jade bead inside. Linshan walked over and picked up a bead. The bead was only as big as a pigeon egg. The shell was crystal clear and emitted fluorescence. There was a milky white liquid inside. When the bead turned, the liquid inside flowed, which looked very strange. Linshan could sense that there was a very terrifying energy fluctuation in this bead. The source of the distortion of the immortal deformed white jade tiger was found. The source of the distortion of the immortal deformed white jade tiger was found. The mechanical watch vibrated twice. Linshan took a look and couldn't help but feel a little confused. This white jade tiger should be an immortal creature, but what is this immortal deformed species? What is the source of the deformation? This thing is different from the ashes of reincarnation, and he has never heard of it before. Linshan doesn't understand what this thing is for, so he can only collect it first. Although the crisis has been temporarily overcome, the planet is still full of dangers. There is a purple light outside that is unknown what kind of danger it is, and there is no telling how many of these immortal-level deformed species there are in the underground caves. The 4 little tiger cubs were tired of calling, so they laid down next to the dead body of the big tiger and fell asleep beside them as usual. Linshan looked at them and didn't know how to deal with them for a while. We can't leave the bodies here. I don't know if there are other deformed species in the nearby caves. It will be troublesome if a deformed species smells the smell and comes here. Linshan wanted to drag their bodies out, but in this gravity environment, his strength plus the strength of the dead powder made it difficult to drag them. Moreover, Linshan didn't know where to drag them. When he was thinking about what to do, he heard a rustling sound outside. Linshan was startled and looked in the direction of the cave entrance. He saw a creature more than 2 meters long, with 6 legs and shaped like a crocodile crawling in from the cave entrance. This thing was the food that the big tiger hunted before, but now that the big tiger is dead, this thing actually crawled towards the bodies of the big tiger and the second tiger. Linshan quickly asked the dead powder to wake up the little tiger cubs. The little tiger cubs found that the 6-legged crocodile lined up in front of the bodies of the big tiger and the second tiger, baring its teeth and claws at it, trying to attack it. The six-legged crocodile obviously didn't take these little guys seriously. It opened its mouth and bit a little tiger cub. The little tiger cub was startled and stumbled back. It sat down and was about to be bitten by the big mouth of the six-legged crocodile. A red rope suddenly jumped up and wrapped around the mouth of the six-legged crocodile. It kept closing and tied the mouth of the six-legged crocodile. The six-legged crocodile shook its head and rolled on the ground, trying to get rid of the dead powder wrapped around its mouth, but it was a little strange that its mouth couldn't open. It couldn't do anything with the dead powder on it. This thing looks like a crocodile, and its body structure and characteristics are exactly the same as those of a crocodile. Although its bite force is amazing, its mouth opening force is very weak. After the long mouth was tied by the dead powder, it couldn't open. Lin Shen rushed over and tapped the acupuncture points on the crocodile. Just as Lin Shen expected, the crocodile's body was too strong and simple acupoint pressing force could not penetrate it at all. It took only 1 out of 10 attempts to hit the target before the acupoint pressing force was able to penetrate its body. Chapter 956. Lin Shen originally thought that the six-legged crocodile, like the white tiger, would soon be able to break through the acupuncture points and regain mobility. However, after he waited for a while, the crocodile remained motionless and was not able to break through the blocked acupuncture points in a short time, like the big tiger and the second tiger. The 4 little tiger cubs also rushed up and pounced on the six-legged crocodile, opening their mouths and biting the crocodile with their little tiger teeth. Unfortunately, their strength was not strong enough, and their tiger teeth were not sharp enough, so they could not bite the body of the six-legged crocodile at all. Lin Shen shook his head as he watched. In such a place, these 4 little tiger cubs might not be able to survive at all. Suddenly Lin Shen heard a click. One of the little tiger cubs actually bit off a piece of the six-legged crocodile's claw and tore it off. Lin Shen was stunned. Although the claws of the six-legged crocodile were not harder than the body, they were not weaker than other parts. How could they be bitten off? Lin Shen looked at the little tiger cub. Seeing that it had bitten off the claw, it rushed forward to bite it again. It changed several postures and found the right position. It actually bit off another piece with a click. This surprised Lin Shen very much. He soon found that this little tiger cub seemed a little different from the others. The other 3 little tiger cubs couldn't bite it no matter how hard they tried. This little tiger cub couldn't bite a large part because its mouth was too small. However, as long as it found a place to bite, it could bite through the body of the six-legged crocodile. Looking at this little tiger cub carefully, its appearance was not significantly different from the other 3 little tiger cubs. Its body size was still the smallest among the 4 little tiger cubs. But its claws and teeth are obviously sharper than the other 3 little tigers, and its bite force is much stronger. I didn't look carefully before, and the 4 little tigers seemed to be no different, but now after a careful look, I found that although this little tiger is also white, its jade-like body has a faint metallic luster similar to platinum. This luster is very light, almost unnoticeable if you don't look carefully, but a careful comparison can show that it is indeed different from the other 3. After the little tiger bit off one of the six-legged crocodile's legs bit by bit, it had no place to bite, so it changed another leg to continue biting. The other 3 little tigers squeezed over, and bit the wound bitten by the little tiger, and sucked the liquid flowing out of the wound. The six-legged crocodile was pressed on the acupoints, and could not move. The 6 limbs were bitten off by the little tiger, and the liquid in the body soon drained out. Kill the immortal deformed 6-legged pig dragon. Found the source of deformation. The information appeared on the mechanical watch again. Lin Shen hadn't had time to study the source of the 6-legged pig dragon's distortion, when he heard constant noises coming from outside. 6-legged pig dragons crawled in from the cave entrance one after another. In a blink of an eye, 7 or 8 of them crawled in, and there were more pig dragons crawling in behind them. Lin Shen was startled and hurried behind him. The 4 little guys were also frightened and retreated like Lin Shen. 1 man and 4 tigers retreated to the corner of the cave. There was no place to retreat. The 6-legged pig dragons did not attack them, but pounced on the body of the big tiger, the second tiger, and the pig dragon. Soon they started to bite each other, vying to tear the bodies of the big tiger, the second tiger, and the pig dragon into pieces and eat them. These pig dragons were extremely cold-blooded, and they did not even let go of their own kind. A total of more than a dozen pig dragons crawled in, and tore the 3 bodies into pieces all over the ground in a short while. There were several times when the little tiger cubs wanted to rush up, but Lin Shen tied them up with death powder and pulled them back. Lin Shen knew that he could not stay here any longer. The 3 bodies were not enough for the pig dragons to eat. After they finished eating, they would probably attack him and the little tiger cubs. He and the death powder would probably have a hard time beating so many pig dragons. We must leave here while they are eating. Lin Shen saw that the pig dragons were fighting for food. As long as he passed through them, he could leave the cave. Although he didn't know what was going on outside, it was better than sitting here and waiting to die. Lin Shen let the Daifan circle the little tiger cubs' necks, and he pulled the Daifan's tails and walked out. He hoped that the pig dragons would focus on fighting for food and would not attack them. The 4 little tiger cubs were led out by Lin Shen as if they were on a dog leash. 2 of the little tiger cubs sat on the ground and refused to go out. Lin Shen and the Daifans could not pull them out. The gravity environment here was so bad that the little tiger cubs, which were already very heavy, became as heavy as a mountain. When Lin Shen was considering whether to give up on them, the little tiger cub that was a little different suddenly rushed over and bit one of the little tiger cubs on the neck, causing the bitten little tiger cub to scream. It pounced on another little tiger cub and bit that little tiger cub as well. After biting it, it barked at the 2 little tiger cubs twice more, and the 2 little tiger cubs actually stood up and followed it obediently with their heads down. Lin Shen was surprised to find that when he led the little tiger cub out, he immediately followed him, and the other 3 little tiger cubs followed him. This guy is really different. Lin Shen didn't have time to think about so much now, and led them to carefully walk past the pig dragon that was eating some corpses. 1 person and 4 tigers slowly walked past the pig dragons and walked all the way to the cave entrance. After leaving the cave, Lin Shen looked outside and saw that the cave here was connected in all directions, and there was no trace of other deformed species. He breathed a sigh of relief and chose a direction to go there. The direction Lin Shen chose was the direction that a duo and the others left. With his current strength, it is indeed difficult to survive in such a place. Since he can pretend to be a fairy, then the fairy is a help to him. If he wants to leave this ghost place, he may have to find a way with a duo and Uncle Shui. Lin Shen walked very carefully. The 4 little tiger cubs followed Lin Shen under the urging of the special little tiger cub. Whenever any little tiger cub got angry and didn't want to leave, the special little tiger cub would go over and roar, and the little tiger cubs would lose their temper and follow him obediently. Not long after walking, Lin Shen saw the bodies of several pig dragons on the ground. Their heads were also broken, but they were not smashed by people, but by people's feet. On the top of the head of a pig dragon, clear footprints can be seen, which should be left by Uncle Shui. Lin Shen knew that he had not gone to the wrong place. He searched the corpses, and soon found the sources of distortion in their broken heads. Unlike the white tiger's distortion source, these pig dragons' distortion sources are black and smaller, only the size of a bean, and there seems to be black liquid flowing inside. Suddenly, a pig dragon distortion source in Lin Shen's hand vibrated slightly. Chapter 957. After the distortion source vibrated for a moment, it suddenly began to grow rapidly like a plant. Black liquid gushed out from it, surging like a spring, making the distortion source grow bigger and bigger. Lin Shen subconsciously threw the thing on the ground and watched the black liquid surge on the ground. After a moment, the black liquid turned into the shape of a pair of large scissors and gradually solidified. Soon, Lin Shen found that the thing had turned into a pair of black alien scissors, 1 meter long, with the widest part of the scissors as wide as a palm, and the blade was serrated. Distortion artifact Jupa long shears found. The information flashed on the watch again. Lin Shen looked down and found the information of Jupa long shears. Jupa long shears, lower distortion artifact. Category, power system. Usage requirements, law of force, 10,000 power points. Distortion rate, 5%. Hardness, 14334. Toughness, 14343. Distortion characteristic, strangulation. This thing is somewhat similar to the spirit base. I just felt strange. The deformed species here are obviously immortal, so how can they not even have a spirit base? It seems that the creatures here are somewhat different from those in the ancient world. Lin Shen tried to pick up the pig dragon shears, but because he did not have the law of force, he could only use the pig dragon shears as an ordinary weapon and could not activate the strangulation characteristic. Lin Shen used the law ray and wanted to try whether he could use the law ray to activate the distortion characteristic. The law ray was injected into the pig dragon shears, and a black light suddenly appeared on the pig dragon shears, and the jagged blades vibrated on their own. It can actually be used. Lin Shen was overjoyed. After being activated, the pig dragon scissors seemed to feel much lighter, and it was not so difficult for Lin Shen to swing them. Lin Shen's mind moved, and the pig dragon scissors quickly turned into the appearance of a distortion source and fell into his palm. Lin Shan quickly took out several other distortion sources, wanting to try whether they could be transformed into distortion artifacts. As a result, no matter how he tried, these distortion sources did not react. It seems that not all distortion sources can be transformed into distortion artifacts. Lin Shan put away the distortion source and continued to move forward. Since there was the corpse of the pig dragon, it meant that he was not going in the wrong direction. A duo, and the others should have come this way. The place they passed by should be safe for the time being. Before Lin Shan left, he collected some pig dragon's distortion fluid as food for himself and the 4 little tiger cubs. The caves inside the neutron star are interconnected, which makes Lin Shan very confused. It is difficult to understand how such caves can be formed under such gravity conditions. Theoretically, with the density of a neutron star, there shouldn't be so many holes. Now is not the time to worry about such things. Lin Shan carefully observed, hoping to find some clues and not go the wrong way. Unfortunately, the density of matter here is too high, and it is difficult to leave any traces. Not long after walking, Lin Shan found some corpses of deformed species. These deformed species are not pig dragons. They look very strange. No one knows what kind of creature they are. They are dark purple and very similar to the rocks in the cave. They look even more weird, like a light-skinned monkey with bat wings and no hair on its body. Uncle Shui seemed to like smashing heads. The heads of these deformed species were also smashed, and the distortion sources inside were not taken away. It should be that they don't care about these things at all and look down on them. Lin Shan picked up a few more distortion sources, but unfortunately none of them could be turned into distortion artifacts. Lin Shan tried to use the pig dragon shears to cut open the head of a deformed species. After launching the strangulation, it just made a click and cut off the neck of the deformed species. With the pig dragon shears, even if Lin Shan encounters these deformed species again, he doesn't have to worry about not being able to kill them. As long as he can break the defense, Lin Shan's skills will be useful. Lin Shan took a look at his attributes and found that his strength attribute had increased again. Now it has 10,298 points, which has increased by more than 200 points out of thin air. After studying for a while, Lin Shan found that the weight of the dead powder was increasing, and his strength also increased. The die-hard fans are still growing? This discovery made Lin Shan very happy. On this planet, there is no attribute more useful than strength. Lin Shan continued to walk forward with the 4 little tiger cubs. Soon he found that there were too many caves here. He seemed to have taken the wrong road. After walking for a long time, he did not see the corpse of the deformed species. When Lin Shan was considering whether to go back and change direction, he suddenly saw a group of purple shadows swooping down from the sky. Lin Shan immediately saw that it was a light-skinned monkey. After flying down from the sky, it grabbed one of the little tiger cubs with its claws. The little tiger cub whined and bit its claws, but its speed was not as fast as the light-skinned monkey, nor was its strength as strong as the light-skinned monkey. The light-skinned monkey grabbed its back with its claws, and was about to lift it up. The special little tiger cub pounced fiercely, and bit the light monkey's leg, holding it tightly, and refusing to let go. Fancy also entangled with the light monkey's body. Lin Shan had summoned the inheritance fan in his hand at some point, and fanned the light monkey back and forth a few times, which immediately reduced the light monkey's strength and speed, and it fell from the air. Lin Shan let go of the folding fan, grabbed the pig dragon scissors with both hands, and cut the light monkey's neck, strangling it, and directly cut the light monkey's neck. Kill the immortal deformed species and mutant demon. Found the source of the deformation. The information on the watch sounded in time. These deformed species are not that difficult to deal with. As long as I have enough strength, and can pick up the slag knife, and use the slag knife skills in the future, I should be able to kill them even without the pig dragon scissors. Lin Shan found that these deformed species, in addition to their great strength, speed and strong body, are actually far less capable and skilled than the immortals in terms of combat ability and skills. In terms of skills and abilities, Lin Shan is much stronger than them, but unfortunately his strength and physical strength are not as good. Lin Shan sawed the mutant demon's head with the pig dragon shears, and dug out the distortion source from it, which was still not the kind that could become a distortion artifact. Lin Shan led the little tiger cubs to retreat a distance away from the mutant demon's body, and then stopped to rest. Now, he couldn't find a duo, and the other's traces, and his previous plan failed. He had to make other plans. After walking for so long, he didn't feel tired. The 4 little tiger cubs were no longer able to do it. The special little tiger cub was better, just sitting there looking at Lin Shan, and the other little tiger cub was so tired that he lay there panting with his tongue sticking out. The dead fan seemed to be tired too, stretched his head over and drilled into Lin Shen's pocket. Lin Shen immediately understood what it meant and took out the distortion source and put it in front of it. The dead powder swallowed several distortion sources without hesitation and slowly climbed onto Lin Shen's body, wrapping around his body. Without the restraint of the dead powder, the 4 little tiger cubs did not escape, but rested beside Lin Shen. Lin Shen gave them some distortion fluid to drink to replenish their consumed energy. At the top of the cave, a pair of purple eyes stared at Lin Shen and the 4 little tiger cubs who were resting. It was a mutant demon, but its eyes were like purple crystals, and there were many bright purple patterns on its body, which was a little different from ordinary mutant demons. Chapter 958. Lin Shen finished feeding the 4 little tiger cubs. They all lay down beside Lin Shen to rest. Lin Shen also sat down and closed his eyes, as if he was asleep. The mutant demon suddenly jumped down from the top of the stone, and its claws flashing purple light suddenly grabbed Lin Shen's head. The gravity here is terrible. The mutant demon fell from the sky at an incredible speed. Lin Shen, who seemed to be asleep, suddenly raised his hands, and the pig dragon scissors appeared in his hands and cut the mutant demon's claws. Dang! After a collision, the strangulation characteristics of the pig dragon scissors did not cut the mutant demon's claws, but were shaken out of his hands. Lin Shen rolled on the ground, avoiding the pig dragon's claws, and pulled backhand, and the dead powder wrapped around his body whipped the mutant demon like a whip. The mutant demon stretched out its front paws and actually grabbed the dead powder. The dead powder wrapped around its arm. Lin Shen let go of his hand and let the dead powder do its thing. He then summoned a folding fan and fanned the mutant demon back and forth. The mutant demon grabbed the dead powder with his other hand and tried to tear it off his arm, but he pulled the dead powder so long that it still didn't break like a rubber band. The dead powder's tail wrapped around its other arm. The mutant demon let out a strange cry, and its wings flapped violently behind it, and its body actually flew up. Mysterious purple light pattern shone on its body. Even with the weakening of the inheritance fan, this guy was still extremely violent. With his hands entangled, he flew up and crashed into Lin Shen. Lin Shen's movement speed was indeed too slow. He couldn't even walk the wave step, so he could only roll on the ground to avoid the mutant demon's claws. Its hind paws grabbed onto the dark purple jade-like rock wall, leaving several marks on it. The body of the dead powder was also stretched out by his front paws, and the body became thin and long, as if it would break at any time. Suddenly, a single eye opened on the top of the dead powder's head, and purple light shot out from the eye, shining on the mutant demon's body, causing the mutant demon's body to pause for a moment. Lin Shen seized the opportunity, climbed up from the ground, and pointed a finger at the mutant demon. But this finger had no effect. The mutant demon forcibly stretched out the restraints of the dead powder, and grabbed Lin Shen's head with one claw. Lin Shen lowered his head, and dodged the mutant demon's attack. The mutant demon grabbed again with another claw, and at the same time made a sharp and strange cry. The moment it opened its mouth, the tail of the dead powder, with a little red light, pierced into its mouth like lightning, and drilled directly into its throat. The dead powder, which possessed the law of force and the law of speed, coupled with the extremely destructive power of nirvana and the armor-piercing thorns, drilled down like a broken bamboo. The mutant demon's pupils dilated, and his face became extremely painful. He grabbed the dead powder's body with his claws and tore it desperately. If he couldn't tear it apart, he would pull it out desperately. Lin Shen saw that the mutant demon was seriously injured, so there was no reason not to kill it while it was sick. He rolled forward and tapped it with his fingers quickly. Lin Shen's attack posed no threat to the mutant demon. It was not in the mood to pay attention at this time. It just desperately pulled the dead powder that drilled into its body, but no matter how hard it pulled, the dead powder's body was only stretched like a rubber band, but it couldn't be pulled out an inch. Lin Shen tapped 10 times, and the mutant demon suddenly stopped there and stopped moving his hands. Without the mutant demon holding back, the dead powder went straight in, and soon the whole body went through its mouth. Crack! When the dead powder came out, it actually came out from the mutant demon's ear, with purple mucus on its body. Plop! The mutant demon fell to the ground, twitching for a while, and gradually stopped moving. Kill the mutant lower deformed species, the mutant demon leader, and find the source of mutation and distortion. Lin Shen picked up the pig dragon scissors on the ground, activated the strangulation feature, and tried to cut the mutant demon's head. After several cuts, he couldn't cut it open, leaving only a series of tooth marks on it. Lin Shen simply opened the pig dragon scissors, and used the slag knife technique to chop the mutant demon's head. Under the effect of the strangulation feature and the slag knife technique, he chopped more than 10 times, and finally split the mutant demon's head open. After several dozen more chops, he finally expanded the hole to a level where he could start. He reached in and fished out a purple bead from the purple liquid. After the purple bead left the mutant demon's head, it immediately vibrated and gushed out purple liquid. After a while, the mutant demon's source of distortion turned into a purple cloak. Mutant demon cloak, mutated lower level distortion artifact. Category, demon system. Usage requirements, demon law, 10,000 strength, 10,000 speed. Distortion rate, 87%. Hardness, 16,336. Toughness, 19,999. Distortion characteristics, demon wings. After reading it, Lin Shan was a little depressed. He could wear this cloak, but he couldn't activate the distortion characteristics. This thing actually has 3 usage requirements. Lin Shan can meet the strength requirements, and he can also use the law matrix to try the demon law, but Lin Shan really has no way to deal with the speed of 10,000 points. He is a nirvana. Even with the blessing of the super base form and the reverse fate, he can't reach 10,000 points of speed, and can't activate the characteristics of the demon wings. Fortunately, the hardness and toughness of this thing are very high, and it is not very heavy. It can be used as a defensive item when worn on the body. After collecting the mutant demon's distortion fluid, Lin Shan didn't dare to stay here. He put on a cloak and continued to walk with the 4 little tiger cubs. There are too many passages here. Lin Shan can't find where a duo and the others are going. He can't even figure out the direction. He can only find a hidden place to settle the 4 little tiger cubs first and slowly explore this weird planet cave. There are many mutant demons nearby. When Lin Shan was exploring the way, he cooperated with the die-hard fans to kill a lot of mutant demons. After he used the mutant demon's distortion fluid, he found that his attributes, which had reached the limit of nirvana level, began to increase again. This thing mainly increased the speed attribute. The distortion fluid that could be digested every day could increase his attributes by hundreds of points, but when distributed to the 4 attributes, the speed attribute could only increase by 30 or 40 points. Lin Shan did not dare to walk around, so he slowly explored nearby. Most of the people he killed were mutant demons, and occasionally he could kill some 6-legged pig dragons. The only pity was that he did not see the white jade tiger again. Originally, he was thinking whether he could find other white jade tigers. Maybe they could adopt these 4 little tiger cubs. It was really inconvenient for him to take 4 little tiger cubs with him alone. Chapter 959. A duo and Uncle Shui walked forward, and they were too lazy to pick up the deformed species they killed on the road, leaving them lying dead in the cave. Uncle Shui slapped another deformed species to death, frowned and said, "Master, I'm afraid the rumor is untrue. We have been looking here for many days, and we haven't found even a middle-level deformed species. How could this place be a place for white tigers to live?" A duo was obviously a little discouraged. Legend has it that the Suzaku and the white tiger, 2 of the 4 ultimate creatures, fought in this area, which formed this star cemetery. The white tiger was seriously injured and had to give birth to a child to reincarnate, and laid the white tiger eggs in the star cemetery. If the white tiger has not returned to the ultimate, it should still be in this star cemetery. I checked a lot. According to the data, there are not many planets in the star cemetery that are suitable for the survival and growth of the white tiger. This planet should be the most suitable place for it, and it is most likely to be here. If it is not here, it will be difficult to find. Legends are just legends after all. No one can be sure whether Suzaku and White Tiger really fought here. Even if it is true as the rumor says, they fought here, and White Tiger was indeed too seriously injured and chose to give birth to a child and reincarnate, but so many years have passed. White Tiger may have returned to the ultimate and left here. Uncle Shui has always felt that this matter is unreliable. That's right, I just came to try my luck. A duo changed the subject and said, "This planet is a bit special. These caves seem natural, but in fact they are just because they have been developed for too long. After experiencing the baptism of time, the traces of artificiality have been washed away. It seems that the rumor should be correct. This planet should be an abandoned neutron starship." Uncle Shui thought for a moment and said, "It should be correct. Judging from the layout here, it should be the technology of our Sun Chaser clan. Only our Sun Chaser clan is best at transforming neutron stars into spaceships. It's a pity that this neutron spaceship has been abandoned for too long and is too severely damaged. It should not be used again. We should be almost at the center of this neutron star, not far from the energy warehouse. Let's go to the energy warehouse to see if we can't find the White Tiger again. Let's go back," a duo said. "Okay." Uncle Shui nodded and continued to open the way in front. The two of them quickly shuttled through the passage and after a short time, they came to a huge cave space. A duo looked at the empty cave, and said with some disappointment, "Even the energy warehouse is empty." It seems that before this neutron spaceship was abandoned, its owner had already emptied everything. In that case, let's go back earlier. Uncle Shui turned around and was about to leave, but suddenly heard a duo's light exclamation. Uncle Shui turned his head and frowned slightly, looking at it intently. I saw that the top of this huge space had formed many vertical columns similar to stalactites due to the erosion of time and some unknown reasons. At this time, purple flowers, like flowers, lit up on those vertical columns, illuminating the originally dark space with a blurry purple light. Not good. Upper deformed purple cloud butterfly. Master! Hurry up. Uncle Shui saw clearly what those purple lights were, and his face suddenly changed. He stretched out his hand and threw more than a dozen pets out of the space capsule. Uncle Shui pushed a duo and rushed out. The purple lights on the top of the stone seemed to be awakened, and turned into purple butterflies flying all over the sky. There were so many that it was hard to count, like purple snowflakes dancing all over the sky, filling the entire space in an instant. The dozen or so pets burst out with terrifying fighting power, and the strange colors on their bodies surged. A green dragon spewed out green flames, trying to burn the flying purple clouds and dark butterflies. But its high-temperature flames that could melt everything sprayed on the purple clouds and dark butterflies, but it seemed to be sprayed on the phantom and passed through directly. The purple clouds and dark butterflies were like a wandering soul wandering between the yin and yang worlds, and it was difficult to be touched by any force. Those pets used all kinds of skills, but they were unable to drive away the purple clouds and dark butterflies, and were pounced on by the purple clouds and dark butterflies one by one. It was strange that after the purple clouds and dark butterflies pounced on those pets, their bodies immediately disappeared, leaving purple butterfly marks on those pets. The pets, which were originally extremely ferocious, suddenly fell to the ground after the butterfly mark appeared on their bodies, as if they had suddenly died. There was not even a single wound on their bodies, and it was unknown whether they were really dead or what happened. A large number of purple clouds and dark butterflies chased Uncle Shui and a duo into the cave, like purple snowflakes being swept by the wind and chasing behind them, trying to sweep them all into the blizzard. "Master, you go first, I stop them." Uncle Shui pushed a duo hard, pushing a duo far away, and stopped to pull out a strange-shaped knife with a blood-colored dragon mark on it. Looking at the purple clouds and dark butterflies flying over, Uncle Shui slashed with a fierce knife, and a blood-colored real dragon came out of the knife, roaring and facing the purple clouds and dark butterflies. Wherever the blood dragon went, the purple dark butterflies shattered and turned into purple fragments of light all over the sky. The blood-colored real dragon rushed out of the cave, rushed into the huge space, and smashed a large number of purple dark butterflies, and finally disappeared. But Uncle Shui's face did not look good because of this. The purple dark butterflies that were smashed by the blood dragon soon gathered together again, and turned into butterflies again, and pounced on Uncle Shui again. Uncle Shui's body was shining with golden light, and the golden armor protected his whole body. The upper artifact blood dragon knife in his hand slashed again. The blood dragon broke out of the knife again, roaring and rushing towards the purple dark butterflies, smashing them all again. But the purple dark butterflies were like immortal bodies, breaking again and condensing again and again, getting closer and closer to Uncle Shui. Uncle Shui fought and retreated, and the purple dark butterflies, like snowflakes, were getting closer and closer to him. A purple butterfly was about to fall on him, and suddenly a cold light shot out from the sky, directly smashing the purple butterfly's body. It turned out that a duo did not escape, and had a green jade bow in his hand. After he pulled the jade bow, a series of light arrows appeared on the bowstring. The fast-shooting light arrows shot through the fish that Uncle Shui failed to cut. I saw a blue light flashing across the sky, shooting the purple butterflies one by one. "Uncle Shui, let's fight and retreat at the same time." A duo quickly pulled the bowstring and shouted to Uncle Shui. "Who wants to die if they can live?" Uncle Shui gritted his teeth, and the golden light on his armor surged, and the golden light smashed all the purple butterflies nearby. The blood dragon knife in his hand cut out blood dragons, smashing most of the purple butterflies, and opened up the distance again. A duo used bows and arrows to help Shui Shu, and the two fought and retreated, but the purple clouds and dark butterflies could not be killed, and there were too many of them, making it very difficult for the two to deal with them. Ordinary strength could not hurt the purple clouds and dark butterflies at all. The distorted artifacts in their hands were somewhat special, and the skills they practiced were also extraordinary, so they were able to smash the purple clouds and dark butterflies. Otherwise, it would be impossible to even touch the purple clouds and dark butterflies. If it were an ordinary god, he would have fallen to the ground like those pets. Chapter 960. The two cooperated seamlessly, constantly destroying the purple cloud dark butterflies, fighting and retreating. As long as they rushed out of the cave, they could escape. But they were too deep, and had already reached the central area of the neutron star. It was not possible to escape in a short time while fighting and retreating. Such a high-intensity battle could not be sustained until that time. Master, you go first. The passage here is narrow. I can stop them. After retreating to a narrow passage, Uncle Shwe suddenly said to a duo. He was stuck in the passage alone, stopped, turned around to face the purple cloud dark butterflies, held the knife with both hands, and chopped the blood dragon knife light one by one, blocking the purple cloud dark butterflies in the passage. Both of them knew in their hearts that they would die if they continued like this. When their physical strength was almost exhausted, it would be the time for them to die. A duo did not speak, but just stared at the narrow passage. Master, go quickly. Uncle Shwe urged anxiously. A duo looked at the passage and said, Uncle Shwe, this passage looks like it should have been the location of the buoyancy chamber of the neutron starship, right? It should be, I can't tell. Uncle Shwe didn't know what A duo meant by suddenly bringing this up, but he knew A duo wouldn't say something irrelevant at this time. If it is a buoyancy chamber, there must be a closed gate, but it has been wrapped by the outside material for too long. As long as we find the closed gate and lower it, we can keep the purple clouds and dark butterflies inside. While A duo was talking, he had already pulled the bowstring again, and a stream of green light arrows shot towards the top of the passage. The light arrows pierced into the rock that looked as hard as jade. One after another, the light arrows forcibly cracked the top of the rock, and pieces of rock fell down. It's been so long. Even if we can see the closed gate, we may not be able to lower it. Master, you'd better leave quickly. Uncle Shwe shouted. A duo ignored it, and continued to shoot light arrows quickly. The light arrows continued to pierce into the top of the stone, causing more and more rocks to fall from the top of the stone. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and the top of the rock collapsed. At the same time, a crystal wall fell down, directly smashing the rocks below and closing the passage. Uncle Shwe's blood dragon sword light slashed on the crystal wall, directly smashing it apart, but the crystal wall did not leave any trace. Through the translucent crystal wall, you can see purple light spots on the opposite side constantly hitting the crystal wall, but they can't get through. The dense light spots covered the entire crystal wall in a moment, making the originally lightless crystal wall look like a purple light lamp shining. Master, you succeeded. Uncle Shwe was overjoyed, and turned to look at A duo. A duo breathed a sigh of relief and smiled as she was about to say something to Uncle Shwe, but her expression suddenly changed. Uncle Shwe, be careful. When Uncle Shwe saw A duo's expression change, he knew something was wrong, and golden light shone on his body. At the same time, he turned around and drew his sword and swung it out. But when he turned around, he saw something that looked like a purple butterfly was already in front of him, almost sticking to his face. The reason why it was said that the thing looked like a purple butterfly was because it had the wings and purple light of a purple butterfly, but its body was not in the shape of a butterfly, but a very beautiful miniature purple fairy. Except that her body was only the size of a palm, and she had wings on her back. She looked nothing like a butterfly. When Uncle Shwe saw her, it was too late. The purple-clothed butterfly girl passed through the golden light that was blooming on Uncle Shwe's body, and also passed through Uncle Shwe's body in armor. She did not disappear like the ordinary purple cloud dark butterflies, nor did she leave a butterfly mark on Uncle Shwe's body. She just passed through Uncle Shwe's body, like a ghost, and came to his back. The light on Uncle Shwe's body disappeared in an instant, and then he fell straight forward. A duo was shocked and angry. He knew that the purple cloud dark butterfly was a superior deformed species, but he had never heard of such an existence among the purple cloud dark butterflies. The purple-clothed butterfly girl's body flashed with purple light, and she continued to fly towards A duo. With A duo's speed, it was impossible for her to escape. A duo gritted her teeth, turned around and ran wildly, and a touch of afterglow of the sun appeared on her body. At that moment, A duo's speed suddenly increased to an unimaginable level. In such a gravity environment, his speed was soaring rapidly, and time seemed to flow backwards around him. The radiance on A duo's body became stronger and stronger, and his speed became faster and faster. If the sun-chasing clan's sun-chasing great law is practiced to the extreme, it can break through the limitations of the law of time and achieve true time reversal. Although A duo has not yet achieved the degree of time reversal, He has barely glimpsed the shadow of the long river of time, stepping on the shadow of the long river of time and going upstream. The time of others seems to be frozen, and only he moves in time. The sun-chasing great law is known as one of the 9 great magic skills of the immortal court. Only the sun-chasing clan gods with pure blood are qualified to practice it, and only a very small number of people can get started, and even fewer people have achieved success in practice. Now, there are only 3 people in the entire sun-chasing clan who can practice the sun-chasing art. A duo dared to take risks in such a dangerous place as the Star Cemetery, relying on the sun-chasing art that he had. However, his sun-chasing art can only be regarded as an entry-level art. He only glimpsed the shadow of the long river of time, and forcibly stepped on the shadow of the long river of time, which consumed a lot of his own energy. At this time, escaping was important, and he could not care about much. He forced himself to step on the long river of time until his body was seriously overdrawn, and could not support it. The sun-chasing art was dispersed, and a duo fell out of the shadow of the long river of time and sat on the ground. I should have gotten rid of it. A duo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, turned his head and looked. His pupils suddenly shrank, and saw that the purple-clothed butterfly girl was actually in front of him, looking at him with a smile. Before a duo had any reaction, the purple-clothed butterfly girl suddenly got into his head. A duo still couldn't believe that the purple-clothed butterfly girl could actually keep up with his sun-chasing technique. This should be impossible. Could it be? She is the ultimate creature. A duo's last thought flashed through her mind, and she completely lost consciousness. Lin Shen was searching for a new cave. These days, his attributes have been growing continuously, and all kinds of attributes have increased a lot. He has also gradually adapted to the environment here. Although running is still quite strenuous, walking has no big impact. While exploring a new cave, he suddenly saw a person lying on the ground in the cave passage in front of him, motionless. Chapter 961. Adwa. Lin Shen was shocked when he saw the man's outfit and face clearly. His first reaction was not to go over, but to retreat quickly while looking around. Although Adwa had never shown his strength, Uncle Shui beside him was so powerful, so he was probably not much worse. Now Uncle Shui was missing, and Adwa was lying on the ground, his life or death unknown. He must have encountered something big. What big thing could he encounter in such a ghost place? 9 out of 10, he must have encountered a powerful deformed species. With his current strength, Lin Shen would naturally not be arrogant and think that he could deal with the deformed species that neither Adwa nor Uncle Shui could deal with. So his first thought was to run as far as possible to avoid being killed. Fortunately, there were no other deformed species around. Lin Shen retreated to a passage and quietly looked outside. He looked around several times and did not find any creatures here. I wonder if the freaks killed him and left, or if he ran here and died after being injured by the freaks? Lin Shen thought to himself. The reason why he didn't run away immediately was that he thought that this duo looked not simple, and he might have something good on him, which might help Lin Shen's current situation. Lin Shen didn't know why Lin Wan brought him here and left him here without caring about him. Whatever the reason, what Lin Wan said before was definitely not credible. His current situation was very embarrassing, not only because the neutron star was particularly dangerous, but more importantly, he was now an illegal resident here. If the gods found out that he was not a god, but a human from the ancient world who had smuggled in, his fate would be unpredictable. Lin Shen was thinking about finding something useful from a duo. Even if it was of no practical value, it would be good to let him know about the situation in the fairy court. If he could find something useful, it would be even better. Lin Shen observed for a long time. A duo had been there motionless, as if dead. There was no deformed species around, but he still didn't dare to go over and take risks. After hesitating for a long time, Lin Shen summoned Xiaoyu. Plop! After Xiaoyu came out, he lay directly on the ground. The strong gravity made Xiaoyu stick to the ground like a pancake, with his face in close contact with the ground, and it was hard to leave. Xiaoyu couldn't separate his face from the ground no matter how hard he tried. Seeing Xiaoyu was about to scream, Lin Shen quickly reached out and covered his mouth. This guy's mouth was not closed. If he screamed and attracted the deformed species nearby, it would be a disaster. Don't make a sound, listen to me. Lin Shen squatted beside him and whispered, "We are in a very dangerous situation now. There are terrible creatures everywhere nearby. We may be discovered and killed at any time. You can also feel that the gravity here is very terrifying. Immortals may not even be as good as ordinary people here, let alone people like you and me." As he said, Lin Shen let go of his hand covering Xiaoyu's mouth. "Where is this place? How did you get here?" Xiaoyu's face was full of depression. Since he followed Lin Shan, he has not had a good life for a few days. I also want to know what kind of hell this place is. I was caught here, and I don't know where this place is. Lin Shan looked at Xiaoyu, who was lying on the ground, and said strangely, "Doesn't your Shura fork have the ability to control gravity? Can you control the gravity here?" "What do you mean by controlling gravity?" "I have gravity, okay," Xiaoyu said. "Almost. Is your gravity useless?" Lin Shan asked. "Of course it is useful. If it is useful, why don't you use it?" "I just forgot about it for a while," Xiaoyu said, and slowly crawled out from the ground. Although it still looked a little strenuous, it was not as embarrassing as before. Lin Shan was speechless. It was okay that he had a bad memory, but his pet was also so forgetful. Xiaoyu moved his body, looked around and whispered, "What the hell is this place? Why is the gravity so strong? My super base ghost body and super base god should be immune to gravity under normal circumstances, but they are very limited here, just like being in the top law of gravity. We are inside a super large neutron star," Lin Shan said. "Neutron star. And it's super big." Xiaoyu's face was extremely ugly. "Who did you offend again? How could you be brought to such a place? We are trapped in such a place. It is impossible to escape from this planet. Even the teleportation device will be affected by gravity and fail in such a place. Of course I know that I can teleport out, and I have already gone out. Do I need to get you out?" Lin Shan looked at Xiaoyu and asked, "You can control gravity. Is there any way to weaken the gravity here so that I can use the teleportation device?" "Brother, I am only a Nirvana level. Do you think I can break the top gravity law?" Xiaoyu looked helpless. "It doesn't matter. If you can't handle the Nirvana level, you can just advance to the Immortal level," Lin Shan said. "How can I be promoted to Immortal? The resources you gave me are not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth." Xiaoyu rolled her eyes in annoyance. "I was short-sighted before, but now I really know how good you are. I will think of you as soon as there is a benefit." Lin Shan quickly smiled like an old father. "Benefits? What benefits?" Xiaoyu looked unconvinced. He didn't believe that Lin Shan would think of him for any benefit. Fatty and his diehard fans were obviously his biological sons, so it was not his turn. Lin Shan pointed at a duo lying in the distance. "Did you see the body of that man? He has a lot of good things on him, any one of which can easily make you promoted to Immortal." Xiaoyu stretched out her little head, looked outside, and then retracted her head. "No. What do you mean you won't go? You haven't finished listening yet. Why don't you go?" Lin Shan said depressedly. "If there was such a good thing, you would have gone to pick it up by yourself. Why would you think of me? There must be danger over there." Xiaoyu directly exposed Lin Shan. "Haven't you heard the old saying that the greater the risk, the greater the benefit? You want benefits, but don't want to take risks. Where in the world can such a good thing happen?" Lin Shan sneered and said, "To tell you the truth, that is a big shot in the Immortal Court. Now he is seriously injured and his life is unknown. He has been lying there for a long time without a sound. He must have unimaginable good things on him. Now I just want you to go and see if he is dead or not, and get the things on him back. If you go, you will be credited as the first merit, and you can take any good things. If you don't go, I will find someone else to get the things back, and then you won't have a share." Hearing Lin Shan say this, Xiaoyu's face changed. He looked around like Lin Shan, but didn't find any problems. "Is he really a person from the Immortal Court?" Xiaoyu asked hesitantly. Chapter 962. Xiaoyu finally compromised, but he asked to pick the good stuff first. Xiaoyu was more careful than Lin Shan. Although he could walk here with his special talent and ability, he still lay on the ground and crawled forward a little bit, slower than the pot bull, and he was just 1 step forward and 3 steps back. Every time he crawled forward, he would look around vigilantly. After crawling for a long time, he was still a long way from a duo, which made Lin Shan a little anxious. "If you continue like this, even if there is no danger, the terrifying creature will come." Lin Shan lowered his voice and shouted to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu ignored him, but still increased his speed a little bit, still too slow. After finally crawling to a duo, he carefully summoned the knife and fork, threw the Shura knife over, and hit a duo's body. Seeing that a duo did not react, he crawled over again. Fortunately, what he was worried about did not happen. A duo really seemed to be dead, and had no reaction at all. Xiaoyu fumbled around on him, and soon found a lot of small things. After searching everything, she ran back quickly. "What are these things?" Lin Shan looked at the things Xiaoyu had searched back. There were all kinds of things. The most common ones were things that looked like pet capsules, red, green, blue, and purple. They were not real pet capsules, and no one knew what they were. The others were some things that looked like daily use, and no electronic devices were found. Why didn't you take the watch on his wrist? Lin Shen pointed at the watch on a duo's left wrist, and said that the thing was most likely a communicator, or even a transmission device. Maybe that thing could connect to the network of gods and men. Even if it couldn't connect, there should be some valuable information. It's locked and can't be taken off. I tried, but the strap couldn't be broken, and it couldn't even hurt me. Xiao Yu said helplessly. Forget it. Lin Shen picked up a capsule, and studied it carefully for a long time. He found that the top of the capsule seemed to be a switch. He pressed it, but the capsule beeped and made an electronic sound. Non-bound verification, the space capsule cannot be opened. This thing turned out to be a space device? Lin Shen was overjoyed. He couldn't open it, but a duo's body was over there. He went over and used a duo's body to unlock it, so he could open the space device. Lin Shen pressed all the space capsules first. Most of them were already bound, and others couldn't open them at all. But there were 2 space capsules. Lin Shen opened it after pressing it. He could see a white vortex inside the capsule, but he couldn't see anything. Lin Shen poured it out, and something fell out immediately. But they were all sundries, clothes, boots and socks, and the more he poured, the more clothes he had. He was about to bury Lin Shen. He poured out everything, and there were only these things. Then Lin Shen went to pour another space capsule, and then all kinds of ingredients appeared, as well as all kinds of fruits, which looked very fresh. The gods are really extravagant. Such good things are actually used to store clothes and food. Seeing that there was nothing useful here, Lin Shen had to put the things back. Knowing that there was no danger, Xiao Yu would not be needed. Lin Shen went over and came to a duo's side. A duo's face was pale, and she looked like a dead body in a funeral home. She must be dead. This thing is so smart. I don't know if the dead body can be opened. If it can determine whether the bound person is dead, it will be troublesome. Lin Shen took a purple capsule and pressed it with a duo's hand. Lin Shen's fingers pressed a duo's fingers and pressed the button of the space capsule. Then, there was a light click, and the space capsule opened. Lin Shen was overjoyed. Just when he was thinking about holding a duo's hand and pressing other space capsules, he suddenly felt a duo's fingers move. Turning his head, he saw that although a duo's eyes were still closed, the eyeballs under her eyes were moving, as if she was about to wake up. She's not dead? Lin Shen was shocked. He quickly stuffed everything in his hand back to a duo, except for the capsule that he had just opened, which he quietly took off and put into his pocket. A duo. A duo. Lin Shen patted a duo's cheek and called out twice. A duo's eyes slowly opened, and she actually came back to life. A duo, you finally woke up. I'm so glad you're okay. I thought you were dead. Lin Shen looked at a duo and said with a forced smile. Who are you? A duo looked at Lin Shen, seeming a little confused. It's me, Asian. You and Uncle Shui saved my life. Have you forgotten? Lin Shen said. Otto looked at Lin Shen for a long time without saying anything, which made Lin Shen a little scared, and then he said, I seem to have some impression, but I can't remember some things clearly. Uncle Shui and I were attacked by the deformed species, and I was injured. My brain seems to be very injured, and I can't remember clearly. What hurt you? Lin Shen was relieved after hearing this. Looking at Otto's appearance, it seems that it is not as simple as not remembering. The confused little eyes seem to have forgotten many things. Is it amnesia? Lin Shen was happy in his heart. Amnesia is just right. If he didn't lose his memory, Lin Shen was afraid that he would find out that his origin was not right. This is not a place to talk. If the deformed species that hurt you comes back, it will be troublesome. Let's find a place to hide first. Lin Shen reached out to help Ottawa, but Ottawa subconsciously stretched out his hand to block him. I can do it myself. A duo stood up by himself. Judging from his ability to move, he seemed to be in good health and walked much faster than Lin Shen. Wait for me. Lin Shen couldn't keep up with him. A duo frowned slightly, slowed down his pace, and waited for Lin Shen to walk together. When he walked to the corner and saw Xiao Yu immediately showed an innocent expression on her face. Hello, my name is Xiao Yu, and I am his biological son. A duo looked at Xiao Yu in surprise, then looked at Lin Shen, and then said, It seems that the variability of genetic inheritance is getting higher and higher. Such an ordinary person can also give birth to such an excellent child. Xiao Yu immediately laughed and glanced at Lin Shen with a proud look. Lin Shen coughed lightly and said, Let's not talk so much anymore. Let's find a safe place to hide first. Chapter 963. Lin Shen brought a duo to the place where the 4 little tiger cubs were hiding, and several people hid here temporarily. Lin Shen found an excuse, went outside alone, found a hidden place, took out the space capsule, and poured out the things inside one by one, wanting to see what was inside. He was not really so greedy, and wanted to take a duo's things, mainly because his current identity was too embarrassing. If he could get some useful information, it would be easier to pretend to be a god. Otherwise, if the flaw was found out, it would be life-threatening. He couldn't leave a duo, and he wanted to use a duo to escape from this planet. Now Lin Shen only hoped that there would be information about the fairy court in this capsule, and he didn't care much about other treasures. It would be better to have a communicator or something. Lin Shen thought in his heart while pouring things out. There didn't seem to be much in this space capsule. Lin Shen poured it several times before pouring out a book from it. The book was still made of paper. How can there be paper books in such an advanced technological civilization? Lin Shen was delighted. If this was a history book from the Immortal Court, he would have a better chance of pretending to be a god. Not caring about pouring out other things, Lin Shen picked up the book and took a closer look. He saw the word sun-chasing method written on it. Why does it look like an evolution technique? Lin Shen was slightly disappointed. He opened the book and read it. He was surprised to see only the first paragraph. The ancestor of my sun-chasing clan, Quafu, created this unparalleled magic skill. When practiced to the extreme, one can break through the long river of time and go upstream, return to the past, reverse the future, and change the laws of reality. It is the most powerful magic skill in the world. Going back to the past and reversing the future, this is really too much. Lin Shen actually doesn't believe it. Because time is the immortal law, and the immortal law cannot be changed, he has never heard of anyone who can really go back to the past. If there really are time travelers, then this world would have been in chaos long ago. Since the world is not in chaos, it means that there are no time travelers. A technique can actually become a time traveler. Anyway, Lin Shen doesn't believe it. However, what really surprised him was not these bragging words, but the ancestor of this Sun Chaser clan was actually called Quafu. The name Juri reminded Lin Shen of the great god Quafu, who chased the sun in human legends. Could it be that part of what Lin Wan said is true, that the great god Quafu in myths and legends is really a human being of the previous civilization, who really broke through the death calamity and entered the fairy court? But unlike what Lin Wan said, Quafu did not sacrifice his physical body to rush into the fairy court, but entered the fairy court with his physical body, and continued his bloodline in the fairy court, leaving behind the gods of the Sun Chaser clan. Lin Shen felt that this should be correct. Lin Shen thought of his sun-shooting bow again. It seemed that he heard that it was owned by a general under the ancient king of the realm. That general was called the sun-shooting general. Could he be from another race of ancient gods? If that was the case, Lin Shen felt that this matter was not simple. How could there be a god under the ancient king of the realm? Now he could not think about these things. Lin Shen continued to pour things out, wanting to see what else was in the space capsule. Another thing was poured out by him, and it turned out to be another book. Don't give me the cultivation method again. It's useless to give me this kind of thing now. Lin Shen prayed in his heart. What you fear will happen. Lin Shen saw that the 4 words written on the book were sun-shooting method. Lin Shen was stunned for a moment. If a duo was a member of the sun-chasing clan, it would be understandable that she had sun-chasing method, but how could there be another sun-shooting method? Shouldn't this thing belong to the god Yi? Thinking this way, Lin Shen opened it and took a look. Sure enough, the content at the beginning was very similar to the sun-chasing method. Dei, the ancestor of our clan, created the sun-shooting method. Lin Shen read it for a while, and knew that it was exactly as he thought. This sun-shooting method was indeed created by that great god, and he really established a lineage of gods and men in the fairy court. The race left by that great god is called EP881 clan. What is the difference between it and the sun-chasing clan? Lin Shen has no way of knowing, so he doesn't know which clan this duo belongs to. Lin Shen has no intention of watching these skills. He puts them aside and continues to pour them out. Soon, another thing fell out. It was a small jade bottle, only the size of a palm, and looked very rough, like the rough pieces polished by primitive tribes. But under such strong gravity, there was no sign of cracking, which showed that the material of this thing must be something special. This was not the point. The point was that on the outside of this small jade bottle, there were 3 words immortality medicine engraved. Oh my god! What's going on? Is this the immortality medicine that Chang'e stole? Lin Shen looked more and more strange. After hesitating for a while, he pulled out the wooden stopper of the small jade bottle. Suddenly, a fragrance entered Lin Shen's nose, which instantly lifted his spirits. It seemed that all the pores in his body were open at this moment, and he felt indescribably comfortable. Lin Shen quickly put the bottle cap back on to prevent the medicine from rushing out and being smelled by a duo. He could see clearly that there was indeed a red blood pill behind the small jade bottle. Lin Shen was in a very complicated mood. If this thing was really the immortality medicine that Chang'e had eaten, would he be able to ascend to heaven in broad daylight after eating it? Obviously, this was not very reliable. If this was really that kind of magic medicine, why would a duo not use it and put it in the bottle? Lin Shen put away the small jade bottle first and continued to pour things out. Until now, he still hadn't found what he really needed. Something fell out. Lin Shen only took a look and immediately turned his head away. This time, the thing that was poured out was actually a white thong. I didn't expect that a duo, who looked so gentle, actually had such a hobby. Lin Shen was amazed and continued to pour things out. Dang! A heavy object fell to the ground, startling Lin Shen. He immediately looked around, but found no movement nearby. This place is still a bit far from the hiding place, and a duo may not be able to hear it. Lin Shen looked carefully to see what it was that fell out. This thing is black, as if it is made of black iron, and looks like a bell, but it is too small, only the size of a palm. There are rows of small characters engraved on the bell, almost covering the entire outer wall. Chaos Bell. Lin Shen saw a vertical row of 4 relatively large characters on the bell wall, and couldn't help but read it out. Buzz! The small bell in Lin Shen's hand suddenly vibrated. Chapter 964. The Chaos Bell actually vibrated on its own, which scared Lin Shen. If this thing had its own consciousness and could recognize its master, wouldn't a duo, the master, be able to sense its existence? If a duo came over and saw this scene now, even if Lin Shen had mouths all over his body, it would be difficult for him to quibble. Lin Shen reached out and grabbed the Chaos Bell, holding it tightly, trying to stop it from vibrating. Originally, Lin Shen didn't have much hope, but who knew that the bell really stopped vibrating? Lin Shen breathed a long sigh of relief and let go of his hand to wipe off the non-existent cold sweat. When he raised his hand, he found that the Chaos Bell seemed to be stuck to his hand. Lin Shen shook it, but he couldn't get rid of it. He took it with his other hand and took it down gently, but when he wanted to put the bell down again, he found that the bell was stuck to his hand again. Lin Shen tried every way to get rid of the bell. The Chaos Bell was stuck to his body like a dog's skin plaster. He could use any part of his body to grab the Chaos Bell and move it easily. But he couldn't get rid of it, and he couldn't pry it off with other things. Lin Shen was sweating profusely. Lin Shen even used the pig dragon scissors to cut off the Chaos Bell, but it didn't hurt it at all. It was useless. Gritting his teeth, Lin Shen was determined to pinch off the skin and flesh that were in contact with the Chaos Bell. Anyway, he only used 2 fingers to pinch the Chaos Bell, and it shouldn't be a problem to just cut off a little skin and flesh on his fingers. The pig dragon scissors stuck to the place where the Chaos Bell was connected, and cut the skin and flesh on the fingers, and really cut the skin and flesh apart. A little blood flowed, but it was no big deal for Lin Shen. He used the super base recasting skill, and the injury was healed in a blink of an eye. Lin Shen went to cut the tip of another finger, and cut it off very neatly. The Chaos Bell with 2 pieces of skin and flesh finally left Lin Shen's body, and fell to the ground. When Lin Shen was thinking about how to deal with it, he saw that his skin and flesh and some blood on it melted strangely. It melted, just like snow melting into water. The skin and flesh turned into liquid, and the Chaos Bell, which was obviously like pig iron, was like a sponge, absorbing the liquid. The next second, Lin Shen saw that the words on the Chaos Bell turned bloody, and the original black iron-like material also emitted a bloody smell, giving people a sense of evil and blood. Suddenly, the Chaos Bell disintegrated instantly, turning into countless black and red particles, flying towards Lin Shen's body. Lin Shen had already condensed his shell to resist, but those black and red particles still rushed into his body, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. What the hell, what's going on? Lin Shen sensed his body, but he couldn't sense where those black and red particles went, and his face suddenly became uncertain. The Chaos Bell was not a serious thing at first glance. He didn't know whether it was a blessing or a curse for this thing to enter his body. Lin Shen turned it over and over, using many tricks, but he didn't figure out where the black and red particles transformed by the Chaos Bell went. He could only look through the space capsule again to see if there was an instruction manual or something. If he could know the origin of the Chaos Bell, he might be able to deal with it. What made Lin Shen depressed was that there was nothing else in the space capsule. There were only these few things in such a large space. Lin Shen studied the use of the space capsule, but he didn't figure it out. It was estimated that only the bound person could open and close this thing. He could only put the space capsule and the things inside it away first. The space capsule could not be put into his own space device, so he could only put it in his pocket. Lin Shen put the other things into his space device first. When he was ready to go back, Lin Shen hesitated again, took out the space capsule, and stuffed it into a gap. Lin Shen was already familiar with this area. Although the gap was not big, it was a bit deep underneath. It should not be found by others if it was stuffed in. After doing all this, Lin Shen went back as if nothing had happened. In fact, he really didn't want to take these things. It seemed useless. He didn't get the information he wanted at all. After returning, he saw Xiaoyu teasing the little white tigers. The little white tigers were having fun with him, and seemed very happy. A duo sat alone on a rock, lost in thought, not knowing what she was thinking. Hearing footsteps, a duo raised her head and saw Lin Shen, and said with a complicated look, "Ation, I want to ask you for help with something." "What is it?" Lin Shen asked. "I think we should leave here as soon as possible, but because of my injury, my memory is a little bit wrong. So I need your help and want you to accompany me back." A duo paused and said, "Of course, I won't let you go in vain. I will give you enough compensation, or you can ask for any conditions you have." Lin Shen was overjoyed when he heard this. He was just wondering how to ask a duo to go with him. He didn't expect a duo to take the initiative to ask him to go back with him. This was a great thing. As long as he left the planet with a duo, he could use the mechanical watch to teleport away without such a strong gravity. "You saved my life. Don't mention it to me, whether you are paid or not. Your business is my business. I will definitely help you," Lin Shen said sanctimoniously. "That's great. You are such a good person. I think we should be able to be good friends, right?" "Of course, we are already good friends now." Lin Shen and a duo smiled at each other, and there was something in their eyes that was hard to read. Lin Shen thought he had taken a great advantage, and he felt a little sorry for using a duo. But he didn't know that a duo had similar thoughts at this time, but he didn't feel sorry at all. A duo at this time was no longer the original A duo. Deep in his eyes, there seemed to be a hint of strange purple. That was the purple color of the purple-robed butterfly girl. Her body was still A duo's, but the soul that controlled this body was no longer A duo. So now A duo had no memory of A duo at all. She knew nothing about A duo, and she didn't know much about the Godman. She tried to win over Lin Shen just to use Lin Shen to speed up her understanding of the Godman and A duo. But she never expected that Lin Shen was more ignorant than her, and knew less about A duo and the Godman than she did. The two guys, each with their own ulterior motives, thought they had taken a huge advantage. Chapter 965. "Adwa, do you still remember the way out?" Lin Shen asked Adwa beside him naturally while walking. "Don't you know the way out?" Adwa stopped and stared at Lin Shen and asked. "I got lost a long time ago, otherwise, I wouldn't have stayed here for so many days." Lin Shen was telling the truth, very sincerely. I don't remember it very clearly, just follow your feeling." Adwa retracted her gaze, and said while identifying the direction. Of course she knew the way out, and no one should be more familiar with the road here than her, but she didn't want to show it. Lin Shen frowned when he heard it, but there was nothing he could do, so he could only follow Adwa's feeling. Under Adwa's leadership, they took the wrong way several times and spent several days, and finally found the exit of this underground cave, but it was not the place where Lin Shen came in before. The purple light outside had long disappeared. After Lin Shen walked out of the cave, he found that there were rows of volcanoes with huge diameters around him. The volcanoes were neatly arranged and extended to the end of the horizon. It was impossible to tell how many there were. Lin Shen was secretly puzzled. How could there be such protruding volcanoes under such strong gravity? This was not scientific. What was even more strange was that these volcanoes were arranged too neatly. How could natural volcanoes be so neatly positioned? Even the distance between them looked almost the same. While Lin Shen was thinking, he saw a duo walking towards a place next to him, where a very strange-shaped device was parked. The reason why Lin Shen thought it was a device, not a spaceship or something, was because its appearance did not match his impression of a spaceship or a warship at all. The main body of the whole device is an oval black metal body standing up, and there is a huge blue crystal ring outside the oval body. Seeing that a duo had already walked over, Lin Shen hurriedly called Xiaoyu and the 4 little tigers to follow. A duo walked to the front of the device. She knew that this was the spaceship that a duo and the others took when they came, but she didn't know how to open it. She wanted to ask Lin Shen, but she felt that if she even forgot such a thing, it seemed a bit too much. Advanced technology saved her. There was no need for a duo to make any movements. The device had already since her arrival, started automatically, opened the hatch, and extended the ladder. A duo walked up calmly, and at the same time heard the voice in the spaceship, "Master, welcome back to the chrysanthemum." Lin Shen, who followed him to the steps, looked a little strange after hearing the name of the device. He stepped on the steps, and was blocked by a light screen that suddenly appeared. "Master, there are creatures trying to break into the chrysanthemum. Should we launch an attack to eliminate the invaders?" The voice of the intelligent brain sounded again. "They are my friends. Let them come up," a duo said. "Understood." The intelligent brain responded, and the light screen blocking Lin Shen disappeared instantly. Lin Shen couldn't help but sigh that the technology of the Godman race was indeed stronger than that of the ancient realm. After getting on the spaceship, Lin Shen looked around and saw a light and shadow appear in front of a duo, an elegant butler image. "Master, where are we going now?" the butler asked. "Home." A duo didn't really want to go back now. She still knew too little about a duo's background. But in this situation, if she didn't go home directly but went to other planets, it would only make Ottawa's family more suspicious. Uncle Shui died, and he was injured and lost his memory, but he didn't rush home immediately, which would make anyone suspicious. "Okay, master, please drive carefully." The housekeeper responded, and then saw a driving seat floating in front. Ottawa looked at the driving seat, and felt a little troubled. She didn't know how to drive this kind of thing at all. If she was a real person, even if she was not Ottawa herself, she should know to ask the housekeeper to switch to automatic driving mode at this time. Unfortunately, she was not only not a human, but also didn't know much about this kind of thing. Although Ottawa didn't understand anything, she also had her own way. She looked at Lin Shen and said, "I feel a little unwell, you drive it." Lin Shen was a little confused. How could he drive this thing? But since a duo asked him to drive, Lin Shen instinctively thought that every god should be able to drive this thing. Otherwise, why would a duo directly let him drive instead of asking him if he could drive it? If Lin Shen said that he couldn't drive it now, or asked for automatic driving, he was a little worried that a duo would suspect him. The two rookies thought that the other party should know a lot, but they didn't expect that they were both equally ignorant. When Lin Shen was thinking about how to deal with it without revealing any flaws, he saw Xiaoyu actually sat on it, and turned on the driving mode very familiarly. Lin Shen was surprised and happy in his heart. He was glad that Xiaoyu had helped him out, but he was also a little confused. He knew that he could drive this kind of spaceship, and he looked so skilled. Seeing that Xiaoyu could drive the spaceship skillfully, a duo was more certain that she could get a lot of information about gods from Lin Shen. Xiaoyu winked at Lin Shen while Ottawa wasn't paying attention to him, and then gave the housekeeper many orders. After asking for Ottawa's authorization, the housekeeper followed Xiaoyu's instructions, and the chrysanthemum started. The crystal ring outside split apart, forming 3 intersecting crystal rings, and then the crystal ring slowly started and rotated rapidly. The speed of the crystal ring became faster and faster, and the blue light became stronger and stronger, finally forming a white light ball, like a vortex. The next second, the chrysanthemum disappeared as if it had teleported, and only formed a series of strange space ripples on the planet. "It will take us more than 600 hours to return to Ottawa's home. You can take a rest first," Xiaoyu said to Ottawa and Lin Shen while driving the chrysanthemum. "Ottawa, you are not feeling well, go and rest first, I'm here," Lin Shen said. A duo nodded and said to the housekeeper, "You come with me, I need you to help me check some things." She didn't know where she should go to rest, so she could only let the housekeeper lead the way. After a duo and the housekeeper left, Lin Shen came to Xiaoyu, but didn't say anything. He suspected that there should be panoramic surveillance in the chrysanthemum, and his every move should be visible, and he couldn't reveal any flaws. Xiaoyu smiled and said, "Driving is boring, let's go online to check the news." As he said that, Xiaoyu called the housekeeper out, and another housekeeper appeared beside him, accepted his order, and opened the network of the chrysanthemum. Lin Shen didn't have any expression on his face, but he was very happy in his heart. Xiaoyu is really thoughtful and considerate, and I am not in vain for him. Not bad. Chapter 966. On the network of the Immortal Court, Lin Shen saw many things that surprised him. The Immortal Court was much larger than he had imagined. The ancient world where he was located was just the edge of the southern star region, one of the 6 major star regions of the Immortal Court. There were countless ancient world regions like this on the edge of the Immortal Court. The Immortal Court was the center of the universe, and the ancient world regions could only be regarded as scraps. The Immortal Court was divided into 6 major star regions: the Zhongtian star region, the Huda star region, the Nanqing region, the Beixing region, the Dongxing region, and the Xixing region. Each star region had an ultimate strongman as the ruler of the star region, and the ruler of the Zhongtian star region was the ruler of the entire Immortal Court. Lin Shen was not unfamiliar with the name of the Lord of the Immortal Court, because the Lord of the Immortal Court was the Jade Emperor who took the initiative to become Lin Shen's guardian fairy, but he could not call out his name. In the Immortal Court, immortal creatures can basically be said to be the lowest level of creatures. Even a newborn baby can have the power of law. However, here, the power of law is not called this name, but called distortion characteristics. All the gods in the Immortal Court are descendants of those ancient gods. The gods born from the combination of those incomparable existences have strong bloodlines that are simply beyond the imagination of people like Lin Shen from the ancient world. However, there are also differences between the gods and the inferiors. Generally speaking, there are 3 levels of gods: upper, middle and lower. Most gods are born as lower-level gods. They can improve their ranks by practicing magic. Even lower-level gods have some differences according to their different distortion characteristics. Ordinary gods, earth-level gods and heaven-level gods. Lin Shen roughly understood and found that the so-called 3 different ranks of gods are actually the corresponding 3 different law ranks of heaven, earth and man. Ordinary gods correspond to immortals of human law, earth-level gods correspond to immortals of earth law, and heaven-level gods correspond to immortals of heaven law. Middle-level gods are another level. Lin Shen has not yet figured out what the qualitative difference is between them. Like the ancient world, ordinary gods are the most common, earth-level gods are also quite common, and heaven-level gods are extremely rare. Strangely, among these levels, there is no level corresponding to the Dharma King, and it is unknown whether there is something like heavenly magic among the lower-level gods. The level of deformed species also corresponds to gods, and is also divided into upper, middle and lower levels. There are also subdivisions, but it is not heaven, earth, and man. Deformed species are divided into 3 grades: ordinary, mutant and divine beast, which actually correspond to the 3 laws of heaven, earth and man. Above the upper gods and divine beasts, there are more advanced life forms, that is, the ultimate gods or ultimate divine beasts, the ultimate creatures. However, the number of ultimate gods is extremely rare. Apart from the rulers of the 6-star regions, there are not many ultimate gods in the Immortal Court, and they rarely appear in the 6-star regions. The ultimate creature White Tiger that a duo wants to find is only a legendary ultimate creature. There is no video material at all, and it is unknown whether anyone has really seen it. Lin Shen roughly estimated that his own strength should be quite good among the lower gods. If he really fights, he should still have some chances of winning against the upper and lower gods. No wonder Tian Shu was able to injure the god who led him after rushing into the Immortal Court. I think it should be just a lower god. While Lin Shen was thinking, he suddenly saw a familiar face in the news. It's a duo. Lin Shen was a little surprised. He didn't expect to see a duo on the news. Soon Lin Shen knew a duo's true identity. He was the 6th son of the chief of the Sun Chaser clan, one of the 2 major divine families in the Zhongtian Star region. The news showed a duo meeting with the chief of another divine family. Lin Shen was also familiar with the other divine family. It was the EP881 clan, which possessed the sun shooting technique. The reason why a duo followed the chief to attend the meeting was not because a duo was favored more than other children, but because he was chosen to marry the EP881 clan. The marriage of the 2 major families in the Zhongtian Star region was a major event that shocked the entire Immortal Court. All the major star regions were talking about it, so Lin Shen could easily see it. Lin Shen saw that a duo was a person of status, but he didn't expect his status to be so awesome. According to the news, the Sun Chaser clan and the EP881 clan were originally 2 major forces that restrained each other. In the past, there were often conflicts of interest and constant friction between each other. This time, the sudden marriage of the 2 major families made everyone secretly guess whether the pattern of the Zhongtian Star region would change. Lin Shen's understanding of the Immortal Court and the gods was only superficial, and he had no idea what was going on. Originally, Lin Shen wanted to find an opportunity to teleport away, but he found that when the spaceship was flying, the mechanical watch was still interfered and could not be used. He could only wait until the spaceship stopped and then find a way to teleport away. While Lin Shen was watching the news, a duo was also watching the news. She had the same idea as Lin Shen, afraid of being discovered, so she did not actively search for the information she wanted to know, but only obtained intelligence from the news. The 2 imposters had their own thoughts on the spaceship. The chrysanthemum continued to move towards the Zhongtian Star region, taking them to an unpredictable future. It didn't take long for Xiaoyu to ask the housekeeper to switch to automatic driving. He was watching the news there by himself, and he was very devoted to it. Lin Shen watched more and found that it was not as difficult for him to pretend to be a god as he imagined. Among so many ancient realms, There are very few people who can rush into the fairy court in the flesh, so Linshin, who has a flesh body, is almost the same as a god. As long as he doesn't expose himself, others can't tell that he is a human from the ancient realm. This makes Linshin feel like he has penetrated into the enemy's internal undercover. He tries his best to understand the fairy court. Even if he returns to the ancient realm in the future, he will have to solve the big problem of the fairy court. He doesn't need to worry about the death calamity for the time being, but Tianquan is already an immortal and must experience the death calamity. If Tianquan can't survive in the future and can only choose to rush into the fairy court, it will not be a good thing. Those who enter the immortal court from the ancient realm are basically the lowest level of the immortal court. Even a powerful existence, like the Emperor of Heavenly Arts, is now unknown whether he is alive or dead. Tianquan is no match for the Emperor of Heavenly Arts. If she comes in, the situation will be even worse. Linshin is now somewhat fortunate that he came to the immortal court first, and that he knows all this. He must find a way for Tianquan and his relatives and friends. He can't just let them come up and be bullied. It's a pity that my rebel against Heaven's Bones have not been collected yet. The information of the rebel against Heaven's Bones says that there is a chance to evolve to the ultimate state of life. I don't know if it refers to the ultimate creature. Linshin thought that his rebel against Heaven's Bones were not much of a few now. After returning, he must take back the fire seeds from Longwei and Ouyang Yudu anyway. Chapter 967. More than 600 hours. For Linshin and a duo, it was not particularly long, and it could even be said that it felt a bit short. They were all trying to absorb all kinds of information and knowledge from the Immortal Court and make plans for the future. What surprised Linshin was that the Immortal Court, with such advanced technology, was a very conservative place. The hierarchy of the Immortal Court was very strict. The lower-level gods, middle-level gods, and upper-level gods had different rights in the Immortal Court, and the planets allocated to them were also different. That's right, the planets where the gods live were allocated by the Immortal Court, and the resources were also allocated by the Immortal Court. The planets and resources that the lower-level gods can be allocated are far from comparable to those of the middle-level gods, and the resources of the middle-level gods are far from those of the upper-level gods. So the Immortal Court is also a place where the strong prey on the weak. The stronger you are, the more resources the Immortal Court will give you. The more you understand the Immortal Court, the more you think that a place like the Immortal Court is too weird. A cosmic civilization with such advanced technology has a distribution system. Everything can only be obtained through distribution. There is basically no war here. If anyone tries to provoke a war, he will be punished by the Master of the Star Zone. At the least, he will be seriously injured, and at the worst, he will be directly wiped out. There are generally only two ways for gods to obtain resources. One is to rely on the distribution of the fairy court, and the other is to venture into the star field outside the 6 major star zones. The distribution method of the fairy court is actually very diverse. There are various competitions and rankings. If you can get a ranking, the allocated resources are still relatively rich. Various competitions and rankings are also very interesting. Normal competitions include battles between lower-level gods, battles between middle-level gods, battles between upper-level gods, and so on. There are also many pet battles, which are relatively normal, and the resources given are pretty good. Some of the weird rankings are very strange. Xianting actually has a beauty pageant, and it is divided into men's and women's groups. Gods of all levels can participate, and only beauty is compared, not strength. If you can get a place in the beauty pageant, the resources you get are also very generous. Linshin was very excited, and was thinking about whether to bring Ouyang Yu to participate in the competition. Maybe he could achieve resource freedom immediately. There are so many kinds of competitions that Linshin suspects that this place is not Xianting, but a large super competition venue. Anyway, in a place like Xianting, no one is kept idle. You can get resources if you want, but you have to participate in the competition and get a ranking to get a lot of information. If you really don't participate in any competition, Xianting will not let you starve to death. The planet will still be given, and resources and benefits will also be given, but those are the most basic guarantees, which can only allow people to maintain the most basic living conditions. The more Linshin looked at it, the more he felt that something was wrong with this Xianting. It was really wrong. He only saw the large amount of resources and benefits given by the Xianting, but he didn't see the source of these resources. The resources in the Xianting were all distributed, and there was no need to pay taxes. Not paying taxes is naturally a good thing, but the problem is that the Xianting has no income. So where do these resources distributed by the Xianting and the rewards given by the competition come from? This is not a matter of 1 or 2 days. The Xianting has a very long history. It has been distributed like this for trillions of years. Not to mention the planets that were allocated. So many resource rewards can't just appear out of thin air, right? What's even more bizarre is that the rulers of the 6-star regions, including the Jade Emperor, the Lord of the Immortal Court, have never appeared in their true form. Lin Shen has been watching the news for so long, but he has never seen these people in the news. All the information about them is obtained from others. No wonder I can't call out the Jade Emperor. Not to mention me, even the gods in the Immortal Court, who are not the top figures, who can contact the Lord of the Immortal Court, probably don't even know what the Jade Emperor looks like. Lin Shen thought to himself. These days, Lin Shen and a duo have also had a lot of exchanges. A duo's recovery seems to be very good, and slowly seems to remember a lot of things. How could he know that the things that a duo remembered were actually all what she saw in the news? In order to make sure if she had any omissions, she deliberately chatted with Lin Shen and Xiao Yu to see if they could find any flaws. The result made her very satisfied. Lin Shen and Xiao Yu did not see any problems at all. How could she know that Lin Shen and Xiao Yu knew no more than she did? So how could they see any flaws? By chance, Lin Shen and a duo came to the Sun-Chasing Nebula group in the Zhongtian Star region. The Sun-Chasing Nebula group was given to the ancestor of the Sun-Chasing clan, Quafu, by the Immortal Court. It has been inherited and passed down to a duo's generation. It is unknown how many generations have been passed down. However, no matter how it is passed down or divided, the Sun-Chasing Nebula group belongs to the Sun-Chasing clan, and this cannot be changed. A duo's father is called Ding Xian, the patriarch of the Sun-Chasing clan. He lives in the best galaxy in the Sun-Chasing Nebula group, and the planet he lives on is naturally the best in the Sun-Chasing clan. As Ding Xian's son, although a duo also got a planet assigned by the Immortal Court, he did not live on his own planet, but lived with Ding Xian on Quafu Star. The rules are fair, but people's origins are different. A duo has a father like Ding Xian, so he naturally does not need to compete with others in many things. Even if he needs to compete, with the help of Ding Xian, his peers cannot compete with him. However, a duo seems to rarely participate in various competitions, and does not rely on his origin and cultivation to participate in competitions to plunder resources. Except for following Ding Xian to attend the meeting with the Etian tribe, there is almost nothing about a duo on the internet. Even for such a big event as the marriage between the two tribes, a duo, as one of the protagonists, has little information dug out. Most of it is about how good his talent is, how hard he studies, and how fast he practices, but there is no substantial content at all. In comparison, a duo's brothers, sisters, and younger brothers are much more interesting than him. At least there are a lot of black materials to dig out. If it weren't for this marriage, few people would know about Ding Adwa, the sixth son of the Ding family. When the chrysanthemum landed on Quafu Star, Lin Shen and Adwa were equally nervous. Lin Shen was afraid that his identity would be seen through, and Adwa was also afraid that his identity would be seen through. When the spaceship entered the sky harbor, Lin Shen followed Adwa down, and saw a man, with a group of people coming up from a distance. Looking at the man who came over aggressively, Lin Shen felt extremely nervous, but had to pretend to be calm. Chapter 968. The man who came was dressed in black, followed by hundreds of people, who were also dressed in black. In addition, their aggressive appearance made Lin Shen feel that they were like gangsters, who would draw their knives and cut people if they disagreed. Could it be that I was exposed? These people are here to take me. Lin Shen's heart was a little nervous. He had just been secretly testing whether he could use the mechanical watch to teleport away from here, but for some reason, he still couldn't start it. If a fight broke out now, he didn't think he would be able to escape. Lin Shen looked at a duo and found that a duo seemed a little nervous. He probably guessed in his heart that a duo might not remember who this person was, and his brain was not fully recovered. This person couldn't be a duo's enemy, right? Lin Shen was thinking, but he saw that the man actually walked straight towards him, and didn't go towards a duo. It's over, I was discovered. Lin Shen's mind was working frantically, but he couldn't think of any way to get out. Fight them out? Quafu Star is the base camp of the Sun Chaser clan, and there are many high-ranking gods among them. Even if Lin Shen is given 3 lives, he will not be able to die. But what else can he do if he doesn't fight them out? He can't just sit there and wait for death, right? Various possibilities flashed through Lin Shen's mind, and he even thought about whether to take the guy in front, who looked like a gangster boss, as a hostage. In the end, Lin Shen gave up this idea and planned not to resist, and then drag a duo into the water. After thinking about it, he could only survive if he dragged a duo into the water. While Lin Shen was thinking, the man who looked like a gangster boss had walked in front of him, opened his hands, and came towards Lin Shen. Lin Shen had decided not to resist and let the other party capture him, but who knew that the man who looked like a gangster boss would hug him and say, "Sixth brother, we finally meet. Second brother missed you so much." Lin Shen was stunned and didn't react for a while. What was going on? A duo was also stunned. She didn't know what was going on. According to her understanding, the person whose body she took over should be Ding A Duo, the sixth son of the Ding family. What was going on now? What's wrong? Are you unhappy to see your second brother? After hugging Lin Shen, the man who looked like a gangster boss took a step back and looked at him. Seeing that his face looked a little strange, he couldn't help but frown and said, "That? You seem to have recognized the wrong person. I'm not Ding A Duo," Lin Shen said cautiously. Although he felt that it was impossible for this man not to even recognize his own brother, he couldn't think of any other possibilities except this possibility. "You are not the sixth brother? Are you kidding? If you are not the sixth brother, who else can be the sixth brother here? You are not going to tell me that he is the sixth brother? Sixth brother, you are really naughty. Are you kidding your second brother again?" The second brother of the Ding family, who is like a gangster, put his arm around Lin Shen's shoulder and said with a smile. Lin Shen is nearly 1.9 meters tall, but he still looks a little thin next to the second brother of the Ding family. The second brother of the Ding family seems to have a good relationship with a duo. But Lin Shen certainly cannot be his sixth brother. The real A Duo is standing in front of him, but he can't recognize her. This is a bit embarrassing. Seeing that Lin Shen has not smiled all the time and a duo on the opposite side has been looking at him, the second brother of the Ding family seems to feel something is wrong. He slowly loosens his arm around Lin Shen, looks at him, and asks with some doubts, "You are really not the sixth brother? Second brother, you are getting more and more stupid. You can even admit your own brother's mistake. You are really amazing." A voice that was neither positive nor negative sounded. Everyone turned their heads and saw a man in white walking over with a folding fan. He had a handsome face and a straight figure. He looked very cool while waving a folding fan. But for some reason, Lin Shen always felt that this man was too feminine. Although they were both holding folding fans, he was more manly. Behind this man in white, there were also hundreds of people. They were wearing the same white clothes, and they were clearly separated from the black-clothed people brought by the second brother of the Ding family. The contrast was particularly abrupt. "Big brother, you don't have to mind my business, stop talking nonsense." The second brother of the Ding family looked down on the man in white, turned around and left Lin Shen, smiled and reached out to hug A Duo's shoulders, and said, "A Duo, second brother, I have been too tired recently, my eyes are blurry, and I miss you too much. I actually think everyone looks like you, so I recognize the wrong person. I will take you to Dingxiamen to have fun later, all as an apology to you." A Duo held the second brother of the Ding family's arm with one hand, not letting him hug her. "I appreciate your kindness. I am not healed from my injury. I want to go back and rest first." The second brother of the Ding family was thick-skinned and didn't care at all. He naturally withdrew his hand, looked at A Duo nervously and said, "A Duo, where are you injured? Tell me quickly, I will find someone to treat you now." Before A Duo said anything, the eldest brother of the Ding family in white sneered and said, "Second brother, don't act there. How could you not know that the sixth brother was injured? Adwa just came back. How could I know?" The second brother's face darkened. "Didn't you keep an eye on the chrysanthemum of the sixth brother? Uncle Shui didn't come back with him. How could you not know what happened?" The eldest brother of the Ding family sneered. "Boss, don't spit blood. Who is monitoring Adwa's spaceship? You are talking about yourself, right?" The second brother of the Ding family immediately retorted. The eldest brother of the Ding family ignored him, and looked at Adwa, and said, "Sixth brother, Uncle Shui didn't come back with you. Something must have happened to you during your trip, right? We met Zhixiao Mingdai on a planet, and Uncle Shui sacrificed himself to save me," Adwa said with a sigh. The faces of the eldest and second sons of the Ding family changed. The eldest son of the Ding family said, "The purple cloud butterfly is a high-ranking divine beast. It is a great fortune that you can come back alive. Uncle Shui got what he wanted and died a worthy death. You don't have to be too sad. You just said that you were injured. Was it the purple cloud butterfly? If so, you must treat it immediately. The injuries left by the purple cloud butterfly are not so easy to solve. If you don't treat it in time, I am afraid that there will be endless troubles. The injuries of the purple cloud butterfly cannot be cured by ordinary treatments. I have a man with the extreme yang divine art, who is the nemesis of the purple cloud butterfly." The second son of the Ding family immediately said, "If I was really injured by the purple cloud butterfly, I'm afraid that my sixth brother would not have waited for you two to show your courtesy here, and would have died on the road long ago. A woman in green came over, gave the eldest and second sons of the Ding family a cold look, and then took a duo's hand, and left without saying anything. Sixth brother, come back with me. Lin Shen saw that the eldest and second sons of the Ding family looked unhappy, but they did not stop the woman. Lin Shen kept staring at the woman's hair. There was something in her hair that he didn't know whether it was a hairpin or a hairpin, and there was a thick mosaic on it. There is mosaic in the fairy court? Lin Shen was surprised and hurriedly followed. Chapter 969. Lin Shen was about to follow, but was blocked by the second brother of the Ding family in black. Boy, your name is Tian, right? Come with me. The second brother of the Ding family snapped his fingers, and immediately two black-clad gods came over, sandwiching Lin Shen in the middle. Young Master A Duo saved my life. I have to follow him. Lin Shen hurriedly said loudly. These few days on the spaceship, he and A Duo had a good chat. Although he wanted to use each other, he felt that A Duo should have a good impression of him, and would not abandon him. The woman and A Duo turned their heads to look at Lin Shen when they heard the voice. The woman looked at Lin Shen, and then turned her eyes to A Duo. Although she didn't say anything, her meaning was very clear. She was asking A Duo if she needed to take Lin Shen with her. It's just a small favor. Don't take it to heart. We see each other again in the future. A Duo waved to Lin Shen very casually, then turned and left. Lin Shen was stunned. When A Duo chatted with him before, her attitude was not like this. Why did she suddenly become like this? She was simply destroying the bridge after crossing the river. This bastard. Lin Shen cursed A Duo for being shameless in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. Fortunately, he didn't expect A Duo to be a good person. He just wanted to use A Duo to escape from the huge neutron star. The woman looked at Lin Shen with some doubts, then turned and left with A Duo. Boy, no one can take you away from me now, just go honestly. The second son of the Ding family said, and walked forward. Lin Shen knew that he had no way to escape, so he could only take Xiaoyu with him, and follow the second son of the Ding family. There was nothing he could do about it. If he himself was not decent, the second son of the Ding family would definitely ask someone to help him be decent. After leaving the airport, the second son of the Ding family took them on the aircraft, and took them directly to a place that looked like a warehouse. The second son of the Ding family sat on a big chair, and stared at Lin Shen without blinking. Second son, I haven't offended you, have I? Lin Shen asked. No. The second son of the Ding family shook his head. Did young Master A Duo offend you? Lin Shen asked again. Lin Shen originally thought that A Duo must have a bad relationship with him. If the second son of the Ding family wanted to target him, because of this, he could say that he hated A Duo so much now, and wanted to turn from darkness to light. Unexpectedly, the second son of the Ding family thought about it, and shook his head and said, no. Lin Shen was dumbfounded for a moment. Fortunately, he had been with the people of Tianshi Academy for a long time, so his mind was more flexible. Hearing this, he immediately said, since we have not offended you, and Master Adwa has saved my life, the Ding family has done me a favor. If the second son has any instructions, just tell me. In order to repay the great favor, I will definitely not let you down. The second son of the Ding family looked at Lin Shen with a smile and said, I didn't expect your character to be so cowardly. It's a bit unexpected. Lin Shen smiled awkwardly. People should know how to be grateful. This is my motto. The second son of the Ding family laughed, and laughed happily. Very good. I like people who know how to be grateful. Since you are a grateful person, you should know the principle of repaying a drop of water with a spring of water, right? Of course. Lin Shen said seriously. Okay, I'm very happy today. Just accompany me to have fun. As he said that, the second son of the Ding family waved his hand, and the younger brothers standing on both sides quickly retreated. When Lin Shen was wondering what the second son of the Ding family meant, he saw some more people in black coming in. Not only did they come in, they also moved in a lot of things. What are they doing? Lin Shen looked at the things they put down, and his expression became very strange. Lin Shen originally thought that the second son of the Ding family was a violent maniac, and wanted to torture him with various tortures to force him to tell the truth. Who knew that the things moved in were not torture instruments, but various things that looked like wine, and various delicacies. Seeing this situation, Lin Shen really thought that the second son of the Ding family wanted to find someone to drink with him. But the next thing that was moved and completely overturned Lin Shen's idea. The black-clothed man behind actually moved in a white bathtub with water, and flower petals were placed in the water. There were actually romantic candles lit on the table, but the whip next to it made Lin Shen unable to associate candles with food, but instead had a very bad association. Until a round water bed was brought in, Lin Shen was almost certain of his guess. This second son of the Ding family turned out to be a dead pervert. Lin Shen bit his teeth and decided to fight to the death. He, Lin Shen, was a man who stood tall and upright, and would never be insulted like this. He would rather die standing than live lying on his stomach. Let me learn today what is so great about the god. Lin Shen secretly operated his strength and wanted to use the 3-star system. Suddenly, the second son of the Ding family, who was sitting on the sofa, clapped his hands, and suddenly a group of figures came in from outside and stood in a row behind Lin Shen, blocking Lin Shen's escape route, and forming a pincer attack with the second son of the Ding family on the other side. But when Lin Shen turned his head and took a closer look at the row of people coming in, he almost dropped his jaw in surprise. The row of people in front of him, all of them were white-skinned, beautiful, long-legged, wearing cool bikinis, and posing in enchanting postures. Some were affectionate, some were cold and pure, some were coquettishly throwing seductive eyes, and some blushed, as if they didn't dare to look at Lin Shen, and lowered their cute little faces. The beauties of various styles dazzled Lin Shen. The key is that these beauties have their own characteristics and outstanding temperament. They are not the kind of beauties with multiple births that will make you faceblind at first glance. Why don't you call someone? The second son of the Ding family sat on the sofa with his arms open and said to those beauties, "Hello, sir. My name is Shirqing. My name is Warner. My name is..." The beauties gave their names charmingly. Lin Shen was full of doubts, wondering what the second son of the Ding family was doing. "What's wrong, sixth son? Don't you like these goddesses? These are the beauties who can enter the top 10,000 in the goddess ranking list of the previous world. If you don't like them, I will change a batch for you," the second son of the Ding family said with a smile. "Second son, you really recognize the wrong person. I am not Ding Adwa." Lin Shen was a little confused. How could the second son of the Ding family still recognize the wrong person at this time? This is too strange. "Of course I know you are not Ding Adwa, and I have no interest in entertaining him." The second son of the Ding family sat up straight, looked at Lin Shen, and said seriously, "Your brother and I are brothers, and we are friends for life and death. He even saved my life." "I will not remember a word he said wrong. He said he had a younger brother, and his younger brother is naturally my younger brother. Although I have never seen you, I know it is you at first sight. You brothers have different temperaments from others, and there is no mistake. You are the 6th master of the Lin family, right?" Chapter 970. Lin Shen looked at the second son of the Ding family, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. If you say he is talking nonsense and trying to trick Lin Shen into giving you information, how can ordinary people know that his last name is Lin, that he is a brother, and that he is called Shiya? Lin Shen never mentioned these things on the chrysanthemum, and he was born in the ancient realm. Even if the second son of the Ding family wanted to check, he couldn't find out his origins. But if he really has some relationship with the Lin family, he is called Lin Shen Zai Liui. Where did the 6th son of the Lin family come from? Including the eldest sister, there are only 5 siblings. Where did Zai Liui come from? If there is really no relationship, how can the second son of the Ding family dare to say these things so confidently, as if it were a serious matter? Looking at the second son of the Ding family, Lin Shen was really confused by him, and didn't know what he was like. "Sixth master, don't just stand there, choose. If you don't like it, we can change another batch," the second son of the Ding family said carelessly. "I'm not interested in these. Let them go out, and we can talk alone." Lin Shen didn't know who he had mistaken for, so he had to figure it out first. Otherwise, when the second son of the Ding family found out that he was not that person, the consequences would be more troublesome than explaining it now. The second son of the Ding family waved his hand to let all the beauties go out. Lin Shen waited until they were all gone, and the door was closed. Only he and the second son of the Ding family were left in the warehouse. Lin Shen said carefully, "Second young master." Unexpectedly, he had just said 3 words when he was interrupted by the second son of the Ding family. "Why call me second young master? You are my brother's younger brother, that is, my younger brother, and you are called second brother." "Second brother Ding, you said I'm your brother's younger brother, so what's your brother's name?" Lin Shen asked. Lin Shen knew it was easy to make this clear. As long as he knew the name of the second brother of the Ding family, he could naturally tell whether the person he was talking about had any relationship with Lin Shen. Of course, it would be best if there were photos. The technology of the immortal cord was so advanced, and the second brother of the Ding family had such a good relationship with that person. They were already brothers, and they must have acted together. It should be normal for them to be recorded. "I don't know. The second brother of the Ding family's answer was beyond Lin Shen's expectations. I'm asking about your brother's name. Lin Shen thought he didn't hear it clearly, so he repeated it again. Yes, I don't know. The second brother of the Ding family answered, as a matter of course, and his expression didn't even change. Lin Shen looked at the second brother of the Ding family. His face was extremely strange. The second brother of the Ding family kept saying that the man was his brother, but he didn't even know the man's name. The second son of the Ding family didn't care about Lin Shen's eyes, and said self-indulgently, the friendship between gentlemen is as light as water. If the friendship is long-lasting, why would you care about the other person's surname or origin? Although I come from a famous family, the brotherhood between your brother and I cannot be interfered with by any other external things. You can stay here with me without worry. With me here, no one can do anything to you. Lin Shen looked at the second son of the Ding family in a daze, and felt that this person was really bullshitting. He said so much, but in fact, he only expressed one meaning. The second son of the Ding family was not familiar with the Lin family member he mentioned. Lin Shen guessed that maybe the man just helped him when he passed by, and didn't take it seriously at all, but he treated him as a close brother. Of course, it is possible that even such a person was fabricated by the second son of the Ding family, just to deceive Lin Shen. Lin Shen thought carefully. He had never revealed his surname and relatives on the chrysanthemum, and he had not even talked about topics related to it. How did the second son of the Ding family know that his surname was Lin, and that he had a brother? Lin Shen thought about it, and he felt that there was something wrong. The second son of the Ding family did not bother so much. He stood up and patted Lin Shen on the shoulder and said, stay at ease. Tell me if you need anything. There are few things I can't do on Quafu Star. As he said that, the second son of the Ding family left the warehouse. When he walked to the door of the warehouse, he turned around and said to Lin Shen, stay away from a duo. That guy looks harmless on the surface, but he is actually very scheming. He is the kind of person who will kill people without paying for his life. If you get too close to him, you will suffer. Second brother Ding, are you really so sure that I am your brother's younger brother? Lin Shen couldn't help asking again. He naturally knew that Ottawa was a person who could not be trusted. As soon as he returned to Quafu Star, he had cheated him. Fortunately, the second son of the Ding family had other plans, otherwise Lin Shen would definitely not have an easy life. Ottawa, that bastard, actually crossed the river and burned the bridge. Sooner or later, I will settle this account with him. Lin Shen was secretly angry in his heart. He had no idea that the reason why Ottawa brought him back was to make him a witness to prove that he was injured and had a problem with his brain. The people of the Ding family wanted to ask Lin Shen questions, which was exactly what Ottawa needed. Lin Shen did not need to lie. He could help her by saying whatever he had. But a duo did not expect that the second son of the Ding family would actually know Lin Shen, and did not ask anything, which made her previous plan fall through. In fact, a duo thought too much. No one in the Ding family suspected that a duo had problems. Or in this critical period of the marriage between the two families, even if Ding and a duo had problems, they would not let this problem become a problem. While a duo was still carefully dealing with the Ding family, Lin Shen was already flying happily. This warehouse was originally the second son of the Ding family's own playhouse. It not only contained a variety of high-tech products, but also many top collections. Lin Shen did not touch those collections, but only used ordinary intelligent brains to complete many incredible operations. The level of technological development of the Immortal Cord far exceeded Lin Shen's imagination. Because the Immortal Cord does not allow gods and humans to hurt each other, let alone start wars, otherwise it will bring disaster. But the gods have such strong strength and have nowhere to vent, which will sooner or later become a hidden danger. The many rankings made by the Immortal Cord are also to solve this problem. Lin Shen was still wondering before, the Immortal Cord is so big, almost boundless, how can so many gods and people gather together to participate in various competitions, even if they teleported through the teleportation array again and again, in such a large universe? Who can teleport like this often? Too much time, energy, and resources are wasted. Now Lin Shen finally figured out what was going on. The Immortal Cord actually has a device called Shinyu Taishu Cabin, through which the mind can enter a world called Taishu. The Taishu world is similar to the game world, and death in it has no effect on the body. But in the Taishu world, you can do anything that you can't do in the Immortal Cord world. There you can fight crazily and kill endlessly. The reality of that world makes many people doubt that the Taishu world is not a virtual world. The Shinyu Taishu equipment can replicate everything about you 100%, just like you are in reality. Even clothes, electronic devices, pets, distorted artifacts, etc. can be complicated. Some people suspect that Taishu is simply another parallel time and space. All kinds of rankings in the Immortal Court are carried out in the Taishu world. Chapter 971. Lin Shen used the Xinyu Taishu device to enter the Taishu world, and found that there was no difference between this place and the real world. When he entered the Xinyu Taishu device, he felt like he had been teleported to this magical place. Nothing on him had changed, which made Lin Shen hard to believe that this world was not real. This is definitely not a virtual world. After checking for a while, Lin Shen found that he had brought all his things with him. To virtualize, at least data is needed. How can you virtualize the same thing without data? It is normal for other things to be virtualized through the Xinyu Taishu device, but it is not normal for one thing to enter the Taishu world together. Strictly speaking, it is not a certain thing, but a pet, not just one pet, but two pets. That is Xiuya and Xiona, the two pets that Lin Shen has never dared to show. When he got them, the information left in the box made it very clear that taking the things in the box was equivalent to being an enemy of the whole world. Therefore, Lin Shen has never dared to release Xiuya and Xiona, let alone let people discover their existence. This time when he entered the Taishu world, Xiuya and Xiona were also copied in. If the Xinyu Taishu device can scan Xiuya and Xiana's information, it is normal to copy them in together. But now their attributes are still the same here. In other words, the Xinyu Taishu device was not able to scan their data, so how did they come in virtual? Lin Shen thought about it, and came to only one conclusion. Taishu is not a virtual world at all, but a real place. He did not enter here with his mind, but was teleported in with his body. While thinking, Lin Shen looked around and found that this was a small island with an endless sea outside. There was nothing on the island except some plants. Lin Shen couldn't help but frown. He read the instructions of the Xinyu Taishu device before entering. Theoretically, after entering the Taishu world, he should appear in a random city. The upper gods, middle gods, and lower gods will be randomly assigned to different cities. There is no concept of planets in Taishu. The entire Taishu world has only one continent. All people who enter the Taishu world are on this continent. But no one knows how big this continent is, and no one has reached the end of the continent anyway. The reason why the gods of different levels are separated is that outside the city, there will be a large number of deformed species appearing, and they will even attack the gods in the city, and there are many cases of massacres. If a lower-level god appears outside an area full of upper-level deformed species, he will have nothing to do except die. Lin Shen originally thought that he would be assigned to a city of lower-level gods. After all, his strength has reached that level. But not only is there no city here, there is not even a person. Lin Shen flew up into the sky, wanting to know where this place is. He guessed that this might be a certain ocean area on the continent. Because the continents of the Taishu world are almost endless, the ocean is just a pool in the continent. Lin Shen kept flying high, and the earth kept shrinking in his eyes. Soon the island was so small that he could not see it. At such a high position, he still could not see the end of the ocean. What he could see was still only the ocean, and there was no continent at all. Lin Shen could only fly up and up again, until the ocean under his feet was almost as vast as the galaxy, and he could still only see the ocean, and there was no trace of the continent at all. No, I haven't heard that there is such a big ocean in the Taishu world, and I haven't heard that anyone who enters the Taishu world will appear in such a place. What is going on? Lin Shen was in doubt. Lin Shen was afraid that he would get lost in this endless ocean, so he could only fall vertically along the route he flew up, and it took a long time to return to the isolated island. He looked in the sky for so long, not only did he not find the continent, but he also didn't find the second island. Lin Shen was full of doubts. This place seemed to be a little different from the Taishu world he had read about. While thinking, Lin Shen chose to exit the Taishu world and his consciousness returned to the Xinyu Taishu cabin. He checked the Xinyu Taishu cabin and found no problems. The equipment was normal, and his operation was correct. After Lin Shen checked some information online, he was sure that there was no problem with his operation, and it was impossible to make a mistake. The problem was that no matter how he searched, he did not see such a large ocean in the Taishu world. Lin Shen re-entered the Xinyu Taishu cabin, wanting to try whether he would be sent to a normal city if he entered again. As a result, after the teleportation feeling disappeared, he appeared on the isolated island again. What's going on? Lin Shen could only walk around the isolated island to see if he could find anything. The isolated island was not big, and it didn't take much time to walk around. Lin Shen quickly looked around the isolated island, and then he found unbelievably that there was a Suanio temple on this isolated island. This Suanio temple was a little different from the general Suanio temple. It was better to say that this was a cave than a temple, but the three words Suanio temple were engraved above the cave door. Lin Shen walked into the Suanio temple, and found that although the things here were very simple and quaint, the layout and various things were very similar to the Suanio temple in the ancient boundary area, but it looked more primitive and simple. Lin Shen followed the way to use the Suanio temple to see if he could use the Suanio temple, and found that it was really possible. He used the Suanio temple in the Taishi world to enter the Shangxing, and then saw the familiar trading area and various rankings. No. How could this be? After Lin Shen carefully looked at the trading area, the commodity area and various rankings, his eyes gradually widened, and he felt more and more incredible. In the Shangxing rankings, Xiaoyu and Kibizo's names were still on it, which was normal. In addition to these rankings, Lin Shen also saw another separate Xiaoting ranking area, which had various rankings. The names and things on it were all unfamiliar to Lin Shen. They should be the various rankings of the 6 major star regions. The various rankings of the ancient realm and the Taishi world actually appeared in Shangxing. What is going on? Lin Shen tried to ask the spirit of Shangxing, but the spirit of Shangxing here did not answer his questions, but only mechanically executed orders. Chapter 972. Through the operation of Shangxing, Lin Shen can trade with people in the ancient world, and with people in the fairy court, and the things can all be delivered to Lin Shen normally. This is the conclusion that Lin Shen came to after buying and selling some small things, and after Lin Shen withdrew from the Taishi world, the small things he bought also appeared in reality. Taishi world is indeed not a virtual world, it is a real place. Lin Shen is more and more certain that Taishi world is real. This makes Lin Shen very happy. For some reason, the mechanical watch still cannot be used on Quafu Star, which makes his idea of taking the opportunity to escape fail. Now that the abnormality of Taishi world has been discovered, there is Shangxing there. Lin Shen is thinking about whether he can copy the previous routine again and sell himself as a commodity in the Shangxing trading area, so that he can go back. As soon as he said it, Lin Shen entered the Xinyu Taishu cabin again. The Xinyu Taishu cabin is fully enclosed. When the gods enter it, they think they are sleeping in the Taishu cabin in their real bodies, and their consciousness is transmitted to the Taishi world. Lin Shen now believes that there is no such thing as wandering in the void, but his real body went to that place. Entering the isolated island of the void world again, Lin Shen, who originally wanted to go straight to the Suanio temple, suddenly found that there was something extra on the isolated island. A creature that came from nowhere fell on the beach, as if dying. Lin Shen took a quick look and saw that the creature looked weird, and he didn't know what it was. After a closer look, he was shocked. It turned out to be a creature similar to a mermaid, with a human body and a snake tail and a human face. If it were just this, it wouldn't be surprising. The main thing is that the hair of this creature is made up of poisonous snakes, which is very similar to the legendary Medusa. What is this? A hybrid of a mermaid and Medusa? Lin Shen looked at the strange thing lying on the beach with a strange look. Seeing her lying on the ground motionless, Lin Shen summoned Xiaoyu and asked Xiaoyu to check what the thing was. He didn't dare to go over there. That thing looked like Medusa. What if he went over there, and that thing opened its eyes and petrified him? Wouldn't he be courting death? After listening to what Lin Shen said, Xiaoyu glared at him and said, "What strength do you have?" "What strength do I have? You don't do it yourself, but let me do everything. Are you still a human being? Didn't you say that you are my biological son? If I have something to do, of course, I have to let my son do it." Lin Shen smiled. Xiaoyu was so angry that he trembled all over. He stopped talking and looked at the strange thing on the beach. He did not rush over immediately. He summoned the Shura knife and Shura fork. He first used the Shura fork to stab into the void tentatively. The thing immediately made a sound with the Shura fork in Xiaoyu's hand. It moved left and right, front and back. Xiaoyu soon found that the thing should not be alive. If it was alive, it would probably get up and fight him as long as it had a breath. After confirming that there was no danger, Xiaoyu walked over. Lin Shen also saw that there was no danger, so he followed Xiaoyu. The two squatted down to study this strange corpse. The strange thing that had just squatted down and closed its eyes suddenly opened its eyes. The two people were so frightened that they jumped up and flew directly into the air, throwing all kinds of skills and techniques. Various attacks hit the body of the strange thing, almost destroying the beach, but the strange thing did not react at all, and still lay there with its eyes open. Lin Shen and Xiaoyu's bombardment did not cause any damage to her body. This thing's body is so strong, but why doesn't she move? Looking at the motionless strange thing, Lin Shen was in doubt. This is the Taishi world. Lin Shen didn't think this thing looked like a god, but might be a deformed species in the Taishi world. Seeing that she didn't move, Lin Shen thought about it, and pulled out the dead powder, wanting the dead powder to kill the deformed species to avoid any accidents. The dead powder rushed over very quickly, unlike Xiaoyu's thoughts. The dead powder is now an immortal creature with dual laws and extremely destructive nirvana power. It stands to reason that its attack power is enough to easily destroy the body of any lower-level deformed species. But Lin Shan watched the purple glowing tail of the dead fan pierce the body of the strange thing, but it only left a red mark on her body, and could not penetrate at all. This body strength is too strong. Could it be that this is not a lower-level deformed species, but a middle-level or even upper-level deformed species? Lin Shan was suspicious. He and the dead fan and Xiaoyu studied it for a long time, and finally they could only use the slag knife to saw the neck of the strange thing one by one. The slag knife is indeed a good thing. Its hardness and toughness are surprisingly strong, and it is also very difficult to wear. After so many battles, big and small, there is not even a rice-sized crack on it. Those small slide-like spots have not fallen off due to long-term wear and tear, and there is no sign of wear and tear against such a strong body. Lin Shan kept grinding the neck of the strange thing again, and each time he could only grind off a little bit of debris. It's strange to say that this strange thing has its eyes open, and it can even sense the blood-like liquid flowing in her body. It is obviously alive, but it is motionless. Her eyes are dull, just like that, straight and blank, without any life, like an inflatable doll. Lin Shan saw it for a long time, and finally sawed a small hole in her neck, and the liquid inside flowed out. Lin Shan thought that if this continued, he didn't know how long it would take to saw off her head, so it would be better to let her bleed directly. If the blood was drained, she might die. Taking out a water bag, Lin Shan collected the liquid flowing out of her body, while using a slag knife to saw continuously, not only to prevent the wound from healing, but also to expand the wound and make the liquid flow faster. After all the efforts, no more liquid flowed out of the wound, but the wound was only a shallow layer, and it was still far from sawing off her neck. Kill the lower ultimate creature, the goddess of anger and evil. Discover the ultimate source of distortion. Lin Shan was finally stunned, full of doubts. Isn't it said that the ultimate creature is a high-level creature above the upper one? How can there be a lower ultimate creature? Could it be that the ultimate creature is not a level, but a grade? There are 3 grades of deformed species: ordinary, mutant, and divine beast. Could it be that the ultimate creature is another grade above the divine beast? This is the Taishi world. I wonder if it is consistent with the outside world. Chapter 973. While Lin Shan was thinking, he suddenly saw dots of gray light drifting out of the body of the angry goddess, forming a gray crown in the air. A chain of order light extended from the void, entwined on the gray crown, and absorbed the energy in the crown. Immortal crown. Lin Shan suddenly realized something. The ultimate creature actually possessed the immortal crown, so the corresponding lower ultimate creature should be the immortal of the King of Laws. While Lin Shan was thinking, the dead powder had already flown out of his body, and like last time, it turned into a huge state and bit the gray immortal crown, and the gears in its mouth kept grinding, trying to grind the immortal crown and swallow it. Now it is at the immortal level. With the blessing of the law of force and the law of speed, the rotation speed and force of the gears are far better than before. In the flashing red light, dots of dust-like gray crystals were ground down and kept swallowed into the stomach of the dead powder. It was not until the immortal crown was about to be pulled into the void that the die-hard fan reluctantly opened his mouth and watched the immortal crown being pulled into the void. The mechanical watch on Lin Shan's wrist vibrated, and the information on it was jumping. The strength attribute, which had been slowly increasing recently, kept popping up the reminder of strength +1 at this time, and the strength attribute was growing rapidly. Obviously, the weight of the die-hard fan increased again, because of the infinite power contract. Lin Shan's strength attribute was increased again. In a blink of an eye, the strength attribute had broken through the 14,000 mark, and the growth rate gradually slowed down. The die-hard fan flew back, and Lin Shan hurriedly checked its attributes and found that its strength attribute had not actually changed, but there was an additional solidified law in the law. This guy can actually learn any law he eats. Lin Shan was a little jealous of the dead fan. He could easily master the law by just eating it casually. This was too easy. In comparison, it was much more difficult for him. Lin Shan was a little worried. The more the dead fan ate, the more laws he would learn. However, these laws were only incomplete after all, not the real immortal laws. The dead fan was not the immortal king now. Compared with the real immortal king, he should still suffer a little. With the departure of the immortal crown, the body of the monster was obviously not so hard. When Lin Shan sawed her head again, it was not so hard. After a while, the head of the angry goddess was sawed open, and a gray distortion source was caught by Lin Shan. After the distortion source left the body of the angry goddess, it immediately vibrated violently, automatically left Lin Shan's palm and flew up, constantly expanding, twisting and changing in the air, and finally turned into a gray shield. Immortal Shield, the ultimate lower distortion artifact. Category: Solidification. Usage requirements: solidification of the immortal law. Distortion rate: 100%. Hardness: 20,000. Toughness: 20,000. Distortion characteristics: Immortal Guardian. This attribute made Lin Shan's eyes go straight. 20,000 attributes are much stronger than those distortion artifacts he got before. It is estimated that the attributes of the lower level distortion artifacts should be 20,000. The requirements for the use of the Immortal Shield are very simple. It only requires the immortal law of the solidification system, and there are no attribute requirements. But this simple requirement is more difficult than any attribute requirement. Only the King of Laws can possess the true immortal law, and only one King of Laws can obtain a certain type of immortal law. This Immortal Shield can be said to be the exclusive artifact of the Immortal King of the solidification system, and others cannot use it even if they want to. I don't know if my law matrix can handle this thing. Lin Shan tried to use the law matrix to activate the distortion characteristics of the Immortal Shield. The result made Lin Shan overjoyed. A gray turbid light appeared on the Immortal Shield, and Lin Shan's body was coated with a layer of gray luster. The law matrix is unexpectedly useful. Lin Shan himself was a little surprised. It was obviously a law matrix extracted from the immortal land of the Jade system. Why can't it even activate the exclusive distortion artifact of the immortal law? It's a bit too magical. Lin Shan thought to himself. Since even the Immortal King's exclusive artifact can be activated, that is to say, the system requirements of the distortion artifact are invalid for me. As long as I can meet the attribute requirements, I can use any system of distortion artifacts. This is a pleasant surprise. The die-hard fan was obviously not satisfied. Under the giant form, he swallowed the corpse of the angry goddess, and then changed back to the pet capsule form to digest and rest. Lin Shan immediately left the Taishi world. He wanted to know whether such changes would disappear after leaving the Taishi world. The result was naturally that they would not disappear. All the changes still existed. His own attributes, and the changes of the die-hard fans were real, and did not disappear because of leaving the Taishi world. Xianting is indeed a magical place. There are too many incredible things here. Lin Shan suddenly seemed to understand where all the resources of the Immortal Court came from. The defense effect of the Immortal Shield is very strong, and it is estimated that it is difficult for the power of the lower gods to break its defense. But how strong the defense is, it still needs a stronger opponent to verify. In addition to studying the Taishi world, Lin Shan is also studying what exactly caused the mechanical watch to lose its transmission ability. After studying on the network of the Immortal Court for a long time, Lin Shan probably understood what went wrong. A planet is an extremely great existence for humans in the ancient world. The power of humans itself is difficult to shake the planet. But for the gods of the Immortal Court, many planets are relatively fragile, no different from houses at home. If a battle occurs, it is easy to be destroyed. So basically all the planets that have owners have been covered with powerful restrictions, and various forces will be greatly suppressed on the planet. Not to mention using the space transmission device. Even the strong people of the space system find it difficult to use the space transmission ability on the planet. If you want the space transmission device to work, you can only leave Quafu Star. Will the Ding family let me leave Quafu Star? Lin Shan felt that the second son of the Ding family said nice things, but in fact, he was under house arrest here. He could do whatever he wanted, but once he left the warehouse, there would be two gods of unknown level following him closely, even when he went to the toilet, and he couldn't get rid of them at all. Under such circumstances, Lin Shan didn't believe that the second son of the Ding family would let him leave. What exactly does the second son of the Ding family plan to do? Lin Shan couldn't guess what the second son of the Ding family wanted to do. They kept him under house arrest here, provided him with good food and drink, but didn't let him leave. Every time Lin Shan proposed to leave, the gods who followed Lin Shan would use the excuse that the second son of the Ding family was not there, and asked Lin Shan to wait for him to come back and tell him in person. But except for the first day he came, he never saw the shadow of the second son of the Ding family again. Chapter 974. Since he couldn't leave, Lin Shan tried his best to learn all kinds of knowledge about the Immortal Court. The more he knew about the Immortal Court, the more help he would get in the future. Lin Shan suddenly found a problem. Although his theory of evolution had been modified by himself, and was very suitable for his own situation, but the effect of the theory of evolution could only reach the nirvana level. Originally, Lin Shan thought that the theory of evolution was enough to reach the nirvana level. After all, if you want to be promoted to the immortal level, you need to understand the immortal law, and the relationship with the evolution technique is not too big. In fact, it is not the case. After Lin Shan studied the skills of the gods, he found that the immortal level actually needs to be cultivated. The immortals in the ancient world do not need to cultivate, because they have no subsequent skills at all, thinking that the immortal level is already the top. But the immortal level of the gods is just the beginning. The lower gods can improve their rank by practicing the magic skills. A ground-level god can be promoted to the heavenly level by practicing various skills, or even promoted to the middle-level god and the upper-level god. In fact, it is similar to the promotion of human immortals to earth and heaven, except that the immortals in the ancient world basically rely on their own understanding to reach the realm of heaven. The gods only need to practice the corresponding magic skills to reach the realm of heaven. In this regard, Lin Shan feels that the immortals in the ancient world are actually stronger than some gods. Unfortunately, the top of the ancient world is the immortal level, and the upper limit is too low. But this does not mean that people in the ancient world are worse than gods. The double king of the law like the heavenly art is probably very rare among gods. Moreover, the gods do not distinguish between the laws of the past, the laws of the present, and the laws of the future, because they hardly need to comprehend them by themselves. The laws cultivated through the magic skills are basically the laws of the past. It is rare for them to comprehend the laws of the present and the laws of the future by themselves. This makes Lin Shan feel more and more that the people in the ancient world are actually just of low level and low starting point, and their own abilities and brains are not worse than those of the gods. From the information that Lin Shan can find, ordinary magic skills can only allow lower-level gods to practice to the heavenly level, and further practice can only promote to the middle-level gods. Only a few magic skills can make it possible for gods to go further on the basis of the heavenly level without being promoted to the middle-level gods. But it is only possible. Not everyone can achieve it. The most famous are the 9 magic skills, among which are the sun-shooting method and the sun-chasing method that Lin Shan has already obtained. Adu is a member of the sun-chasing clan, and he practices the sun-chasing method, and he is also the candidate for marriage with the Etian clan. It is estimated that his ability to obtain the sun-shooting method is also related to this matter. Anyway, the second of the 9 divine arts of the immortal court was already in Lin Shan's hands, so Lin Shan naturally wanted to observe and practice it. His comprehension was originally average, and it was too difficult for him to comprehend the laws by himself. Since there were shortcuts and the paths that predecessors had taken, why not do it? Lin Shan found a place where he could not be monitored, and then took out the sun-chasing method and the sun-shooting method, and verified each other. He still had a reputation of knowing himself. From his previous experience, it was almost impossible to completely learn this top-level divine art, but he could learn from it, and maybe he could come up with the subsequent part of the theory of evolution. While Lin Shan was reading these 2 magic skills, he was thinking about the general logic and principles they talked about. These 2 magic skills seem very profound and complicated, but in simple terms, the sun-chasing great law is actually a method of practicing the law of time. This involves the 2 factions of the law. Lin Shan had thought about this problem before when he saw Wei Er being killed by the heaven and god art. There are 2 factions of the law. One is the rule faction, and the other is the ghost and god faction. Most people in the ancient world area comprehend the rule faction, while the heaven and god art is the ghost and god faction. All the magic skills practiced by the gods are basically derived from the ghost and god faction. From the perspective of the ghost and god faction, all rules are controlled by the corresponding ghosts and gods. To put it simply, there is the mother of lightning for electricity, and the father of thunder for thunder. These laws themselves are the power of ghosts and gods. Therefore, the first step of the gods' magic skills is to sense the existence of ghosts and gods. Since the gods are born immortal, they can easily sense the corresponding ghosts and gods of the law, and absorb the power of the ghosts and gods of the law to strengthen themselves. The sun-chasing law is actually the law of time. According to the book, the law and ghost corresponding to the sun-chasing law is the god of time. The god of time lives in the long river of time. If the upper gods practice the sun-chasing law and can sense the existence of the long river of time, and use the power of the long river of time, then they can be considered to have entered the door. To truly feel the existence of the god of time and obtain the power of the god of time, it is not something that ordinary lower gods can do. But it is not absolute. The sun-chasing law mentions that the ancestor of the Kwafu clan, when he was a lower god, or even earlier, was able to communicate directly with the god of time. Lin Shan only read the part about the cultivation of lower-level gods. The content behind is even more mysterious and useless for Lin Shan's current situation. The situation of the sun shooting technique is similar, except that the sun shooting technique is not a magical skill of the time system. Lin Shan does not know what kind of magical skill it is, and it is not written in the book. It only says that to practice the sun shooting technique, you need to be able to sense the existence of the sun to be considered as entering the door. Being able to sense the sun is just the beginning. When you can sense 10 suns in the sky, you can be considered to have entered the real threshold. If you can sense a bow or an arrow, it is already a natural appearance, and it is not inferior to being able to sense the existence of the ghost of time. Lin Shan looked at the cultivation methods of the two magical skills. There are cultivation methods to enhance the ability to communicate with ghosts and gods, which is exactly what Lin Shan needs. He cannot comprehend the general laws, but now these things that can communicate with ghosts and gods sound a little interesting. It does not require his own understanding to be very high. Maybe it really works. Lin Shan wrote down the contents of the two books first. Even if he couldn't practice it himself, he could give it to Lao Wei and others to practice in the future. Of course, before that, Lin Shan still wanted to try it himself. The first step of the two cultivation methods is actually quite similar. They both require entering a meditative state, and then visualizing the appearance of ghosts and gods in the mind. It's just that the sun-chasing method requires visualizing the god of time, or the long river of time, while the sun-shooting method requires visualizing the sun or a bow and arrow. Lin Shan thought about it. He had never seen the god of time, and he didn't know what the long river of time looked like. It was a bit difficult to visualize these two things. The sun, bow and arrow, these three things he had seen, should be easier to visualize. Chapter 975. Finally, Lin Shan chose the visualization bow. The reason why he chose it was because Lin Shan really had a sun-shooting bow in his hand. He suspected that the thing had something to do with the 'Etion clan. Maybe it was something of the 'Etion clan. If the sun-shooting bow was made according to the bow visualized in the sun-shooting method, Lin Shan should be able to succeed easily with this reference. Lin Shan sat quietly on the bed and began his first meditation, trying to get in touch with the ghosts and gods who controlled the laws. He relaxed his mind and let himself enter a meditative state. He subconsciously thought about the appearance of the sun-shooting bow, as if intentionally or unintentionally. In his mind, the appearance of the sun-shooting bow really emerged. The thing was originally on him, so it was normal for him to imagine the appearance of the sun-shooting bow. It was just that Lin Shan did not have the feeling of communicating with ghosts and gods, nor did he feel that some kind of power was surging towards him. Just when Lin Shan was wondering if he had failed in his cultivation, and could not get in touch with the laws and ghosts, the space device on his body suddenly opened by itself, and something radiated a bright glow and flew out of it. Lin Shan, who was already in a meditative state, did not notice this scene. He just felt that the bow he had visualized was actually emitting a glow. As the glow of the bow bloomed, gradually illuminating the dark space of thought, Lin Shan vaguely saw that the bow did not exist alone, but was held in the hand of a majestic human-shaped light and shadow. Although Lin Shan could not see the appearance of the human-shaped light and shadow, he could see that it should be an extremely majestic man. He held the bow in one hand and placed the other hand on the bowstring. As Lin Shan visualized, he took a bow shooting posture and slowly pulled the bowstring. Between the bowstring and the bow body, a light arrow appeared. The more the bowstring was pulled, the brighter the light arrow became. When the human-shaped light and shadow pulled the bow into a full moon state, the light of the light arrow was so bright that it was difficult to look directly at. Lin Shan felt that the bow and arrow in the light and shadow's hand seemed to be facing him. Under the terrifying momentum like a god, Lin Shan felt that if he was shot by this arrow, he would probably be shattered immediately. Buzz, Lin Shan just thought so, who knew that the arrow in the light and shadow's hand actually shot at him. The light flashed, and there was no time for Lin Shan to react. The light arrow had already hit Lin Shan, or it should be said that it hit Lin Shan's consciousness. Lin Shan suddenly felt a space in his brain, as if he was really shot by someone, and his brain crashed before dying. When Lin Shan's brain crashed, the object that flew out of the space device also emitted a strange light. This object was the sun-shooting bow that Lin Shan took out from the ancient temple. This bow was no different from ordinary objects except that it could emit light on the temple star. It was not special except that it was not easy to be damaged. At this time, it actually emitted a strange light, and the next moment it suddenly dispersed, turning into countless particles, pouring into Lin Shan's body. As the sun-shooting bow entered Lin Shan's body, strange space fluctuations actually occurred in the void of the Zhongqian star region. This space fluctuation immediately attracted the attention of the Ding family monitors, who thought that a distorted creature had invaded the Zhongqian star region and immediately reported it to the higher authorities. However, Before they arrived at the monitoring station, the spatial fluctuations in the void had undergone strange changes. A sun emerged in the void, and its light passed through infinite light years, allowing all the major star regions far away to see the sun like a mirage in the distorted space. Another person in the Etian clan has mastered the sun shooting technique and triggered the god sun's strange phenomenon. The Shin family is about to produce another person who is qualified to challenge the ultimate. In the southern star region, a young man looked at the sun phenomenon in the void inside. The Shin family has produced another genius. The Etian clan is really prosperous. It has only been a short time, and another person who can trigger the sun phenomenon has appeared. The Shin family, it's really a hurdle that is difficult to cross. While people were amazed at the birth of another genius in the Shin family, the people of the Shin family were confused. No one in their family had triggered the phenomenon. But looking at the area where the phenomenon was located, it should be the Zhongqian star region where they were, but not on the main star of the Shin family, Dei star. The Shin family was a little confused, and the head of the family had already ordered an investigation to find out whether the bloodline of the Shin family on other planets had learned the sun shooting technique and caused the solar phenomenon. Just when people were speculating, another sun appeared in the phenomenon. 2 suns in the sky, not bad. The Shin family has another decent figure. A young man in a green shirt in the East Star District looked at the phenomenon of 2 suns in the sky and said with a curled lip, 2 suns in the sky is nothing. Shin Yunha is still 8 suns in the sky, and you can't control him at will, and he was beaten like a dog. Among the young generation of the Shin family, only Shin Nanxing, who caused the phenomenon of 10 suns in the sky, is barely qualified to be compared with you. Another black-shirt god next to him said disdainfully. The green-shirt young man laughed and said, don't flatter me like that, as if Shin Yunha could beat you. The black-shirt young man also laughed, and was about to say something, but he saw the strange phenomenon in the void change again, and another sun appeared. Huh, there is one more, not bad. It's been 3 suns in the sky, I wonder if there will be another one. The black-shirt god was slightly surprised. The strange phenomenon of 3 suns in the sky is not so easy to appear. While they were guessing, another sun appeared in the sky. The 4th one. Many people's hearts jumped, and the senior leaders of the major families in the Immortal Court could not help but start to pay attention to this matter. One round after another of the sun abnormalities continued to appear, and when the 7th round of the sun abnormality appeared, the major families had to pay attention to this matter again. Such a genius may affect the balance of the major families in the Immortal Court in the future. It's been 7 suns in the sky, and it seems there's no sign of ending. The Shin family has really produced an incredible genius. Someone exclaimed. The man in black and the man in green stopped talking at this time, looking at the strange phenomenon in the sky, wanting to know how many suns would appear. Round after round, the strange phenomenon of the sun in the sky became more and more. 8, 9, 10. When the scene of 10 suns in the sky appeared, the high-level people of the major races had complicated expressions, even the high-level people of the Shin family. The Shin family had such a genius who could cause the phenomenon of 10 suns in the sky, but they didn't know it at all. Chapter 976. In a small courtyard of the Shin family, Shin Qingxue looked at the strange phenomenon of 10 suns in the sky, her eyes full of joy and satisfaction. Aren't you going to send me to the Deng family for marriage? You gave a genius who can trigger the phenomenon of 10 suns in the sky to someone else. It's not that I don't want to help the Shin family, but you abandoned me. Yes, the person who triggered the phenomenon of 10 suns in the sky is Shin Qingxue. During this period, Shin Qingxue has been holding her breath. As a direct descendant of the Shin family, why should she marry into the Deng family? Is it because her parents died early, because she has no one to rely on? Shin Qingxue knows that the Immortal Court is realistic, and the Shin family is also realistic. If a member of the Shin family like her who lost her parents does not accept the family's arrangement, then after adulthood, she can only follow the distribution rules of the Immortal Court and get a low-level planet. On her own planet. Squeeze some insignificant resources from the earth. It is a great luck to be promoted to the level of a middle-level god in one's lifetime, and it is almost impossible to enter the ranks of upper-level gods. In fact, with the resources of just such a planet, the possibility of being able to enter the middle-level god is very small. So Shin Qingxue obeyed the arrangement of her family, and agreed to marry into the Deng family in exchange for better resources to help her practice. Finally, when she was promoted to a middle-level god, she triggered a vision that she had never seen before. Most gods are born as lower-level gods, and some people can even trigger visions at birth. Shin Qingxue's talent is not enough to trigger visions at birth, otherwise the family would not choose her for marriage. But innateness cannot determine everything. Through her own efforts, Shin Qingxue finally triggered a vision when she was promoted to a middle-level god. Even Shin Qingxue herself did not expect that she could trigger the vision of 10 suns in the sky. This is already a very advanced vision among the visions that can be triggered by the sun shooting technique. The Shin family may not be able to produce a person who can trigger the vision of 10 suns in the sky for decades, or even hundreds of years. Of course, for a god, 100 years is not a long time. Shin Qingxue felt relieved at this moment. She did not want to take revenge on the family. After all, she agreed to the marriage in the first place. She got the resources she wanted and achieved her goal. Now she only needs to report the fact that she triggered the vision of 10 suns in the sky to the family. The family will most likely cancel the plan to let her marry, and will also tilt resources to her in the future. This is what Shin Qingxue wants to fight for herself. All these years of hard work are finally paying off. Shin Qingxue sat quietly, looking up at the sky, watching the amazing phenomenon of 10 suns in the sky. Suddenly, Shin Qingxue felt that he was dazzled. Why did he feel that there seemed to be more than 10 suns in the twisted sky? Shin Qingxue thought he was hallucinating and counted again. 1, 2, 3, 8, 9, 10, 11. Shin Qingxue would have been fine if he didn't count. After counting, he found that there were actually 11 suns in the sky. How is this possible? I must have counted wrong. How could there be 11 suns? The phenomenon of 10 suns in the sky is already the limit of the sun shooting technique. I must have been too excited and counted the number wrong. Shin Qingxue counted again in her mind. After counting this time, Shin Qingxue was a little dumbfounded. Not only did she not count clearly, but she counted one more sun. Now there were 12 suns in the vision. Shin Qingxue's face was strange. For a moment, she didn't know what was going on. She was secretly happy in her heart. Could it be that my efforts over the years have made my cultivation and realm exceed the limits of the sun shooting technique, and triggered an unprecedented vision? When Shin Qingxue was thinking this, the number of suns in the sky was still increasing, and one more was added. At this time, the entire immortal court was shocked. 10 suns in the sky was already a very rare vision, which could only be seen once in decades or hundreds of years. Although the sun shooting technique also had the vision of bows and arrows, it was actually not the same as the vision of 10 suns in the sky. The gods who practiced the sun shooting technique generally chose to visualize the sun or the bow and arrow, but rarely visualized both at the same time. Therefore, the bow and arrow phenomenon and the 10 suns in the sky phenomenon can be said to be two different factions. There have been many celestial beings who visualized both at the same time in the history of the Shin family, and it was not enough to surprise the high-level gods in the fairy court. But when 11 suns appeared, everyone was shocked. Since the emergence of the sun shooting technique and the Shin family, no one has ever heard of such a phenomenon as 11 suns in the sky. The people of the Shin family can only cause the 10 suns in the sky phenomenon at most, and even the ancestor of the Shin family is no exception. Of course, the ancestor of the Shin family not only caused the 10 suns in the sky phenomenon, but also caused the god shooting the sun phenomenon. At this time, 11 suns appeared, which was a bit too weird. Investigate. We must find out who caused this strange phenomenon. When the 12 suns appeared in the void at the same time, all the major families issued a death order to find out the person who caused the strange phenomenon. The Shin family was even more anxious. This unprecedented strange phenomenon meant that the person who caused the strange phenomenon must be extraordinary. The Shin family had such a talent, but they missed it. Now they are more anxious than any other family. They want to find him immediately, and give him the best resources and protection to prevent him from being threatened by other families and dying. 12 suns in the same sky, this unprecedented phenomenon is really too shocking. The black-shirt man and the blue-clothed man who were still joking before are now looking at the strange phenomenon with astonishment, and no longer have the slightest joking mentality. What kind of strange phenomenon is this? It's been 13 suns in the same sky. When the 13 suns appeared, the blue-clothed man felt that his eyes were about to pop out. The man in black also looked strange. I've never heard that the Shin family's sun shooting technique can cause such a phenomenon. Isn't 10 suns in the same sky the limit? Could it be that this is not a phenomenon caused by practicing the sun shooting technique at all? It is a phenomenon caused by another kind of magic skill? The man in green said again. There are many magic skills that can cause sun phenomena, but I have only heard of the sun shooting technique that can cause multiple suns in the same sky. The man in black said. The man in green thought about it, but he couldn't think of any other magic skill that could cause such a phenomenon besides the sun shooting technique. Here it comes again. If it is really a phenomenon caused by the sun shooting technique, Then how terrifying must the ability of the person who practices the sun shooting technique be to cause such a phenomenon? Chapter 977. When the strange phenomenon of 15 suns in the sky appeared, almost all the gods and people who could see the strange phenomenon stopped and looked up to watch this incredible phenomenon. Even the patriarchs of the major families began to pay close attention to this strange phenomenon. In the fairy court, strange phenomena are not rare, but this strange phenomenon is indeed something that no one has ever seen. Shin Qingxue had realized at this time that the strange phenomenon of the sun that appeared later was not caused by her, because she could not connect with those suns at all, nor could she resonate with them, and could not absorb the power of those suns. Shin Qingxue also felt suspicious at first, and after thinking for a while, she thought of the only possibility. Since she only caused the strange phenomenon of 10 suns in the sky, and could not resonate with the strange phenomenon that appeared later, it could only be that there was another person who practiced the shooting sun method and happened to cause the strange phenomenon at this time. So it caused this unprecedented strange phenomenon, and 15 suns appeared in the strange phenomenon at the same time. Who in the family can cause a strange phenomenon at this time? Since the phenomena are caused at similar times, it is also predestined. I caused the phenomenon of 10 suns in the sky. How many suns can you cause? After thinking about the cause and effect, Shin Qingxue suddenly had a comparison in her mind. But Shin Qingxue's mentality was still very good at this time. Her phenomenon of 10 suns in the sky had reached its peak. No matter how powerful the opponent was, he could only have 10 suns in the sky at most, so she was already invincible. So at this time, Shin Qingxue was still looking down at the new phenomenon with a condescending attitude. She didn't think it would be such a coincidence that there was a genius who could trigger the phenomenon of 10 suns in the sky at the same time as her. After all, this kind of phenomenon only occurs once every few decades, and it has never been heard of that they appear at the same time. Shin Wubing, the head of the Shin family, and several core figures of the Shin family were also watching this strange scene. Grand Elder, what do you think? Shin Wubing looked at the Grand Elder Shin Yutu, who had white hair and beard and looked like an old immortal. The Great Elder Shin Yutu smiled and said, the head of the family does not need to worry too much. The reason for this phenomenon is not the appearance of a gifted monster, but the simultaneous occurrence of two people practicing the sun shooting technique. The Shin family members suddenly realized what was going on. Shin Mingming smiled and said, I thought something strange happened. So that's how it is. Who would have thought that there would be such a coincidence? I said that the phenomenon of 10 suns in the sky is not so easy to appear. It was originally the phenomenon of two people overlapping. The 15th sun in the sky is probably a 7-day phenomenon and an 8-day phenomenon. It is already quite good. There are 2 future pillars in our clan. Not bad, not bad. Although they are not top talents, they are already very valuable. When everyone was talking, they suddenly saw another sun appear in the sky. It's the 16th day. 2 8-day phenomena? Shin Mingming was slightly startled. The other senior members of the Shin family were also somewhat surprised. The overlapping of the 2 anomalies made the 16th day quite astonishing. But what surprised them was still to come. The 16th day was far from the limit. After a while, the 17th sun appeared again. The people of the Shin family were all shocked. This was the effect that could only be achieved by a 9-day phenomenon and an 8-day phenomenon. The leaders of the major races also thought of the possibility of overlapping phenomena, but they were all shocked by this situation. The 17th day was in the same sky. The Shin family had at least one 9-day phenomenon and one 8-day phenomenon, and it was even possible that one of them was a 10-day phenomenon. Is it still going on? The second son of the Ding family sat on the big sofa in the open air, drinking while rejoicing in the strange phenomenon in the sky. Ding Quang, the Shin family has produced 2 more extraordinary geniuses, and the pressure is on your Ding family again. A beautiful woman standing next to him said with a smile. Genius? Geniuses are everywhere. Let's talk about it as long as we can survive. Ding Quang didn't care and continued to drink by himself. The strange phenomenon in the sky continued. When the 19th day was in the same sky, the elder of the Shin family couldn't sit still. This is a genius of 10-day phenomena and a genius of 9-day phenomena. With 2 more geniuses, the Shin family will surely have great potential in the future. But until now, they still haven't found the Shin family member who caused the phenomenon. There are too many planets and too many people under the Shin family. It is difficult to find the person in a short time if they are not direct descendants, unless they report it themselves. They never thought that the person who caused the phenomenon was on Dei Star. Because they know too much about the direct descendants of Dei Star, they know who has what level. Among some of the younger generations who are focused on, There is no one who has been promoted at this time. So when they were looking for them, they always focused their main energy on the Shin family members outside. Will it be a double 10th day? The Shin family looked at the sky nervously. If a double 10th day appeared, it would mean 2 talents of the 10-day phenomenon level, which would undoubtedly be a sign of prosperity for the Shin family. 2 10-day phenomenon geniuses appeared at the same time, and they overlapped so coincidentally, and triggered the phenomenon at the same time. This is definitely an unprecedented miracle. When the 20th sun appeared in the sky, the Shin family breathed a sigh of relief, and the elder Shinyutu's eyes showed a touch of excitement. Double 10th days in the sky is going to prosper my Shin family, the elder said excitedly. They didn't know yet that one of the protagonists, who triggered the double 10th day in the sky, was not from their Shin family, and the other one was about to be sent away from the Shin family. When Shin Qingxue saw the 20th sun appear, she couldn't help but smile and shook her head. She had finally cultivated to this level, and triggered the phenomenon of 10 suns in the sky. She didn't expect that someone else would trigger the same phenomenon as her. This made her presence less noticeable, but it was still a very important bargaining chip. After the vision ended, she would go to the clan leader Shin Wubbing to explain the situation, and try to avoid the trouble of marriage. While waiting for her vision to end, Shin Qingxue looked at the vision in the sky, but her eyes gradually widened, full of disbelief. The vision in the sky actually changed again, and a shining bow gradually emerged above the sky. When the longbow vision appeared, even the head of the Shin family, Shin Wubbing, could no longer remain calm. The vision of the double 10 day was not enough, and the vision of the sun-shooting bow appeared again. They could no longer tell whether 3 people who practiced the sun-shooting dafa caused the vision at the same time, or one person caused multiple visions. Chapter 978. Not only the Shin family, but also the senior members of other families were confused at this time. 3 people who practiced the sun-shooting art triggered strange phenomena at the same time, and 2 of them triggered double 10-day phenomena. The probability of this is too low. After all, triggering strange phenomena is almost uncontrollable, not to mention 3 people triggering strange phenomena together. But if it was not 3 people who triggered the phenomenon, then how many people would it be? 1. 2. If it was 2 people who triggered the phenomenon, then it would be very amazing. There must be a genius with 10-day phenomena, and the sun-shooting bow phenomenon. Such geniuses are rare in the history of the Shin family. No one dared to think that this was a phenomenon triggered by one person. That situation should not happen, so this option was directly ignored by them. When the sun-shooting bow shone in the void, illuminating the surroundings, and a hand holding the sun-shooting bow lit up, all the senior members of the Shin family were speechless, and looked at the strange scene in the sky in disbelief. Is the phenomenon of God going to appear? This was the only thought left in everyone's mind. The phenomenon of God has not appeared for thousands of years. The ordinary Shin family can only trigger the phenomenon of bows and arrows, and it is difficult to trigger the phenomenon of God himself. The scene of God and 10 suns in the sky is even more of a distant memory. At this time, no one is guessing what happened. They are all numb. Now it is not a matter of a few people triggering the phenomenon. The phenomenon of God and 20 suns in the sky has never appeared since the ancestors created the sun-shooting technique. This requires too many coincidences and too many opportunities, and it cannot be triggered by one person. Now the hearts of the Shin family are very complicated. In this case, if 2 people cause the vision, then one person must have caused the vision of the 10 suns and God at the same time. So is it possible that God shooting the sun vision, which has not appeared for many eras, will appear? A big question mark is left in their minds. There are definitely no more than 10 people in history who can cause God shooting the sun vision, and the number of times it appears will naturally not exceed 10 times. If this miracle reappears now, it means that there will be a person in the Shin family who may be the ultimate. Now not only the Shin family, but all families are paying close attention to this vision. If God shooting the sun vision really appears, then this person's future may affect the distribution of interests and pattern of the entire fairy court. All families realized that the problem was serious. The vision in the sky continued, and the light and shadow of God gradually appeared, holding a longbow in his hand, shining in the void. The incomparable powerful momentum is not the kind that can make people breathless, but it makes people feel excited, as if the blood in the whole body is boiling. Here it comes. When Ishin raised his bow, Shin Wubbing's eyes lit up. The elder was so excited that he slammed his desk and stood up, unable to say a word, staring at the light and shadow of Ishin, who was drawing his bow and gathering the arrow of light. The Shin family members had different attitudes. Some were excited for the emergence of such a talent in the Shin family, while others looked unhappy. The emergence of such a talent often means the redistribution of family interests, and it is possible that part of the interests that originally belonged to them will be given up. Whether they like it or not, the vision will continue, and will not change according to his will. Shin Qingxue was shocked. She thought that the other party was at most the same as her, but now she found that the other party's brilliance was much more shining than she imagined. The vision of Yixin shooting the sun. Shin Qingxue felt a little bitter in her mouth. The appearance of this level of vision means that her brilliance will be obscured a lot. With such a talent, it is hard to say whether the family will choose to change the person to marry because of her vision of 10 suns in the sky. When a person only has 10 yuan, he will cherish these 10 yuan. But when this person has 100 or 1,000 yuan, will he still care so much about 10 yuan? Before the vision of Yixin shooting the sun, Shin Qingxue was a flawless jade, but when placed next to this person, the jade that originally looked flawless suddenly seemed not so perfect. There is no harm without comparison. Shin Qingxue still understands this truth. People all looked up, looking at the light and shadow of Gaudi, waiting for the miracle of Gaudi shooting the sun. It is said that the ancestor of the Shin family caused the miracle of Gaudi shooting the sun, and finally shot down 9 suns with 9 arrows. The number of suns shot down by the strong men of the Shin family in later generations also varied. Judging from their later achievements, the more suns shot down, the greater their potential. However, even if they only shot down 1 sun, their potential was already the top in the fairy court. The great elder Shinyutu naturally hoped to shoot down as many suns as possible, and it would be best if he could shoot down 9 suns with 9 arrows, like the ancestor. If such a person really appeared, no one would want to stop the Shin family from rising. People were waiting, but time passed by minute by minute. The bow was already fully drawn, and the brilliance on the light arrow was already earth-shaking, but the light and shadow of Yixin had not yet shot the arrow. What's going on? Everyone was puzzled and didn't know what was going on. Even those old antiques, who had seen the vision of Yixin shooting the sun, were a little confused about what this vision was. Yixin shooting the sun, there was no need for any hesitation at all. Continuous arrow shooting the sun, for Yixin, it was just a piece of cake. What was there to hesitate about? Some people suspected that this situation would occur because the vision caused by this person was not enough, and the energy was not enough to complete the vision of Yixin shooting the sun. That means that although this person caused the vision of Yixin shooting the sun, his potential should be the worst among those who can cause this vision. Most of the Shin family thought so. Some felt sorry, while others gloated in their hearts. People with all kinds of thoughts were watching the light and shadow of Yixin, who was pointing his bow at the sky. The 20 suns in the vision were constantly moving, until their moving positions reached a certain node, and all the suns seemed to be connected into a straight line at that moment. At this moment, the bow and arrow in Yixin's hand exploded, and a beam of arrow light shot straight into the sky, shot into the first sun vision, and disappeared instantly. The next second, the entire universe lost its original color, and the light explosion vision produced by the 20 suns being shot at the same time turned the entire sky into a dazzling brilliance. Chapter 979. Puff. Shin Qingxue spurted out a mouthful of blood 3 feet high, staining the snow-white pear blossoms planted in the yard with red spots. It was not that Shin Qingxue was narrow-minded, and was angry when she saw that the other party's vision was stronger than hers, but the vision of 10 suns in the sky that she caused was shot through by Yixin. When the qi was connected, her own qi became chaotic in an instant. With the qi and blood churning, she spurted out blood with a sweet taste in her mouth. Shin Qingxue stared, regardless of anything, letting the dazzling light dazzle her eyes, but still did not blink. Her eyes were full of disbelief. Obviously, 10 of the suns were the vision she caused, and had nothing to do with the other vision of Yixin shooting down the sun. They were obviously 2 different visions. Why did Yixin shoot down the 10 suns she caused? Shin Qingxue had never heard of such a thing, and had never thought that such a thing would happen. Visions are things that have no entity at all. It can be said that they do not exist in reality. They are just illusions. There is no connection between 2 visions. It is like 2 TV stations broadcasting different movies and TV shows at the same time. There are 2 TVs in the mall, broadcasting these 2 different war movies at the same time. As a result, the bullets in one show killed the people in the other show. This is too outrageous. This is the situation now. Even Shin Qingxue, the person involved, can't believe that such a thing will happen, let alone others. The meeting halls of the major families were deadly silent. All the previous speculations became a joke after this arrow. There is no 3 people triggering visions at the same time, nor 2 people triggering visions. Only one person triggers all these visions. This made many people feel terrified. Although it was unbelievable, it seemed to be the case. The phenomena could not be linked. The phenomenon of 20 days being shot down with one arrow could be confirmed to be from the same person. One person caused the phenomenon of Ishin shooting down 20 days with one arrow. Not to mention people from other families. Even the Shin family themselves found it unbelievable. The ancestor of the Shin family only caused the phenomenon of 10 days, and Ishin only shot down 9, one by one. This person actually caused the phenomenon of 20 days, and shot it directly with one arrow. When seeing this scene, the Shin family felt like they were going crazy. The elder Shinyuta couldn't believe his eyes. His whole body was shaking. He was so excited that he could hardly control himself. Shooting down 20 days with one arrow, what a terrifying potential. If the Shin family gets this person, it will be almost impossible for them to decline in the future. Find this person out, and do everything we can to protect him. This is the future of our Shin family. Tu Wubbing stood up, his expression more solemn than ever. He knew that there would be a bloody storm coming. Other families would not ignore the appearance of such a monster-level talent in the Shin family. They would definitely try every means to make him die. As Tu Wubbing thought, the major families had tried their best to investigate who the Shin family member who caused the strange phenomenon was. They must kill him before he grows up. Otherwise, the Shin family will dominate, and the allocation of resources in the fairy court will be seriously tilted in the future. This is a situation that all families do not want to see. They are all looking for the person who caused the strange phenomenon in the Shin family, and they never thought that the person who caused the strange phenomenon was not from the Shin family at all. At this time, Lin Shin was looking at the mechanical watch in surprise. There was some more information on the mechanical watch. User, Super Base Nirvana Creature, Evolvable Strength, 14547. Speed, 4388. Hardness, 4655. Toughness, 4790. Base Change Rate, 100%. Theoretical Upper Limit of Life Activity, 1600. Base Change Talent, Super Base Text, Super Base Recast, Super Base Form. Life Base, Fate Defying, Inheritance Fan. Nirvana Attribute, None. Up to here, there is no problem with the attributes. These are Lin Shin's basic attributes, and there are doubled additions in the Super Base form. But below these attributes, there is another attribute that was not originally there. Distortion Characteristic, Super Base God Shooting. God Shooting, Godly Power Blessing, Indestructible, Unstoppable. Lin Shin studied the distortion characteristic of God Shooting, and found that this thing is indeed a kind of law power. Under the law of divine shooting, no matter how hard or strong the target is, it cannot stop the arrow he shoots. Lin Shin was ecstatic. With the blessing of this law, he was not afraid of his lack of destructive power, and watching those creatures unable to be killed. But Lin Shin didn't quite understand how strong this characteristic was, and whether it could work on middle-level gods and upper-level gods. This still needs to be tested in practice, and Lin Shin couldn't figure it out for a while. This distortion characteristic doesn't say that you must use a bow and arrow, right? I wonder if a pistol will work. Lin Shin took out a pet pistol from the space device and tried to fire a shot. The gun was filled with low-level genetically modified biological capsules. Unexpectedly, this shot actually punched a hole in a metal plate. Although the pet capsule exploded after penetrating the metal plate, Lin Shin was still overjoyed. The building materials of this warehouse should all be distorted biological materials, and their strength can be equated with immortal materials. It is incredible that a mutated pet capsule can penetrate this thing. The blessing of the Super Base Divine Shooting is more powerful than Lin Shin imagined. Lin Shin tested it for a while, and found that this feature can only be used on bows, crossbows, guns, and other things. When Lin Shin uses knives, fans, and other weapons, the Super Base Divine Shooting feature is useless. The distortion feature is still somewhat different from the immortal law. It is much worse in flexibility and extended use. Lin Shin frowned slightly. Although he himself has not comprehended the immortal law, he has seen the battle on Zenith Star. When Tien Shudi and Tianju and Tian Joyo, and even the strong men of the God-making clan, use the law, there will be various changes. One law can deal with various situations. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is ever-changing. The distortion characteristics are very rigid, and the characteristics themselves have little expansibility. Why do I feel that? Except for the high level, the gods are not better than the people in the ancient world in other aspects. Lin Shin muttered to himself. Triggering the strange phenomenon and getting in touch with ghosts and gods is only the first step in practicing the sun shooting method. After getting in touch, the next step is to use and absorb the energy of ghosts and gods for your own use. Lin Shan found that the following content is very similar to the heaven and God art. Next, you need to achieve the unity of heaven and man. However, after the unity of heaven and man, the next step is not to control ghosts and gods in turn, but to communicate with ghosts and gods through the unity of heaven and man, so that ghosts and gods will come, which is equivalent to adding the power of ghosts and gods to the body, so that people are gods and gods are people. At this point, you are already a mid-level god. Chapter 980. No, Lin Wan's heaven and god art is not like this. Heaven and god art does not let the power of ghosts and gods be added to the body, but to control ghosts and gods in turn. This state is obviously stronger than the power of ghosts and gods. Could it be that Lin Wan's level is still above the middle-level god? Lin Shan's doubts are increasing. He feels more and more that Lin Wan is not simple, and is definitely not as she said, knowing nothing about the immortal court. You have to know that her heaven and god art, the means of controlling ghosts and gods, is simply a blasphemy to the immortal court. Lin Shan even suspects that even a high-level god would not have such a heaven-defying means. Lin Wan, what does she want to do? Why did she send me to that planet? What is she planning? Lin Shan doubted for a while whether he was able to meet a duo and follow a duo to the Ding family, which was also within her calculations. Thinking about it, it seems unlikely. How could she know that she would definitely run into Ding Adwa, and that Ding Adwa would definitely get into trouble? There are too many uncontrollable factors in the middle. No matter what she wants to do, I have already gained benefits. The cultivation method of this ghost and god faction is more suitable for me. Maybe I can directly cultivate to the level of a superior god. Lin Shan sat down again and entered a meditative state. It is strange to say that Lin Shan was clearly visualizing the sun shooting bow and practicing the sun shooting method, but the power in his body was operating in the way of evolution, and there was not much change. With the operation of evolution, Lin Shan entered a meditative state again and easily saw the light and shadow holding a longbow in the void. Lin Shan felt that there was an endless supply of energy emanating from the light and shadow and flowing towards him, allowing his body and mind to receive the baptism of energy. For gods, using the power of ghosts and gods is a relatively difficult step, and those with good talents can do it easily. If the talent is poor, there are many people who cannot use the power of ghosts and gods for decades or hundreds of years. However, Lin Shan did it directly. Such talent is also extremely rare among gods. If you want to reach the level of a middle-level god, it is not enough to just use the power of ghosts and gods. You must let the ghosts and gods descend on you. Lin Shan has been trying, but it is obviously not an easy task. He has never been able to trigger the light and shadow of a god in the illusion of nothingness. Lin Shan himself does not know how outrageous he is. He can trigger strange phenomena and obtain distortion characteristics when practicing the sun shooting method for the first time. This is something that most gods dare not even think about. He actually wants to complete the descent of ghosts and gods within this day. Although he was unable to summon the gods and ghosts, the energy obtained from the light and shadow of Ishan slowly increased Lin Shan's attributes. This surprised Lin Shan. The divine power of a god could actually increase its attributes just by practicing. This was much more advanced than the evolution technique. The evolution technique mainly relied on external energy to transform itself. Although the divine power also relied on external energy, this energy came from the ghosts and gods in the void. It seemed inexhaustible and really magical. Lin Shan was practicing the sun shooting technique to enhance his own attributes, especially the speed attribute. If it could be increased to 5,000 points, with the blessing of the super base form, he could reach the requirement of 10,000 points of speed attribute and use the demon cloak. While Lin Shan was studying the sun shooting technique, the major families were turning the immortal court upside down. Originally, it was thought that it would be easy to find the Shan family member who caused the phenomenon, but even the Shan family themselves could not figure out who could cause such a phenomenon. No one took the initiative to find Shan Wubbing. For a while, even the Shan family could not find this person, let alone other families. Shin Qingxue did not dare to say a word now. How could she dare to find Shan Wubbing now? First, she could not explain it clearly now, and second, she was afraid of getting into trouble. If others thought she was the one who caused the god-shooting sun phenomenon, she would be in big trouble. If it was just a phenomenon of 10 suns in the sky, she could enjoy the family's resource tilt and training, and the other major families would not deliberately target her. But now this phenomenon is too scary. If it is really related, the family will certainly train her with all their strength, but she herself will also have to bear too much risk. If she is not careful, she may die at any time. Of course, the main reason is that Shin Qingxue knew that she was not the one who caused the strange phenomenon. She also secretly guessed in her heart who caused the strange phenomenon of Ishan shooting down the sun, and also shot down her 10 sons. Shen Qingxue did not dare to say that she caused the strange phenomenon of 10 suns in the sky, so the marriage between the two families could only continue, and she was helpless. Is this God's will? Shen Qingxue sighed deeply and decided to give up the previous plan and leave the Shen family, a place of right and wrong. The sixth son of the Ding family, Deng Adwa, is said to be a good person. He is one of the few people in the Ding family who can practice the sun-chasing method. He just seems to be a low-key person with a cowardly character. He is not very conspicuous among the brothers of the Ding family, and is rarely exposed to other people's sight. Shen Qingxue only met him briefly during the last meeting, and had a good impression of him. Unlike the Shen family's sun-shooting Dafa, the threshold of the sun-chasing Dafa is too high. Unlike the sun-shooting Dafa, as long as you are of the Shen family bloodline, even if the bloodline is impure, you can easily enter. Even if you are of the pure Ding family bloodline, you may not be able to enter the sun-chasing Dafa, and there are even fewer people who have achieved success in cultivation. Although it is the ancestral magic of the Ding family, and one of the 9 magics of the immortal court, most of the Ding family do not practice the sun-chasing Dafa. The fact that Adwa was chosen for marriage was that he practiced the sun-chasing Dafa, which was also a very important factor. At this time, Deng Adwa was lying on a stone bed. Several old men from the Ding family were surrounding his body and looking at him, and from time to time, they reached out to touch him. There is nothing wrong with Adwa's body. Maybe she was just contaminated by the dark energy of the purple cloud dark butterfly, which rushed to her brain, so this happened. Deng Yongxin looked at Deng Xian and said, "Is there any way to treat it?" Deng Xian asked calmly. "It's a bit troublesome. It's just that if she was hit by the dark energy, it's hard to find where the problem is. Fortunately, the problem is not big. She just lost some memories, and it doesn't affect anything," Deng Yongxin said thoughtfully. Hearing him say this, everyone else breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it doesn't affect the marriage with the Shen family, it's fine. In terms of the marriage between the Ding family and the Shen family, the Ding family is in a relatively disadvantaged position. Now that the Shen family has a monster that can cause that kind of strange phenomenon, its momentum will definitely be stronger than before, and the marriage cannot be lost. Deng Xian didn't comment, walked to the table, and bent down to check Deng Adwa's body.